7 years ago, the day the world changed forever. The day of the catastrophe. A city skyline, bathed in an eerie, unnatural light, a young woman looks on, a question mark hanging in the air. Ha! What is happening? Then, a horrifying truth dawns, a dungeon break. Monstrous creatures emerge from rifts in reality, a maelstrom of chaos erupts. The city is under siege. Screams fill the air. Kaya. The dungeon break wreaks havoc, leaving a trail of suffering and despair. Amidst the terror, desperate pleas for help. Save me. A young man witnesses the horrors unfolding before him. And then, a crushing blow, the loss that defines a lifetime. And my parents also passed away. A shattered family portrait, a symbol of what was lost, a day of unimaginable grief. Tears stream down his face, eyes burning with a fiery rage, the day he lost everything. I made a pledge to myself while crying tears of blood. I will definitely become a hunter. Rip the monsters apart and kill them. 7 years later. Catastrophe Memorial Park. A somber landscape, marked by the ghosts of a past tragedy. He was kicked out of the hunter training center. The weight of failure settles on his shoulders. His shoulders slump, a bitter taste in his mouth. Damn it! A hunter? Yeah, right. The bitter laugh speaks volumes. Doubt gnaws at him. The frank words of Sun Yun cut through the air, you no longer need to come to the training center. A stunned silence hangs heavy. Then, a question, barely a whisper, pardon? His voice rises, laced with disbelief and anger. What are you talking about all of a sudden? For what reason am I being kicked? Listen well. Those who have awakened get a few months to complete their exclusive training in the hall. The instructors gather, their faces grim, a hushed tension hangs in the air as they discuss the unnamed protagonist. 7 years, that's how long he's been training, exceeding the usual debut period for hunters. His piercing blue eyes reflect a steely determination, a silent vow to prove them wrong. The instructor's words cut like a knife, your talent is beyond trash. The harsh judgment stings. His expulsion is a foregone conclusion, the weight of their decision crushes him. Despite his unwavering persistence, his efforts are deemed unfortunate, a bitter pill to swallow. But the unnamed protagonist's defiance flares, unfortunate, my ass. He refuses to accept their assessment. A lingering question hangs in the air, can years of training truly yield no improvement? Doubt gnaws at him. The kin crumples in his hand, a furious outburst of frustration. The expelled hunter, slumped against a bench, stares at his hands, his stats haven't increased, despite unlocking new traits and skills. A wave of confusion washes over him. His frustration boils over into a desperate question, how? A woman's voice cuts through his turmoil, a question that strikes at the core of his being, how did your daddy pass away? A flashback reveals a young girl, his younger self, recounting the tragic events, a memory of sacrifice and loss. The young girl explains, Daddy passed away because he saved people until the end. The woman offers words of encouragement, a gentle push towards resilience. Then if you're going through something tough later in life, what should you do? His eyes well up, a silent affirmation. Be strong. Don't give up. Another flashback, a tender moment between father and daughter, a powerful image of love and strength. The father's words echo, you're so strong, my girl. Present day, the woman embraces the young girl, a symbol of enduring hope, a silent promise of strength. A sudden, powerful blow. The force sends the attacker sprawling. He glances back, a mother and child caught in the chaos. 7 years. How could he have endured this? But there's no time for self-doubt. His jaw tightens, eyes blazing with resolve. He won't stop here. He breaks into a run, a determined figure against the cityscape. The city stretches before him, a path to his goal. The rain falls relentlessly as he approaches a building, the rhythmic drumming a counterpoint to his pounding heart. A dark, almost ominous place. He hesitates for a moment before pushing open the door. Inside, a man's voice cuts through the silence. Please go back, sir. Director, just once. Under a relentless downpour, a desperate plea echoes through the rain-slicked streets. Please help me take the hunter exam once more. I can't give up like this. A figure turns, a low chuckle escaping his lips, a chilling premonition hangs in the air. Suddenly, a furious outburst shatters the silence. Hey, you fucking bastard! The rage intensifies, a torrent of frustration unleashed. Why don't you freaking get it? His face contorted in anguish, a single tear streaks down his cheek. The confrontation escalates. Alright, you bastard, I just need to refund you half the membership fees, right? But his denial ignites a fresh wave of fury. That's not about the money. A brutal blow sends his hat flying, the fight has begun. A vicious uppercut connects, sending him sprawling. Thud. He crashes into a pile of trash, defeated and broken. A sneering face looms in the shadows, eyes burning with malice. What do you mean, it's not? The words hang heavy in the rain-slicked air. You failure of a bastard. A sickening thud echoes through the alleyway, a body slams against a dumpster. He skids across the wet pavement, the impact jarring him to his core. The rain washes away the blood. His breath hitches, each gasp a testament to his pain. I also had a unique trait. Defeated, he collapses onto the cold, damp ground. No. The rain continues its relentless assault. If I had even a little talent. Then. The Tower of Trials, it recognizes his unwavering spirit. Praise? His mind races. Who dares bestow such an honor upon him? He bursts from the water, gasping for air, a torrent of questions flooding his mind. A desperate cry escapes his lips. Wah! Confusion. What is happening? The world around him blurs. A sudden, brutal attack. Save me! His desperate plea is cut short. As the rain lashes down, mirroring the turmoil within him. Seriously. You bastard. His attacker looms, a figure of pure rage. How dare you, Kaza? Rain lashes down on a city street, a lone figure stands amidst the storm, a look of confusion etched on his face. What could it mean? He clenches his jaw, muttering about an annoying bastard. The discarded remnants of a police cap lie in a nearby bin. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts, engulfing him in a torrent of blue light. He's falling, tumbling through a swirling vortex of water. A searing pain rips through him, gasping for air, he struggles against the crushing pressure. I can't breathe. The water recedes, revealing a dark abyss, a chilling descent into the unknown. He plummets through a blinding shaft of light, a cosmic spectacle unfolds around him. A mechanical voice booms, has selected all suitable candidates from Earth. He's falling towards a glowing blue platform. Tower of Trials? Did a second catastrophe occur? I don't know what's happening, but a primal instinct screams at him to act. A choice presents itself, a digital interface shimmers into existence before his eyes. Easy, normal, hard. The difficulty levels glow, each promising a different reward. His instincts tell him to choose wisely. To seize this chance. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he makes his decision, a surge of energy erupts. The world twists and tears, a blinding flash of light engulfs him. And he's falling, plummeting into an abyss of unknown darkness. The screen promises satisfactory results at the end of the suffering. The world dissolves into a vortex of light and data streams, a disoriented gasp escapes his lips as he's thrust into a new reality. His stats are restored, the system announces, as he finds himself on the first floor of the Tower of Trials. The trial is about to begin. Prepare yourself, challenger. A sudden shift, a dizzying descent, he plummets from a great height. The ground rushes up to meet him. He lands hard, the impact jarring him. This is the desert? His eyes scan the surroundings, a mixture of disbelief and apprehension etched on his face. A weapon will be provided, a flash of blue light, and a sword materializes before him. The sword descends, a celestial gift in the harsh desert landscape. The Tower of Trials has spat him out into a desolate expanse of sand, a harsh desert under a merciless sun. His eyes widen, a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension. The reward for survival, a unique trait? A flashback, years of relentless training, pushing his body to its limits, the culmination of 7 years of sweat and sacrifice. The memory fuels his resolve, a unique trait? This is his reward for enduring such hardship? A manic grin spreads across his face, a primal hunger for the prize ignites within him. First, the sword, a gleaming blade, half buried in the sand, beckons him forward. He lunges, a blur of motion, the ground trembles beneath his feet as he draws the weapon. But as he rises, a tremor shakes the earth, something stirs beneath the sand. A monstrous wave of sand erupts, engulfing him. What's that? The tutorial trial is about to begin. Heek! The air crackles with anticipation. And suddenly, a sand golem bursts from the earth. The ground trembles. A colossal monstrosity of sand and stone, towering over our hero. He draws his sword, a glint of defiance in his eyes. His eyes widen, fear giving way to grim determination. As the golem unleashes a devastating blow. The impact sends tremors through the very ground. And the instructions appear: survive against the sand golem for the allocated time. The clock starts ticking, 9 minutes, 58 seconds remaining. The golem lunges, a mountain of sand and fury. The battle is joined. The unnamed protagonist charges forward, sword raised, a desperate glint in his eyes. A powerful blow lands, sending him sprawling. He crashes to the ground, the impact echoing in the desolate arena. He stumbles, his breath ragged, but his eyes fix on a shimmering blue rectangle materializing before him. A stark warning appears: penalty for failing the trial, death. His eyes widen in terror. The tutorial trial begins, a sudden surge of energy washes over him. Pain. A searing agony rips through his body, he crumples to the ground. Sand golems appear, towering figures of hardened earth. Their eyes glow with malevolent energy, a terrifying presence fills the air. He draws his sword, a desperate act against impossible odds, the clash of steel against stone echoes. His body screams in protest, the fight for survival has begun. A colossal sand golem, its core a pulsating ruby, rises from the desert floor. Its fist slams down, sending the protagonist sprawling. "Fuck," he shouts, the word a testament to the sheer force of the blow. A searing pain explodes through his body, a scream rips from his throat as he's thrown through the air. He crashes into the sand, sword flying from his grasp. The impact creates a small crater. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring his vision, a desperate struggle for survival. His eyes snap open, a primal rage igniting within. Ha! He stumbles to his feet, battered but not broken. The fight is far from over. Gasping for air, the protagonist collapses in the desert sands. His thoughts race: can he truly escape the sand golems? A colossal sand golem charges. Despite its seemingly slow pace, its sheer size makes it terrifyingly fast. The desert terrain further hindering his escape. Every step is a struggle. His stamina is depleted, running for 9 minutes straight is impossible. The golem closes in. With a roar of defiance, he draws his sword. The blade gleams, reflecting the harsh sunlight. The world has given him a sword, a chance to survive, but survival isn't about following orders. It's about making your own choices. He's made his decision. Either I die trying to run away, or I die fighting. The sand golem attacks. A whirlwind of sand and fury erupts as the protagonist desperately tries to evade the devastating blow. But the golem's power is overwhelming. He's thrown back, his body slamming against the unforgiving desert floor. Despair threatens to consume him. Damn it! How am I supposed to win against that thing? He's trapped, cornered by a towering figure whose scorn echoes in the desolate landscape. He's stupid for not knowing his place. The words sting, a cruel judgment. And the giant's mocking laughter fills the air. You're nothing in this world. His eyes glow with malevolent intent, a terrifying promise of annihilation. The ground trembles as the giant descends, a colossal foot poised to crush him. A desperate scramble for survival. But even in this moment of terror, a defiant spark ignites within him. Am I going to die a pathetic death just by trying to run away? No. A roar of defiance, a surge of adrenaline. He's not giving up. Not yet. 7 years of relentless training flash before his eyes. When it comes to theory, I can now confidently say that I know better than most hunters on the field. He won't run. There's no answer in flight. At the very least, I need to find another way to survive. A new strategy forms in his mind. Monsters like golems will stop moving if I can destroy their core. But there's a catch. However, their cores are usually in places that are hard to reach. If that's the case. Across the endless expanse of sand, a lone figure sprints towards a colossal dune, the wind whips past him, a blur of motion against the vast, sun-baked landscape. His foot pounds the earth, each step a testament to his unwavering determination. He's closing in. The ground trembles beneath the impact, a shockwave radiates outwards. I'll just make it easier to reach, he declares, his voice filled with grim resolve. From the depths of the sand, a colossal fist erupts, aiming for a devastating blow, but our hero is ready. A moment of impact, a brief pause before the next move. He moves with impossible speed, a whirlwind of motion, a blur of limbs and steel. His blade flashes, a silver streak against the golden sand. The attack begins. With a mighty swing, he cleaves through the air, a powerful strike aimed at the golem's core. The golem, a mountain of stone and fury, collapses under the protagonist's relentless assault, a geyser of sand erupts as the earth trembles. He sprints across the desolate landscape, the very ground cracking beneath the behemoth's dying throes, his target, the pulsating core of the monstrous construct. With a battle cry, the protagonist draws his blade, a flash of steel against the ochre dust, the final confrontation is at hand. Now. I can reach it. The words hang in the air, a testament to his unwavering resolve, the moment of truth is here. A desperate lunge, a desperate gamble, he throws himself towards the exposed core, narrowly avoiding a shower of falling debris. His face, a mask of grim determination, a ferocious grin splits his lips as he prepares for the final blow. With a mighty swing, his blade cleaves the air, a blue streak of energy slicing through the dust. There, he shouts, his voice echoing across the battlefield. The impact. A blinding flash of light and energy explodes outwards, the earth shudders, the very air vibrates with the force of the blow. A wave of destruction washes over the landscape, the golem's core is shattered, its power extinguished. Exhausted but triumphant, the protagonist collapses, his sword still clutched in his hand. The battle is won, but at what cost? The golem's core, a pulsating crimson gem, cracks under the hero's relentless assault. But the monster roars, its earthen form shifting and reforming, defying destruction. It's harder than I thought, the hero grunts, his breath ragged. A deafening crash as the hero's attack lands, a tremor runs through the earth. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion, eyes blazing with fierce determination. Damn it, he growls, pushing past the pain. With a final surge of adrenaline, he focuses his strength, one last strike is all he needs. He leaps, his blade a silver streak against the darkening sky, a desperate gamble for victory. The impact. A bone-jarring crash as the hero connects with the core, a scream of agony rips through the air. He collapses, breathless, body battered, but a triumphant smile plays on his lips. I knew it, he whispers, victorious. From the dissipating dust, a monstrous eye opens, glowing with malevolent power. You are nothing, it booms, a chilling promise. The earth trembles as the colossal hand descends, crushing the hero. Unfortunate, my ass, he snarls, defiance etched on his face. A sneering voice echoes, dripping with contempt, he's just stupid, not understanding his place. A crimson flash. A sword bites deep. the blade dripping with the enemy's blood. A desperate plea, "Stop it." Eyes blazing with furious energy, the protagonist's face is a mask of rage. His very being screams defiance. A guttural roar, "Shut up, you bitch." A brutal counterattack. The sword sings a deadly song. A devastating blow cleaving through stone and flesh. The earth trembles as a surge of raw power erupts, the golem's core is shattered. The system message confirms the victory, "You have destroyed the core of the sand golem." The sand golem's core explodes. A shockwave rips through the desert, leaving behind only shattered fragments and the echoing roar of victory. The protagonist, battered but unbroken, collapses onto the sand. Dust devils dance across the desolate landscape, a silent testament to the epic battle just fought. As the sun beats down on the exhausted warrior, gasping for breath, he questions his own success. Did I kill the sand golem? He wonders, his voice barely a whisper. His body screams in protest, every muscle aching, but a surge of relief washes over him as he realizes the truth. Even then, he knows he barely won. The victory is hard-fought, brutal, and leaves him utterly spent. The sand settles, revealing the victor. A lone figure stands amidst the ruins, his sword dripping with the ichor of a fallen foe. "I survived." The words hang heavy in the air, a testament to his hard-fought victory. A holographic display flickers to life, announcing his reward, 1,000 points and the skill fast recovery CE plus J. An additional 500 points are awarded, a bonus for exceeding expectations. His eyes, blazing with a fierce intensity, reflect the harsh light of the desert sun, the battle's toll etched upon his face. He stands there, his breath ragged, his body screaming in protest. "I can't believe it." The weight of his accomplishment, and the years of struggle that led to this moment, crashes down on him. 7 years of relentless training, only to be met with scorn and mockery. The pain of those past failures is palpable. But the system's message cuts through the despair, a unique trait has been unlocked. Necromancy. He grips his sword, a grim determination hardening his gaze, a new power surges within him. A lone figure stands amidst the rubble, a silent testament to the battles fought, the echoes of conflict still lingering in the air. His resolve hardens, a steely glint in his eyes. "I can become a hunter too." But a shadow of doubt crosses his face. "However, all of this can only happen if I survive." A close-up on his eye, the iris glowing with an unnatural light, a power awakening within. From the ground, a dark, swirling vortex erupts, a sinister energy taking shape. He stares, a mixture of fear and fascination etched on his face. What is this? There's a black fog appearing where the sand golem died. The black fog pulses, growing stronger, threatening to consume him. His hand reaches out, a tremor in his touch, as if drawn to the mysterious energy. A system notification appears, a digital glow against the dark backdrop. "Your unique trait, Necromancy, F, has been activated. Would you like to absorb the sand golem's spirit?" His eyes widen, a dawning realization. Spirit? Absorb. Is this black fog my unique trait? The question hangs in the air, a stark choice presented in glowing digital text: absorb the sand golem's spirit? Yes or no? With a resounding yes, the decision is made. A surge of crimson energy erupts, tendrils of dark power reaching out like grasping claws. The protagonist is thrown back, a scream ripped from his throat as the raw power of necromancy courses through him. Ahh. Blood stains his face, a grim mask against the fiery backdrop. Spirit? Absorb, he wonders, eyes wide with dawning realization. Is this dark power his unique ability? A holographic interface flickers into existence, a stark blue against the chaos. Would you like to absorb the sand golem's spirit? The system prompts. The choice is clear. He chooses yes, and the world explodes in a crimson maelstrom. A wave of dark energy erupts, a violent surge of power. Heek, he cries out, thrown back by the force. The raw energy washes over him, searing his very being, a terrifying, exhilarating rush. His mouth opens in a silent scream, teeth bared in a rictus of pain and triumph. The transformation is complete. The system confirms, you have absorbed the spirit of the sand golem. His power surges. Your proficiency has increased by 7%. But something is wrong. A surge of dark energy, uncontrolled, erupts from his body. Ha! He gasps, eyes wide with alarm. A crimson eruption bursts from the protagonist's chest. He coughs, blood splattering across his clothes, a horrifying display of raw power unleashed. The fiery torrent continues, a visceral spectacle of energy escaping his body. Each pulse of flame is a testament to the immense force within. A swirling vortex of crimson energy, a captured spirit, hangs before him. I can feel the spirit. Does that mean I can store the spirit if I absorb it? He wonders, a glimmer of understanding dawning in his eyes. He braces himself, a grim determination etched on his face. If I try to use it like this, he thinks, readying himself for the unknown consequences. A surge of power. His strength increased by 3, his health by 2. The system's message confirms his success, but at what cost? He floats, suspended above the ground, a faint glow emanating from his body. The transformation is complete, but the aftermath is unsettling. A dark energy pulses beneath the surface, a subtle tremor hinting at something more sinister. I can feel it, he whispers, sensing a hidden power. A surge of energy floods his senses, an overwhelming force threatening to consume him. It feels like energy is filling, his voice strained, barely audible. A surge of power. The sand golem's essence floods the protagonist's body. His stats have skyrocketed. A dramatic increase, unlike anything he's experienced in years. The transformation is complete. He stands, muscles rippling with newfound strength, a grim determination etched on his face. Necromancy proficiency unlocked. The ability to absorb the spirits of the dead, a power both terrifying and exhilarating. A chilling grin spreads across his face. Blood trickles from his lips, a testament to the brutal ritual he's just performed. With this newfound power, a new path opens before him. He can finally become a hunter. A swirling vortex appears, beckoning him to a new destination, the waiting room. He hesitates, his gaze unwavering, a storm brewing within his eyes. But the call is too strong to ignore. With a resolute step, he walks towards the unknown. Leaving behind the desert sands and stepping into a future brimming with both promise and peril. A swirling vortex of blue energy opens before him, a gateway to the unknown. The unnamed protagonist collapses, his body battered and bleeding, the aftermath of a brutal battle. His injuries are far worse than he initially thought, a grim realization dawns on him. Blood flows freely, staining the ground crimson, a stark reminder of his near-death experience. His vision blurs, but a strange energy pulses within him, a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. He gasps, a question forming on his lips. Ha! His injuries vanish, his body fully healed, a miraculous recovery. He wonders about the nature of this healing, a new mystery unfolds. He wakes up in a stark white room, a single bed his only company. A sword leans against the wall. And confusion floods his mind. Forget that, how could they put just a single bed in a big room like this, he thinks, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar space. He lies there, staring at the ceiling, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. What am I supposed to do now? His gaze drifts to the sword, then back to his surroundings. Doubt gnaws at him. Can I really escape this tower? This tower, for what reason did it call me to this place? A holographic interface flickers to life before his eyes. 5 commands appear: info, store, community, inventory, trial. 5 command words, he mutters, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He clenches his jaw, a surge of resolve coursing through him. All right, let's focus on surviving for now. A roar escapes his lips, a raw display of defiance. He's not going down without a fight. The countdown begins, 23 hours, 21 minutes until the next trial. But for now, you cannot select the trial yet. please wait. The message is clear. He sits alone, a lone figure silhouetted against the bleak cityscape. A chilling premonition washes over him as he utters, I knew it, there are more of these trials. A flurry of panicked messages floods the screen. Lee Sung-jin shouts, can someone explain what's going on? Park Jin-woo adds, no way, this is the second catastrophe. The chaos is palpable, everyone's stats and skills have reset, throwing them into disarray. His eyes, wide with disbelief and dawning horror, the protagonist's silent scream is visible in his expression. The text confirms his fears, everyone in the chat is confused. A grim realization dawns on him, not only hunters, but ordinary people have been dragged into this nightmarish game. The weight of this revelation is heavy. A sudden alert flashes across the screen. Admin XXX has entered. Chatting has been disabled. His jaw clenches, a silent question forming on his lips. An admin? The implications are staggering. The admin's message cuts through the silence. We have important information to share with those who have cleared the tutorial trial. The unnamed protagonist sits alone, a stark white room his only company. His eyes dart around, a frantic energy barely contained. Important information. I don't know how to return, though, he mutters, the weight of the unknown pressing down. An admin's message appears, a stark contrast to the protagonist's desperate situation. The rules of this trial are laid bare, points are currency, earned only through trials, and essential for even basic survival within the Tower of Trials. We will teach you how to use the points you have earned during the tutorial trial, the admin explains, the words echoing in the silence. The protagonist's eyes widen, reflecting the harsh reality of his situation. A single drop of sweat traces a path down his temple, the implications of this new information sink in. The admin's words hit home, points can only be earned through trials? The gravity of the situation is palpable. In other words, he needs to adapt quickly. The rules of this tower are unforgiving, and survival depends on his ability to navigate them. The lack of even basic necessities, like water, without points underscores the brutal nature of this trial. The fact that I can't even get water without points. He realizes, the weight of his predicament crushing him. A desperate resolve flares in his eyes. He's trapped, but not defeated. Means that, in order to earn points, I need to keep entering and clearing trials, he roars, a primal scream echoing his determination. Admin XXX has exited. The admin's message fades, leaving the protagonist alone with his grim reality, but not entirely alone. Chatting has been unlocked. His initial hope crumbles. I thought I could be a hunter if I just returned, he laments, the harsh truth dawning on him. He crouches low, his eyes scanning his surroundings, a new plan forming in his mind. The game has changed, and he must adapt to survive. The unnamed protagonist sits alone, his posture slumped, a long sword leaning against the wall beside him. A stark reminder of his current limitations. I can't do much with just a long sword. He mutters, his voice barely a whisper. He raises his shield, bracing himself, a sudden impact reverberates through the panel, the sound of a heavy blow echoing in the air. A blur of motion as he swings his sword, a desperate counterattack against an unseen foe. The protagonist's foot hits the ground with a thud. All the hunters lost all of their stats when they entered the tower, he recalls, a grim determination hardening his features. But he knows this is an advantage. It should be easier to learn skills that they've learned before. He understands the unique challenge he faces. His eyes blaze with fierce resolve. That's why I can't forget that I'm not on the same starting line as them. If I don't train, there's no way that I can catch up to them. The protagonist lies defeated on the cold stone floor, his long sword and shield scattered beside him. The sound of his fall echoes, a heavy thud. Thud, thud, thud. A blinding flash. The unnamed protagonist collapses, the air crackling with residual energy. His vision swims, a wave of nausea washing over him as he struggles to catch his breath. But even in defeat, a grim smile plays on his lips. Perfect, he thinks, a spark of determination in his eyes. He rises, the tower's restorative power resetting his stats. Thanks to the healing effect of the waiting room, he can train easily. He'll be ready for the next trial. A smug grin spreading across his face as he stretches his limbs. He's feeling good. But a pang of hunger cuts through his satisfaction. He checks his inventory, revealing a surprisingly well-stocked arsenal, a sword, shield, potions, and even toilet paper. A wry chuckle escapes him. He's got 40 points left after his shopping spree. Not enough for much more, but enough to survive. A thought striking him like a lightning bolt. If he hadn't gotten those additional rewards, he wouldn't have even dreamed of getting a shield. The countdown begins, 17 minutes and 17 seconds until the next trial. The unnamed protagonist is ready. Time flies when you're strategizing. The protagonist reflects on his surprisingly swift recovery. Even the chat was surprised by his speed. Now, with the tower unusually quiet, it's time to tackle the second floor. He turns, a shadow of doubt briefly crossing his face. A question hanging heavy in the air: can he survive this next trial? But then, a surge of defiance. A silent vow forms on his lips. I will survive. The determination etched onto his face is unshakable. The countdown begins. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, the tension ratchets up with each passing moment. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. 0. The trial begins. The screen glows, a stark blue against the darkness. The question hangs in the air: accept the next trial? He plunges into the digital abyss. A cascade of data streams around him as he falls, a swirling vortex of light and code. He bursts forth into a sun-dappled clearing, the second floor of the Tower of Trials. A lush forest unfolds before him. He emerges, his breath catching in his throat. A new challenge awaits. I guess it's a forest this time, he mutters, his eyes scanning the dense woods. The mission parameters appear: assassinate the orc tribe leader within the given time limit, a chilling objective. A glimpse of the enemy, 2 hulking orcs, their eyes burning with savage intent. They wield crude but deadly weapons. Their leader looms large, a terrifying figure of brute strength and malice. The air crackles with anticipation. The protagonist's thoughts echo: an orc tribe leader, a question hanging heavy in the air as the challenge begins. The unnamed protagonist stands atop a rocky outcrop, surveying the landscape. A sudden realization dawns on him. Below, a sprawling Orcish encampment unfolds, a chaotic collection of crude tents and makeshift structures, the air thick with the stench of sweat and unwashed bodies. His eyes widen in disbelief as he takes in the scene. An orc tribe. A close-up on the protagonist's face reveals his mounting dread. A sense of foreboding washes over him as he grasps the gravity of the situation. So, the scene shifts to a group of orcs, their faces grim and menacing, brandishing crude spears. The sound of their guttural growls fills the air. Tshh. Tshhhhhh. The protagonist's eyes blaze with a mixture of fear and determination, his jaw clenched tight, his gaze unwavering. The mission is clear: and defeat the tribe leader? A lone figure approaches a crudely built Orcish outpost. The air hangs heavy with the scent of sweat and decay. Massive orcs, their eyes glowing ominously, stand guard. A palpable tension crackles in the air. He moves with the grace of a phantom, unseen, until. Normally, in dungeons, if there's a guard amongst the orc tribe, you can also say that there's a hunter. It's difficult to say that you can win against one orc hunter. But the problem is that there are a lot of orcs. A chilling realization dawns on him. In order to defeat all the orcs, you need at least a party of E-rank hunters, to make sure that you don't die. A grim reminder of the overwhelming odds. His eyes blaze with a fierce determination, a silent vow to overcome. Defeated, but not broken. Our protagonist collapses, muttering a plan for his return. A cunning glint in his eyes as a new strategy forms. There is a way to complete this impossible trial. A spark ignites, a torch flares to life, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness, fueling a new resolve. He gathers firewood, a practical step in his grand design. his eyes burning with a fierce determination. The flames dance, mirroring the fire within. With a flick of his wrist, he channels the flames, a surge of energy erupts. The result? A single torch, magically created. His grin speaks volumes. "Oh, this works," he exclaims, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. High above, a hawk circles lazily, a lone sentinel in a vast, sun-drenched forest. While below, a band of orcs, grunting and chattering, prepare for their morning hunt. "Chick! Sheik," they call to each other, their voices echoing through the trees. Our protagonist observes them from the shadows, a glint of determination in his eyes. "They'll come back when the sun starts to set, so I have plenty of time," he thinks, a cunning plan forming in his mind. The challenge before him is immense, a trial of maximum difficulty. The only way to succeed is with fire. A horde of orcs, their faces grim and menacing, stands before him, a formidable obstacle. A surge of power erupts from within him. The air crackles with energy, and his eyes blaze with an unearthly light. His resolve is absolute. Two orcs, oblivious to the impending danger, continue their playful sparring near their crude village. According to the Hunter Association, the orc guards aren't always standing guard. They return to the village to eat or take a break. A crucial piece of intel for our protagonist. He moves with lethal precision, a blur of motion, a fiery trail marks his path. The flames erupt, a devastating display of power. The inferno engulfs the area, a fiery maelstrom. The distinctive cry of the orcs pierces the air. "Chick! Chick!" Panic. They scramble, buckets in hand, desperately trying to quell the inferno. By encircling the village with fire, he eliminates the threat of orc reinforcements. Now, he can focus on his primary objective, eliminating at least 2 orc workers before they return from their hunt. Orc reinforcements arrive, their heavy footsteps echoing through the forest, carrying buckets, their grunts a chilling prelude to the chaos to come. But their advance is slowed, the ground ahead is scorched earth, a fiery barrier created by our hero's cunning strategy. One orc, separated from the pack, hesitates at the river's edge, his fear palpable in his wide eyes. A blur of motion, a flash of steel, the hero strikes with deadly precision. The impact sends a shockwave, a sickening thud, the orc falls, lifeless. A system notification appears, a chilling blue glow illuminating the scene. The hero is presented with a choice: absorb the orc's spirit? Without hesitation, he selects yes, a hungry glint in his eyes. The orc's dark energy surges into him, his proficiency in necromancy rises to 9%. A final orc emerges from the shadows, a hulking brute. The battle is far from over. A lone figure, eyes narrowed in focus, stands amidst the chaos. A single word echoes in his mind: a guard. The question hangs in the air, a prelude to the storm about to break. A blur of motion. His blade sings a deadly song, cleaving through the air, a brutal clash of steel against orcish hide. The impact sends a shockwave, a guttural cry of pain is cut short. He absorbs the fallen orc's essence. A surge of power floods his veins. His stats increase permanently. Strength and agility surge, a palpable shift in his capabilities. Another foe lunges, but meets a swift, decisive end. His eyes blaze with newfound power. The battlefield is a canvas of carnage, bodies strewn across the scorched earth, a grim testament to his might. He stands victorious, but wary. A dark energy flows from the fallen, revitalizing his fast recovery skill. He breathes deeply, a quiet satisfaction in his eyes. The battle is won, for now, but the war is far from over. A surge of power. Stamina increased by 4. The Orcish Guard's essence, it strengthens me. More power flows. Strength +2, agility +3. This is incredible. With these boosts, facing a guard is far less dangerous. The path forward is clearer. He walks through the fiery aftermath, a lone figure against the dying light, a warrior reborn. The chilling cries of orcs echo through the forest. They sense his presence. His eyes blaze with determination. Guard, and the hero's gaze locks onto his next target. 5 more orcs. An old clan head in his guards. The battle intensifies. With caution, victory is assured. The clan head will fall. The Orcish clan head, a monstrous figure wielding a crude staff, lets out a guttural cheek. His eyes burn with savage intent. But our protagonist, empowered by his recent absorption of the magical guard, smirks. Thanks to absorbing the guard, the workers aren't threatening at all. A blur of motion. He dashes through the Orcish ranks, a whirlwind of blue energy. Chick! Each strike is precise, brutal, leaving a trail of fallen foes. Blood spatters across his face, but his eyes remain fixed, burning with a cold determination. The fight is far from over. The Orcish brute charges, a furious roar echoing through the battlefield. A crimson flash as the hero counters. A devastating clash. The ground trembles under the force of their impact, a shockwave rips through the air. Our hero, using his enhanced agility and strength, parries the blow, sending the orc flying back with a fiery explosion. The battle rages on. He's battered, but unbowed. A grunt escapes his lips as he pushes himself up, his resolve unshaken. Okay. The text reveals a crucial piece of information: the guard has separated from the clan head. Seems like it gave up on guarding it. Another cheek rings out as the final confrontation begins. The last obstacle stands before him. A blinding flash of energy. The unnamed protagonist unleashes a devastating arc of power, cleaving through the Orcish horde. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield, leaving a trail of fiery destruction in its wake. The air crackles with residual energy. His eyes blaze with fierce determination, a primal scream escaping his lips as he prepares for the next onslaught. Another orc lunges, its crude weapon aimed at the protagonist's heart, but with a swift, precise movement. The hero deflects the blow with his blade, the sound of metal on metal echoing through the ravaged landscape. The Orcish chieftain watches from afar, a storm brewing in his eyes. He stands amidst the carnage, his breath ragged but his resolve unbroken. The fight is far from over. With a final, brutal strike, the protagonist sends another orc crashing to the ground. A crimson torrent erupts as the creature's lifeblood spills onto the scorched earth. The Orcish chieftain's fury is palpable. He roars, a wave of searing heat emanating from his body as he prepares to unleash his full power. The final confrontation begins. The unnamed protagonist braces himself, his eyes locked on the approaching threat. The clash of titans is imminent. The Orcish chieftain unleashes a torrent of fire, a raging inferno engulfing the battlefield. But our hero stands defiant, his shield a bulwark against the searing heat. The flames lick at his armor, but he does not falter. A deafening roar escapes his lips as he endures the fiery onslaught. The sheer intensity of the heat is almost unbearable. The Orcish chieftain, eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and fury, watches his attack seemingly fail. From the heart of the inferno, our hero emerges, sword raised, a grim determination etched on his face. The clash is far from over. A chilling chhat echoes as the hero's blade finds its mark. The Orcish chieftain recoils, his expression one of pure, unadulterated pain. The one who endures fire, the achievement is unlocked. His body screams in agony, but his spirit remains unbroken. A new skill is forged in the crucible of battle, fire resistance, CFJ. He is stronger, more resilient than ever before. You're dead. The hero's voice is a low growl, laced with the chilling certainty of death. A bloody grin spreads across his face. The final confrontation begins. A fiery inferno engulfs the battlefield, the air crackles with intense heat. A monstrous figure emerges from the flames, its eyes wide with shock. Chief? The warrior stands defiant, his body scorched but unbroken. The achievement, the one who endures fire, is his. His eyes blaze with newfound power, the skill fire resistance CFJ is now his. A grimace of pain contorts his face, blood streaming down his chin, but his eyes burn with fierce determination. He lunges forward, sword raised, another fiery clash. The impact of the clash sends a shockwave through the battlefield, a devastating blow. The monstrous figure is sent flying. Ch Chief? Chief Eek. A final, brutal strike, the enemy falls. The warrior lunges, a blur of motion against the fiery backdrop of the battle. His blade sings a deadly song. A devastating blow lands. The Orcish chief roars in agony, a sound that echoes across the ravaged landscape. Sheik. The air crackles with the force of the impact. The chief, wounded and desperate, staggers back. He clutches at his side, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chief, a guttural whisper escapes his lips. His final stand. The chief unleashes a desperate, final attack. Chick. The sound of tearing fabric as he throws himself against the warrior's onslaught. But it's too late. The warrior stands, victorious but wounded, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. Blood streaks his face, but his gaze is unwavering. The aftermath. Embers glow in the darkness, marking the fallen. The air is thick with the smell of smoke and blood. His journey continues. The warrior walks away, his footsteps leaving bloody prints in the ash. A tattered book lies discarded amidst the ruins. He raises his sword, the light reflecting off its surface. A surge of power courses through him. The battle is won, but the war is far from over. A close-up on the warrior's eye, reflecting the intensity of the moment. A single tear traces a path through the blood on his cheek. The chief lies defeated, cradling his young ones. Chang, he cries out, a desperate plea in the face of utter defeat. A chilling touch, the Orcish chieftain's final, desperate gambit. Sun Yun stands amidst the smoldering ruins, his sword still drawn. A young orc whimpers at his feet. So you guys also value family, he asks, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. The weight of battle etched onto his face, blood staining his clothes, a grim testament to his victory. A desperate plea echoes through the ravaged landscape, Sun Yun, hurry up and run away. If it's you, you'll survive. A shattered photograph lies amidst the carnage, a poignant reminder of what he fights for. A final, desperate lunge of the Orcish chieftain. A blinding flash of light. Chick. The sound of steel meeting bone, a brutal counterattack. Sun Jiun's blade becomes a blur, a whirlwind of motion as he delivers the final blow. TSSH. The Orcish chieftain's lifeblood spills onto the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even if I become a ghost, I will. His final words hang in the air. The Orcish chieftain lunges, a brutal swipe aimed at the warrior's heart. A desperate parry, barely enough to deflect the blow. But the warrior's counterattack is swift and merciless. His blade flashes, a blur of motion. The final blow echoes through the arena. Silence, then, the chieftain's last, chilling words, cut your monster's bloodlines. His shield, shattered and broken, a testament to the battle's ferocity. He is alive, but barely. The warrior's breath hitches. He is exhausted, wounded, but he survived. A grim determination hardens his gaze. A wave of exhaustion washes over him as he processes the cost of victory. Half his team, gone. The weight of their sacrifice bears down on him. Kim Si-hun's words cut through the silence, look at him. He killed half the members. Han Sik-jin's voice, a glimmer of hope amidst the despair, with my question voucher, I found out the way to return to Earth. The news spreads like wildfire, igniting a spark of hope in the warrior's weary heart. A way home. A chance to escape this brutal trial. The information unfolds, a beacon of hope in this digital labyrinth. A temporary return to Earth awaits on the 5th floor, but beyond the 7th, a system expansion looms. His eyes blaze with determination. If I return with these abilities, I can become an A-rank hunter. A unique trait is revealed, necromancy. Proficiency at 65%, the ability to absorb and utilize the spirits of the dead. a power that could permanently boost his stats. A grin spreads across his face, a mixture of excitement and avarice. On Earth, this would be a complete scam. But his desire for home is stronger than any doubt. I want to go to Earth. He's exhausted, but his resolve remains. I just barely completed the second floor. The road ahead is long and arduous. The 8th floor? A daunting challenge, but a flicker of hope remains. Let's stay positive. His stats, once nothing, are now averaging towards 20. A stark white screen displays Hyun Seokjin's stats: agility at 14, plus 5, magic power at 7, necromancy as his unique trait, and an impressive array of skills including fast recovery, fire resistance, and pain resistance. 5 spectral figures writhe on the floor. Seokjin's voice cuts through the silence. I risked my life for these 5 spirits. Let's absorb them first. Crimson energy erupts as Seokjin absorbs the spirits. His body glows with an infernal light, muscles bulging with newfound power. Another screen shows updated stats. Han Sunjian's strength is 27, stamina 25, agility 28, plus 5, and magic power 13. Necromancy remains his unique trait, along with fast recovery, fire resistance, and pain resistance. Seokjin's voice, strained but triumphant, I'm overflowing with strength. His eyes blaze with power, a raw, untamed energy. Seokjin unleashes a devastating blow, sending his opponent flying across the room. Is this what I've heard of? The realm beyond humans? A purple shockwave erupts as his opponent crashes into the wall, unconscious. Hyun Seokjin unleashes a devastating blow. The force of his attack rips through the air, leaving a purple trail of energy in its wake. The impact sends shockwaves through the very ground itself. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he closes the distance. And his opponent cries out in pain as the attack lands. An explosion of energy erupts. The sheer power is almost blinding, leaving his foe embedded in the wall, defeated. Hyun Seokjin collapses, gasping for breath. Because of my unexpected growth, the gap in my physical body is insane. He laughs, a strained, pained sound. With his newly acquired points, Hyun Seokjin purchases the Big Dead Tree Shield, C0. A shield forged by a black mage from a giant, dead tree. When his stamina drops, it triggers a powerful buff. Behold! The black steel dagger, plus reaction speed plus 5%, attack speed plus 10%. Forged from black steel infused with dark magic, this blade promises unparalleled lethality. And the assassin's cape, 0 all senses minus 10%. But wait, there's more. When agility is below 50, applicable stats increase by 5. A magic effect boosts movement speed for 1 minute, though there's a 24-hour cooldown. Hyun Seokjin, the victor, stands tall, the Big Dead Tree Shield secured. He grips the black steel dagger, a glint of determination in his eyes. A weapon that feels like an extension of his will. The weight of the shield is substantial, but he carries it with ease, a testament to his newfound strength. He breathes deeply, his resolve hardening. I'm going to get used to all my items and stats before the next trial. The clash. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of steel. Kwang. His opponent is sent flying, a testament to the dagger's enhanced speed. And with a final, decisive strike, the battle ends. The impact echoes, a resounding victory. Hyun Seokjin's eyes burn with a fierce light. I'm going to become so strong that no one can approach me. Drip, drip, echoing in the cavern's depths, a chilling silence hangs heavy in the air. Hyun Seokjin, cloaked in shadow and wielding the black steel dagger, steps through a shimmering portal, a warrior ready for battle. His eyes gleam with anticipation, a predator stalking its prey in the darkness. The cavern stretches before him, a vast, ominous space. The stage is set for a deadly duel. 10 seconds, the countdown begins. The Guardian of Darkness approaches. 5 seconds, the tension ratchets up. He prepares for the inevitable. 3 seconds. Like the sand golem, it can come from any direction. Let's be prepared. He grips his dagger tighter. 1 second. The air crackles with anticipation. The fight is about to begin. The air grows heavy, thick with the scent of ozone and decay. A cavern of shadows stretches before him. Hyun Sik-jin, a warrior forged in the fires of countless battles, advances, his shield raised, sword gleaming. His eyes, twin pools of icy determination, pierce the gloom, sensing the presence of his foe. A blur of motion, a clash of steel, the Guardian of Darkness attacks. The impact sends a shockwave through the cavern. Sik-jin staggers, but holds his ground. The Guardian of Darkness, a terrifying figure wreathed in shadow, reveals its monstrous form, a terrifying grin splitting its face. Sik-jin groans, pain etched across his features. The battle has begun. Deep within a cavern, shrouded in shadow, a lone figure moves with stealthy precision. The air crackles with anticipation. He advances, sword and shield at the ready. A puddle of water reflects the grim determination in his eyes. A blinding flash. The clash of steel echoes through the cavern. A brutal impact sends a shockwave through the air. The Guardian of Darkness, a formidable doppelganger, reels from the blow. The creature roars, eyes blazing with furious red energy. A grimace of pain contorts his face as he struggles to regain his footing. Ugh, he groans. With renewed ferocity, he unleashes a whirlwind of attacks, a flurry of blows that leave trails of dark energy in their wake. Deep within a cavern of echoing shadows, the battle rages. The air crackles with dark energy. A monstrous figure looms, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. The Guardian of Darkness doppelganger. A near-fatal blow. The protagonist barely dodges, a graze across his chest. Activating fast recovery, his body miraculously mends. If I hadn't moved, it would have cut my spine, he gasps. His eyes narrow. Wait, that position? He recognizes a chilling pattern. A sickening thud as the doppelganger mimics his every move. A horrifying echo of his own skill. That bastard is copying my moves? The protagonist's fury ignites. A grim determination hardening his gaze. I'll figure it out once I clash with it. The clash. A whirlwind of steel and shadow as the protagonist unleashes a furious counterattack. A battle of mirrored techniques, a dance of death in the heart of the cavern. The Guardian of Darkness doppelganger lunges, a blur of shadow and rage. Its crimson eyes burn with malevolent intent. A devastating blow lands. The impact sends tremors through the very ground itself. The protagonist, undeterred, stands defiant. His blade flashes, a counterattack forming. A desperate parry. His face is a mask of grim determination, gritted teeth betraying his effort. The doppelganger roars, a guttural sound that chills the very air. Its form shifts, wounds knitting themselves shut. Ha ha. I guess it can use a healing skill, the protagonist observes, his eyes narrowed in realization. The doppelganger's monstrous grin widens, a terrifying display of power. It charges again. A clash of steel. A blinding flash of light erupts as the two blades meet. The protagonist moves with impossible speed, a whirlwind of motion. His sword sings a deadly song. I knew it. This monster is copying me, he realizes, a grim understanding dawning on his face. Clash. The protagonist's blade meets the doppelganger's, a shockwave of energy erupting from the point of impact. His eyes narrow, a plan forming. If that's the case, I can exploit the weaknesses of my own swordsmanship to take him down. With a burst of speed, he launches a daring counterattack. A flurry of blue energy slashes through the air as the protagonist unleashes a whirlwind of strikes, each blow precise, calculated to exploit the doppelganger's copying ability. Forcing the doppelganger to perfectly mirror each move, exhausting its copied energy reserves. Perfect. Just like that. The protagonist presses his advantage, his blade a blur of motion. A blinding flash of light. The impact of a final, devastating blow. sends the doppelganger reeling, its form flickering and unstable. A single, crimson trickle stains the protagonist's neck. He's wounded, but victorious. A blinding flash of energy erupts. The air crackles with raw power. The protagonist, a whirlwind of motion, clashes with his shadowy doppelganger. Blades clash, sparks fly. The fight is brutal, relentless. That wasn't a coincidence. The protagonist realizes something crucial in the heat of battle. His eyes widen in disbelief. It managed to grow stronger in such a short amount of time? The doppelganger's power is escalating. With a desperate lunge, the protagonist unleashes a devastating blow. His blade arcs, a crimson crescent slicing through the darkness. The doppelganger's eyes glow with malevolent intensity, its power seemingly limitless. But the protagonist is not giving up. He channels his remaining strength, a surge of blue energy enveloping him. He's ready to finish this. The assassin's cape activates. A plus 15% movement speed boost. The protagonist's speed increases dramatically. He knows he's running out of time. I can't drag this on. I need to finish this in 1 minute. The clock ticks down relentlessly. The doppelganger, a monstrous figure of shadow and rage, unleashes a guttural roar. A furious counterattack explodes from the protagonist. A blinding flash of energy erupts as he strikes. The protagonist is sent flying, a whirlwind of motion against the dark sky. But even in defeat, his eyes burn with defiance. A surge of power courses through him. With a roar, he unleashes a devastating blow, a crimson wave of energy. The impact throws the doppelganger back, its form flickering and unstable. A desperate struggle, a blur of motion and steel. The protagonist, wounded but unyielding, presses his attack. He's found his opening. A final, desperate lunge, the assassin's cape activates. The final clash. A blinding wave of energy erupts as the protagonist unleashes everything he's got. The assassin's cape shimmers, a new weapon materializing in his hand, a blade of pure power. With a blur of motion, he strikes. The impact sends a shockwave. Blood sprays, painting the air crimson. The doppelganger reels from the blow. Pain contorts the protagonist's face, he's wounded, but his eyes burn with fierce determination. Ugh, he groans. A roar of defiance. He's not finished yet. Car. Despite his injuries, the protagonist refuses to yield. It's not over yet. Pay attention. The scene shifts. A shadowy figure lurks in a cavern, its form vaguely humanoid, a sword clutched in its hand. A question mark hangs in the air. The protagonist's gaze sharpens. It's not moving. Even if the thing has an insanely good healing skill, it should still take some time for it to heal. This is my chance to kill it. The battle is over, but the war rages on. He stands amidst the carnage, his own blood staining the cold, hard ground. A broken weapon lies at his feet. A digital timer appears, stark against the grim reality, plus 15% movement speed. 11 seconds remaining, a desperate gamble. His eyes burn with a fierce determination. He snatches up a discarded shield, its surface marred by battle, a makeshift weapon, but enough. A reckless plan forms in his mind. This might be insane. He thinks, a grim smile playing on his lips. But it's a risk he's willing to take. Better to die trying than to die in vain. The words echo his resolve. With a roar, he charges. The shield becomes a whirling blur, deflecting blows, a desperate dance of survival. A sickening crunch. The enemy recoils, a pained KRK, escaping its maw, the shield holds. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts. The ground trembles, the final blow. He collapses, exhausted but victorious, against the cold, unforgiving rock face, the battle won, but the war far from over. A monstrous creature lunges, its razor-sharp claws extended. But the protagonist meets its attack head-on, eyes blazing with defiance. A brutal clash. The impact reverberates, sending a shockwave through the air as the protagonist counters with a desperate, improvised strike. The creature reels from the blow, its power waning. A purple energy erupts as the final blow connects. Silence. The dust settles, revealing the defeated beast, its form broken and lifeless. Gasping for breath, the protagonist raises his makeshift weapon in triumph. A grim satisfaction etched on his blood-streaked face. The final enemy lunges, claws extended, a desperate, final strike. But the protagonist is ready. Die, he roars, eyes blazing with righteous fury. A brutal counterattack. The impact sends a shockwave, leaving the monster shattered and defeated. Its form dissolves into nothingness. A digital screen flickers to life, announcing, "You have entered the 4th floor's waiting room. He's been healed." The message is clear: you have been healed of all debuffs and injuries. A wave of golden energy washes over him, restoring his strength. His hand brushes against the cold, rough wall, a subtle test of his renewed power. With a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself forward. The air itself seems to crackle with energy, a blur of motion. The impact. A shockwave rips through the floor, shattering the concrete into 1,000 pieces. Dust settles. He stands amidst the rubble, a small smile playing on his lips. "Looks like I healed perfectly," he mutters, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Another digital display appears, stark and cold, number of spirits 1/5. A terrifying shadow emerges from the darkness, a grotesque spirit, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. The spirit of the doppelganger, a prize earned after conquering the 3rd floor's trials, shimmers into view. A crimson gem pulsating within its shadowy form. A question hangs in the air. A surge of energy. The hero feels it coursing through his veins. Necromancy, his unique trait, reaches 100% proficiency. A system notification blazes across his vision. His rank in necromancy rises. The power surges within him, a palpable shift in his capabilities. The details of his enhanced necromancy are revealed. He can absorb the spirits of the dead, permanently boosting his stats, and even store and use them later. But that's not all. There's a chance to gain the spirit's awakened skills. His eyes widen in realization. The system message confirms it: absorbing spirits can randomly grant him their awakened skills. A familiar echo. Just like how he obtained fast recovery before. This is a game changer. Amidst a battlefield strewn with fallen foes, he stands, sword in hand, a grim determination etched on his face. The hero is ready. Skills aren't easy to get, a broken trait? This is unexpected. A smirk plays on his lips, a gamble, a test of fate. The 4th floor, a familiar waiting room. He's been here before. His finger traces a glowing interface, information about the next trial. An integrated trial. A grim realization dawns: teamwork is unavoidable. The trial's theme is revealed: competition. A chilling revelation. A cold dread washes over him, the meaning of competition among hunters. A chilling realization dawns. In this trial, survival might demand an unthinkable sacrifice. The screen flickers to life, a stark digital message appearing. You have been matched with another challenger. The 4th floor trial will now begin. Remaining time, 1 day. The rules are laid bare. Defeat the Goblin King within the time limit, or face the consequences. Failure is not an option. Death is the price of defeat. He stands, resolute. A storm of determination brewing within. The final countdown begins. 2 figures stand before him, their presence a palpable threat. The air crackles with anticipation. A grim battleground is set. The trial's arena, a circle of arcane power, awaits. The air crackles with tension. Han Sung-yoon, cloaked in shadow, stands alone, a palpable unease radiating from him. This is awkward. He mutters, his voice barely a whisper against the desolate backdrop. A sudden interruption. A woman with striking dark hair and a teal cloak steps forward, her voice cutting through the silence. Now that we're a team, why don't we start with introductions? Lee Hye-yeon, she announces, her confidence unwavering as she holds a staff, a symbol of authority and power. Her gaze is sharp, assessing, as she reveals her past. I specialize in helping the team, and I was an E-rank hunter. Sun Ji-eun's eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A hunter? He muses, his skepticism evident. But his expression softens slightly. Well, I guess our hunter isn't that bad, he concedes, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. Next, a man with rugged features and a stern expression introduces himself. I'm Lee Sung-hoon. I'm a hunter specialized in close combat, and I was a D-rank hunter. Hae-yeon's eyebrows raise in question. Why is he acting like that? She wonders, her curiosity piqued. Sun Ji-eun's response is immediate and revealing. I guess he was a big shot if he used to be a D-rank, he observes, his tone laced with a hint of dark humor. He turns, his back to the others, a new piece of equipment visible on his back. Nice to meet you, Han Sun-yoon. I also specialize in close combat, outside, he adds, a cryptic note in his voice. Han Sun-ji-eun's eyes, pools of icy blue, pierce through the shadows, a silent promise of strength and defiance. I'm confident I can play my part, Sun-yoon declares, his voice steady despite the tension. His new teammate, a burly warrior, scoffs. Sure you can. The warrior's words turn sharp. Let me warn you now, if I determine that you're detrimental to the team, you're out. The threat hangs heavy in the air. Sun Ji-eun's past flashes before his eyes, a chilling vision of shadowy figures, their laughter echoing in the darkness. Yeah. I'm used to this, he mutters, a grim acceptance in his tone. A flicker of memory, a forgotten detail. He realizes something crucial, a subtle shift in his expression. With a swift, silent motion, he draws his sword. The metallic sheen cuts through the silence, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on his face. Hey, newbie, the warrior barks, his voice booming. Just stay in the back and take care of the mobs. Even as he speaks, doubt flickers in his eyes. A subtle acknowledgement of Sun Ji-eun's skill. Although I don't like him, I can tell he's skilled enough to back up his words. The Tower of Trials is where skills are all that matters. The imposing gates of the Tower of Trials loom before them, a daunting challenge, yet a chance to prove their worth. The team moves forward, a silent pact forged in the shadow of the looming structure. The rules of engagement are clear, a 3v3 competition. Teamwork is key to conquering this trial before the other team. The castle doors swing open, revealing the battlefield. With a clang, the gates burst open, unleashing a wave of goblin warriors. A chaotic maelstrom of steel and fury erupts. As goblins swarm the team, their crude weapons flashing. Sung-hoon, caught off guard, struggles against the relentless assault, a desperate defense against overwhelming odds. His voice rings out, laced with disbelief. How are all the goblins moving in such an organized way? Sung-hoon's frustration boils over. Fucking newbie, what are you doing? Hurry up and fight. Hae-yeon observes, her expression a mixture of concern and assessment, a silent judgment of her team's performance. She thinks, you're not even paying attention to what's happening. I can't believe it, seriously. Lee Hae-yeon, spent. I used all of my supportive spells, she gasps, her breath ragged. The goblins, relentless, press their attack. But even as she collapses, a glimmer of hope appears. Lee Sung-hoon, his eyes wide with worry, calls out, looks like he needs some help, Lee Hae-yeon. With a determined glint in her eyes, Hae-yeon pushes herself to her feet. Excuse me, for a moment, she mutters, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. And then, a blur of motion. She explodes into action, a whirlwind of power unleashed. Wait. Sung-hoon can only watch in stunned silence as she dashes towards the fray. The battle rages on. Han Sun-ji-eun, cries Sung-hoon, his voice strained with desperation. He's overwhelmed, his position precarious. a desperate plea echoing in the chaos. Heian's face is etched with grim determination. If you break positions, who's going to watch my back? Her golden eyes blazing with fierce intensity. The weight of responsibility bears down on her, a heavy burden she carries with steely resolve. A powerful gust of wind erupts, sweeping across the battlefield. Heian unleashes a devastating spell, a breathtaking display of magical prowess, leaving a trail of fallen goblins in its wake. The scene shifts, revealing the aftermath of the brutal clash. Dozens of goblins lie scattered, lifeless. Heian stands amidst the carnage, her expression a mixture of relief and exhaustion. There's a palpable sense of weariness in her posture. These fucking bastards. The guttural roar echoes across the battlefield, a testament to the brutal fight. Lee Sung-hoon, his face grim, swings his sword, a desperate arc of steel against the goblin horde. The clash of metal against metal rings out. A spiked ball, whirling with deadly force, hurtles towards him. The impact sends a shockwave. Lee Sung-hoon is sent flying, crashing to the ground. He coughs, blood staining his lips. His body a blur, he barely avoids another blow, the chain weapon whistling past his ear. The fight is relentless. A goblin lunges, its eyes burning with savage intent. Its blade flashes. Another goblin falls, its body crumpling to the earth. Lee Sung-hoon is battered, but he fights on. His desperate cry rings out, "Fuck." His vision swims, his body screaming in pain, but his will remains unbroken. He clutches at his wounds. A flash of blue energy cuts through the chaos. Han Sunjion's blade sings a deadly song, cleaving through the remaining goblins. Lee Sung-hoon, battered and bruised, clutches his head in disbelief. The sheer force of the recent battle leaves him reeling. A guttural groan escapes his lips, a testament to the pain that racks his body. The final goblins fall, their bodies crumpling under a flurry of blows, a brutal ballet of death. A wave of energy washes over the battlefield, the dust settling to reveal a scene of carnage. And standing amidst the chaos, a lone figure emerges. Newbie, a gruff voice questions, laced with suspicion. His face is obscured by shadow, but his eyes burn with an intensity that belies his words. Lee Sung-hoon, still reeling from his injuries, manages a weak plea, "Lee Sung-hoon, please stay back." His adversary's response is immediate and brutal, "You're a fucking bother right now." The newcomer's eyes blaze with power, a chilling aura radiating from him as he prepares to strike. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of steel, and the clash of blades echoes across the ravaged landscape. Han Sun-yoon moves like a phantom, a blur of motion and steel. His blade sings a deadly song, a symphony of destruction against the remaining goblins. The final goblin falls, its lifeblood staining the earth. A system notification flashes before his eyes, "You have obtained the accomplishment Goblin Hunter." Victory is his. With the threat neutralized, Sun-yoon stands amidst the carnage, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with the cold fire of a warrior who has faced death and emerged triumphant. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-hoon's pain scream echoes through the night, a testament to the brutal battle he endured. His injuries are severe, a grim reminder of the fight's ferocity. He glares, eyes blazing with barely contained fury. "You're a fucking bother right now." The words are a low growl, a promise of violence. A wave of dark energy erupts, a shockwave tearing through the landscape. His blade a blur, slicing through goblins with brutal efficiency. The air crackles with power as he decimates his foes. Kie Kwang, the sounds of steel meeting flesh echo through the battlefield. A digital notification appears, "You have obtained the accomplishment Goblin Hunter." He continues his relentless assault, a whirlwind of motion and power, each strike precise, each kill swift. The ground trembles under the force of his attacks. A guttural scream of rage and pain rips through the silence. Terror, raw and visceral, etched across his face. The aftermath of battle. A crimson tide of darkness stains the ground, the air thick with the stench of defeat. Our hero stands amidst the carnage, a lone figure silhouetted against the dying light. He surveys the scene, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. It looks like they can't see my unique trait, sword energy. A grim determination sets in. I should be able to comfortably absorb them, right? A surge of power. Using the stored souls, his stats permanently increase. Strength by 3, agility by 4, stamina by 2, and endurance by a massive 7. But there's more. One of the shills possessed by the Goblin Ranger will be absorbed. A new skill acquired. Ranger's Knowledge, F. His field of view widens, making it easier to spot approaching enemies. His eyes blaze with newfound awareness. My field of view. A panoramic view unfolds before him, the battlefield laid bare. The sun rises on a new day, a day of reckoning. He savors the moment. Oh, is this what it feels like to have your field of view widened? A sinister smile creeps across his face. The aftermath of battle hangs heavy in the air. Dust motes dance in the dim light, settling on the ravaged landscape. A triumphant roar erupts. A figure stands amidst the chaos, a wide, almost manic grin splitting his face. But you did well, he booms, his voice echoing across the desolate scene. His laughter rings out, a stark contrast to the grim surroundings. The other members of the party exchange uneasy glances. A leader emerges from the shadows. I will take the lead and give out commands from now on. His voice is firm, decisive, leaving no room for argument. Lee Sung-hoon, the powerful ranger, steps forward, his eyes blazing with determination. I think that'll be better for the party's efficiency, he states, his tone unwavering. His gaze sharp, he challenges the others. Do you perhaps have a problem? The leader's face hardens, his eyes narrowing. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. But he concedes. I got it. What's there to do besides that, he asks, his voice strained. The leader explains the new strategy, his words sharp and clear. You just need to protect Lee Hae-yeon. Lee Hae-yeon, the enigmatic mage, receives her instructions. Lee Hae-yeon SSI, you just need to continue what you were doing before, guiding us from the back. Then, we will resume the search. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, stands resolute, a powerful staff held aloft. A horde of goblins charges. Their crude weapons glint menacingly in the dim light. But they are met with swift, brutal efficiency. A dark figure cuts through them like a scythe, each swing a deadly dance. All goblin souls will be absorbed. The text appears, a chilling promise fulfilled. The dark figure's proficiency increases to 11%, then 12%. Each goblin slain fuels their power. A flurry of blows. Goblins are tossed aside like ragdolls. Remaining time is 14 hours and 37 minutes. The timer ticks down, a constant reminder of the looming deadline. The scene shifts to a desolate windmill, its blades broken and battered. A grim landscape of destruction unfolds. The party approaches cautiously. I was certain that goblins appear periodically, but now it's strangely quiet. A sense of unease hangs heavy in the air. A sudden, sharp sound. A tense silence is broken. The main character's eyes widen, reflecting the growing danger. The main character bursts into action, a blur of motion. His dark cloak billows behind him as he dashes forward. A desperate question hangs in the air, what's happening? Lee Hae-yeon and the party leader are thrown back by an unseen force. A powerful shockwave rips through the scene, revealing a colossal statue, water cascading from its outstretched hand. Lee Hae-yeon gasps, that's. The water crashes down, a torrent of cleansing power. Goblins, previously slaughtered, are now submerged, their death throes echoing in the water's roar. The party leader's voice cuts through the chaos, I think other challengers have gone through here before us. His companion replies, stunned, that's crazy. This quick? The main character examines a fallen goblin, his hand hovering over a strange, glowing amulet. It's still warm. He mutters, a grim determination hardening his features. If we hurry, we can beat the others to the final challenge. The fate of the trial hangs in the balance. A giant chessboard looms before them, a fallen white king piece lying amidst the pieces. The stakes are clear, failure means a terrible penalty for everyone. The aftermath of a brutal battle unfolds before our eyes. Statues of fallen warriors litter the crimson field, a testament to the carnage that preceded our hero's arrival. Our protagonist plummets from the sky, a desperate struggle etched on his face. Die Hit bellows a voice, as a wave of dark energy erupts below. He hits the ground hard, but survives, his eyes blazing with determination. Lee Haen's voice cuts through the silence, we better hurry. A horde of goblins ambushes them. Their wicked eyes gleam with malice, blades glinting in the dim light. The clash of steel echoes through the air. A whirlwind of blades in desperate defense. One warrior stands defiant, his shield a bulwark against the goblin onslaught. Cleek. The sound of metal tearing through flesh. A brutal flurry of attacks. Goblins are sent flying, their bodies shattering like glass. Cleek. Another goblin falls, its lifeblood staining the ground. A chilling scream pierces the air. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows. His eyes burning with a fierce intensity. Keek. A monstrous goblin, its arms extended, brandishes wicked blades. It stands defiant amidst its fallen brethren, a chilling testament to the battle's ferocity. The main character's eyes blaze with grim determination. His face, streaked with grime and sweat, speaks volumes of the brutal fight he's endured. Is this the last of them, right? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of exhaustion and grim satisfaction. The sound of a final, desperate goblin shriek echoes. A whirlwind of motion. Steel clashes against steel as the main character cuts down the remaining goblins with brutal efficiency. The air crackles with the energy of the fight. A blur of motion, a flash of steel. The main character's daggers dance, leaving a trail of fallen foes in their wake. Kick. Another goblin falls, its lifeblood staining the ground. The relentless assault continues. A crimson glow erupts from the main character as he unleashes a devastating final blow. His eyes burn with a fierce light. Fools. The word hangs heavy in the silence that follows the carnage. The battle is over. The main character stands amidst the bodies of his defeated foes, his twin daggers dripping with goblin blood. He surveys the scene with a weary but triumphant gaze. Lee Hae-yeon and the party leader approach, their relief palpable. Good work, Lee Hyung-nim. The words are a testament to the main character's skill and courage. Lee Jin-ho, the exhausted warrior, lets out a bitter chuckle. I'm doing all the fucking hunting by myself. His face, marred by battle, reflects the weight of his burden. A teammate's voice cuts through the silence. Hey, Lee Jin-ho. Are you happy because you're getting carried? Jin-ho's weary expression speaks volumes. The unspoken exhaustion hangs heavy in the air. As he finally responds, whatever. Go and open the boss room's door. The team, eager to move on, agrees. So we can hurry and go back. Jin-ho nods, a hint of grim determination in his eyes. Yes, I'll open it right now, Hyung-nim. But as he approaches the ominous door, a chilling realization dawns. A single word escapes his lips, this is fucked. The final challenge begins. Trapped within the Goblin King's spiral tower, escape is impossible. The battle for survival is on. A crimson cube of immense power materializes, its surface shimmering with arcane energy, a cataclysmic event unfolds before their eyes. The main character stares, his face etched with disbelief. What's this? A wave of fiery destruction engulfs the landscape. Lee Hae-yeon cries out in alarm. The party, undeterred, advances into the heart of the chaos, their shadows stretching long and ominous on the ravaged ground. The main character's gaze is unwavering, his blue eyes burning with determination, a silent vow etched upon his face. Frustration boils over. Fuck. It's getting annoying. The main character's voice is tight with barely controlled rage. He prepares to face the challenge head-on. I'll take them on myself. A strategic whisper cuts through the tension. Lee Han SSI, please give me only the agility buff. You can give all the remaining buffs to Lee Sung-hoon SSI. Lee Hae-yeon nods silently, her expression unreadable. A silent understanding passes between her and the main character. Lee Hae-yeon's gaze is unwavering, her words carrying the weight of conviction. I know you're strong because I saw your strength with my own eyes. But a chilling counterpoint emerges. A trio of hunters, their eyes burning with malevolent intent, stand poised to strike. Their leader's words echo ominously, but hunters might be more frightening than monsters. The main character's response is calm, resolute. I understand. If it gets dangerous, I'll let you know. Lee Hae-yeon, ever the supportive strategist, offers a final word of encouragement. I'll leave the backup to you if that happens. A surge of energy envelopes her, a visible buff taking effect. A digital display confirms the enhancement. Agility has increased by 2. The effect of the increased agility will last for 10 minutes. With a determined stride, the main character enters the Goblin King's spiral tower. The air crackles with anticipation. His allies watch, a mixture of apprehension and hope in their eyes. His back to us, the main character stands tall, a quiet confidence radiating from him. His inner voice declares, I've confirmed that I'm better than the average hunter. The carnage speaks for itself. And I've killed more than 30 goblins here. The scene shifts to the remaining party members, their shadows stretching long on the stone floor, a stark contrast to the main character's solitary journey into the heart of danger. If it's the current me. The main character explodes into motion. A blur of speed and power. Then I can do it. A defiant declaration, a battle cry echoing through the tower. The main character unleashes a devastating blow. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, stands amidst the fiery embers of a recent battle. His voice, though muffled by the darkness, rings with chilling confidence. I've confirmed that I'm better than the average hunter. The camera focuses on the figure's back, revealing intricate details of his dark attire, a testament to his deadly efficiency. And I've killed more than 30 goblins here. 3 figures emerge from the dust, their weapons drawn. A tense standoff. Get ready. The challenge hangs heavy in the air. A moment of quiet reflection. A single thought echoes in the mind of the cloaked figure, if it's the current me. A blur of motion. A crimson flash explodes across the panel, a devastating blow. His eyes blaze with power, a fierce determination etched on his face. Then I can do it. The words are a promise, a declaration of intent. The ground trembles. A shockwave rips through the battlefield. He moves with impossible speed, a phantom amidst the chaos, leaving only destruction in his wake. Lee Jin-ho's face is a mask of grim determination, eyes blazing with a furious intensity. A desperate plea echoes across the battlefield. Lee Jin-ho, use your shield with all your power. Right now. He obeys, muscles straining as he unleashes the shield's full potential. A blinding golden light erupts. Open shield. The command rings out as the shield expands, a radiant beacon of pure energy. A colossal, crystalline barrier materializes, a fortress against the onslaught. 3 figures are trapped within its golden embrace. But from the shadows, a cloaked figure descends, sword raised high, a dark counterpoint to the shield's brilliance. With a terrifying roar, he cleaves through the air, a blur of motion. The impact of his attack shatters the shield, sending shockwaves that ripple across the battlefield. A blinding flash of light, a deafening crack, the earth itself seems to tremble under the force of the blow. The cloaked figure's attack sends Lee Jin-ho sprawling, the golden shield reduced to glittering fragments. The aftermath of a devastating clash. Dust and debris fill the air, a chaotic scene of destruction unfolds. Lee Jin-ho, battered but defiant, plummets through the ravaged cityscape. His eyes, though strained, burn with a fierce determination. Blades clash. A flurry of attacks, a whirlwind of energy, as Lee Jin-ho desperately fights back against his overwhelming foe. The cloaked figure's power is undeniable. Each strike is precise, each movement a blur of deadly grace. A chilling blue energy crackles around his blade. The ground trembles with each impact, a testament to the raw power unleashed in this brutal confrontation. Panic grips the onlookers. A young woman and a soldier watch in horror as the battle rages on, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. The cloaked figure moves with terrifying speed, a predator stalking its prey, his eyes, cold and emotionless, fixated on his target. A guttural cry escapes his lips, "Keek," as he unleashes a devastating blow. A chaotic ballet of steel. Lee Jin-ho and his allies are surrounded, desperately trying to fend off the relentless assault. But the cloaked figure's power is simply too great. With a final, earth-shattering blow, the battle ends. Blades clash. A furious exchange of blows, sparks flying as steel meets steel. Something feels off. A strange unease settles over the battlefield. Lee Jin-ho, despite his skill, finds himself on the defensive. "I'm definitely more skilled," he grits out, "but he's blocking my strikes in a strange manner." His eyes narrow, a grim determination hardening his features. "I should use more strength." He unleashes a devastating attack. A torrent of energy explodes from his blade. But the cloaked figure anticipates every move, deflecting the blow with chilling ease. This is the end. A blinding flash of light. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the ground, leaving only dust and silence in its wake. The cloaked figure stands victorious, his power absolute. The battle is over. Lee Jin-ho, battered but unbowed, lunges forward. His blade sings a deadly song. But the cloaked figure's eyes gleam with unnatural light. "It's his eyes," the villain sneers, "he can see the path of my sword." A whirlwind of steel. Jin-ho's counterattack is a blur of motion, a desperate gamble. But the cloaked figure anticipates every move. A chilling premonition grips Jin-ho. The blow lands with bone-jarring impact. "Shit, my vision." The cloaked figure closes in, a predator stalking its prey. His movements are swift, precise, merciless. Another brutal strike. The clash of steel echoes through the chamber as Jin-ho is sent sprawling. Defeated, broken, but still defiant, Jin-ho spits out a curse, "This fucking damned." The aftermath. Lee Jin-ho lies defeated, a crimson stain blooming on the cobblestones. His opponent, the cloaked figure, stands over him, an imposing silhouette against the fading light. The young woman and soldier stare, their faces etched with horror. Blood clings to the cloaked figure's hand, a stark contrast to the pristine white of his cloak. The young woman's eyes widen, reflecting the scene's brutality. "He's shaking," she whispers, a tremor in her voice. A moment of hesitant concern. "Excuse me, are you okay?" she asks, her voice barely audible above the silence. Lee Jin-ho's voice is a low rasp, barely a whisper, "Yes. I'm fine." But his trembling hand betrays his words. The young woman's expression shifts. "He might be in shock after killing a person," she observes, her voice laced with a newfound understanding. Her gaze lingers on Lee Jin-ho, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "I thought he was strong and cold," she muses, her previous assumptions shattered. Lee Jin-ho, ignoring the lingering shock, takes charge. "I'm planning on proceeding with the boss fight straight away, is that fine with everyone?" he declares, his voice regaining a measure of its former strength. The soldier nods curtly. "Same," he confirms, his gaze fixed on the looming threat ahead. A guttural roar echoes, a monstrous visage erupts from the shadows, the boss has arrived. Blah! The cloaked figure lunges, a blur of motion. His blade sings a deadly song. And connects. Blood sprays as the Goblin King crumples, defeated. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Lee Jin-ho stands panting, his body screaming in protest. The young woman's eyes widen in disbelief. "He's a monster." The soldier steps forward, his resolve hardening. "I'll go first." A swirling vortex of energy opens before them, a gateway to the unknown. Lee Jin-ho and Lee Haeyeon stand on opposite sides of the portal, a silent farewell passing between them. "Lee Haeyeon SSI, I wish you a safe return." A young woman's gaze softens, her voice laced with quiet respect. I might be overstepping, she says, but you only did what you needed to do. The aftermath of battle. Bodies lie scattered across the cobblestones, a grim testament to the ferocity of the fight. Blood stains the ground, a macabre tapestry woven in crimson. But Lee Jin-ho stands amidst the carnage, his expression unreadable. It was something someone had to do, and if Sung-yoon couldn't, he would have. A slight nod, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. I'm glad you think so. A surge of energy crackles around Lee Jin-ho, a blue aura shimmering. The young woman points, a question mark hanging in the air. A notification appears on his interface, Lee Hae-yeon, friend request received. The young woman continues, we finished the 4th floor's trial all thanks to you. But a shadow crosses her face. But it's a little upsetting that I didn't get any rewards. Lee Hae-yeon, resolute, stands tall, her cape billowing behind her. Her words carry a sense of determination. When you return to Earth, please look for Lee Hae-yeon of the White Silver Guild. Lee Jin-ho's eyes, sharp and focused, reflect a quiet resolve. The journey continues. 2 shimmering portals open, one fading as Lee Jin-ho steps through the other, a journey's end, or a new beginning? Alone, he confronts a difficult choice. His expression is grim, his jaw tight, a weight of responsibility settles on his shoulders. A surge of dark energy erupts, a crimson maelstrom, the echoes of a terrible power. A fallen figure lies amidst the chaos, a victim of this dark power. The cost of his decision weighs heavily. He recalls the moment he discovered his dark ability, a power he'd suppressed until now, a line he was unwilling to cross. But the bodies of his fallen foes litter the ground, a testament to the desperate situation. The line has been crossed. His eyes blaze with crimson fury, a terrifying transformation. The decision is made. His hand reaches out, a sinister intent. The power surges. With a sickening crack, dark tendrils ensnare his victim, a soul is claimed. He acknowledges the moral implications of his actions, but his resolve is unshaken. Survival demands sacrifice. Crimson energy erupts from Lee Jin-ho's hand, a swirling vortex of power. A testament to his ambition. My dream of becoming a hunter has brought up my other internal desires, he thinks, his eyes burning with resolve. Before him, the Tower of Trials looms, a colossal structure piercing the sky. The Tower of Trials gave me a chance, and I'm going to seize onto that chance. His determination blazes, I want to keep progressing through the Tower of Trials. He bursts forth, a blue energy shield forming around him as he ascends. Arriving at the 5th floor. A system message appears, you have entered the lobby of the 5th floor. The system has expanded. Trial totalization, a system that will grade every challenger's rank, has been created. Lee Jin-ho's eyes narrow. Challenger's ranks, he muses, a hint of intrigue in his voice. A screen prompts him, please enter an alias. He ponders his next move, a thoughtful expression on his face. A cryptic message appears on a dark screen. This should do. Suddenly, a system update flashes across the screen. Han Sung-gun's alias is changed to Hunter. The 4th floor leaderboard appears, a digital monument to power. Lee Jin-ho scans the names, his eyes searching. And there it is. His own name, a testament to his climb. He taps the screen, a subtle gesture of curiosity. A surge of anticipation. The results are in. The screen displays his rank, 16th Hunter, C. Time taken, 1 hour 14 minutes and 51 seconds. Progress, SS+. Result, B+. Totalization, C-. A complex calculation, but the result is clear. A quiet satisfaction spreads across his face. My rank is a lot higher than I thought. He contemplates the implications. A new revelation. Challengers in the top 50 will be called pioneers, gaining 8th floor benefits. And a further incentive. Remaining a pioneer until the 8th floor grants a special privilege, a halo. Lee Jin-ho's eyes widen, reflecting a vibrant blue glow. A voice echoes in his mind, speaking of a halo. Is this some kind of new skill? Intrigued, he reaches out to a shimmering blue interface, a gateway to something more. The screen displays a list: Li Xian, Li Jinho, Im Sangyun, and the Goblin King, 4 souls already absorbed. A total of 15 are possible. A surge of dark energy erupts from Jinho's chest as he absorbs the power. A transformation is underway. His eyes gleam with newfound power. Now I really feel like I've surpassed the limits of a human. The statement hangs in the air, heavy with implication. A shower of golden coins rains down, a reward for his efforts. The sound of jingling metal fills the air. He's purchased a return stone, C+. A dark, rune-etched stone appears, promising a return to his previous location for 3 days. Jinho smiles, a glint of determination in his eyes. It'll be good to test and see if I can bring my equipment with me. The return stone glows, a surge of energy enveloping Li Jinho. A blinding light engulfs him, and then, silence. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. I'm returning to Earth, he declares, his eyes blazing with newfound power. A surge of power, a fierce glint in his eyes, the challenger's resolve is unwavering. I'm going back to Earth. The words ring out, a declaration of intent. The system confirms his wish, a blinding flash of light engulfs him. A return stone is consumed, the portal opens, and he's falling. Whoosh! The vortex pulls him in, a violent, chaotic descent. Then, silence. A sudden, jarring stillness. Challenger Han Sun-yoon, back on Earth after a grueling trial, he lies on his bed, exhausted. His eyes, usually blazing with determination, are now heavy-lidded, a stark contrast to his usual fiery spirit. A moment of quiet reflection, a rare respite from the relentless battles. But the peace is short-lived. He sits up, a frown etching itself onto his face. I'm really back, he mutters. The comfort of his own bed is fleeting. First off, I'm going to sleep. He thinks, the exhaustion evident in his posture, compared to the tower's Spartan accommodations, this is paradise. But even paradise has its drawbacks. A grimace twists his features. Ugh. The lingering scent of the dungeon is too much. I can't stand this smell. I'll wash up. His eyes, though still weary, flash with a renewed resolve. The trials may be over, but the journey continues. Back on Earth, Han Sun-yoon collapses onto his bed, exhausted but triumphant. A magnificent sword and shield rest beside him, spoils from his recent adventure. A testament to his success. He reflects on his experiment. I tried it just in case, but taking items from the tower back to Earth really works. A grin spreads across his face as he grasps his new acquisitions. The weight of the sword feels substantial, promising power. A realization dawns, then, that means the other challengers can also bring items back to Earth. His eyes flash with a new determination. I'd better move quickly. The scene shifts, revealing a pile of discarded weapons and armor. A grim reminder of the competition. More challengers returning means a flood of items, driving down prices. And a race against time. The market will be saturated soon. A spiked mace lies in the shadows, a symbol of the impending price war. Sun Ji-yoon's resolve hardens. I need to sell it as soon as possible. But a significant obstacle remains. The problem is that only people with hunter qualification can sell items. A list of dungeon rules appears, highlighting the strategic complexities of teamwork and resource management within the hunter system. Back on Earth, Challenger Han Sun-yoon's plans shift. Originally, he intended to simply apply for the hunter exam upon his return. But a thoughtful expression crosses his face as he checks his phone. A realization dawns, I'm going to be busier than I thought. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A flurry of motion, fists collide with bone-jarring impact. The sounds of a brutal sparring match echo. A chaotic battle unfolds before our eyes. Swords clash, bodies fall, arrows fly. The intensity is palpable. A phone rings, cutting through the action. It's Hwang Manhwa, director of the White Lotus Hunter Training Center. It's Han Sun-yoon, you remember me, don't you, Director Huang? The director's response is curt but acknowledges Sun Ji-yoon's identity. Businesslike, he mentions online membership fee requests. Challenger Han Sun-yoon, on the phone, confidently asserts, "You don't need to give me a refund." The voice on the other end of the line is incredulous, "Are you serious?" Sun-yoon, unwavering, stands firm in his resolve. "You can't change your mind later." The words hang in the air, sharp and decisive. He presses his point, his tone hardening, "I won't change my mind. If you want to use the Lotus Training Center, I can't allow it. Help me take the hunter test." A condescending chuckle echoes from the other side of the line. "Are you forgetting what your overall ability test results were?" The screen shows the results: final rank, F fail. Lacking in every category. The weight of failure is palpable. Sun-yoon acknowledges this with a simple, "I know." He continues his argument, undeterred, "You don't have any unique traits, or any skills, so if you ask. So even if I pay the membership fee, you're saying you can't?" A pause, then a shift in tone. "Well, if you give me money, then I don't have any intention of refusing. A deal is struck. Then we have a deal." A plea for help echoes in the silence, a desperate request to take the hunter test today. The mundane routine of a simple morning, a laundry basket sits innocently in the corner. The sound of water splashing. Challenger Han Sun-yoon emerges from the shower, his body glistening with water droplets. He gazes at his reflection, a transformation is evident, a testament to his rigorous training. His physique is impressive, a sculpted masterpiece of muscle and strength. He acknowledges the change. "My body has changed quite a bit as I've progressed." But there's no time for self-admiration, the hunter test awaits, and he must prepare. A quick glance at the clock, the moment of truth is fast approaching. He leaves his apartment, a chance encounter with his neighbor. A simple hello passes between neighbors, a seemingly ordinary exchange. But even in this mundane moment, a subtle shift in the air is palpable. He bids farewell, a casual "see you again next time," leaving his neighbor with a lingering question, "But was that person always this tall?" The city streets hum with activity as Han Sun-yoon hails a cab, a frustratingly elusive taxi. He leans against a building, a thoughtful expression on his face, a quiet moment of contemplation. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A metallic shing pierces the air. A determined gaze pierces through the shadows. Challenger Han Sun-yoon, his eyes blazing with resolve. He speaks, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips, "Haha. Running there is also a pretty good method." The words hang in the air, a promise of swift action. With a powerful leap, he launches himself into the air, a blur of motion against the cityscape. The impact. A thunderous crash as he lands, sending shockwaves through the ground. He's arrived at the Hunter Association building, a towering monolith of glass and steel. Inside, two figures await his arrival, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. The tension crackles in the air, a silent standoff between Sun-yoon and his adversaries. A chilling laugh echoes through the hall. "Ah, it hasn't been that long, though?" One of the men sneers, his eyes glinting with malice. Sun Ji-yoon's response is calm, almost nonchalant, "I've been dealing with some peculiar things recently. So I guess that's why it feels like it's been a long time." A seasoned hunter, his eyes narrowed, contemplates the unusual circumstances. Inside the Hunter Association building, a stark, modern structure. Two figures stand silently, awaiting someone's arrival. Inspector Kim In-hoo steps forward, his voice crisp and official, "I am Inspector Kim In-hoo. I will be responsible for grading the hunter test." He explains the procedure, mentioning Han Sun-yoon's exemption from the theory test, a detail that speaks volumes about Sun-yoon's already established prowess. Han Sun-yoon, ever confident, simply replies, "I'm familiar with the test procedures." The inspector nods, a subtle gesture of respect. "Excellent, then, let us start the test immediately. Please follow me." A metallic clang echoes as they descend into the depths of the association, a place where the true test awaits. Han Sung-yoon stands poised, his sword gleaming, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. But unseen, a sinister plot unfolds. A voice whispers, "Inspector Kim, as I told you, make it so he fails as soon as possible." Inspector Kim, though seemingly calm, confirms, "There's no need to worry about that. I've prepared the most difficult opponents for a sword user." The hunter exam awaits. Han Sung-yoon stands before the examiner, a choice laid before him. A choice between difficulty levels 1 and 10. The weight of the decision hangs heavy in the air. Sun Ji-yoon's eyes burn with fierce determination. The memory of past failures fuels his resolve. He recalls previous tests, always choosing level 1. And always falling to a goblin. The humiliation stings. Defeat. The bitter taste of weakness lingers on his tongue. His clenched fists speak volumes. This time, it will be different. He will not be defeated by a goblin. He will conquer. Inspector Kim In-ho watches, a smirk playing on his lips. He anticipates Sun Ji-yoon's predictable choice. But Sun Ji-yoon's defiance shocks him. Level 10. The ultimate challenge. In-ho's confident facade cracks. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. His carefully laid plans are threatened. Inspector Kim In-ho stares, speechless. His jaw drops. What? Han Sung-yoon, a smirk playing on his lips, turns away. A glint of defiance in his eyes. The inspector's disbelief is palpable. Crazy bastard. He mutters, a mixture of anger and astonishment in his voice. The hunter exam begins. The words "hunt down the phoenix" blaze across a screen, accompanied by a fiery image of the mythical creature itself. A colossal, fiery bird descends, its roar shaking the very ground. The air crackles with energy. Sun Yoon stands firm, a look of grim determination etched on his face. He's ready. The phoenix unleashes its predator's roar. The screen flashes, "Your movement has been decreased by 25%. The impact is immediate." A devastating blow. Sun Ji-yoon's weapon shatters. The inspector watches, his face a mask of grim satisfaction. But his smugness is short-lived. There's no way this bastard could pass the test, he thinks, but I messed with his weapon too. Inspector Kim In-ho, a sinister smile playing on his lips, surveys a wall of weapons. He selects one, a glint in his eye, a subtle interference, just in case Han Sung-yoon gets a little too comfortable. His words are a chilling promise, "I'll show you what happens when you don't know your place, and start acting up." The hunter exam's true challenge is revealed. A colossal phoenix, wings ablaze, dominates the arena. Before it stands Han Sung-yoon, alone, his blade held high. The fiery beast unleashes a torrent of flames. A maelstrom of heat and destruction engulfs the arena. But Sun Yoon stands defiant, unwavering amidst the inferno. The impact of the flames barely phases him. A surge of power, a flash of blue energy. His eyes blaze with determination. He's ready. The results are in. A stark white screen displays the final list of applicants. And there it is. Lee Jin-hwa's name, among the elite. "Wow, I passed," he exclaims, a joyous eruption of confetti mirroring his elation. Victory! The triumphant leap of a new hunter, but a shadow flickers in his eyes. He recalls his early days, the heady feeling of being the best. "When I first became a hunter, I felt like I was the best." But that feeling was short-lived. The gap between him and his colleagues widened, a stark contrast to his initial confidence. "However, the gap between my colleagues gradually started to grow," he reflects, a hint of melancholy in his voice. He couldn't keep up, and gave up. And in the end, I couldn't catch up. So, I gave up. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. In the cutthroat world of hunters, raw talent is everything. In the world of hunters, being born with talent was everything. He accepted his limitations, resigning himself to mediocrity. I accepted that reality and stopped working hard. A colossal, imposing door looms before him, a symbol of his past failures, a wall he couldn't overcome. The sound of heavy footsteps echoes. A colossal, fiery phoenix materializes before Han Sun-yoon. Its wings spread wide, casting a fiery shadow. "Just give up," the creature booms, its voice echoing with raw power. The battle is joined. Sun-yoon lunges forward, his blade a silver streak against the inferno. A clash of steel and fire. The impact sends a shockwave. And his sword shatters. Sun-yoon's eyes widen in disbelief, his gaze fixed on the broken pieces. He stumbles back, the phoenix's talons scraping the ground nearby, a near miss. "No matter how low of a grade this weapon is, it shouldn't break like this," he mutters, his voice laced with frustration and disbelief. From a rooftop overlooking the scene, a figure watches with amusement. "No way," he whispers, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The man descends, his presence radiating arrogance and menace. "What are you going to do with a broken sword?" he taunts. His laughter echoes, cold and cruel, as he revels in Sun-yoon's defeat. The hunter is cornered. The phoenix descends, a fiery inferno taking flight. Its wings beat, unleashing a furious storm of fire. A searing blast aimed directly at Sun-yoon. The air crackles with heat, the very ground trembling under the impact. From the sidelines, a smug voice cuts through the chaos. "Well, it turned out better than I expected. This situation is perfect for testing out the skill I got in the trial on the 4th floor." Sun-yoon's eyes blaze with determination. Instant acceleration, he thinks, activating a new skill. A blue aura surrounds him. His movements blurring into a streak of light as he unleashes a counterattack. The ground shatters under his feet as he dashes forward. A blur of motion. Sun-yoon, a human rocket, hurtles towards the heart of the inferno, a desperate gamble against overwhelming odds. The impact sends a shockwave through the chamber. The very walls crumble as Sun-yoon crashes into the phoenix's fiery form. He lies there, defeated, but a sinister smile plays on his lips. "Oh, this seems to be a lot better than the movement speed buff from the assassin's cape." The phoenix, momentarily stunned, lets out a furious squawk. A ball of fire forms in its beak. And Sun-yoon, using his newfound speed, narrowly dodges the blast. He's battered, but not broken. He's still fighting. The clash of steel against fire. A blinding flash as Sun-yoon unleashes a furious assault. His blade a blur, slicing through the air. Instant acceleration pushes him to the limit. A deafening roar as the phoenix retaliates. Crimson feathers rain down. Sun-yoon stumbles, battered but defiant. He's pushed to his absolute breaking point. As expected, the blade was too short. The phoenix's power is overwhelming. He's down, but not out. With a desperate heave, Sun-yoon pushes himself back to his feet. A surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. He's not finished yet. A brutal counterattack. The ground trembles under the force of the impact. A shockwave radiating outwards. The fight is far from over. Cook! The impact throws Sun-yoon back, a pained groan escaping his lips. "No, fuck, what's this?" he cries out, the raw shock evident in his voice. The dust settles, revealing a scene of devastation. Two pronouncements appear, stark against the smoky backdrop: the test has finished. Congratulations. The phoenix lies broken, its once fiery form now a charred husk, blood staining the ground. From above, a figure observes, a smirk playing on his lips. "That would end up there," he muses, his voice dripping with amusement. "Ha ha." A woman smiles warmly, extending a hunter's ID card. "Congratulations on becoming a hunter." Sun-yoon receives his official hunter's ID, a new chapter beginning. "You have been registered in the Hunter Association, so you're an official hunter now." The woman explains the perks of his new status. "Entering a dungeon and selling items are all possible, right?" she asks, confirming his understanding. "Yes." Sun-yoon replies, his voice firm. The final blow lands. A shuddering impact echoes through the arena. Sun Yun collapses, his breath ragged. He stares up, his eyes wide with a mixture of exhaustion and disbelief. "Please explain to me what's going on, director," he asks, his voice barely a whisper. In the director's office, a tense conversation unfolds. "I told you to make sure he fails in 10 seconds, not pass him," the director barks, his face a mask of fury. The subordinate shrinks back, his voice barely audible. "We did the best we could. As you requested, with Han Sunjiyun's abilities, we made it so he couldn't pass." The director's frustration boils over. "You couldn't lower his rank a little?" The subordinate defends himself, his voice rising in desperation. "How could I lower it anymore? He killed a monster in a test that would at least set him at D rank, in 10 seconds. The director sighs, defeated. "If I gave him a D rank, I would have gotten a complaint from the association." Sun Yun, oblivious to the behind-the-scenes machinations, smiles triumphantly. "I got my hunter license." Back in the Hunter Association, Sun Yun walks confidently towards the exit. The director watches him go, a grim expression on his face. "Congratulations, Han Sunjiyun SSI." The rhythmic thud of footsteps, a steady beat echoing through the sterile hallway. Han Sun-yun stands tall, his presence commanding. A concerned voice cuts through the silence. "You don't look too well, did something happen?" A nervous chuckle escapes his lips. Ha ha. "Congratulations, member." The clerk corrects himself, a hint of awe in his voice. "No, I should be calling you Hunter Han Sun-yun." The antagonist's smile turns sinister. "Ah, now that I think about it." The air crackles with tension. "Director Huang Manho's rank before you retired was a C, right?" The question hangs heavy in the air. Sun Ji-yun's response is curt. "What is it that you want to say?" Sun Ji-yun's eyes flash with defiance. "Well, remember when you called me a failure the other time?" The antagonist's eyes blaze with fury. His voice drips with venom. "To be honest, I think that you're the failure." A roar of rage erupts. "This bastard!" The antagonist lunges, a blur of motion, a desperate, furious attack. A plea for calm rings out. "Please calm down." Sun Ji-yun's counterattack is swift and brutal. A sharp crack echoes as fist meets jaw. The antagonist is sent sprawling. The antagonist lunges, a brutal haymaker aimed at Sun Ji-yun's jaw. But Sun Yun anticipates the attack, his counter a whirlwind of motion. Crack, the sound of bone cracking echoes through the alleyway. Sun Ji-yun's eyes blaze with cold fury, his opponent is already reeling from the impact. "This is self-defense," Sun Yun states, his voice dangerously calm. "And this is payback." With a swift, brutal strike, he sends the antagonist sprawling. The impact sends a shockwave through the man's body. The defeated man groans, his face a mask of disbelief. How can this be a C-rank's power? Sun Yun and the Hunter Association clerk stand in the cool night air, the city lights twinkling in the background. "You want me to be an exclusive hunter for the Hunters Association?" "That's right. The salary is at a minimum of 1 million won, and if you would like more, you can negotiate. It's an offer that you won't be on the losing end of. 1 million credits, quite a sum, even for a newly minted hunter." But the Hunter Association's representative explains, it's an investment in Sun Ji-yun's undeniable potential. Sun Yun, however, isn't entirely convinced. A flicker of suspicion crosses his face. He suspects foul play. He accepts the offer nonetheless. A calculated risk, perhaps? He won't let a little manipulation stand in his way. The contract is sealed, a hunter's license is issued, and Sun Yun walks away. A new chapter begins. Whispers spread like wildfire, a strange phenomenon unfolds. Hunters are being summoned to a mysterious location, the Tower of Trials. News reports confirm the rumors. The Tower of Trials is real, and the hunt is on. The news spreads, reaching Sun Ji-yun's ears. The Tower of Trials, a new challenge awaits. Han Sun-yun, newly minted hunter, surveys his surroundings, a quiet confidence settling over him. He recounts his recent success, a self-satisfied chuckle escaping his lips. I sold the equipment at a decent price, and used the 3 days very productively. The words hang in the air, a testament to his resourcefulness. His gaze drops to his phone, a notification awaits, a stark reminder of his next challenge. The screen glows, a message appearing, you will soon return to the Tower of Trials. Sun Ji-eun's expression shifts, a mixture of anticipation and determination. The notification intensifies, a countdown begins, the screen pulses with energy. Your time is up. You will be returning to the Tower of Trials. A surge of purple energy engulfs him, lifting him from his chair. He's being pulled upwards, towards the tower. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. I'll finally feel the pleasure of being able to grow again. Get busy when I return. A wave of purple energy crashes down, a torrent of arcane power unleashed. His eyes, wide with a mixture of surprise and determination. He braces himself, ready for whatever comes next. He's back at the tower. I'm back at the tower, he confirms, a sense of relief washing over him. As expected, he can use his items freely in both the tower and the real world. A smirk plays on his lips, his plan is working. He'll put these items in his inventory, whoosh, the items vanish into his inventory. A sudden, violent impact. He's thrown back, a grunt escaping his lips. But he rises, unfazed. A cold glint in his eyes. A surge of power. The protagonist's eyes glow with an eerie violet light. As a new skill manifests, eyes of truth. A single, piercing gaze. Revealing the secrets hidden within objects and people. The details are laid bare. Ancient artifacts, shimmering jewels, each item whispers its history. Even the lies of others are now transparent. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, watches from the periphery, his eyes burning with a malevolent glow. The protagonist, undeterred, confidently points to a digital interface. His expression shifting from curiosity to a grin of triumph. This is great, he exclaims. Unexpected luck strikes. A purchase is made. The thunder sword materializes in his hand. A weapon of immense power, ready to unleash its fury. A digital display flickers to life, confirming a purchase, the secret of Hunter's Shield, C+. 3,800 points vanish from the account. And the shield itself materializes, a sleek, dark blue and silver design, ready for action. A weighty decision. The new sword is expensive, but its bonus effects are undeniably powerful. His hand becomes a blur as he draws the thunder sword, and in the next instant, he grips it with deadly intent. The thunder sword crackles with raw energy, a storm contained within its gleaming blade, a weapon worthy of a legend. He stands poised, ready. The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge. Do you wish to challenge the fifth floor's trial? A surge of power, a blinding flash. He's ready to face whatever awaits him. The fifth floor of the Tower of Trials. Hunt, the trial's name echoes in the silence, a chilling prelude to the challenge ahead. One day. That's all the time he has. The trial's parameters flash before our eyes: defeat the wolf person, the boss of the wolf gorge, or face certain death. The stakes are clear: success grants the wolf person's headband, failure, oblivion. Before him, a jagged peak pierces the stormy sky, a monument to the challenge that awaits. The Wolf Gorge. A lone figure stands at its base, his silhouette stark against the ominous landscape. A wolf person, he muses, a hint of anticipation in his voice. He grips his weapon, a blade of pure energy humming with power, ready to face whatever horrors lie ahead. A pack of wolves, eyes glowing menacingly, emerges from the shadows, their snarls echoing through the desolate peaks. And the attack begins. Arg! A ferocious lunge, teeth bared, claws extended. Surrounded, outnumbered, but undeterred, he stands defiant against the ravenous horde. The moon hangs high, casting long, eerie shadows as the battle rages on. A blinding flash of light erupts. The clash of steel against foam, a whirlwind of motion. and the wolves are sent flying, their bodies impacting the ground with sickening thuds. The air crackles with residual energy. A flurry of blue energy erupts as the protagonist cuts through the air, a breathtaking display of power. The wolves, eyes blazing with feral intent, lunge forward. Each strike a blur of motion, a whirlwind of destruction. Keek! The sound of impact echoes as a wolf is sent flying. The protagonist barely pauses, his expression one of grim determination. What? It's so weak, he mutters, a hint of disbelief in his voice as he effortlessly dispatches another beast. A sickening crunch, a spray of blood, the wolf's life is extinguished in an instant. The protagonist's eyes, sharp and intense, scan the battlefield. A moment of quiet reflection. But the respite is short-lived. A chilling whine pierces the air as a pack of monstrous, white wolves emerges from the shadows, their eyes glowing with malevolent power. A gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, snaps shut with terrifying force. The sheer power is palpable. A monstrous alpha wolf, its eyes burning like hellfire, prepares to unleash its fury. The ground trembles under the weight of the approaching beasts. A final, desperate stand. The protagonist stands defiant, his sword gleaming, ready to face the ultimate challenge. A guttural growl echoes through the desolate landscape, the ground trembles beneath the weight of approaching danger. His eyes blaze with an icy determination, a chilling grin spreads across his face. Yes, this is how the Trial of Towers should be. A monstrous wolf, eyes burning like hellfire, emerges from the shadows. Followed by a pack of its ferocious brethren, their snarls a prelude to the carnage. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of steel. He dances through the maelstrom of fangs and claws, each strike precise, each parry deadly. The battle rages, a symphony of violence. This situation has become fun now. Doubt flickers in his eyes, a chilling question whispers in his mind, am I gradually becoming insane? A flash of blue energy, the wolves are sent flying, their bodies ripped apart by unseen forces. The final blow, a brutal end to the relentless assault. A surge of power. The air crackles with energy as the protagonist unleashes a devastating attack. His hunter dagger skill grows stronger, a testament to his relentless training. He muses, the hunter dagger skill I got from the third floor is slowly growing. I should get a new sword skill. Suddenly, a chilling presence. Two monstrous wolves emerge from the shadows, eyes burning with predatory intent. But the protagonist stands defiant, a smirk playing on his lips. Yes, keep attacking me. He welcomes the challenge, a whirlwind of motion about to begin. A blur of steel. The protagonist's blade dances, a deadly ballet of precision and power. The clash of metal against flesh echoes through the desolate landscape. A crimson tide stains the ground. Silence. The protagonist stands amidst the carnage, his third hunt concluded. He observes, with this, my third hunt is over. The sword's paralysis effect doesn't happen as much as I thought it would. A surge of power. The system notifications blaze across the screen, you have absorbed a crazy wolf's spirit. The raw energy pulses through him. Proficiency in necromancy increases to 16%. The numbers climb, a tangible representation of his growing power. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips. Nice. My necromancy skills proficiency is increasing nicely. He savors the feeling of progress. He continues his trek through the desolate landscape, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. A glint of determination in his eyes. If I keep at it, I might be able to grow my unique trait. The thought fuels his steps, pushing him onward. He presses deeper into the wolf gorge, the chilling air biting at his skin. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. I think I'm slowly getting closer to the center of the wolf gorge. The words are barely a whisper, lost in the echoing silence. A chilling scene unfolds before him. A gruesome tableau of carnage. Dead wolves litter the ground, their bodies marred by deep wounds. What's this? A question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. He examines the bodies, his eyes narrowing. A grim realization dawns. These traces, a chilling discovery unfolds before the protagonist. The air hangs heavy with the scent of blood, a grim tableau of slain wolves. Eyes of the truth. A surge of power, a glimpse into a hidden reality. The protagonist's perception shifts, revealing unseen energies. A violent crack. The wall shatters, a testament to the raw force unleashed. The very fabric of reality seems to tremble. Traces of aura, rank, D-. A clean slice in the wall, a mark of exceptional skill. The protagonist's eyes widen in realization. Aura. Is that a skill? The question hangs in the air, a seed of doubt planted in the protagonist's mind. He surveys the scene, a growing unease settling over him. There are a lot of things that I don't know. A wave of uncertainty washes over him. This is far beyond his understanding. A moonlit landscape, stark and unforgiving. The protagonist stands resolute, his sword gleaming under the pale light. He moves with purpose, a hunter tracking his prey. A sudden, sharp sound. The impact echoes through the desolate surroundings. The scene shifts, revealing the source of the noise. It's close by. A sense of urgency grips the protagonist. The threat is near, and he must act swiftly. A plunge into darkness. The protagonist leaps into a chasm, disappearing into the abyss. The mystery deepens. A blur of motion. The protagonist hurtles forward, a dark streak against the twilight sky. Arriving at the scene of the carnage. It's here, he gasps, his eyes widening at the gaping maw of the chasm before him. A brutal scene unfolds. The ground is stained crimson, the air thick with the stench of death. A fallen wolf person, its body mangled beyond recognition. The protagonist's breath hitches. Another blow. A final, desperate struggle ends in a bloody mess. Leaving the protagonist with a chilling question: what happened here? His eyes, wide with a mixture of shock and determination. A system message appears, cold and clinical: past conditions have been met. The wolf person has died. The analysis begins. The protagonist stares at the lifeless body, his expression grim. The goal, the wolf person, has died, he questions, a hint of doubt creeping into his voice. Analysis complete. The system confirms the death, but something else is detected. An intruder alert blares. An intruder has been detected in challenger Han Sunjun's trial. The game has changed. A hulking figure emerges from the shadows, clad in imposing, ancient armor, the very embodiment of a fearsome warrior. Its heavy boots strike the ground with a resounding thud, each step shaking the very earth. The protagonist stares, his eyes wide with disbelief. A fallen foe lies before him, a testament to the brutal battle just fought. They came from another dimension? Two colossal towers pierce the swirling vortex of interdimensional energy, a gateway to the unknown. His brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. What new horrors await? The armored giant speaks, his voice echoing with cruel amusement. Oh, you're still alive? For a measly barbaric challenger from another dimension. He raises his weapon, a wicked gleam in his eyes. Well, is it because you're the owner of this trial? The giant presses his advantage, taunting the silent protagonist. Why aren't you saying anything, you barbarian? Are you scared of the horror of death? A blade of impossible sharpness, shimmering with an otherworldly energy, it hums with power, a weapon far beyond human comprehension. The protagonist grips his own blade, eyes blazing with defiance. This guy's not normal, he growls, the words a testament to the sheer power he senses before him. The air crackles with anticipation. Kill the interdimensional intruder. The chilling command echoes, a stark warning in the digital void. A desolate, moonlit landscape. A lone figure stands defiant, sword raised against a fallen foe. The air crackles with residual energy. He surveys the scene, a grim expression etched on his face. I didn't think that a situation where another challenger would steal my trial's objective would happen. But a flicker of resolve ignites within him. But I'm glad that a message saying I failed the trial didn't appear. A voice cuts through the silence, laced with disdain. Humph, are you so scared that you can't reply? His opponent materializes from the shadows, a hulking figure clad in dark armor. Well, I'll just attack you then. His eyes blaze with determination. He braces himself, he's coming. A blur of motion, a clash of steel. The ground trembles under the force of the impact. A devastating blow. The challenger is sent flying. The battle rages. A furious clash of power, purple energy explodes outwards. A brutal blow lands, sending the monstrous foe reeling. Our hero counters with a swift, precise strike, a blur of motion. The impact sends tremors through the ground, the beast is staggered, vulnerable. But a new threat emerges from the shadows, a terrifying figure, cloaked in darkness. A blinding flash of purple energy, the clash of titans begins. Eyes blazing with malevolent power, the new challenger is ready to strike. A desperate counterattack, a desperate gamble for survival. Claws clash against blade, a fierce struggle for dominance. The hero cries out, I got you. A blinding clash of steel. The protagonist's blade meets the monstrous beast in a shower of sparks, a furious ballet of death. He staggers, a look of disbelief etched across his face. What could have happened? The enemy speaks, a chilling confidence in his voice. I was planning on slicing his armor into two. That's right, I got you. A new, terrifying presence emerges from the shadows, a behemoth of pure darkness. The ground trembles as the new foe unleashes a devastating attack. A purple wave of energy explodes outwards, engulfing the protagonist in a maelstrom of destructive power. The impact. A cataclysmic explosion rips through the battlefield, leaving behind only a crater of devastation. He coughs up blood, his body battered and broken, but his eyes burn with defiance. Blood splatters across the ground, a crimson stain on the desolate battlefield. He collapses, gasping for air, the weight of defeat heavy on his shoulders. Cook. His opponent watches, a cruel smile playing on their lips. Oh, to think you blocked my aura? It might have actually been less annoying if it was fully severed. A chilling laugh echoes across the wasteland. His eyes blaze with fury. What did you mean by intrude? Confusion and disbelief war within him. W.H. Watt. I've never heard of something like this before. The villain explains, their voice dripping with disdain. So the barbarian doesn't know about class invading. His mind races, desperate for answers. Why? Why are these things happening to my trials? Don't be resentful, the Tower of Trials is usually like this. I'll finish this now and stop dragging it on. A furious purple energy crackles, the knight's blade a blur of motion. The impact sends a shockwave through the desolate landscape. Dust and debris fly as the protagonist staggers back, his breath ragged. Defeated, but not broken, perhaps there's a way out of this deadly game. Could you tell me what class invading is? The knight's gaze is cold, unwavering, a chilling smirk plays on its lips. Well, I guess I could. Since you're going to die soon. From the 8th floor, a new system is revealed, class invading. A ticket to interfere in other people's trials. A shocking revelation, visualized in a vibrant, glowing ticket. The rules of the game have just changed. The protagonist's eyes widen in realization. Seeing as you called this a barbaric dimension, does that mean you came from another world? Where else did you think I came from? Never mind. Eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, the protagonist stares down his opponent. Activating the Eyes of the Truth skill. The skill confirms, his opponent is telling the truth. A hulking figure in heavy armor stands before him, radiating power. Despite the confirmation, doubt lingers in the protagonist's mind. As his opponent's fury erupts. How dare you judge me? The protagonist remains unfazed. A smirk playing on his lips as he counters, what are you going to do about it? The armored figure roars in disbelief, a barbarian dares to. The protagonist, unmoved, calmly states, the information I needed. I'll tell you something amusing. He reveals a bloodied arm, the pain is quite bearable due to my pain resistance skill. In other words, I'm not holding back because of the pain. Blood splatters across the ground, a grim testament to the brutal clash that just transpired. The protagonist's arm hangs limp, but a faint green glow emanates from the wound. Fast recovery skill activated. His arm mends before our very eyes, the green energy weaving itself into the flesh, a miraculous recovery. A cunning smile plays on his lips. I had to act helpless so you'd give me information. He reveals his strategy, a calculated risk that paid off. His opponent, a towering figure in dark armor, observes with narrowed eyes. So you're a healing-type swordsman. But the threat remains palpable. However, if that was your full strength, then the fact that you will die won't change. The Dark Knight's words carry the weight of finality. A moment of doubt crosses the protagonist's face. What should I do? He grips his sword, a surge of determination hardening his gaze, his resolve unwavering. His eyes blaze with a newfound intensity. My full strength will keep on increasing. A powerful punch explodes from his fist, a crimson aura surrounding his arm, raw power unleashed. Witness the raw power unleashed. Agility, stamina, magic power, and durability surge, amplified to the max. He stands, a silhouette of power against the stormy backdrop, a warrior reborn. His healing factors are enhanced, too. The Assassin's Cap's exclusive effect activates. A surge of speed. Plus 15% movement speed, only 60 seconds left on the clock. With a blur of motion, he vanishes, reappearing in an instant, a whirlwind of steel. Eyes blazing with newfound power, his resolve is unshakable. The disbelief hangs heavy in the air. That's crazy. How can a fifth-floor challenger have so many skills? He explodes into action, a blue streak across the battlefield. A brutal display of skill as he cuts through his foes like a scythe through wheat. A blur of motion. The protagonist, a whirlwind of dark energy, unleashes a devastating attack. His blade a streak of light against the armored foe. The clash of steel echoes. The knight, enraged, roars, "You annoying barbarian!" His counterattack is swift and brutal. A bone-chilling aura erupts from the knight's blade, a dark purple energy crackles and writhes. But the protagonist is ready. Aura. He whispers, his eyes blazing with determination. With a surge of power, he counters the attack. The impact sends shockwaves through the very ground. The force of the collision throws the protagonist back. But he lands with a defiant stance, his eyes locked on his opponent. The battle rages on. Another clash. Purple energy explodes as the protagonist's blade meets the knight's. The knight warns, "It'll be dangerous if I get hit by the aura skill since it's of high rank." The battle rages. Our protagonist, slightly wounded but defiant, analyzes the situation. His opponent is powerful, but he's confident in his superior stats. He can avoid a critical hit. But there's a catch. That armor. A formidable piece of high-rank equipment, practically impenetrable to his current attacks. It's a seemingly insurmountable obstacle, but our hero is not one to back down. He unleashes a furious assault. Blades clash, energy surges, a breathtaking display of skill and determination. A relentless barrage of attacks, each strike more powerful than the last. The opponent's defense begins to falter. And with a final, earth-shattering blow. Krashhh. The armor cracks under the relentless assault. A brilliant flash of light erupts. The impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield. The opponent reels, stunned and vulnerable. A final, desperate lunge. The protagonist throws everything they have left into one last, powerful attack, shattering the enemy's defenses. A blinding flash of light erupts as the high-rank armor cracks under the relentless assault. What is this power? A surge of energy courses through the protagonist's weapon, crackling with raw power. Thunder Sword, see when you hit a target, there is a 10% chance they will be paralyzed. Yes, this is it. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts, the air crackles with raw power. The force of the blast throws the armored figure violently to the ground. Dust and debris fly everywhere. What was that? The air shimmers with residual energy, a strange power surges. Yes, this is it. A voice echoes, filled with grim determination. A wicked grin spreads across his face, he grips a blade crackling with the same golden energy as before. The power is his. The armored figure stumbles, wounded, a heavy thud echoes as it collapses. A final, crushing blow. A brutal clash. The Necromancer's attack connects, a crimson spray marking the impact. It would have been a pain if that armor had paralysis resistance, he muses, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. But I'm glad this gamble paid off. The armored warrior groans, his body shuddering from the force of the blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground, shattering the very stone beneath their feet. In normal circumstances, I should have won. The warrior's voice cracks, a desperate gasp escaping his lips. He breathes, his voice laced with disbelief. How can a mere fifth-floor challenger have that many skills? The Necromancer smirks, his eyes glinting with triumph. You're the careless one for trusting in your armor and your high-ranking skill. With a swift motion, he sheathes his blade. The defeated warrior collapses, his armor cracked and broken. The Necromancer raises his glowing blade, its power thrumming with barely contained energy. Wait. I can give you answers to what you want to know. The warrior pleads, but his words are cut short. His eyes blaze with icy power, a chilling intensity that speaks of battles won and lives taken. A crimson storm erupts as he unleashes a devastating blow. The air crackles with dark energy. Blood spatters across his hands, another foe falls before his might. A thunderous crash echoes through the chamber as the warrior's armor shatters. A clawed hand, broken and defeated, scrapes against the stone floor. I'm gradually becoming numb when it comes to killing. He reflects, a chilling admission from a warrior steeped in bloodshed. But a flicker of unease remains. However, if I feel uncomfortable every time I kill someone, that's a bigger problem. A wave of purple energy explodes, signaling the end of another challenge. The final blow, a cataclysmic eruption of power. A surge of power courses through the Necromancer's veins, a chilling intensity in his eyes. His hand becomes a blur as he draws his blade, and in the next instant, he strikes. A dark, swirling energy erupts, consuming his foe. The warrior explodes into purple dust, leaving nothing but the faint scent of ozone. A system message appears, you have absorbed the soul of the challenger Drax. Proficiency has increased by 15%. He breathes heavily, wiping sweat from his brow. Phew! I almost couldn't absorb his soul. The exertion was immense. A chilling question hangs in the air, die in another dimension, will you disappear? He stands amidst the ruins, his sword sheathed. But something is wrong, the expected reward message isn't appearing. Another system message, the difficulty of this trial is not proportional to the rewards. All rewards will be modified. The Necromancer stares into the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. What does this mean? The system's screen blazes to life. A torrent of data floods the Necromancer's vision. 500 points. A hefty reward for vanquishing Drax. But that's not all. An additional 3,500 points? The system is glitching, or is this a sign of something more? The C rank reward transforms, shimmering and crackling with power, into an A rank reward. 3 lacerations, a skill of immense power. A smirk spreads across the Necromancer's face. An A-grade skill, amazing, he chuckles, the thrill of victory coursing through him. The system message continues, you will enter the lobby of the 6th floor. all injuries and status abnormalities will be restored. A surge of energy erupts, a swirling vortex of azure flames. The Necromancer, Sun Yun, steps into the portal. Emerging onto the 6th floor, his form renewed, his power amplified. He strides forward, a shadow of his former self, but far stronger. He checks his inventory. The remnants of Kate Adrax's armor and his broken blade are there, grim trophies of his victory. The weight of the Tower of Trials bears down on him, a chilling thought echoes in his mind: dimensional invasion is real. He clenches his jaw, a grim determination etched on his face, a single question burns within him. With only 5 question vouchers remaining, he carefully considers his next move. A strategic decision must be made. The interface glows, awaiting his query. The fate of his strategy hangs in the balance. He types his question, a silent prayer for knowledge. A crucial piece of information is about to be revealed. The message is sent, a digital arrow piercing the veil of uncertainty. Anticipation hangs heavy in the air. A reply arrives, a surge of blue light illuminating his face. The answer to his question is at hand. He scans the message, his expression shifting from anticipation to understanding. The knowledge he sought is now his. A cryptic message appears, a climbing breaker. His eyes widen, a flicker of realization. He understands the implications. A finger taps the screen, a warning flashes. The system refuses to provide information about the current floor, but offers a glimmer of hope. A cunning plan forms in his mind. What? A question voucher isn't all-powerful? He sits, a thoughtful expression on his face. A solution is within reach. With a determined glint in his eyes, he accesses his inventory. Let's use the awesome items I got on Earth. A weathered wooden chest rests on a cold stone floor, its lock gleaming ominously. Shattered remnants of a shield lie scattered beside it, a single purple gem catching the dim light. The restoration is complete. The Kroken's Magic Tower's restoration box has mended the secretive hunter's shield. But at a cost, the box is now empty, its single use expended. He examines his handiwork, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The performance of this box is better than I thought, he muses. A surge of purple energy. He activates a cleaning stone, banishing the grime and revealing the shield's true glory. A moment of self-reflection. I thought a cleaning stone was a waste of money, he admits, a wry smile playing on his lips. But now that he's seen the results, his opinion has changed. But now that I've used it, it's really not a waste, he declares, brimming with confidence. In a stark, gray chamber, he studies a digital interface. Since there's still time, he contemplates. The 5th floor's leaderboard is revealed. Hunter, our secretive protagonist, is ranked 3rd. His eyes widen in surprise. 3rd place? He's climbed significantly from his previous 16th position. A closer look at the rankings. Max level sword is just above him, a formidable opponent. Hunter contemplates his progress. He's getting closer to the continuous pioneer benefit, but wonders what awaits him on the 8th floor. The community's harsh reality is unveiled. A chilling message about the necessity of murder and betrayal for advancement. Hunter's face hardens. The brutal truth of the game's challenges weighs heavily on him. The harsh words of other players echo in the digital space. Accusations of hypocrisy and demands for ruthless efficiency. The pressure mounts. The community's dark underbelly is exposed, revealing a cutthroat environment where murder is the most efficient path to success. A chilling tableau unfolds. A lone figure stands amidst a sea of menacing, shadowy faces, each a grotesque parody of humanity, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. His gaze is fixed on a glowing blue crystal, a beacon of hope in this oppressive darkness, but even that light seems to tremble under the weight of the surrounding malice. The text reveals a truth, a psychological resistance skill, a double-edged sword, capable of erasing pain, but at a cost. A shocking revelation explodes across the screen. The hunter who leaked information about the 4th floor has changed his name to Princess Sudi, a name that sends shivers down the spines of his fellow hunters. A sinister chuckle echoes in the silence. The implication is clear: competition is a euphemism for a death sentence. Memories surface, the challenger who disrupted the fourth floor's harmony, his actions, now seen as a deliberate attempt to incite deadly rivalry. His eyes blaze with a fierce determination, a storm of anger brewing within. The name Princess Sudi hangs heavy in the air, a seed of vengeance planted deep within his heart. The screen blows, a challenge issued. Will he accept the sixth floor's trial? A surge of blue energy erupts, a breathtaking spectacle of power unleashed. The screen displays the challenge: conquer the sixth floor's trial within 50 minutes, or face death. The stakes? Unfathomably high. Failure means certain death. The reward? A randomly selected box B. A gamble with life itself. He stands, a silhouette against the ethereal glow, his eyes blazing with determination. A silent promise echoing in the wind. The challenge awaits. The trial unfolds before him, a vast, interconnected grid floating above the ocean, a breathtaking sight. His gaze sharp, he assesses the challenge ahead. The ocean stretches out below, a vast expanse of blue. A message appears: teammate allocation complete. Cooperation is key to success. But the hunter stands amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy, a storm brewing around him. His question hangs heavy in the air: why isn't my teammate coming out? A flash of light. A gleaming, ethereal spear materializes, its tip crackling with power. The hunter's eyes widen, gazing upwards in awe and anticipation. He grips the spear, its energy surging into him. A surge of power courses through his veins. Suddenly, a teammate bursts from the energy, sword drawn, ready for battle. But the hunter is already moving. His hand a blur as he deflects the incoming blow. The clash of steel echoes. The teammate, stunned, cries out, "Huh?" Wham! The hunter's attack sends his teammate sprawling across the ground. The hunter stands over his fallen comrade, his expression grim. To think you're attacking your own teammate. The hunter raises his newly acquired spear, its point aimed at his unsuspecting teammate. "What are you doing?" the teammate cries out, his voice laced with confusion and fear. A look of betrayal twisting his features as the spear finds its mark. Fuck. The teammate stumbles, pain etched across his face. The hunter's eyes gleam with cold determination. "Murdering is the easiest way to obtain achievements," he states, his voice devoid of remorse. The fallen teammate watches in disbelief as the hunter continues his brutal assault. "So, killing a teammate doesn't matter as long as you can obtain power," he gasps, his voice barely a whisper. A chilling smile spreads across the hunter's face. "Before you pretend to have a conscience, look around you." His eyes are filled with a terrifying glee. The teammate, wounded and desperate, pleads for mercy. "Al, let's not do this, we're teammates." The hunter's response is swift and merciless. "I'm not wrong, blame the tower instead," he shouts, his voice echoing with cruel justification. With a final, brutal thrust, the hunter ends his teammate's life. "Hurry up and die so I can get my achievement," he cackles, his laughter echoing in the desolate landscape. The sound of a body hitting the ground, followed by a desperate cry for help. "Ack! You traitor! Save me!" The secretive hunter stands over his fallen teammate, twin blades dripping with a grim harvest. A chilling chuckle escapes his lips. "Now you understand?" The dying man glares up at him, a single word escaping his lips, filled with bitter accusation: "You hypocrite!" A gleaming blade, honed to perfection, hangs suspended in the air, its edge shimmering with an ethereal light. The blade whistles through the air, a blur of motion. Heuk. A brutal strike connects. A whirlwind of steel and blood, bodies crumple to the ground as the sword dances. Amidst the carnage, two figures clasp hands, a silent pact forged in the heat of battle. At times like these, we need to combine our strength. One warrior's relief is palpable, a genuine smile spreads across their face. "I'm really glad I met someone who thinks the same as me." A horrific betrayal. The weight of that betrayal hangs heavy in the air. They should have paid attention. A chilling laugh echoes across the battlefield. I know, right? You should have paid attention, huh? With a swift, brutal movement, the tables turn, a betrayal of trust ends in a bloody demise. Eyes blazing with crimson fury, a sinister smile plays on the lips of the victor. If you cluelessly shake my hand without a second thought, how are you going to grab your sword? A swift, brutal strike. Blood splatters as the blade finds its mark. Let's be honest, now. The victor stands over his fallen foe, a chilling calm in his eyes. He taunts his opponent, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. You also want the achievement, don't you? The cold wind whips through his hair as he surveys the scene. A calculating glint in his eyes? So stop being a hypocrite. His words hang heavy in the air, a promise of further violence. An opening. His opponent lunges, sword flashing. Die. The counterattack is swift and merciless. A clash of steel echoes across the battlefield. A blinding flash of light. The impact sends a shockwave. A final, desperate lunge. KEOK. Blood sprays as the blow lands. The unnamed warrior collapses, his lifeblood staining the ground. A surge of power. Strength increased by 1. The victor stands, his eyes blazing with cold determination. A chilling whisper. Weak. The echo of his contempt hangs heavy in the air. He surveys the scene, a grim smile playing on his lips. A special trial, huh? Although these words are broad. This trial is just another event. His confidence is unshaken. A unique trait's proficiency, and the chance of a new skill. The stakes are high, but he's ready. His resolve hardens. I won't go out of my way to kill other challengers. But those who attack him will face his wrath. The battle is far from over. The warrior raises a hand, a surge of energy coalescing, a shimmering, azure dome of power erupts, the Iron Dome technique. The protective barrier shimmers, deflecting an unseen attack, a wave of water crashes against it, the force barely disturbing the surface. The dome expands, pushing back against the relentless assault. The warrior stands firm. A cruel laugh echoes across the water. This trial is made for someone like me who knows how to use water attribute magic. His laughter abruptly cuts short, a look of dawning horror spreads across his face. With a thunderous crack, the iron dome shatters. The warrior is thrown back. But he lands gracefully, his movements fluid and precise. He's ready. A jet of water erupts from the ground, a sudden, powerful geyser. He leaps, dodging the deadly spray. And with a blur of motion, he's upon his opponent, his blade flashing. A torrent of water explodes outwards, a furious wave of magical might unleashed. But the warrior remains unmoved, his eyes locked on the target. A steely gaze, unwavering. The opponent recoils, fear etched onto his face. Who's this crazy bastard, he stammers, his voice laced with disbelief. A blinding flash of energy erupts. The warrior counters with a devastating blow, a whirlwind of motion. The impact echoing with a thunderous crack. The opponent is sent flying, his attack shattered. A maniacal laugh rings out. This is a bulletproof iron dome, you son of a bitch, he boasts, his confidence overflowing. With a blur of motion, the warrior closes the distance, a swift, precise strike. A crimson spray erupts as the warrior's blade finds its mark. The opponent cries out in pain. His body thrown back with brutal force. The fight is over. A swift strike. The unnamed warrior finishes his opponent with brutal efficiency, a dark glint in his eyes. That was a little cruel, but if I do this. He watches his defeated foe, a cold calculation in his gaze. The warrior's thoughts turn to strategy, is he a ranker? I'm going somewhere else. Monster-like bastard. The victor moves on, his steps purposeful. The scene shifts to a new location, a desolate, windswept pier overlooking a vast expanse of water. He surveys the scene, his expression hardening. The challenge is clear: I can instill fear into the other challengers. To be honest, I do want achievements, but I don't want to commit unnecessary murder. The warrior sits on a large, dark tile, the bodies of his fallen opponents scattered around him. He's focused, determined. I just need to endure 10 minutes on this tile. The high-ranking challengers still don't use the return stone on the 5th floor. His thoughts drift to his past victories. A confident smirk plays on his lips. Must have already finished the 6th floor, since they challenged this floor immediately after, right? Most challengers around me are of low rank, so that might be the reason why this is easy for me. The unnamed warrior reflects on his recent experiences. The 6th floor's trial has changed him. The 6th floor's trial made me think about a lot of things. Distrusting others. The reality of low-ranking challengers. The Tower of Trials looms, its shadow stretching across the desolate landscape. A grim testament to the battles fought within its walls. Fallen warriors litter the ground, their blood staining the earth a dark crimson. But misplaced compassion is real hypocrisy. A chilling truth dawns on the unnamed warrior. Even if he spared his opponents, sending them to another floor, someone will die. The weight of this brutal reality settles upon him. An alert flashes across his interface: someone has invaded his territory, halting his progress. The game has changed. A question mark hangs in the air. Who dares challenge him? Four figures emerge from the horizon, their presence radiating power and menace. A new threat materializes. He, what a stunned expression. The leader's laughter echoes, a cruel symphony of impending doom. You're thinking, why are 4 people here? We're a 2-person team trial, right? The leader's words drip with sarcasm. It's obvious, just by looking at you. 4 gangsters have created a murderer party to eliminate him. The trap is sprung. A chilling smirk spreads across his face. He knows what's coming. And he's ready. The leader of the 4 gangsters taunts, "Correct, you're aware." His amusement fades, replaced by cold fury. "Die, you fucking bastard." The ground trembles. A devastating attack is unleashed. As the 4 gangsters launch their assault, a whirlwind of steel and magic. But our warrior is prepared. His blade flashes, a blur of motion. A surge of dark energy erupts from him. The power is overwhelming. The text reads, "Heart Solidarity." A mysterious power activates. A purple aura envelopes him, radiating immense energy. The text explains, due to the unique trait, Heart Solidarity, Kim Jin-hoon's pain will be shared with Han Sun-yoon. The pain, the burden, shared. The battle continues. A purple energy surges, crackling with raw power. The warrior's blade is ablaze. The gang leader lunges, a desperate attack, but it's met with a force far greater than he anticipated. "Keuk," he cries out in pain. The counterattack is swift and brutal. A crimson shockwave erupts from the warrior's fist. Pain resistance activates. The warrior's body glows, pain reduced by 15%. All types of pain have been reduced by 15%. The warrior stands defiant. From above, a warrior in shining armor descends, weapon raised, a powerful blow aimed at the heart. The armored warrior crashes down, his attack thwarted. A splash of water erupts as his momentum is broken. A wave of water explodes outwards, the warrior's eyes widen in surprise. The warrior's hands catch the cascading water, a strange energy flows through him. Sea water. The trial's water. Strength decreased by 10, agility increased. The trial's harsh judgment is delivered. Stamina depleted, a countdown begins. His face, contorted in silent shock. The warrior tastes the bitter consequence of his actions. There was a penalty for touching the water. A whirlwind of motion. The warrior unleashes a furious counterattack against the gangster leader, sending his foes sprawling. One by one, they fall before his might. This is the worst kind of beatdown. The warrior's power is overwhelming, leaving his opponents utterly defeated. The gangster leader is left reeling, his surprise attack a humiliating failure. His power surges, a dark energy pulses beneath his skin. If he was a normal challenger, this wouldn't be possible. A blur of motion. A whirlwind of steel clashes against dark magic, the necromancer's opponent is thrown back, a grunt escaping his lips. This is it. The culmination of a desperate struggle. A desperate defense against overwhelming odds. The worst is yet to come. A chilling premonition hangs heavy in the air as a powerful blow sends another warrior sprawling. But from the chaos, a figure emerges, cloaked in shadow, a new power stirs within. His eyes blaze with an unearthly light, a chilling smile spreads across his face. If I was a normal challenger. That is. The unspoken threat hangs in the air, heavier than any weapon. A flash of emerald light. A warrior falls before a devastating blow, the fight continues. Another strike, precise and deadly. The battle rages on, a brutal dance of steel and magic. A blinding flash of emerald energy. The necromancer's blade cuts through the air, slicing through his opponent's defenses with terrifying ease. The plan of stealing the weapons to lower their stats as much as possible was quite good. The necromancer sneers, however, you guys made a grave mistake. One of the attackers is sent flying, a crimson explosion marking his impact. A wave of raw power radiating from the necromancer's very being. The sheer force of his attack is breathtaking. Another opponent lunges, sword flashing, but the necromancer is faster. His movements are a blur. A swift counterattack leaving his foe helpless. The wrong opponent, the necromancer hisses, his eyes blazing with power. A devastating blow. A shockwave rips across the arena, leaving a crater in its wake. The dust settles, revealing the necromancer's utter dominance. The remaining opponents stare in horrified awe, their fear palpable. The necromancer stands victorious, a chilling smile playing on his lips. A system notification appears, you have acquired the achievement 1 hit, 1 kill. Skill Extinction of the Weak, F, has been created. A brutal clash leaves one opponent broken and defeated. The necromancer stands amidst the carnage, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. A new skill is revealed, Extinction of the Weak. Its power is simple, yet devastating. Another foe charges, a furious roar echoing across the battlefield. Die, you son of a bitch. But the necromancer's stats are superior, the system activates. Extinction of the Weak engages. His strength surges. With a blur of motion, the necromancer counters, the impact sends a shockwave through the ground. Another foe falls, his life force extinguished. The necromancer moves like a phantom, his power amplified, a whirlwind of death. His final opponent is overwhelmed, the fight is over. The necromancer unleashes a devastating blow. A bone-shattering crack echoes across the battlefield. His eyes gleam with cold triumph. The achievement, Merciless Murderer, is his. A chilling smile spreads across his face. Another opponent falls. Blood sprays across the ground as the necromancer's blade finds its mark. A swift, brutal end. The dust settles, revealing the necromancer's terrifying power. One warrior groans, his strength failing him. Ugh, he rasps, fear etched onto his face. The necromancer stands over them, a silent predator. His presence alone is enough to instill terror. Panic grips the remaining foes. What should we do now? One stammers, his voice barely a whisper. Shall we attack him together? A desperate plan forms, a last-ditch effort against overwhelming odds. A surge of dark energy erupts from within, eyes blazing with an unholy light. The necromancer unleashes a torrent of power, a dark tendril lashes out. Two opponents fall before his might, one a crimson streak across the sky, the other a shattered heap on the ground. The sheer force of the attack is breathtaking. He stands, a predator amidst the carnage, his power barely contained, a chilling aura emanates from him. We're basically sharing pain, but thankfully, it doesn't deal me actual damage. He grits his teeth, his resolve unwavering. The only issue is that pain is restricting my movements. His eyes burn with defiance. You fucking bastard. The rage is palpable, a raw, untamed fury. Can you still call yourself a bloody human? The final opponent is thrown back, defeated. A final, desperate strike, a flurry of blades. The Necromancer's power is absolute. The fight is over. Go away, you bastard. The desperate cry echoes across the battlefield, a desperate attempt to fend off the relentless onslaught. His opponent, wounded but defiant, snarls a chilling threat, "If you come any closer, I'm going to slit this idiot's throat." Despite the searing pain, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Thanks to the pain resistance skill, I can still move. But even this enhanced resilience has its limits. But it's still hard to maneuver. A grim determination sets in. His eyes blaze with icy resolve. As expected, this is the only way. With a guttural roar, he unleashes a furious assault. Heart solidarity. I'm going to kill the other challengers quickly. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of power, a brutal display of skill and strength. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, a thunderous HHA as his opponent is sent flying. A chilling scream pierces the air, a desperate cry swallowed by the storm of the battle. His eyes, burning with cold fury, fix on his next target. The battle rages on. A crimson torrent erupts as the Necromancer's opponent crumples to the ground. A wave of dark energy surges through the Necromancer's veins, eyes blazing with power. HIK. Another foe falls, a choked gasp escaping his lips as the life drains from his body. The Necromancer's resolve hardens. If I don't do it now, there won't be another chance. A new challenger appears, a blonde warrior charging with furious intent. Blades clash in a flurry of motion, a whirlwind of steel and magic. The battle spills onto the deck of a ship, the clash of steel echoing across the water. A brutal strike connects, sending the blonde warrior reeling. Chak. The Necromancer's chilling words hang in the air, the feeling of slitting the throat is so thrilling. A final, terrifying question echoes in the bloody aftermath: would you like to experience it too? A twisted grin spreads across the blonde warrior's face, a chilling display of defiance even in defeat. But the Necromancer's blade is a blur, a crimson arc slicing through the air. The sound of tearing flesh echoes as he delivers a brutal blow. Blood sprays like a fountain, a gruesome testament to the Necromancer's overwhelming power. His eyes blaze with an icy fury, reflecting the carnage around him. The blonde warrior's scream is cut short. With a final, earth-shattering impact, the blonde warrior is sent flying. Fuck, he manages to gasp, before oblivion claims him. The Necromancer stands amidst the wreckage, his dark silhouette a monument to his ruthless victory. Another foe falls before his might. And a cold, blue light pulses in his eyes as he claims another victory. The achievement Ironblood Climber is his. 1,500 points are added to his score. The timer runs out. But victory is his. He has captured the tile. The survivors celebrate their improbable escape. Survived. We did it, they shout, their voices filled with relief and disbelief. A chilling question hangs in the air. Was this massacre orchestrated? Two figures stand triumphant on a bridge, having survived a brutal trial, but at what cost? His eyes, blazing with a cold fire, a stark contrast to the blood staining his face. The blonde warrior, defeated and dying, utters a final, desperate plea. I didn't do anything wrong. His crimson eyes reflect a horrifying truth: in the eyes of others, he is a monster. The question echoes in the bloody aftermath. Do I look like a monster? The Necromancer unleashes a devastating crimson wave of power. 3 fallen foes lie scattered before him. Their souls consumed, fueling his dark magic. The text boxes flash: Lee Songjun, Kim Jinhun, Song Jinwook, and Han Sikjun, their essence absorbed. A surge of dark energy erupts as the Necromancer's mastery of necromancy reaches 100% proficiency. His power explodes outward, and his unique trait ascends in rank. The air crackles with raw, untamed power. Necromancy, D, the new rank is revealed. The 7th floor's lobby. A digital display announces his arrival. The air hums with anticipation. A new achievement is unlocked, the achievement viewing function. A portal shimmers into existence, and the Necromancer stands poised, ready for whatever challenges await him on this new level. The air crackles with anticipation. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. The Necromancer surveys his achievements. Oh. S rank. He pauses, a thoughtful expression replacing the grin. I knew the first returner wasn't an ordinary achievement. With a decisive tap, he delves into the details. A new skill is acquired. The screen displays the C rank achievement, 1 hit, 1 kill. The reward? The extinction of the weak, F, skill. Another achievement flashes, Ironblood Climber, rank D. 1,500 points are awarded. A sardonic chuckle escapes his lips. I got a lot of achievements because I murdered people. The screen shows the rewards for his grim accomplishments. More skills, stats, and points are added to his arsenal. His inventory updates, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. A random gacha box, B, appears, promising an item between F and B rank. The suspense builds. A random gacha box? The Necromancer raises an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. The reward from the 6th floor is ambiguous. He muses that the item will likely be between F and B rank, a reasonable expectation given the circumstances, but his focus shifts. It's time to get to work. With a decisive movement, the Necromancer unwraps the gacha box's golden ribbon. A soft whoosh escapes as the box opens. A blinding flash of light erupts from within. A strange, green creature materializes with a pop. The creature spins wildly, a blur of green against the stark white background. It's small, almost comical. It lands with a soft thud, revealing a surprisingly grumpy-looking goblin. Keek, it snarls. The Necromancer stares, a mixture of surprise and confusion etched on his face. He's clearly not expecting this. Am I supposed to catch it? He wonders, his expression shifting to a bemused smirk. The battle begins. A swift strike, a blur of motion, sending the grotesque creature flying. The impact echoes through the stark, gray corridor. He pursues relentlessly, a relentless hunter closing in on its prey. But the creature is surprisingly agile, dodging with unnatural speed. A desperate lunge, a desperate counterattack. A clash of power. The corridor trembles under the force of their struggle. With a final, powerful blow, the creature is defeated. A wide, triumphant grin splits the protagonist's face. His eyes gleam with victory. The grotesque creature snarls, its teeth bared in a terrifying display. But the protagonist's counterattack is swift and brutal. A blur of motion as he grabs the creature. The creature is tossed aside, its eyes wide with shock. The protagonist's expression shifts, a hint of grim satisfaction in his eyes. The creature, dazed and defeated, stumbles weakly across the floor. A final, desperate lunge is met with a swift, decisive blow. The creature is finished. The protagonist stands over his defeated foe, a chilling smile playing on his lips. I was going easy on you because you're cute. He launches himself forward, a terrifying speed and power behind his attack. A devastating blow sends the creature flying. The impact echoes through the corridor. The protagonist stands, slightly winded but victorious. A cold glint in his eyes. The grotesque creature lunges, but our protagonist is faster. A blur of motion as he unleashes a devastating kick. The impact echoes with a bone-jarring wham. The creature is sent flying, a whirlwind of limbs and rage. But the protagonist is relentless, pursuing his advantage with a furious assault. A final, earth-shattering blow connects. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air. Critical hit. The creature explodes in a shower of fragments, leaving behind only a faint green mist and a single, gleaming object. Congratulations! A top-tier item from the gacha box, but is it really that good? His breath hitches, eyes wide with a mixture of exhaustion and disbelief, the battle's aftermath still clinging to him like dust. A swirling vortex of light, a shimmering, ethereal pendant materializes before him. A wrought iron pendant, B-rank imbued with the soul of a blacksmith, it enhances metallurgy and sword skills by 7%, and activates iron's protection with continuous magic power use. His fingers brush against the cool metal, a faint hum vibrates through his hand. Iron's protection, he whispers, a question hanging in the air, curiosity etched on his face. A decision made, he focuses his magic, a surge of energy flows into the pendant. The exclusive skill activates. A wave of power washes over him, a brilliant blue aura envelopes his form. He stands, empowered, a silent testament to his newfound strength, the pendant's glow reflecting in his determined eyes. Sword skill effects increased by 7%. 10% of all physical damage absorbed. This is much better than most A-rank items, he marvels, a grin spreading across his face. A powerful, shimmering blue energy descends, revealing a pendant of immense power. The protagonist, eyes wide with disbelief, holds the pendant aloft. He didn't expect such a powerful item. A surge of energy erupts from the pendant. This is no ordinary trinket. The energy fades, leaving the protagonist drained but exhilarated. All his magic power is gone, but he's got something incredible. A system message appears, the exclusive skill of the wrought iron pendant, iron protection, has been deactivated. He groans, feeling the aftereffects of the skill's immense drain. This exclusive effect consumes magic power like crazy. A lesson learned. He needs to conserve his magic for crucial moments. His gaze sharpens. He considers checking the unique trait that has advanced to D rank. But a new system message appears, leaving him stunned. Huh? What? The message reveals a shocking truth: he must wait to challenge the next trial. The unnamed protagonist stands before a shimmering interface, a determined glint in his eyes. If I can challenge the trial more quickly, then I'm all for it. But a shadow of doubt crosses his face. But is that the same for everyone? The digital display announces, "You have entered the community. Difficulty, hard." A tense exchange unfolds between the tower's spirit and several challengers. The spirit emphasizes the benefits of speed, but the others, particularly those at high levels, dismiss it as irrelevant to them. They're more concerned with preparation time. The protagonist studies the interface again, his expression thoughtful. They aren't really interested in the pioneer benefits and just seem to want to go home. A question forms in his mind. Is it because they're mostly low-ranking challengers? The weight of this realization settles upon him. The scene shifts. A chilling revelation: the atmosphere here is completely different from the 6th floor. The words paint a grim picture of the current state of affairs. A group of menacing figures, their eyes burning with a dark fire, stand in the shadows. The air crackles with malice. The murdering maniacs are probably all staying quiet. A cold realization dawns on the protagonist. The next trial is individual, eliminating any incentive for cooperation. There's nothing to gain by standing out. He braces himself, a grim determination etched on his face. I should be careful of the murdering maniacs who killed their teammates without hesitation, and more importantly, no matter what, I need to increase my unwavering skill. He focuses, his hands glowing with energy, a surge of power building within. Unique trait, Necromancy, D, proficiency, 0%. Basic effect, you can absorb the souls of the dead to either enhance or recover stats and magic power. Additional effects, 1 to 4, detailed below. He examines the updated skill description, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Did the basic effect become a little more specific? Previously, it felt like only my basic stats were being enhanced. Now, a clear upgrade path is shown: +1 to strength, +1 to agility, +1 to vitality. Level up! But now I can also use souls for magic power or a shield. The visual shows two figures, one glowing blue, magic power restoration, the other green, shield. He expected the probability of absorbing a skill to increase, but it didn't happen. Still, a defensive ability is a welcome addition. A blue energy blade materializes in his hand, a weapon of pure power. With a blur of motion, he swings the blade, a powerful arc of energy slicing through the air. He spins his hand, a vortex of dark energy coalescing into a swirling shield, a testament to his newfound necromantic prowess. Even if he suffers grievous wounds, a chilling confidence fills him. The lobby's recovering effect is his ultimate safeguard. With a burst of speed, he unleashes a devastating blow. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of energy radiating outwards. The soul shield's power is undeniable. His fist, a weapon of pure necromantic might, is poised to strike, the culmination of his training. The blow connects with bone-jarring force, a brutal display of power. Crimson energy erupts, a maelstrom of raw power. The enemy is overwhelmed. The soul shield absorbs the impact, healing the wounds instantly, a chilling display of necromantic regeneration. The soul of Song Jinwook is claimed, another victory for the unnamed protagonist. His power grows. A dark, crimson spear materializes, dripping with the essence of absorbed souls, a weapon of terrifying power. A crimson wave erupts. The unnamed protagonist unleashes a torrent of necromantic energy. A brutal display of power, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. His eyes glow with an eerie intensity as he assesses the results. "It's better than I thought, huh?" he smirks, a chilling confidence spreading across his features. The power is intoxicating. A holographic display flickers to life, revealing a stark truth: number of possessed souls, 3/30. He ponders the implications. A strategic use of his soul shield is becoming clear. He needs some souls for defense, not just offense. The trial leaderboard appears, a cold, hard assessment of his standing. 4th place. A slight frown crosses his face, but it quickly fades. 4th, huh? I ranked down by 1. It's a shame, but that's not important. I just need to be within the top 50 to be A. He trails off, his ambition burning brighter than ever. The wait is over. With a sigh of impatience, he prepares to move on. Shall I go to the next trial? The 7th floor's trial begins. Difficulty: hard. The objective? Verification. Complete 3 trials in 40 minutes, or face the ultimate penalty: death. But the reward? The A-rank skill wins grace. He steps into a long, dimly lit corridor, ancient torches casting flickering shadows on the stone walls. A stark contrast to previous trials. This place feels different. A corridor, this is completely different from the previous trials, he observes, a hint of unease in his voice. The air grows heavy, the silence amplifying his unease. A creeping sense of dread begins to take hold. "It's annoying that I can't feel anything," he mutters, a frustrated frown etching itself onto his face. A sudden, blinding flash. He's falling, a vortex of blue energy surrounds him as he plummets into the unknown. The screen flickers to life, a stark blue interface materializing before the protagonist's eyes. A message blazes across the screen: "You have entered the area of the first trial. Please prove that you have overcome your fear." A sudden, disorienting shift, the ground gives way beneath him. He plummets, a gasp escaping his lips as the wind whips past his face. "Ha! This is..." A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, fear, raw and primal, grips him. A vast, desolate expanse stretches before him. Sand dunes roll endlessly under a pale sky. He lands with a thud, the impact jarring him, but he's alive. He rises, dusting himself off, a grim determination hardening his gaze. "I knew it." The desolate landscape stretches before him, a vast crater dominating the horizon, a testament to the raw power unleashed on this 7th floor. He stands, silhouetted against the pale sky, a lone figure in a world of dust and shadow. The air itself seems to crackle with anticipation. A sand golem. This area is a reproduction of the tutorial trial. The words echo in his mind, a grim reminder of the challenges ahead. Completion conditions: complete 3 trials before the time is up. He reads the instructions, a flicker of determination in his eyes. A quiet confidence replacing the initial wariness. To be honest, I can defeat the sand golem with my eyes closed now. Does that mean I'll be able to go to the 8th floor quickly? A hint of a smirk plays on his lips, a challenge accepted. The ground trembles. A low rumble shakes the very foundations of the crater. Han? He glances up, a sudden shift in his expression. The sand whips into a frenzy, swirling and coalescing, a colossal form rising from the depths. The tutorial trial looms before him, a colossal sand golem rising from the earth. Always been this huge, the protagonist exclaims, his voice echoing in the desolate expanse. He sizes up the monstrous creature, his eyes narrowed in concentration. I think it's 3 times as big. He mutters, a hint of excitement in his tone. A predatory grin spreads across his face, his eyes blazing with an icy blue fire. Ha! He chuckles, a low rumble that speaks of confidence and anticipation. The fight begins. A swift kick connects, sending the golem reeling. Followed by a brutal uppercut that sends sand flying. The golem staggers, momentarily stunned. He unleashes a flurry of blows, a whirlwind of motion, each strike precise and powerful. The golem's massive form is thrown back, cracking the very ground beneath its feet. The final blow lands. A powerful TSK echoes as the protagonist unleashes a devastating attack, sending the sand golem reeling. The force of the impact is immense, a whirlwind of motion and dust. With a swift, precise movement, the protagonist seizes the stunned creature. A triumphant grin spreading across his face as he declares, "Ha! I caught you." The golem roars, a terrifying sound that speaks of raw power and barely contained rage. But it's too late. The protagonist crushes the golem's head with a sickening crunch. His face contorts in a grimace of exertion, sweat dripping from his brow, the victory hard won. But even in defeat, the golem's final moments are filled with a surprising, almost pathetic, whimper. The dust settles, revealing the protagonist standing over his defeated foe. A sinister smile slowly spreads across his face as he reveals his true intentions. "I was going easy on you because you're cute." The unnamed protagonist, eyes blazing with crimson fury, launches himself at the sand golem. A blur of motion. A devastating blow connects. The golem staggers, sent flying backwards by the sheer force of the impact. A triumphant smirk plays on the protagonist's lips. "Humph," he scoffs, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. He follows up with a swift, calculated kick. A spinning back kick that sends the golem tumbling end over end. The impact echoes with a resounding thwack. The golem is reeling, its movements becoming increasingly erratic. A final, crushing blow is delivered. A powerful fist slams into the golem's core. The ground trembles. And with a final, explosive crash, the sand golem is reduced to dust. Critical hit. The screen flashes, announcing the protagonist's victory. The sand golem, its eyes glowing ominously, lunges forward. A final blow shatters the creature. The ground trembles as the golem explodes into dust. A faint glow remains. A reward. A mysterious pendant materializes from the dust, shimmering with an ethereal light. It's a B-rank item? A slight frown crosses his face. He examines the pendant closely. The inscription reveals its power: wrought iron pendant, B. Increases metallurgy and sword skill effects by 7%. Using magic power will activate the exclusive effect Iron's Protection. In return for continuously using magic power, there is no cooldown for the exclusive effect. He holds the pendant, a surge of energy flowing into his hand. Iron's Protection? Intrigued, he tests its power. With a thought, he activates the pendant's ability. A protective aura envelopes him. The system message confirms the exclusive skill of the wrought iron pendant, iron protection, has been activated. A surge of energy erupts. The air crackles with power as the protagonist stands, bathed in an ethereal blue glow. His eyes, wide with wonder, reflect the intensity of the magical aura. The text box reveals the wrought iron pendant's incredible stats: a 7% boost to sword skills and 10% physical damage absorption. This is much better than most A-rank items, he thinks. The narrator's voice booms. It's an OP item with both attack and defense properties. A look of disbelief crosses his face. I didn't expect much, he mutters, but a triumphant grin quickly spreads as he examines his prize. He holds the pendant aloft, the blue energy intensifying. But I got a freaking amazing item. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A wave of exhaustion washes over him. All your magic power has been consumed. The system announces. Another system message appears: the exclusive skill of the wrought iron pendant, iron protection, has been deactivated. He groans, ugh, this exclusive effect that drains magic power like crazy. He carefully readjusts the pendant, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. I should save my magic power and only use this during important moments. Now, the next challenge. He considers his options, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, the weight of the decision pressing down. A sudden realization dawns, a gasp escapes his lips. He's ready. The trial awaits, but is this the same for everyone? The waiting time is gone, vanished without a trace. An admin chimes in, casually dismissing the significance. The tower's spirit expresses concern, highlighting the importance of speed, but seasoned veterans like Max Level and Continent remain unconcerned. They're focused on their own preparations. He observes, a thoughtful expression on his face, the implications sinking in. A question forms in his mind, a suspicion taking root. The atmosphere is drastically different here, a chilling revelation. The air crackles with tension. A chilling scene unfolds: a group of shadowy figures, their eyes burning with malevolent red light, stand silently. Their silence speaks volumes. The next trial is individual, leaving no room for alliances. Survival is a solitary game. Our protagonist, ever vigilant, knows the danger. He's wary of the ruthless killers among them, those who betrayed their own teammates without a second thought. But his focus is unwavering. He must grow stronger, no matter the cost. His resolve hardens. A surge of energy. A brilliant blue aura erupts from his body as he channels his power. A new skill is unlocked. Necromancy. The details of this unique trait are revealed: the ability to absorb the souls of the dead to enhance stats and magic power. A chilling yet powerful ability. He studies the newly acquired information, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The basic effect is more specific than he initially thought. He can now use absorbed souls for more than just stat boosts. A visual representation of his power upgrade flashes before his eyes, +1 to various stats, a clear sign of his growing strength. The possibilities are vast. He can now use the absorbed souls for magic power restoration or to create a protective shield. His strategic options have expanded dramatically. He expected the probability of absorbing a skill to increase, but it didn't. A surge of blue energy, coalescing into a blade of pure power. The blade spins, a vortex of destruction, a whirlwind of sharp edges. He tests the soul shield's strength, a defensive ability he desperately needed. Even if his arm is severed, the lobby's recovery effect will save him. With a powerful stance, he prepares for the impact, a grim determination etched on his face. The soul shield activates, a spinning defense against the incoming attack. A powerful blow connects, but the shield holds. Crimson energy erupts, a counterattack of raw power. The soul shield activates. A wave of energy washes over the protagonist, absorbing the impact of a devastating blow. The system displays a message: the soul has absorbed the user's injury. Another message appears: the soul of player Song Jinwook has disappeared. The counter updates, March 30th. A crimson energy surges, a weapon of immense power materializing in a flash of light. The soul shield's power unleashed. His eyes glow with a fierce intensity. A satisfied smirk spreads across his face. It's better than I thought, huh? He reflects on his strategy. I shouldn't absorb all the souls. It's better to leave some to use as shields. The trial leaderboard appears. A look of surprise crosses his face as he sees his ranking. It's a shame, but that's not important. I just need to be within the top 50. The wait is over. Testing in the lobby is getting boring. Phew. Shall I go to the next trial? The 7th floor's trial will start. Difficulty, hard. The subject of the trial is verification. Remaining time, 40 minutes. Completion conditions, complete 3 trials before the time is up. Failure conditions, challenger dies or the time runs out. Reward for completion, skill wins grace, A. Penalty upon failure, death. Ha! A corridor. This is completely different from the previous trials. The air grows heavy with anticipation. Shadows dance in the flickering torchlight. The unnamed protagonist walks through a sterile, metallic corridor. A chilling emptiness hangs in the air. It's a stark contrast to the vibrant world outside. It's annoying that I can't feel anything, he mutters, a hint of frustration in his voice. A sudden whoosh of light. He's pulled into a blinding tunnel, a kaleidoscope of energy surrounds him. The trial begins. A digital message appears, you have entered the area of the first trial. Please prove that you have overcome your fear. He's flung into a vast, open sky. A dizzying drop awaits. A sheer cliff face looms before him. Huh, he gasps, the wind whipping past his face. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickles down his temple. This is it. A desolate landscape unfolds, a vast expanse of sand dunes stretching to the horizon. The wind whispers secrets through the canyons, carrying with it the fine grains of sand. A lone figure emerges from the swirling dust, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. I knew it, he mutters, a grim determination etched on his face. The ground trembles beneath his feet, a monstrous chasm opens before him, a gaping maw in the earth. He stares into the abyss, a terrifying drop into the unknown. But his resolve does not waver. He steps forward, his silhouette a stark contrast against the swirling sand. A sand golem rises from the depths, a colossal figure of immense power. The words echo in the air, a sand golem. This area is a reproduction of the tutorial trial. The challenge is clear. Completion conditions, complete 3 trials before the time is up. The protagonist's eyes narrow. Then it means that this trial, he thinks. Going through 3 trials, I've already passed. He assesses the situation, his confidence growing. The tutorial begins. Our protagonist stands before a colossal sand golem, its form slowly emerging from the desert. The ground trembles with each shift of its mountainous bulk. Dust billows, obscuring the full extent of its terrifying size. The golem rises, a titan of sand and shadow, its eyes glowing ominously. This is no mere training dummy. Always been this huge? The protagonist's voice is barely a whisper against the scale of his opponent. He's clearly surprised by the golem's immense size. He assesses the situation, his eyes narrowed in concentration. I think it's 3 times as big. But a predatory grin spreads across his face. His eyes blaze with an icy blue light. The challenge is accepted. A tremor shakes the earth, dust and debris fly as a colossal figure emerges from the sand. Has the sand golem always been this huge? The question hangs in the air, a silent testament to the sheer scale of the creature before him. He stares up at the monstrous form, a mixture of awe and grim determination etched on his face. I think it's 3 times as big. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Ha ha! The ground cracks, a monstrous roar echoes across the desolate landscape. A colossal sand golem, its form shifting and unstable, rises from the desert floor. Its eyes glow with malevolent energy. Meanwhile, our protagonist, a figure of defiance amidst the swirling sands, prepares for battle. Two shimmering blue energy shields materialize in his hands. He grins, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Yeah, let's fight. The clash begins. A blur of motion as he launches a lightning-fast attack, a shockwave erupts as his energy blades connect with the golem. Sand flies everywhere in a furious storm. He moves with impossible speed, a whirlwind of motion slicing through the sand giant's defenses, thwack. His eyes blaze with determination, a fierce light reflecting the intensity of the battle. With a final, powerful strike, he sends a massive chunk of the golem flying, leaving the creature reeling. But the fight is far from over. He lands gracefully, surveying the damage. How strange. He muses, noticing something peculiar. The sand golem, once a towering behemoth, now lies in ruins, its colossal form shattered, reduced to a pile of crumbling sandstone. A question arises: is the golem's internal structure unusually deep due to its immense size? The protagonist observes the golem's remains, a whirlwind of sand and dust swirling around the fallen giant. A look of intense focus etched on his face. His eyes, wide with a mixture of surprise and determination. With a powerful leap, he launches himself towards the golem's remains. The ground trembles beneath his feet as he delivers a devastating blow, a shockwave erupts from the impact. More chunks of the golem are sent flying into the air, a chaotic ballet of destruction. The final pieces of the sand golem crumble to dust, revealing a hidden chamber within its core. A surge of blue energy pulses from the newly exposed space. The energy intensifies, radiating outwards in a blinding flash. The unnamed protagonist lunges forward, a blur of motion. His blade sings a deadly song. A precise strike that shatters the sand golem's defenses. Dust explodes outward. If that doesn't work, then I'll just slice you up, he declares, eyes blazing with determination. A devastating blow. The golem staggers, its stony form cracking under the assault. Chunks of earth and sand raining down as the hidden chamber is revealed. With a final, powerful slash, the golem is cleaved in two. The hero's blade flashes, revealing a dark, mysterious opening within the fallen monstrosity. The air crackles with anticipation. I knew it, slicing sand with a knife, he muses, his gaze fixed on the newly revealed entrance. I need to find the core stone, no matter what, and destroy it. The sand golem roars, a terrifying wave of destruction unleashed. Its very form seems to crackle with raw power. But even as the ground trembles, a grim determination hardens the protagonist's face. I just made it angrier, shit, he mutters, a grim smile playing on his lips. The golem lunges, a mountain of sand and fury. A whirlwind of motion as the protagonist meets the attack head-on. The clash of power is deafening. The impact. A shockwave rips through the desert, leaving only dust and silence in its wake. Ha! The protagonist gasps, his eyes widening in disbelief. A deafening roar echoes across the landscape. As the sand golem collapses into a heap of rubble, revealing a hidden chamber below. The core stone awaits. He charges forward, a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. That's crazy. Dodging isn't enough. The sheer force of the attack is overwhelming. If it falls like that, the consequences will be devastating. The ground trembles. A monstrous blow sends a shockwave through the earth, revealing a terrifying figure emerging from the dust cloud. With a blur of motion, he counters the attack. A desperate, skillful riposte. A whirlwind of sand and steel as he dodges and strikes. He launches a powerful counterattack, a spear of energy piercing the sky. The impact creates a massive crater, swallowing the earth whole. The dust settles, revealing the extent of the destruction. A colossal chasm marks the battlefield. Buried in the sand, the weight of the world pressing down, a tremor runs through him. His eyes snap open, blazing with fury. I'm pissed. The words are a growl, a promise of vengeance. He rises, a whirlwind of motion, his hand finds the hilt of his sword. The blade sings, a lethal melody, a storm of power unleashed. The earth trembles, a monstrous fist slams down. He counters with blinding speed, a clash of titans. The ground explodes outward in a cataclysmic eruption, a crater yawns open, swallowing the beast whole. A new skill manifests, 3 lacerations. Its power is raw, untamed. The ground trembles, a colossal stone golem, its form cracking under the strain of a mighty blow, begins to crumble. A blur of motion. A figure cuts through the air, wielding a blade of pure energy, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. His eyes, burning with determination, reflect the intensity of the battle. I cut it in one go. The scene shifts. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, observes the destruction from afar. Frustration boils within them. A bitter monologue echoing their inner turmoil. I was frustrated when my floor was invaded, but should I now thank the knight that invaded my floor? A wry smile plays on the warrior's lips. He's exhausted, but a glint of triumph shines in his eyes. Despite the golem's regenerative abilities, the hero presses on. Although the golem can regenerate its parts with sand, I still need to continue slicing it up in order to find the core stone nut. The earth shudders once more, a cataclysmic roar echoes across the battlefield. The ground trembles as a colossal blow lands. Dust and debris erupt in a chaotic maelstrom. A blinding flash of energy cleaves the air. I'll cut you again and again, as many times as it takes. The relentless assault continues, a furious dance of steel and power. Each strike more devastating than the last. The earth groans under the impact. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion. A whirlwind of destruction unleashed. The ground explodes outwards in a massive crater. Exhausted but defiant, he breathes heavily. It's persistent. Where the hell is its core stone? A lingering question hangs in the air. His eyes, sharp and focused, scan the ravaged landscape. A sudden realization dawns. You. Across the desolate expanse of sand, a lone figure stands, dwarfed by the colossal form of a stone golem. The golem, surprisingly, blushes, a reaction to an unexpected comment. Our hero observes, his mind already strategizing. Sand is the golem's life source, but this arid environment limits its power. The golem's diminished size is explained, a consequence of its resource scarcity. A grim determination settles on the hero's face, a plan is forming. He addresses the golem, a sinister glint in his eyes. All right, golem, want to go on a diet with me? The hero's challenge echoes, a clash is imminent. The golem refuses, and the battle begins. A furious assault unfolds, the hero's blade cleaves through stone. With a final, earth-shattering blow, the golem is destroyed, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The golem, a mountain of stone and fury, unleashes a devastating blow. A shockwave rips through the desert. But our hero anticipates the attack, a grim determination etched on his face. He's ready. With blinding speed, he counters, a flurry of strikes aimed at the golem's core. A whirlwind of motion as he dances around the colossal beast, each movement precise and deadly. The earth trembles as the golem staggers, its stony form cracking under the assault. A guttural roar of pain and rage echoing across the desolate landscape. Its power is waning. The golem's very essence begins to unravel, its structure fracturing into 1,000 pieces. Dust and debris filling the air as the mighty creature crumbles to its knees. The end is near. With a final, earth-shattering impact, the golem is reduced to rubble. Victory is ours. A low growl escapes the dust cloud, something remains. A close-up on the main character's eye, a fierce blue light burning within. He has found it, the key to victory. The golem lies defeated, its stone body cracked and broken. The main character stands over it, his sword dripping with the remnants of the battle. It was a tough fight, The thick hide was a challenge, but he prevailed. A moment of reflection. 10 minutes, that's how long it took to reach this point. Time is of the essence. The main character glances at his sword, a reminder of the limited time he has left. Only 40 minutes remain in the trial. He must hurry. The golem's fist hurtles towards him, a blur of motion. With a swift, precise movement, the main character dodges the attack. Dust and debris fly as he counters with a devastating blow. The golem staggers, its movements noticeably slower. "You've gotten quicker after going on a diet," the golem taunts, a hint of surprise in its tone. The main character's blade slices through the golem's defenses with ease. The sound of tearing stone echoes across the desolate landscape. "How?" The golem, despite its imminent defeat, speaks with a chilling calmness. "I wanted to play with you a little longer," it says, its voice laced with regret. But there's no time for games. The main character, his face grim, pushes forward, leaving the defeated golem behind. He has no time to waste. The golem, a mountain of stone and fury, rises before our hero. A clash of steel against stone. The hero's blade finds its mark, a crimson line piercing the golem's stony flesh. The earth trembles. A deafening roar echoes as the golem unleashes its raw power. But the hero stands defiant, their resolve unwavering. The golem begins to crumble. A blinding flash. The golem explodes in a shower of crimson fragments, leaving behind only the echoes of its might and the hero, victorious but weary. "You have proven that you have overcome your fear." The words ring true. The first trial has ended. A new chapter begins. A crimson blade pierces the earth, a blinding flash of light erupting from the impact, the ground trembles. From the depths, a colossal stone golem rises, its eyes glowing with fiery rage. Roar! The golem unleashes a devastating blow, shattering the earth, but the attack is met with unwavering resolve. The crimson light explodes outwards, pulverizing the stone giant into fragments. The dust settles, revealing a scene of utter destruction. He stands victorious, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with triumph. "You have proven that you have overcome your fear. The first trial has ended." He exhales, a plume of white against the desolate landscape. Phew! With a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly disintegrates the remaining rubble. The dust clouds swirl. A blinding flash of azure light engulfs him, a new power awakens. The final blow connects. A shockwave of energy rips through the air, leaving behind only the echoes of a titanic struggle. He stares, eyes wide, at the fading light of the defeated golem. "Nice," the golem's soul, he breathes, a hint of triumph in his voice. But the victory is short-lived. A crimson tendril erupts from the golem's remains. A torrent of dark energy surging towards him. He's thrown back, the impact sending tremors through his body. The world explodes in a kaleidoscope of light and color as he's pulled into a vortex of raw power. And then, silence. A cold, hard message appears before him: "You have failed to extract the soul." His hand clenches, frustration etched on his face. "Ah, fuck, so annoying," he snarls, his jaw tight with barely contained rage. His eyes burn with a fierce determination. The system's voice cuts through his fury: "You will now be entering the area of the second trial. Prove that you have overcome your own wisdom." The screen fades, revealing a dilapidated chamber, the air thick with the scent of decay and ancient magic. The second trial awaits. The air crackles with residual energy, a defeated golem lies broken on the floor. The protagonist stands over it, a flicker of confusion in his eyes as he mutters, "Huh?" A surge of power courses through him, his eyes blaze with newfound intensity. He's been transported. The scene shifts to a fiery inferno. The orc village from the second floor's trial, he gasps, recognizing the ravaged landscape. As expected, the trials from the previous floors are materializing here. The consequences of his actions are becoming terrifyingly clear. He rips aside a curtain of flame, revealing a gleaming sword, its hilt pulsing with power. He grasps it, a grim determination etched on his face. A sudden impact. The ground trembles beneath his feet. His jaw tightens, a predatory glint in his eyes. He's ready. The orc village burns. Orcs flee in terror from the encroaching flames. A desperate struggle for survival unfolds amidst the chaos. A hunter orc. The protagonist's eyes narrow, piecing together the horrifying truth. During the second floor's trial, I destroyed the orc village. Is this what happened after that? The weight of his actions crushes him. The aftermath of battle. A scene of devastation unfolds, the orc village consumed by flames. A lone orc lies dead, his lifeblood staining the scorched earth. The weight of destruction settles heavily on the scene. A guttural sound rips through the air, cheek. An orc's enraged face fills the panel, eyes blazing with crimson fury. Another monstrous roar, chaek. The word berserk explodes across the panel as the orc's rage intensifies. Text explains, a phenomenon that occurs when monsters are enraged. The scale of the orc's power is made clear. The protagonist stands amidst the chaos, his back to us, a grim determination etched on his posture. The text reads, a berserk orc is no measly E-rank monster. His voice, filled with despair, echoes, I'm so freaking unlucky. The weight of his situation is palpable. Another berserk orc lunges, a terrifying display of raw power. Eek. The sound of its attack. The chaos continues, cheese. A flurry of blows and desperate struggle. Surrounded. The protagonist stands defiant amidst the smoldering ruins of an orc village, facing a furious mob of berserk orcs. Their weapons gleam menacingly in the dying light. But a flicker of resolve ignites in his eyes. A cold fury begins to take hold. You monsters can't make it obvious that you're hurting from losing your family, he snarls, his voice raw with barely contained rage. The words trigger something within him. A surge of power. His skills, instant acceleration and 3 lacerations, activate. The air crackles with energy. With a burst of blinding speed, he dashes forward, a whirlwind of motion. His blade finds its mark. Crash, an orc is sent sprawling, the impact echoing through the ravaged landscape. He stands amidst the carnage, panting, his sword dripping with orcish blood. Another orc, wounded but still dangerous, rises to challenge him. The final orc falls, defeated. The scene is one of utter devastation. Silence descends upon the battlefield, broken only by the protagonist's ragged breathing. How's that, fucking shit, right? He mutters, his voice laced with bitter exhaustion and a chilling resolve. The weight of his loss, the brutal reality of his situation, it all crashes down on him. He is alone, surrounded by the dead, his victory hollow and bittersweet. The berserker orc's eyes blaze with furious red light, a terrifying visage of raw power and untamed rage. A deafening roar shakes the very ground as it charges. The air crackles with anticipation. Our hero stands defiant, a lone figure against a monstrous foe. The clash is inevitable. A desperate struggle for survival. His face is a mask of grim determination. A flash of blue light. Instant acceleration activates. The hero's movements become a blur. 3 lacerations unleashed. The orc's hide is torn open by 3 precise, devastating strikes. The hero's blade sings a deadly song, a whirlwind of blue energy slicing through the air. The second trial is over. A digital message appears, confirming his victory. You have proven that you have overcome your wisdom. He breathes heavily, exhaustion etched onto his features, but his eyes burn with a newfound resolve. There's no time to rest. I can't delay this anymore. The final battle awaits. A crimson wave erupts as the protagonist unleashes a devastating attack. The ground trembles beneath the sheer force. The souls of fallen hunter orcs are consumed, a vortex of dark energy swirling around him. His power surges. System update: you have absorbed the souls of the hunter orcs. Proficiency has increased by 6%. The counter ticks upwards, 19/30 possessed souls. More than halfway there. The protagonist's strength grows with each fallen foe. His grip tightens on his hunter dagger. A crimson burst explodes from his hand as he levels up his hunter dagger skill to D rank. 100% proficiency achieved. But that's not all. The instant acceleration skill also reaches 100% proficiency, upgrading to D+ rank. Speed and power combine. The system announces, you will now be entering the area of the third trial. Prove that you have overcome your hesitation. A chilling whisper echoes, this trial is all over the place. A sense of dread washes over the protagonist. The final test begins. His eyes widen, reflecting the sheer scale of the challenge ahead. The weight of expectation bears down. A close-up on a face, eyes narrowed, a question mark floating nearby. He walks across a long, narrow bridge, the water stretching out before him. This is it, the final trial. His eyes widen in surprise. Capture the area from the 6th floor? He adjusts his grip on his weapon. The trials were on the 1st and 2nd floors, so he assumed this would be a replica of the 3rd. But the tile arrangement is different. A subtle shift in the rules of the game. The tower's cruel joke is revealed, wisdom was just to warm up. This is the real challenge. He sighs, a defeated slump to his shoulders. I'm the idiot for expecting logical things from this tower. Facing a horde of orcs, his expression is one of grim determination. Inventory open. A health potion appears, shimmering with an ethereal glow. A description of the potion, health potion, D. A special recovery potion that's rich in vitality. When consumed, stamina and magic power will be restored by 20%. With a decisive movement, he crushes the vial. A surge of cool energy washes over him. A sigh of relief escapes his lips. Phew! He stands, renewed and ready. He stands poised, a sleek, dark blade held aloft. That's better, he mutters, a hint of grim satisfaction in his tone. A chibi-style depiction of the protagonist, a playful contrast to the previous panel's intensity. He holds a vial of blue liquid, his expression serious despite the art style. With a swift toss, he hurls the vial into the churning sea below. Polluting the Tower of Trials. The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. A splash. The impact ripples outward, a visual echo of the protagonist's resolve. The water begins to boil and churn violently. Eyes blazing with newfound power, his expression is one of fierce determination. The transformation is complete. A torrent of icy water erupts, a geyser of power unleashed. The very structure of the Tower of Trials seems to tremble under the force of the attack. His face is grim, set in a mask of concentration. Just because I threw that. A system notification appears, a digital overlay on the scene. The assassin's cape, D, activates, boosting his movement speed by 15%. The timer counts down, 59 seconds. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion across the water. The final trial has begun. He's done it. The protagonist has successfully completed all the previous trials. But the final challenge awaits. To pass, he must find the elusive captured tile. The rules are clear, until he finds it, the water remains forbidden. But speed is his ally. He's faster than ever before. With enhanced speed, he'll evade the water's grasp. And with a burst of incredible speed, he makes his move. A desperate lunge. He narrowly avoids the water's pull. But the trial isn't over yet. The impact sends a shockwave. And the protagonist, despite the near miss, has touched the water. The trial is complete. Strength, agility, and stamina decreased by 10 points. The penalty timer begins its countdown. Only 2 minutes and 59 seconds remain before the effects wear off. The final trial unfolds before him. A vast expanse of water, broken only by precarious stone tiles. He thought the tiles would burst in order, a logical progression. But the Tower of Trials is anything but logical. He leaps, the water erupting around him in a chaotic spray. A desperate gamble. But with instant acceleration, he narrowly avoids the deadly deluge. He hurtles through the air, a blur of motion, dodging the treacherous water jets with impossible precision. The final tile explodes beneath his feet. A thunderous splash. A phone shatters, the screen cracking like ice under a sudden, violent impact. The force sends debris flying. And our hero, defiant even in the face of death, roars his challenge. "Did you think I'll die in a place like this?" He leaps, a blur of motion, dodging a torrent of water that crashes down around him. The force of the water is immense. Each wave a potential death sentence, but he's too quick, too agile. He dances on the edge of oblivion. His eyes locked on the prize, a single red tile, the key to escape. The path is treacherous, a maze of deadly currents and crumbling platforms. "Over there," he mutters, "the red tile." He makes his move, a desperate dash across the churning water towards the red tile. The tension is palpable, as waves threaten to consume him, but he perseveres. Is this annoying trial going to end soon? A whirlpool of water erupts, a maelstrom of power and chaos. With a final burst of speed, he reaches the red tile, touching it just as the water threatens to pull him under. Victory! The final trial unfolds. A torrent of water, a raging beast unleashed, crashes down upon our hero. But he's ready. Dodging the initial onslaught, he observes, "Now it's just following me with no tact." A whirlwind of icy water, a relentless dance of evasion and precision. He moves with the grace of a phantom. Each maneuver calculated, each step a testament to his unwavering resolve. The water whips around him, a furious serpent. But he remains defiant, a whisper of determination escaping his lips, "Just a little more." His eyes, blazing with unwavering resolve, lock onto his goal. A fierce grin spreads across his face. A surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. The final push. He lunges forward. A thunderous crash as he breaks through the water's grasp. The impact sends a shockwave. And he emerges victorious. A triumphant roar echoes across the water, a testament to his indomitable spirit. Ki-ak. Water crashes down, a torrent of icy power, the final trial, a test of will and skill. Just a little more. He pushes himself to the limit, eyes blazing with fierce determination. The water whips into a frenzy around him, a vortex of icy power erupts. A searing pain explodes through his body, his face contorts in agony. He's thrown back, a broken marionette, the impact sends a shockwave through the water. A desperate gasp escapes his lips, is this the end? Submerged, struggling, he fights against the crushing pressure. Iron's protection activates. 10% of all physical damage absorbed by the skin, a vital shield against certain death. Crimson slashes tear through the air, but he endures. A cataclysmic explosion. The force of the blast rips through the air, a maelstrom of crimson and shadow. The very air itself seems to crack and shatter under the sheer power unleashed. The soul absorbs the damage, shielding the user from the brunt of the attack. But at a cost. The orc hunter's soul is destroyed in the process, its essence dissolving into nothingness. Despite the protective barrier, a shockwave slams into the protagonist. "I'm sure I felt the shock," he gasps, the impact echoing in his bones. But even as the world spins, a grim determination sets in. "The shield protected me just before I took damage from the shock," he realizes, a flicker of relief in his eyes. He stumbles, wounded but not broken, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. He pushes himself to his feet, the fight far from over. A desperate lunge, a desperate escape. He launches himself across the water, the spray of the ocean a stark contrast to the fiery chaos he just survived. With a mighty leap, he clears the gap, his sword gleaming in the sunlight. Phew dash, he exhales, the tension finally breaking as he escapes the immediate danger. But the battle is far from over. The aftermath of the explosion continues to rage, a tempest of destruction unleashed upon the world. The Assassin's Cape's exclusive effect has been deactivated. The tide turns. He runs, sword in hand, the relentless waves crashing around him, a desperate flight for survival. Gasping for air, he collapses. Shit, he mutters, the weight of exhaustion crushing him. His eyes, wide with despair, reflect the harsh reality: I have no mana now. I'm done for if instant acceleration gets deactivated too. But wait, a crimson orb materializes in his hand, pulsating with dark energy. He swallows it whole, the orb's power coursing through his veins. A cataclysmic eruption of raw power. Crimson energy explodes outward. His eyes blaze with renewed power, the storm within mirroring the tempest without. A torrent of icy energy erupts, a maelstrom of power unleashed. The unnamed protagonist, eyes blazing, channels this raw force, a desperate gamble to replenish his fading magic. He lunges forward, a blur of motion. A little more, he needs just a little more. The impact. A colossal wave crashes down, the force of the explosion shaking the very foundations of the world. But he perseveres, his grip tightening on his weapon. His eyes widen, a look of dawning horror. Oh! The sheer power is overwhelming. Shit! He doesn't know anymore. I don't know anymore. The weight of the world crushes him. A final, desperate strike. A cataclysmic surge of power erupts. The unnamed protagonist, wings of shadow unfurling, ascends amidst a maelstrom of ice and energy, leaving behind a trail of frozen destruction. The very air crackles with the raw energy of the absorbed soul. The orc hunter's demise. A final, desperate roar echoes as the protagonist's power overwhelms him, a brutal, swift end. An orc hunter's soul, vanquished. The system confirms the absorption. But the sheer power is almost too much to bear. The protagonist plummets, the icy landscape shattering beneath him. He crashes, the impact jarring. A pained groan escapes his lips. A wave of nausea washes over him. The power surges within, threatening to consume him. His eyes widen, a look of pure agony twisting his features. The orc hunter's power, it's overwhelming. The ground trembles, a violent shockwave erupts from the epicenter of the conflict. A cataclysmic explosion. The sheer force is breathtaking. The orc hunter's soul is obliterated. The system confirms, another soul absorbed. The counter updates, December 30th. 12 souls claimed. But the cost is immense. Agony racks his body. He collapses, his face contorted in pain, a silent scream etched onto his features. His eyes, wide with anguish, reflect the storm brewing within. Above, twin vortexes of immense power begin to form, a terrifying display of raw energy. The air crackles with anticipation, a maelstrom of power is about to unleash itself. He struggles to maintain control, the power threatens to overwhelm him. Swirling vortex of water explodes outwards. The protagonist sits, drenched, a look of pained exhaustion etched on his face. He grits his teeth, muttering, "This damned trial, pissing me off till the very end." A brilliant blue light erupts. The unnamed protagonist emerges from the trial, exhaustion etched onto his face, a sigh of relief escapes his lips, phew. His thoughts turn inward, a grim assessment of his performance. This trial, honestly, it is the same as failing it. A wave of apprehension washes over him as he contemplates the next challenge. At this rate, I'm very uneasy about the 8th floor's trial. Luck won't work from now on. He stands in a stark, metallic chamber, the silence amplifying his unease. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. A system message blazes across the screen. 1,000 people have completed the 7th floor's trial. System expansion has started. A skill shop has been created. A trial junction has been created. A permanent return is possible. A floor invading system has been activated. The protagonist processes the information, a flicker of hope igniting within him. A skill shop, permanent return, and even floor invading, they're all things I've been looking forward to. But then, a final message appears, altering his perspective completely. You are a challenger that has been appointed as a pioneer in all floors. The screen glows, a single word appearing in bold letters, this. Halo. A surge of energy radiates outwards, bathing the protagonist in golden light. A powerful figure materializes, radiating power. The text box reveals the immense benefit of being appointed a pioneer on all floors. The Tower of Trials offers unprecedented advice. This halo holds a special significance, a key to unlocking hidden potential. 3 options appear: ruler, hunter, monk. The protagonist, Han Sung-yoon, studies the choices, his brow furrowed in concentration. He turns his back to the screen, considering his options. A strategic pause before a crucial decision. The system analyzes Han Sung-yoon's progress, highlighting a unique halo perfectly suited to his abilities. A universal type halo, enhancing combat, growth, support, and creation. The unique trait? Skill synthesis. Han Sung-yoon's eyes widen slightly. The implications sink in: this halo affects all abilities and unique traits. A confident smile spreads across his face. The Tower of Trials has guided him to the perfect choice. The question hangs in the air: what about the other halos? The Hunter Halo, adaptable to anyone, deeply connected to ability and skill improvements. Its effect exponentially increases proficiency. A thoughtful pause, a decision weighs heavily. And the last halo. The Monk Halo, greatly influenced by talent and perseverance. The longer the investment, the stronger it becomes, but it requires both time and talent. Useless for the talentless. The choice is clear. Dismiss the Monk Halo. He stands before 2 shimmering interfaces, arms outstretched, preparing to choose his destiny. With unwavering resolve, he makes his selection. The Hunter Halo is chosen. A finger points, a decision made. The Ruler's Halo's unique effect activates. Evolution of the unique trait begins. A figure descends from the heavens, cloaked in golden light. A question hangs in the air: is this the power of the Hunter Halo? The protagonist's eyes widen, a mixture of awe and uncertainty. The choice is clear. A decisive gesture, a finger pointing towards his destiny. The screen flashes with data streams, revealing the Hunter Halo's unique traits, necromancy and skill synthesis. A surge of power. The system updates, confirming the new abilities. Han Sung-yoon's stats are enhanced. Necromancy, skill synthesis, his power is redefined. The Hunter Halo, ruler. Crimson energy erupts, swirling around him like a storm. A transformation complete. He stands, empowered, ready. I finally. Who? The power surges, a crimson wave. He has a halo. A sleek interface shimmers into existence, a gateway to unimaginable power. Skill synthesization. The ability to fuse any 2 skills, creating something entirely new, the higher rank skill becoming the core. A thoughtful expression crosses his face. He can combine even the most useless skills. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. This is it. Pure, unadulterated awesomeness. He scans his available skills, a thoughtful frown furrowing his brow. Which ones to choose? His gaze lingers on the less used skills, a strategic decision forming in his mind. The system interface flickers, presenting 2 choices: extinction of the weak and combat continuation. A critical decision, shaping the very fabric of his power. Han Sung-yoon selects both, a strategic gamble. The screen glows, a digital tempest brewing within its depths. And with a final surge of energy, the synthesis is complete. A blinding light fills the screen, revealing a new power, a new skin. Han Sung-yoon's eyes widen, reflecting the radiant glow. His transformation is complete. The synthesis is complete. A blinding light erupts. And a wave of energy washes over him. His eyes widen in shock. A new skill has been created. The system announces. Forceful breakthrough, D. A powerful new ability is born. He stares at the screen, a mixture of surprise and dawning understanding in his eyes. Ha! This is how it works. He reflects on his expectations. I thought getting an E rank skill would be good, but I got a D rank one instead. A wide, manic grin spreads across his face. His eyes, blazing with an unnatural light, reflect the sheer power he now commands. This is a crazy skill, he exclaims, a hint of disbelief and unrestrained excitement in his voice. He approaches a sleek, futuristic interface, a determined glint in his eyes. Let's see what else the system can do. The screen flickers to life, displaying a list of available skills. The options shimmer, promising untold power. The time to choose has come. 2 skills are selected, Ranger's Knowledge, F, and Fire Resistance, F. A potent combination, waiting to be unleashed. With a decisive tap, he confirms his choice. The system hums, preparing for the synthesis. The moment of truth. A blinding flash of light erupts from the screen. A surge of energy washes over him. The transformation begins. The light fades, revealing the results of the synthesis. A new power has been forged. He gazes at the screen, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. The results are even better than he expected. A new skill, Strengthened Eyes, E, has been created. His vision sharpens, the world around him coming into breathtaking clarity. The screen displays the newly acquired skill, Strengthened Eyes, E, granting enhanced vision even in the darkest environments. A slight frown creases his face. It only rose 1 rank? His blue eyes gleam with curiosity. Is that how it works? 2 skills merge, a burst of energy illuminating the scene. Extinction of the Weak, F, and Combat Continuation, F, combine. But another attempt fails. The combination of Ranger's Knowledge and Fire Resistance proves less than ideal. The incompatibility is clear. You can just tell they aren't that compatible. So that's it. He collapses onto the bed, exhaustion evident in his posture. Thud. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips. I got the Halo reward for being a consistent pioneer, too. But a sense of unease lingers? I feel strange. Lying on his bed, lost in thought. Did I really achieve all this, or was I just lucky because of my good trait? A moment of quiet reflection, a pensive gaze cast upwards. Suddenly, a jolt of frustration. Ah, fuck, he groans, the weight of his recent success settling in, a harsh self-critique. A new skill manifests before his eyes, Wind's Grace, a surge of power, a potential he hadn't anticipated. He reads the description, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. I'm surprised it increases all speeds by 10%. Also, I can stack it up to 7 times? The implications dawn on him, a realization that sends a jolt of excitement through his body. A burst of energy, a whirlwind of motion, pure speed unleashed. His body becomes a blur, a streak of motion. I can increase all speeds up to 70%, he shouts, exhilarated. The raw power of Wind's Grace is unleashed, a vibrant display of kinetic energy. Leaving him breathless, but triumphant. A wave of energy erupts, a brilliant blue light illuminating the scene. Ha ha! The unnamed protagonist laughs, a sound filled with exhilaration and triumph. On top of that, this skill, it doesn't use magic power. And it doesn't have any disadvantages. He examines the glowing blue interface, a grin spreading across his face, anticipation building. And a digital inventory unfolds before him, revealing a selection of items, among them, a pair of sleek, futuristic boots. Fast boots, C+ attack speed plus 3%, movement speed plus 5%. Made with magic engineering, these shoes have tiny wings that heighten swiftness. Your movement will accelerate after reaching a consistent speed. He slips them on, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He. I'm happy that all the rewards from the 7th floor relate to speed. The skill shop's offerings leave much to be desired, underwhelming skills at exorbitant prices. Even the most basic enhancements cost a fortune. Instant acceleration? 8,000 points? The protagonist's eyes widen, a mix of disbelief and frustration flashing across his face. So expensive, he mutters. Despite the cost, a grim determination sets in. He needs a magic-type skill, no matter the price. His finger hovers over the purchase button, a golden coin spins, signifying the transaction. With a satisfying swoosh, Mana Circuit, D, is acquired. 15,000 points vanish from his account. Followed by Mana Resistance, D, another hefty investment of 12,000 points. The screen displays the skill's description, a resistance against mana, significantly boosted by Mana Circuit. A surge of dark energy crackles around the protagonist, a visual representation of his newly acquired power. His eyes blaze with newfound confidence. A thoughtful expression crosses his face. If I have mana resistance, he thinks, a plan forming in his mind. I can finally prepare for skills like Heart Solidarity. The threat of such powerful abilities no longer seems insurmountable. The screen displays the Mana Circuit, D, skill details, proficiency at 0%. The future is bright, but much work remains. The screen glows, revealing the specifications for the Mana Circuit, D hit skill, gathers magic power within the body, creating a circuit that boosts efficiency when magic is used. Mana circuits will be formed within the user's body, a surge of energy courses through his veins. The transformation begins. A wave of intense heat washes over him. Ugh, my body, it's hot. The process is intense, a fiery tempest within, crackle crackle the sound of circuits forming. But he endures, pushing through the pain. The fiery energy subsides, leaving him feeling lighter, stronger. My body feels light. He touches his chest, feeling the newly formed circuits humming beneath his skin. With a newfound confidence, he walks away, ready for whatever challenges lie ahead. He stands alone, a silhouette against the cold, gray walls of the chamber. Then, a surge of energy. A blue flame erupts from his foot, a raw power unleashed. The energy spirals upwards, forming a vortex of pure might, a weapon of unimaginable force takes shape. With a thunderous crash, the attack explodes outwards. The ground trembles under the impact. His eyes widen, a mixture of awe and understanding dawning. The magic power I used recklessly strengthened my physical abilities after the circuits were formed. A revelation. A knowing smile spreads across his face. I knew purchasing it would be good. He clenches his fist, a surge of newfound confidence coursing through him. Victory is his. A holographic display flickers to life, revealing a chilling truth: using the souls of the dead, you can reanimate a corpse. Its level will be proportionate to the number of souls consumed and their quality. He stares at a translucent blue panel, a thoughtful expression on his face. I'm curious about the new summon's abilities, he muses. A surge of energy crackles across the screen, the protagonist's eyes gleam with determination. Let's use it in an actual battle. He exhales slowly, the tension visibly leaving his body, a moment of quiet reflection before the storm. His hands clench, the newfound power a tangible weight. A grin set to his jaw, the weight of a crucial decision. His eyes blaze with a fierce resolve, the choice is clear. Whether I challenge the next floor's trial, or return to Earth. The fate of the world hangs in the balance. A digital notice flashes on a screen: an urgent gate has appeared in the Great Cataclysm Memorial Park, recruiting tanks, healers, and hunters, D rank and above. The clock reads 9:33. A knight sits on a bench, scrolling through his phone, a look of disbelief on his face. Ah, fuck. Why aren't people applying? Panic sets in, a desperate search for answers. 3 burly figures appear, grinning mischievously. Hey! A lone figure sits on a bench, a swirling vortex of blue energy behind him. The air crackles with anticipation. A voice cuts through the silence. Seems like you haven't gotten any party members? For figures approach, their faces grim. The grant to enter the gate. One of them demands. Why don't you give it to us? A close-up on a man with glowing red eyes. The words, if the dungeon raid doesn't start within the time allotted, the grant will automatically expire. Hang heavy in the air. Another figure presses, how about you think about yourself and just give it to us? The lone figure clenches his jaw. He's here again. These annoying bastards, he mutters. This before. I have no intention of handing over the grant. Stupid bastard, TCH. A wide shot reveals a massive crowd of hunters. There are a lot of hunters gathered in the park, yet why haven't they applied to join your party? A man approaches, a smirk playing on his lips. Ha! You're turning me into the bad guy again. The whispers begin, a tide of doubt washing over the unnamed protagonist. He's facing a harsh judgment. A reality check delivered with brutal honesty. His shoulders slump under the weight of their words. A stark landscape unfolds before him, a gathering of hunters, their faces a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Do you still have spots open in your party? The question hangs heavy in the air. The group is large, their expressions ranging from anticipation to skepticism. A palpable tension crackles between them. A silent challenge hangs in the air as a new figure emerges. Han Sung-yoon, a C-rank hunter, steps forward, his hunter's license held high. He presents his credentials, a silent declaration of intent. The weight of his action settles upon the scene. A simple act, yet it carries the potential to shift the balance of power. This is enough proof, right? He asks, his gaze unwavering. A hesitant acceptance. Relief washes over the faces of some, while others remain unconvinced. Ah, yes, of course it's enough, the words are spoken, but the tension lingers. A sudden shift in focus. A hand reaches out, a gesture of unexpected camaraderie. The air crackles with tension. A pointed question hangs in the silence. A barely perceptible shift in the protagonist's expression, a flicker of something dark. Unleashes a torrent of barely controlled rage. If you're jealous, the voice spits, then why don't you just apply to Lee Cheol-won SSI's party? Eyes blazing, a chilling threat hangs in the air. Get off me before I break it. This is enough proof, right? The question hangs in the air, a challenge echoing in the silence. A hesitant agreement. Ah, yes, of course, it's enough. The tension breaks, but not for long. A sudden interruption. Hey, young SSI. The newcomer's voice cuts through the strained atmosphere. A sharp rebuke follows. Don't you see there's people waiting? Can't you read the room? The words sting, a clear sign of impatience. A suggestion, laced with sarcasm. If you're jealous, then why don't you just apply for Lee Cheol-won SSI's party? The words are a taunt, a deliberate provocation. And the fury explodes. What? Do you want to die? A roar of rage? The confrontation escalates. A defiant stand. Take your hand off me right now. The challenge is issued, a spark igniting the powder keg. Eyes blazing, a cold fury. Before I break it. The threat hangs heavy in the air, a promise of violence. The clash. Whoosh, a wave of energy erupts, the conflict explodes into action. Lee Cheol-won stands defiant, a storm brewing within him. His aura crackles, a palpable energy that sends shivers down the spines of his opponents. A palpable tension hangs in the air as he faces his aggressors. One man, eyes wide with disbelief, stammers, aura. The man's fear is a tangible thing, his terror echoing the unspoken question in the air. Is this truly a C-rank hunter? Doubt gnaws at the man's resolve. Meanwhile, Cheol-won's allies watch from a distance, their awe evident. Such incredible aura. As expected of my Hyungnim. The leader of the opposing group, sweating profusely, tries to regain control. It's not me, you rascals. He attempts to defuse the situation, but his words ring hollow. Since they are Hunter Association members, he decides to let it slide this time. But the tension remains, a silent threat hanging over the scene. You're lucky. The words are a warning, a promise of future conflict. The antagonists retreat, leaving Cheolwon and his allies standing amidst the lingering tension. As the scene shifts, a new challenge emerges. The start. A new conflict begins. Hunter Lee Cheolwon, a name whispered with respect and a hint of fear, finds himself facing a daunting task. His partner's apprehension is palpable, the air crackles with unspoken anxieties. Looking at the mood, it seems like you won't be able to recruit anyone else, so let's just head in now, the other states, his voice firm despite the tension. Cheolwon's eyes widen. Just the two of us? The weight of the mission settles heavily on his shoulders. A nervous tremor runs through him, a stark contrast to the calm confidence he usually projects. He fidgets, his unease evident. A swirling vortex of energy opens before them, a gateway to the unknown, a deep blue abyss promising both peril and untold rewards. They step forward, into the heart of the mystery. The portal closes behind them with a low rumble, leaving them alone in a vast, echoing cavern. We really entered. Cheolwon breathes, awe and apprehension mixing in his voice. The cavern is cold, damp, and foreboding. Cheolwon's grip tightens on his sword, his senses on high alert. His partner, ever watchful, remains silent, a dark figure against the gloomy backdrop. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, Cheolwon's partner speaks, his voice calm and reassuring. There's no need to be so nervous. I'm able to kill most D-rank monsters. Lee Cheolwon, eyes wide with apprehension, grips his sword. The air hangs heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient. Han Sungyun, Cheolwon's partner, calmly confirms, yes. The cavern walls loom, echoing with the weight of untold secrets. Sungyun continues, his voice a low rumble. This might be rude since we just met, but raiding a dungeon is work where you put your life on the line. I really wanted to tell you this. Cheolwon's apprehension deepens. A bead of sweat traces a path down his temple, the weight of Sungyun's words settles heavily. Sungyun poses a question, his gaze piercing, out of an E-rank and a C-rank hunter, which do you think has a higher chance of dying? Cheolwon hesitates, people usually think it's the much weaker E-rank hunter. But Sungyun's expression is unwavering. He reveals a grim truth, but in reality, the C-rank hunter has a higher rate. A brutal scene unfolds. One C-rank hunter, overconfident, is impaled by multiple spears, a stark reminder of the dangers they face. Sungyun's explanation continues, but on the other hand, a group of C-rank hunters are full of confidence, so that's why they have a higher death rate. The final panel shows a shattered car, a metaphor for the recklessness that can lead to ruin. The message is clear, overconfidence is a deadly flaw. Crash. Metal screams as the vehicle careens out of control, a mangled wreck, the aftermath of overconfidence. Han Sungyun's face is etched with concern, his words, a stark warning, dungeons are far more dangerous than one thinks. The grim reality sinks in. Lee Cheolwon and Han Sungyun stand before a foreboding chasm, the entrance to the dungeon, a place they entered without proper support. Cheolwon's bravado falters. Sungyun's warning echoes in his mind. I'm worried because you're so confident. Despite the apprehension, Cheolwon asserts himself. Although I'm just an E-rank, I have a lot of dungeon experience. Can I be the leader of the party? Cheolwon's gaze is unwavering, his determination palpable. He wants to lead the way, to face the dangers head-on. Sungyun's response is calm, yet firm. Yeah, that's fine. A silent agreement. Sungyun's words carry a subtle undercurrent of concern. It's for our safety, so I hope you're not too offended. With a shared nod, they venture into the unknown. Now then, let's get going. Should I trust him, for now? The dungeon's depths reveal their first foe, a hulking lizard man, its eyes burning with primal fury. A terrifying sight, its spear poised to strike. Cheolwon's face tightens. Their skills, having them as our opponent isn't very good. A battle plan forms in an instant. I grab the aggro first. When I give you the signal, please use that chance, Sunjun SSI. The lizard man roars, a challenge echoing through the cavern. Sun Yun nods, his eyes sharp and focused. Got it. He observes, calculating the beast's movements. I should watch how a hunter with lots of experience takes care of things like this carefully. The clash begins. A blur of motion. A spear flies, narrowly missing Cheelwon's head. Keek. The lizard man screams in rage. Cheelwon's counterattack is swift and brutal. His eyes burn with determination. The battle rages on, a whirlwind of steel and scales, a desperate struggle for survival. Lee Cheelwon, engaged in a desperate struggle. Two blades clash, sparks flying, the lizardman's attack is relentless. Han Sun-yoon observes from the shadows, his eyes narrowed in assessment. He sees Cheelwon's struggle and the lizardman's brutal strength. Sun Ji-yoon's face is grim. I've just temporarily returned, so I only have 3 days on Earth. The weight of his limited time presses down on him. He considers the situation. If we're struggling with a lizard man from the get-go, the gravity of their predicament sinks in. Cheelwon, sensing the danger, prepares for a desperate defense. His grip tightens on his sword. But Sun Yun won't stand idly by. I will also help, he declares, his resolve hardening. He cautions, no, if you suddenly get involved, then it'd be dangerous. The risk is clear, but Sun Yun is ready to act. With a burst of speed, a blue streak cuts through the air. Instant acceleration. Sun Ji-yoon's power explodes into action. A blinding flash of blue energy. The impact sends a shockwave, the lizard man is caught completely off guard. Lee Cheelwon, eyes wide with alarm, finds himself facing a monstrous blade, its edge gleaming ominously. Han Sun-yoon bursts onto the scene, a whirlwind of motion. I'm in a bit of a rush, so I ask for your understanding, he explains, his voice tight with urgency. Cheelwon, taking in the scene of a defeated lizard man, nods slowly. I understand. You have your reasons. Sun Yun pauses, then makes an offer. And I would like to make an offer, may I? Cheelwon, a little dazed but relieved, readily agrees. Oh, of course. Please go ahead. Sun Ji-yoon's gaze sharpens. I'd like to stand at the forefront now. A powerful aura emanates from him as he prepares for battle. A horde of lizard men charges, their guttural roars echoing through the cavern. Ki-er. Cheelwon's blade flashes, a blur of motion as he cuts down one of the charging beasts, a spray of blood marks the swift end of its life. Sun Yun unleashes a devastating attack, a torrent of blue energy slicing through multiple lizardmen with brutal efficiency. The battle is fierce. Han Sun Yun, a blur of motion, cuts through the air. His blade sings a deadly song, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy. The impact echoes with a deafening cock, as lizardmen claws meet steel. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. Sun Ji-yoon's momentum carries him through the air, a deadly projectile aimed at the heart of the reptilian horde. He's a whirlwind of destruction. A cataclysmic collision. The ground trembles as Sun Ji-yoon's might unleashes a devastating blow. A spray of blood blossoms as a lizard man is impaled, its lifeblood staining the battlefield. The fight is far from over. Lee Cheelwon watches, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is now just a one-sided massacre. He gasps, witnessing the sheer power on display. Han Sun-yoon, eyes blazing with cold fury, continues his relentless assault. His movements are precise, each strike deadly. Another lizard man falls, its body cleaved in two by Sun Ji-yoon's unstoppable blade. The battle is a symphony of steel and carnage. A final, desperate lunge. A lizard man attempts a counterattack, but Sun Yun is too fast, too strong. Lee Cheelwon's jaw drops. I may really be witnessing a fight. He mutters, awestruck by the display of unmatched skill. The prophecy unfolds. Whispers of a super rookie about to shake the hunter society to its core. Han Sung-yoon stands amidst the carnage, a chilling emerald gem clutched in his hand, the spoils of a brutal victory. Lee Cheol-won, burdened by a pack overflowing with magic stones, his face etched with worry, offers a humble apology, resigned to his fate as a mere pack mule. He has nothing to say if Sung-yoon wants a larger share of the loot. Sun Ji-yoon's response is swift and decisive. The conversation about profits ends abruptly. A blur of motion, a flash of steel. The air crackles with anticipation. A devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. Sung-yoon, eyes blazing with power, faces down a monstrous lizard man. The battle is far from over. With a whirlwind of motion, a blur of power, he unleashes a devastating attack. The monstrous lizard man unleashes a furious roar, its claws tearing through the air. A whirlwind of blue energy erupts. Han Sung-yoon counters with a devastating blow, the ground cracking beneath his feet as he sends the beast sprawling. The lizard man crashes to the earth, its lifeblood staining the stone. A final, shuddering breath escapes. And Han Sung-yoon stands triumphant, his sword dripping with the creature's ichor. He raises his arm, a grim satisfaction on his face. Lee Cheol-won stumbles back, his face a mask of terror. The battle's ferocity has left him shaken. The cavern floor is littered with the remains of the battle, a grim testament to the power unleashed. Han Sung-yoon approaches. And Lee Cheol-won, desperate, pleads, "Let's talk about that outside. If we don't focus, then we might be caught up in a dangerous situation." Han Sung-yoon, though weary, offers a curt nod. He understands the risk. He says, I am sorry. I will do my best to protect you." A system notification flashes before Han Sung-yoon's eyes. "You have absorbed the lizardman's soul. Proficiency has increased by 0.7%. Crimson energy explodes from Han Sung-yoon's body. A wave of power, raw and untamed, as he absorbs the lizardman's very essence. A faint smirk plays on his lips. A 0.7% increase, ha! He muses, a hint of challenge in his voice. Even this small gain will make a difference. The cave floor trembles. Darkness gathers, swirling like a vortex of shadows. A gaping maw of shadow opens before them, pulsating with an ominous red glow, a gateway to the final confrontation. Lee Cheol-won stares, wide-eyed, at the terrifying portal. "We really," he whispers, his voice barely audible above the echoing silence. The two adventurers stand before the bossroom gate. Cheol-won's surprise is palpable. Sung-yoon, however, remains stoic, his gaze fixed on the ominous portal ahead. Cheol-won's relief is evident. "I didn't even think about being able to raid the boss. No, I just thought it'd be a huge success if we got through half the dungeon," he admits, a grin spreading across his face. But his awe quickly turns to amazement. "But with him, it's possible to clear the whole dungeon," he exclaims, his voice filled with wonder and newfound confidence. Sun Ji-yoon's back is to the viewer, his silhouette stark against the fiery glow of the portal. A sense of quiet determination hangs in the air. Cheol-won approaches cautiously, concern etched on his face. "Then, we're going to enter the boss room. Will you be okay?" he asks, his voice laced with worry. "Then let's head inside." The air crackles with anticipation. A fiery vortex swirls before them, a gateway to the unknown. Beyond the portal, a cavern stretches into darkness. Lee Cheol-won and Han Sung-yoon cautiously advance. Their path illuminated only by the faint glow of their lanterns. A fallen lizard man lies before them, a grim testament to the battles fought. Han Sung-yoon's eyes narrow. As expected, it's a lizard king. Cheol-won's voice, laced with worry, cuts through the silence. What are you going to do?" Han Sung-yoon's response is calm, almost chillingly so. "We just need to wait a little." Cheol-won's apprehension grows. "Pardon? Wait. You don't have a detailed plan?" Suddenly, a roar shatters the tense quiet. A colossal lizard king bursts forth, spear raised high. And Han Sung-yoon meets the attack with a blur of motion, his blade a silver streak against the fiery backdrop. Clang! A crimson tail whips through the air, a blur of motion. The sheer force of the impact sends tremors through the ground. But the attack is met with a counterforce, a flash of steel, a precise parry. A flurry of blue energy erupts, powerful blasts tearing through the air. The clash of power is deafening, the dragon recoils, momentarily stunned. A blinding flash of purple energy, the dragon is sent flying. He moves with impossible speed, a phantom in the chaos, a blur of motion across the battlefield. The beast's size is intimidating, a monstrous presence, but its speed is surprisingly lacking. And now, with a determined glint in his eyes, he prepares for the final strike. The final blow connects, a devastating impact. The dragon's reign of terror is over. It's not like I can't catch it. The hunter prepares, eyes locked on his prey. A blur of motion, a flash of steel. The dragon-like creature never saw it coming. A devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. The creature is sent reeling, its attack faltering. The ground trembles as the final blow connects, a cataclysmic eruption of energy. Han Sunjiun SSI. A cry of disbelief rings out. A witness to the impossible power unleashed. The earth cracks, the very landscape scarred by the battle, a testament to the sheer force of the clash. The soul has absorbed the user's damage. A dark energy surges, coalescing. A transformation begins. From the ashes of battle, a new power rises. A smirk plays on his lips, eyes blazing with newfound power. Yeah, it should at least be this difficult so I can properly test my new skills. A bystander watches, heart pounding in his chest. Phew! I thought he was going to die. A colossal, crimson dragon, its single, piercing blue eye gleaming, emerges from the shadows. But the battleground is a desolate cavern, the air thick with the scent of decay and death. The hero stands defiant, his silhouette stark against the crumbling stone. But, your chair is totally ruined. Two skeletal remains lie scattered amidst the debris of a shattered circular structure. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. Why do I feel like this is foreshadowing something bad? The dragon roars, growling, a terrifying sound that shakes the very foundations of the cavern. Its attack is swift and brutal. A blinding purple energy erupts from the hero, a wave of raw power that pushes back against the dragon's assault, a counterattack of immense force. The dragon is engulfed in a vortex of violet light. The air crackles with energy as the hero absorbs the dragon's power. The hero activates his new skill slow movements has been triggered. All movements will be slowed down by 25%. The tide of battle has turned. A blinding flash of green energy erupts. Chains of dark energy shatter as the raw power of the absorbed dragon surges. The system readout confirms it. The player's magic power is now double that of anyone using the slow movement skill. The surge of power is complete. All effects of slowness are instantly negated. The hero stands, empowered, a whirlwind of potential energy swirling around him. A guttural roar echoes through the cavern. The dragon, wounded but not broken, lunges. Its massive jaws snap shut, teeth bared in a terrifying display of primal rage. But the hero's expression is one of calm assessment. I was a little uncertain because it was a skill created through synthesis, but it performs well, he thinks, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Another devastating blow. The dragon's scales crack under the force of the attack. Its eye, once blazing with fury, now weeps a viscous fluid as the end draws near. A pained cry escapes the dragon's maw. You ah! The battle's aftermath. A second character, injured and exhausted, collapses. My body won't listen to me, he groans, the weight of the fight evident in his voice. A desperate plea echoes across the desolate battlefield. Han Sunjiun SSI, please help me. Chains of shadow bind a figure to the ground, a guttural sound, Karak, escapes his lips as he struggles. Suddenly, a blur of motion. Han Sungyun arrives, his eyes narrowed in determination. With a roar, a monstrous lizard-like creature lunges, but Sungyun is ready. The ground trembles with the impact. He confronts the beast, a defiant challenge ringing out, "Hey, you lizard bastard! Your opponent is me." Sun Ji-eun's eyes blaze with fierce energy, a predator's hunger in his gaze. A blinding flash of blue energy. The clash of steel against scales sends shockwaves through the air. The monstrous lizard is sent flying, crashing into a wall of rock. The dust settles, revealing the extent of the damage. From a distance, a desperate cry, "Shit! I'm too far!" A sudden impact throws the main character back. His eyes blazing with a crimson fury. They're glowing, radiating power. Summon the dead. A chilling incantation echoes in the air. As skeletal warriors rise from the earth, weapons drawn, they charge into battle against a monstrous, reptilian foe. The clash. A skeletal warrior's blade connects with the beast's hide, a sickening crunch. But the creature remains unyielding. The skeletons are shattered, bones flying everywhere. The beast lunges, claws extended, a devastating blow sends the second character sprawling. Of course, they are inadequate. The main character's voice cuts through the chaos. But in that 1 second, a transformation. Wins grace skill stacked. All movement speed increased by 60%. Current progress of skill stack, June 7th. With a burst of blue energy, the main character unleashes a devastating counterattack. Razor-sharp, azure energy slashes through the air. The Lizard King roars in defiance, but the attack is relentless. A whirlwind of power, leaving the monstrous beast vulnerable. "I saved him," the hero declares, a grim determination etched on his face. The dungeon boss, the Lizard King, falls. The system message echoes across the battlefield, the dungeon boss Lizard King has been slain. The victory is not without cost. The hero's strength, agility, stamina, and durability surge, a testament to the power absorbed from the fallen beast. A wave of crimson energy washes over him, a visual representation of his newfound power. His stats have increased exponentially. But there's more. The system announces, "You have absorbed one of the Lizard King's skills." The newly acquired skill, Spiritual Eyes, D. Proficiency, 0%. Effect, during a match, you will be able to perceive your opponent's invisible attacks. A chilling close-up on the hero's mouth, revealing sharpened fangs, a subtle hint of the power he now wields. Team leader Kim sighs, his expression one of utter boredom. Besides the fact that 3 gates opened at the same time, nothing special happened. His subordinate approaches cautiously, seeking confirmation. "Hey, nothing significant happened, right?" The subordinate's question hangs in the air, a sudden, brilliant blue energy erupts in the background. Kim's eyes widen slightly as he processes the unexpected event, a wave of realization washes over him. He leans back on the bench, a smirk playing on his lips. As usual, when the advanced hunter party comes out after partially raiding the gate, the association's raid team that will soon arrive would finish it up by defeating the boss. A hint of envy crosses his face. "I'm from the same association, so why doesn't my team get any commissions?" His frustration is palpable, a sudden burst of excitement replaces it. "Then my management team will receive a bonus." A thoughtful expression settles on his face. "That's only possible if they have an A-rank hunter." His eyes gleam with anticipation. "It'd be crazy if a high-ranking hunter like that is here." The announcement echoes across the observation deck, the third gate's advance party has finished their raid and is coming out. Team leader Kim's eyes widen in disbelief. "Already?" The scene shifts to the gate itself. 2 figures emerge, their forms shimmering with residual magical energy, barely having cleared half the dungeon, they're already exiting. Kim's confusion deepens. His eyes dart to the gate, a strange energy crackling around it. A surge of raw power erupts from the gate, a blinding flash of blue energy. The color of the gate is changing, turning gray. Kim's face pales. He knows what that means. The boss room raid is complete. A wide, almost manic grin spreads across Kim's face. pure, unadulterated joy. He bolts towards the exit, a blur of motion, desperate to share the news. But he's intercepted by a mysterious figure. Is it true that the gate raid has been completed? Ah, apologies for my rudeness. A formal introduction, but the air crackles with unspoken tension. The man straightens his tie, revealing his identity: Shin Woo-jin, team leader of the Hunter Association Gate Management Team. Two figures approach, their intent clear: they're here to buy the gate. Why yes, that's right, we wanted to make an offer to you too. But Woo-jin cuts them off. Then, that's not something that I can decide. His words carry a weight of authority, a hint of something more. A revelation that leaves him speechless: Hunter Han Sun-yoon raided this dungeon by himself. The implications are staggering. Woo-jin's shock is palpable. If he raided it all by himself, then he must be an A-rank hunter. But the hunters before him correct him: no, I'm a C-rank hunter. Woo-jin dismisses the rank discrepancy. That's not important right now, so why don't we get to the main point? The question hangs in the air, sharp and direct: how much do you want for the gate's ownership? A beat of silence, then, a chilling response: it'll only get annoying if it gets revealed that I'm from the Tower of Trials. The hunter's gaze is unwavering, his resolve absolute. If you want me to get straight to the point. The offer is laid on the table: 1.2 billion won. A king's ransom for a gate. Shin Woo-jin's eyes widen, reflecting the sheer audacity of the proposal. 1.2 billion? The sheer scale of the offer is almost unbelievable. The aftermath of a monumental effort. Exhaustion etched on her face, she leans against a mountain of paperwork. After returning from the tower, I've been working non-stop. The weight of her words is palpable. A sudden interruption. A phone call at this late hour. And the look on her face shifts from weary to stunned. Ha! A towering stack of documents, precariously balanced, it teeters, then crashes to the floor with a thud. Lee Hae-yeon leans against the mountain of paperwork, exhaustion etched on her face. Phew! I'm exhausted, she sighs, the weight of her work heavy on her shoulders. She explains: after returning from the tower, I've been working non-stop. Hae-yeon's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in their depths. A polished plaque gleams: management team for the challengers of Tower of Trials, team leader Lee Hae-yeon. The title speaks volumes. Hae-yeon addresses a group of stern-faced men. I'm certain this will bring about an innovative change, she states, her voice firm despite her fatigue. A subtle shift in her expression. Doubt? The higher-ups made such a big deal out of this. She continues: even though the challengers are in hiding, I didn't think winning over them would be such a difficult job. Hae-yeon rests her head on her hand, a sigh escaping her lips. Phew! Lee Hae-yeon stares intently, a shadow of weariness in her eyes. This is barely enough to satisfy my superior, she mutters, the weight of her responsibilities heavy on her shoulders. From her high-rise office, overlooking a sprawling cityscape at night, she gazes out the window, lost in thought. Come to think of it, I wonder what that person's doing, she reflects, a hint of curiosity in her tone. A voiceover reveals a shocking truth: a guy who's so strong that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he cleared the 4th floor all by himself. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of blue energy. Han Sun-yoon, a name whispered with awe, cuts through his foes like a scythe through wheat. Han Sun-yoon, the narration booms. The impact of his strikes is brutal, a symphony of bone-shattering crunch es and slash es. One monstrous foe after another falls before his might. Back in the office, Hae-yeon's gaze returns to the city below. Made him an offer. She whispers, a subtle shift in her expression hinting at a complex plan. Hae-yeon's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise. A subtle sound, almost inaudible, like a notification. In her office, Hae-yeon picks up her phone, a question forming on her lips. Who's calling at this time? Her eyes dart to the screen, a look of utter shock replacing her previous curiosity. Ha! The close-up on Hae-yeon's face reveals her stunned reaction. The news on her phone has clearly shaken her to her core. A text message arrives, a simple request, but the sender's name sends a jolt through Lee Hae-yeon. The screen blows, revealing a staggering sum, 1.3 billion won. A wave of disbelief washes over Han Sun-yoon. But beneath the shock, a thrill of victory courses through him. I earned almost 1.3 billion, he marvels. A moment of quiet contemplation. It doesn't feel real, he muses, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. But that uncertainty quickly melts away, replaced by pure exhilaration. But it feels great, he exclaims. A luxurious cafe, the gentle chime of a bell. A new chapter begins. Lee Hae-yeon arrives, breathless, her eyes wide with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. She enters the cafe, ready to meet her mysterious contact. Across a bustling cafe, a call rings out, "Han SSI, over here." Lee Hae-yeon arrives, a whirlwind of controlled energy. Phew. You could have taken your time. Her pout speaks volumes. Han Sun-yoon SSI. The unspoken tension hangs heavy. You didn't even reply to my message. Hae-yeon's frustration builds, a silent question hanging in the air. Do you know how long I've waited for it? Sun-yoon's response is hesitant, his gaze downcast. I'm sorry about the message. I have no interest in things like that, so it seems that I missed it. A playful glint appears in Hae-yeon's eyes. A deal is struck, then please buy me a coffee. And a cheesecake. Deal? Sun-yoon agrees, a soft okay. Escaping his lips. The steam from the coffee rises, a silent promise of warmth. And as the warmth spreads, a serious question is posed, have you stopped climbing the tower? Sun-yoon's answer is firm, his resolve unwavering. No, I'm planning to continue. To be honest, I contacted you because I had a favor to ask. Lee Hae-yeon's gaze is intense, her golden eyes fixed on Han Sun-yoon. She lays out her demands, access to the tower, freedom to raid dungeons, and non-interference from the guild. Bold moves. A shadowy guild, their faces obscured, looms large. Their power is palpable. A symbol of authority, a swirling vortex of blue energy, hints at the immense power at stake. Hae-yeon's request hangs heavy in the air. Is there a guild that would dare accept such terms? Sun-yoon's expression shifts subtly. Doubt flickers in his eyes. A question hangs unspoken, did she ask for too much? The conditions, Sun-yoon states, are impossible. The tension ratchets up. But Hae-yeon counters, pointing out the lack of benefit for the guild. A glimmer of hope? Sun-yoon considers, a thoughtful silence hanging between them. A hand reaches out, a silent plea in the shadowed cafe, fingers intertwine, a fragile connection formed amidst uncertainty. Lee Hae-yeon's voice rings out, clear and strong, please join my white-silver guild. Her determination burns bright, I will make your impossible conditions possible. Han Sun-yoon, his blue eyes thoughtful, considers the offer. A city bus rushes by, carrying Han Sun-yoon on its roof, a reckless, exhilarating ride. A car speeds past, a blur of motion. He smirks, a self-satisfied chuckle escaping his lips, raiding dungeons, selling items, and even joining a guild. I was really productive yesterday. But a shadow crosses his face, there's one more task. The challenge is laid bare, clear a C-rank dungeon by yourself. The stakes are high, you need to be that skilled for my superior to accept it. The rules are laid down, clear and uncompromising, access to the guild's dungeons isn't a given. Only the elite few can reap the rewards, those who are either rising stars or hunters the guild holds in high regard. Han Sun-yoon's steely gaze reflects his determination, a silent vow to prove his worth. The challenge is issued, conquer a C-rank dungeon solo. Failure is not an option. A handshake seals the deal, a pact forged in ambition and unwavering resolve. The location is set, Wajongbu, Nogyang District, Chuanbua Mountain. A towering peak against the urban sprawl. Han Sun-yoon arrives, his silhouette stark against the cityscape, a quiet intensity radiating from him. He prepares, a simple question hanging in the air: shall I run from here to warm up? The answer is implicit in his next move. A blur of motion, a powerful burst of energy as he unleashes his full potential. Han Sung-yoon, a blur of motion, hurtles forward. His eyes, blazing with determination, are locked on his target. A devastating shockwave erupts as he passes, sending a city bus careening wildly out of control. The force of his speed is almost unbelievable. Chaos reigns in the streets as bystanders scatter, narrowly avoiding the path of the speeding vehicle. The air crackles with residual energy. And then, silence. Before them, a shimmering portal to the C-rank dungeon hangs open, a gateway to untold dangers and potential glory. Lee Hae-yeon awaits. Hello. I have come here for the reservation of a gate raid in an hour's time. The calm, confident voice of Lee Hae-yeon cuts through the tension. Ah, you are team leader Lee Hae-yeon from the White Silver Guild. Sun Ji-yoon's arrival is acknowledged. The preparations are underway. There is a lot of time left, so you can sit under this tent. Hae-yeon gestures towards a simple tent nearby, offering a brief respite before the impending battle. Yes, thank you. Sun Yoon accepts the offer, a brief moment of calm before the storm. But even as he relaxes, a sudden, powerful gust of wind whips past, carrying with it the faint scent of impending danger. The dungeon awaits. Lee Hae-yeon, you're already here. Han Sung-yoon arrives, a sudden gust of wind announcing his presence. Ha! The force of his arrival sends Hae-yeon and another figure sprawling. W.O. Sun-yoon apologizes, the shockwave from his speed echoing the intensity of his arrival. He ran so fast that it must have caused a shockwave. Hae-yeon, impressed despite the chaos, notes his incredible speed. You came early, Sun Ji-yoon SSI. Hae-yeon wonders about Sun Ji-yoon's true capabilities. Just who is this person? Sung-yoon explains his early arrival, a simple "I had nothing to do, so." Preceding the start of the raid. Hae-yeon confirms the preparations are complete. I've already finished the proceedings. Please let me know when you're ready. Sun Ji-yoon's ready. I don't mind if we start right now. The gate to the C-rank dungeon shimmers into view. A swirling vortex of blue energy rips open the fabric of reality itself, a gateway to the unknown. Han Sung-yoon, eyes wide with anticipation, stands at the edge of a golden field, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Lee Hae-yeon emerges from the tall grass, her expression a mixture of curiosity and slight apprehension. A field, huh? Hae-yeon's concern for Sung-yoon is palpable. She asks him to signal immediately if he's in danger. He reassures her, I'm fine. The scene shifts, revealing a vast, desolate landscape dotted with the ruins of ancient structures. Hae-yeon explains that she's wearing an artifact given to her by the guild, the Empress's necklace, a powerful item with both shielding and stealth capabilities. Her strategic reasoning is clear: by drawing aggro, she'll allow Sung-yoon to fight without worrying about her safety. A confident smirk plays on her lips. Sung-yoon nods in agreement. Sounds good. Thanks to that, I'll be able to fight without worrying about you. With a final, determined look, they prepare for the raid ahead. The wind whispers through the tall grass. A silent promise hangs in the air as they step into the unknown. A figure plummets from the sky, a trail of feathers marking his descent. His eyes glow with an eerie purple light as the text appears: Spiritualized skill has been activated. Is this the power absorbed from the Lizard King? Purple energy bursts from the ground in rapid succession, a hidden threat revealed. The power of the spiritual eyes allows him to sense invisible enemies. Oh! I can sense invisible enemies. This is the power of spiritual eyes. A blinding flash of light erupts from the field. The aftermath shows a devastated landscape. Two monstrous creatures, reptilian and winged, emerge from the dust cloud, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. A terrifying display of power as they prepare to attack. Hae-yeon watches in horror as the creatures descend, a chilling realization dawning on her: deadly poisonous demons in a C-rank dungeon. Her warning echoes across the field, Han Sunjun SSI, be careful. Lee Haen's eyes widen in terror, her voice a gasp of alarm, this is an irregular dungeon. A blur of motion. Han Sung-yoon, eyes blazing with newfound power, cuts through the air, his blade a silver streak against the monstrous creatures. The clash of steel against scales echoes across the field. A brutal dance of death continues. Each swing of his blade is a whirlwind of energy, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The creatures, once menacing, are now falling before his might. One by one, the creatures fall, their bodies crumpling to the ground with heavy thuds. The dust settles, leaving Sung-yoon standing amidst the carnage, his breath ragged but his eyes still burning with intensity. He looks around, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, assessing the situation. Haeyeon's voice, barely a whisper, breaks the silence, impossible. Haeyeon's disbelief is palpable. Her eyes are wide, reflecting the impossible scene before her. This is beyond anything she could have imagined. And her words, a testament to her shock, this isn't normal. A flicker of understanding crosses Haeyeon's face. A realization dawns, a chilling certainty. She knew it all along. A grim smile spreads across her lips. I knew it. The battlefield is a wasteland, ravaged by conflict. Creatures of nightmare, reptilian horrors with wings of fire, descend from the sky. A thunderous roar shakes the earth. A searing bolt of energy cuts through the air, striking one of the beasts with deadly precision. The impact sends a shockwave. Another creature lunges, jaws agape, but a swift counterattack sends it sprawling. A blur of motion, a flash of steel. Pure, untamed power erupts. A surge of golden lightning crackles around the warrior, a breathtaking display of raw energy. The lightning effect activates so rarely that I forget I have it. He mutters, a hint of surprise in his voice. The power is overwhelming. A desperate struggle for survival. The warrior is thrown back, the monstrous claw inches from his face. A final, brutal clash. A deafening impact as the warrior is sent flying. The ground trembles. A whirlwind of destruction. The warrior, battered but unbowed, grips his weapon. Lightning crackles around his knuckles. A desperate cry pierces the air, help! A monstrous creature, scales shimmering, reels from a powerful blow. With a blur of motion, the warrior dashes across the ravaged battlefield. A swift, precise strike. The earth trembles as the beast is sent crashing down. Thud! He stands amidst the chaos, a storm of dust and debris swirling around him. His eyes burn with fierce determination. The final blow connects, a clean slice through the creature's thick hide. I cleared the vicinity, Lee Haen SSI. You can come over here now. A message sent, the battle is won, for now. From a distance, observers watch in stunned silence. To think he cleared the boss room in under an hour, and solo at that. A woman's voice cuts through the awe. What's more surprising is that this is an irregular dungeon. A monstrous maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, looms from the shadows. A monstrous maw, dripping venom, fills the panel. Deadly poisonous demons, the text warns, are not to be trifled with. The text explains, a deadly poisonous demon is a challenge even for a party of C-rank hunters. Yet, look. Our warrior cuts through them with ease, a whirlwind of steel and fire, leaving a trail of defeated beasts in their wake. The warrior stands amidst a fiery vortex, back to us, a silhouette of power. He is growing stronger. Compared to before, he's practically a different person. A digital readout appears, the absorption of multiple souls has boosted his stats. Strength +4, agility +3, stamina +4, magic power +6, durability +7. The numbers surge, a testament to his incredible growth. He sheathes his sword, a grim determination etched on his face. Even the final boss should pose little threat now. A steely gaze pierces the gloom, a warrior's resolve hardening into iron. He declares his intent, to breach the boss room. The air crackles with anticipation, a fiery vortex swirling into existence. The path ahead is treacherous, a landscape of shattered stone and creeping shadows. Our heroes advance, swords at the ready, into the heart of the unknown. A chasm yawns before them, an unnatural rift in the earth, radiating an eerie, otherworldly glow. A palpable sense of unease hangs in the air. It's a little strange, one of them observes, their voice laced with suspicion. There's no way that we can't feel the monster's presence to this extent. A surge of energy erupts from the depths, a blinding flash of cyan light. A warrior is thrown back by an unseen force. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground. His eyes widen, a shock of icy blue piercing the darkness. This is... A monstrous form erupts from the chasm, crackling with raw energy. Jagged teeth and glowing eyes, a creature of nightmare. The warrior is caught in the blast. A devastating shockwave rips through the earth and sends him flying. The creature's power is terrifyingly immense. He crashes into the rocky walls, the impact echoing through the chasm. This is far more dangerous than he anticipated. A desperate struggle for survival. He's thrown back again, tumbling through the air. And he barely manages to catch a young woman falling from above. Her eyes are wide with fear. The warrior's gaze hardens, a grim determination settling on his face. He will protect her. The beast lunges, its jaws snapping shut with a bone-jarring snap. A torrent of energy explodes from its maw. A blinding flash of blue light. The warrior braces himself for the impact. A clash of titans. The warrior and the mysterious woman face off, energy crackling between them. A maelstrom of blue energy erupts, the very air itself twisting and contorting. The warrior is thrown back, a searing pain ripping through his body. But he lands with a controlled grace, his eyes burning with determination. He cradles the young woman protectively, shielding her from the chaos. It was dangerous, so I ask that you understand why I moved us away without your consent. She replies, no, I'm indebted to you. They find a precarious perch, overlooking the ravaged landscape. I will go and finish this, the warrior declares, his gaze fixed on a distant threat. A monstrous, fiery creature emerges from the depths, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The air crackles with anticipation. The young woman speaks, Would you like me to use a buff skill? The warrior's resolve is unwavering. No, he replies, his focus absolute. The warrior stands, his cape billowing behind him, a young woman watching from a safe distance. He holds a gleaming sword, its light reflecting determination in his eyes. A moment of quiet reflection before the storm. The ground trembles beneath his feet. He needs a moment. Just a moment to prepare for what's to come. Then, a blur of motion. The warrior explodes into action, a dark streak against the stormy sky. His feet a whirlwind of speed as he closes the distance. And clashes with a monstrous creature of fire and shadow. A deafening roar echoes across the battlefield. The beast lunges, claws extended, but the warrior is ready. Its fiery breath is deflected. As he activates instant acceleration, the ground cracks under the sheer force of his speed. The impact is earth-shattering. The beast is thrown back, its form momentarily dissolving. Further enhanced by his fast boots, C+. The battle is far from over, but the warrior has seized the initiative. The system displays a notification, Wind's Grace activated. All movement speed increased by 70%. The warrior's combat prowess is about to be unleashed. A blue torrent of energy erupts as the warrior unleashes a devastating attack. With enhanced speed, the warrior's movements become a blur, a whirlwind of motion against the monstrous foe. The impact of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. The creature is reeling. The warrior, a blue streak against the dark sky, is relentless in his assault. The creature's eye, filled with primal fear, reflects the approaching doom. He hurtles towards his target, a blur of motion and determination. A final, powerful strike. The creature roars in agony as it's torn apart. The beast is defeated. Lacerations mar its body, a testament to the warrior's overwhelming power. A whirlwind of blue energy erupts. The warrior unleashes a devastating attack, the force of the blow echoing with a deafening kick, leaving behind only scattered fragments of the creature. The demon of the blue fire of destruction lies defeated, smoke curling from the scorched earth. The warrior stands amidst the chaos, a triumphant yet weary figure. A young woman watches from a distance, a smirk playing on her lips. I'm now confused as to who the monster is, she muses, her amusement palpable. The warrior surveys the scene, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. UCK. Did I split him up too much, he wonders, the remnants of the beast still smoldering around him. A sudden, intense burst of fire. The ground trembles. The demon of the blue fire of destruction is vanquished. A wave of searing heat washes over the landscape, leaving behind only ash and the lingering scent of brimstone. The warrior stands amidst the ruins, his breath ragged, but a triumphant glint in his eyes. Few he exhales, the sound echoing in the desolate expanse. The young woman observes him from a distance, a hint of amusement playing on her lips. I didn't know you would clear a dungeon of this level so quickly, she remarks, her voice carrying across the field. She continues, her words carrying the weight of authority, you have passed the test, and can now use the White Silver Guild's dungeons. The warrior nods, a slight smile touching his lips. That's good to hear, he replies, his voice calm despite the recent ordeal. The young woman's expression shifts subtly, a new thought forming in her mind. She shifts the conversation, a hint of mystery in her tone, and this is a different topic, but... A shimmering interface appears before the warrior, displaying 3 options, easy, normal, hard. When you're first called to the Tower of Trials, the difficulty you select isn't too important, she explains, her voice calm yet informative. The system's rules are revealed, those who choose easy and perform well will face progressively harder challenges. Those who choose hard and fail will be given the option to switch to easy. The implications of this system are profound. And the young woman's final words hang heavy in the air. When you anticipate those principles, the fact that you have achieved such overwhelming growth, despite your ranking in the Tower of Trials being amongst the top 50, means. A monstrous silhouette looms, its fiery eyes burning into the very soul. Your difficulty? Probably deadly. The warrior stands defiant, a torrent of ice magic erupting from his fingertips. He faces a legion of grotesque, hulking foes. A word of caution hangs in the air. Proceed with extreme care. The young woman, her back turned, a picture of quiet resolve. A sense of protective concern emanates from her. The warrior's gaze softens, a hint of vulnerability in his eyes. I want to accompany you and see you grow over the years, he says, his voice filled with unspoken devotion. Night descends upon the city. A lone figure perches atop a building, silhouetted against the darkening sky. Below, the city's lights twinkle, a stark contrast to the darkness above. A sinister figure devours a crimson apple, a chilling smile playing on their lips. A countdown begins. The warrior will return to the Tower of Trials in 5 minutes. A lone figure, perched atop a towering building, surveys the cityscape below. A smirk plays on his lips as he casually holds a crimson apple. Then, with a nonchalant flick of the wrist, he tosses the apple away. The faint sound of it hitting the ground echoes in the distance. His eyes gleam with newfound confidence. Thanks to that, my stats increased by a fair bit, and I gained a lot of confidence too, he declares, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. A colossal tower pierces the clouds, its ethereal glow hinting at the trials within. The air crackles with anticipation. A return to the Tower of Trials is imminent. The warrior's resolve hardens. He's ready. He proclaims, I'm going back to the tower. His voice rings with a mixture of determination and a hint of recklessness. The word trial hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the challenges that await. A rush of energy surrounds him. As he steps back into the arena, his blade gleaming, ready to face whatever lies ahead. The next trial begins. The warrior pauses, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He's reviewing the options presented by the tower's interface. A subtle detail catches his eye, the mention of a turning point system. With a decisive tap, he selects combat. The screen confirms his choice, battle is selected. His eyes narrow. A strategic decision. If I want to increase my proficiency in necromancy, I need to choose the combat option. He understands the stakes. He steps forward, his silhouette stark against the cold, metallic walls of the tower. The air crackles with anticipation. A final confirmation flashes on the screen. Challenger Han Sun-yoon has the Pioneer qualification. Is that all? His gaze is unwavering, a quiet intensity burning in his eyes. The next trial awaits. The system scans, searching for an administrator specializing in combat. Search complete. A chat with the administrator, the iron-blooded monarch, a combat specialist, will begin. The warrior prepares for the encounter, a surge of anticipation coursing through him. A sudden jolt. Disoriented, the warrior stumbles. He finds himself in a blizzard, surrounded by a graveyard of swords, each one radiating an icy aura. The air crackles with arcane energy. With a determined glint in his eyes, the warrior pushes forward. He has entered the Ironblood world. A digital interface flickers to life, the word search complete blazing across the screen. A chat with the administrator, an iron-blooded monarch, is about to begin. A sudden shockwave. The air crackles with energy as the hero is thrown back. He gasps, disoriented. Blades fly, a whirlwind of steel, he's surrounded, trapped in a blizzard of icy death. The ground is littered with shattered swords, the remnants of a brutal battle. He rises, eyes blazing with determination. A question hangs in the frigid air. A chilling expanse of snow and ice stretches before him, the Ironblood world. The text confirms it. A sudden THWOK. His eyes glow with an unearthly purple light. Eyes of the truth. The power surges within. The Ironblood world. A place of power, ruled by the iron-blooded monarch, a realm forbidden to the uninvited. But our hero, undeterred, stands defiant. A smirk plays on his lips, he's found something unexpected. The ground is littered with fallen swords, a chilling testament to those who dared to trespass. He approaches a shimmering blue interface. And the iron-blooded monarch's displeasure is made clear. Can an administrator convey feelings through messages? A fiery sword materializes before him. The heat is intense. A command from the iron-blooded monarch himself. Stop your reckless actions and heed the sword. He grips the burning blade, a defiant glint in his eyes. The hero's journey continues. A thoughtful gaze, the weight of the monarch's warning, the path ahead. A graveyard of swords, each one a testament to fallen heroes, buried beneath the unforgiving snow. The hero surveys the desolate landscape, a chilling wind bites at his exposed skin. He exhales, a visible cloud in the frigid air, relief washing over him as he catches his breath. A weathered house stands in the distance, a beacon of warmth in this frozen wasteland. He approaches cautiously, the door creaks open, revealing a shadowy figure within. A chilling message appears before him, iron-blooded monarch is looking at you. A warning that sends a shiver down his spine. His eyes narrow, a surge of adrenaline, anticipation and apprehension war within him. Inside, a regal figure awaits. You're finally here, she says, her voice echoing with power. The iron-blooded monarch, her gaze piercing, her presence commanding. A regal figure sits upon a throne, bathed in golden light. Her attire speaks of power and authority, hinting at a hidden strength beneath the surface. She's undeniably beautiful, a captivating vision. But the hero knows better, there's more to this woman than meets the eye. The truth is revealed, she is an administrator of the Tower of Trials, a being of immense power. A sudden burst of energy erupts from her, a stark contrast to her serene demeanor. Dust settles. The administrator's gaze locks onto the hero, a silent challenge passing between them. A moment of intense scrutiny. Her crimson eyes pierce through him, leaving the hero speechless. He's taken aback. When did she get there? His focus was unwavering, yet she appeared without a sound. The administrator of the Tower of Trials eyes the hero, a hint of amusement in her gaze. I was wondering what kind of monster you were, she muses, but you look quite normal. The hero, however, is far from normal. His sharp question cuts through the air. You know about me? The administrator smiles, a glint of something unreadable in her eyes. The scene shifts to a lavishly decorated room within the tower. Of course, she says, her voice smooth as silk. The fourth flood left quite an impression. The hero presses further, suspicion clouding his features. Were you watching my trials up until now? The administrator takes a slow sip from a golden goblet. The liquid shimmers with an ethereal glow. I only know the results. After all, she explains, her tone laced with subtle authority, observing challengers below the 8th floor is impossible. The hero's eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Ha! His thoughts race. It's impossible to observe even for an admin like her. The administrator's expression shifts, a hint of amusement fading to something more serious. Looking at your expression, it seems that you've misunderstood something. An admin is not an omniscient being like a god. She takes another sip, her eyes gleaming with an inner fire. We don't rule the tower either. The hero's confusion deepens. What are you? The administrator leans back, a sly smile playing on her lips. Instead, admins are subordinates to the tower. So you don't need to be so nervous. The administrator's words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. As long as I'm inferior to the tower, I can't harm you. Hero's eyes, sharp and intense, betray his lingering doubts. But the administrator presses on, her tone shifting subtly. Well, let's leave the small talk. Having a personal interview is a benefit given to you. If you're curious about anything, ask as much as you want. A flicker of skepticism crosses Hero's face. A benefit, huh? He senses no malice from her, a subtle shift in his posture suggesting a cautious relaxation. And so, he presses his advantage. Then, can I know what this personal interview is? The scene shifts. Snow falls softly outside a warm, inviting window. Inside, the administrator explains, a personal interview, like I said before, is a benefit given to pioneers. You can ask any questions to the admin and get the answers without spending a question voucher. The hero's curiosity is piqued. Then, on the 5th floor, I was almost killed by an otherworldly challenger. Why did he come to my floor? He should have been able to invade any other floor. The administrator's response is calm, almost dismissive. Well, there's no special reason. A sinister smile plays on the lips of a regal figure, a goblet of amber liquid held delicately in their hand. Ah! They murmur, a sound both chilling and alluring. The words hang heavy in the air. When you invade another world's floor, not only can you take the rewards from there, but you can also get a better benefit. The implication hangs in the air, unspoken but understood. The scene shifts. Otherworldly challengers are usually the ones who've been in the tower dozens of years, the administrator explains, their voice calm but firm. Because when a challenger defeats them, the rewards are big. The hero, eyes wide with dawning comprehension, questions the implications. What do you mean by that? The administrator's response is curt, I mean what I said. The weight of their words settles, heavy with unspoken menace. A stark, futuristic display shows the tower's progress. After the 20th floor, the trials change. There will be more combined trials instead of individual trials. Intrusion from another dimension. The words blaze across the screen, highlighting the impending shift in the nature of the challenges. The stakes are about to get drastically higher. Which means you'll meet with challengers from other worlds. The implications are chilling. A battle for survival against unknown foes. The hero's eyes narrow, a chilling realization dawning. Does that mean they're just trying to kill their future competitors early on? A lingering question hangs in the air. The hero's gaze sharp, his eyes blazing with an intensity that cuts through the silence. What is the Tower of Trials? The question hangs heavy, a challenge echoing in the very air itself. The administrator hesitates, a flicker of something unreadable crossing her face. A subtle shift in her demeanor hinting at a hidden truth. Well, I'd like to know that too, she admits, a hint of vulnerability in her voice. The hero's suspicion deepens. You don't know that despite being an admin, he presses, his tone laced with disbelief. The administrator's expression hardens. Her eyes, usually calm, now burn with a fierce intensity. A shocking revelation explodes into the scene. Admins used to be challengers too, she reveals, her voice ringing with a newfound power. The past is about to be unveiled. A fiery image of the administrator's past flashes before their eyes. Those who die after the 40th floor obtain the authority to revive and become admins. She explains, her voice laced with a hint of melancholy. In the past, I also wanted to climb to the top, but I wasn't strong enough. The administrator's confession hangs heavy in the air, a stark revelation etched on her weary face, blood staining her pale skin. Not just her, but all the admins, they all perished before reaching the tower's peak. Their fate, a grim truth. The hero's fist clenches, a question forming, a realization dawning. Admins, were they once challengers? His gaze drops, a flicker of determination in his eyes, a new purpose solidifies within him. He yearned to uncover the tower's secrets. The tower top, a whispered enigma, a destination he now seeks with renewed vigor. A sudden, violent impact. The ground trembles, a fierce clash of power erupts. The hero lunges forward, a blur of motion, he confronts the administrator, the tension palpable. The tower top, a phrase that hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The administrator's eyes blaze with defiance, her words, a warning against his reckless pursuit. The hero's resolve hardens, his grip tightens on his own fate. He will reach the top. The administrator, her crimson eyes blazing, leans back, utterly unfazed. Surprised at all? Shouldn't you be scared? The hero counters, his voice low and steady, you said this interview was a benefit. He grips his throat, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. I don't feel any killing intent either. The administrator's smirk widens. Besides, a shockwave erupts as the administrator unleashes a devastating attack. The ground cracks, sending debris flying as the hero barely dodges the blow. A fierce clash begins. The hero retaliates, his blade a blur of motion. I won't let you attack me so easily. The administrator is thrown back, a look of surprise flashing across her face. A heavy silence follows. But her eyes still burn with an unsettling intensity. A sinister smile stretches across the administrator's face. It's my first time seeing someone break into an admin's house. A chilling admission, hinting at the unprecedented nature of the hero's actions. But this audacious act has earned the hero's attention. Han Sung-yoon, the challenger, his eyes blazing with defiance. The intensity is palpable, he's ready for anything. The administrator's gaze sharpens, her red eyes fixated on the hero. She speaks, her voice laced with a strange mixture of amusement and calculation, Challenger Han Sung-yoon. I will offer you a disciple contract. An unexpected proposition, a twist in the tale. Sun Ji-yoon's expression is unreadable, a storm brewing behind those intense blue eyes. What will he choose? The 8th floor's lobby. A sterile, technological space, a stark contrast to the previous scene. The air crackles with unseen energy. Han Sung-yoon lies on a simple cot, seemingly unconscious, but a faint blue glow emanates from his body, hinting at a hidden process. His eyes snap open. A subtle shift in his gaze, a newfound clarity. The hero slams against a shimmering, technological interface, a contractor's exclusive store, it seems. The screen displays the offer, 1000 SP, access to skills, authority, and items, all courtesy of the iron-blooded monarch. His eyes widen, disbelief etched on his face. I really did make a contract with an admin. It wasn't a dream. The iron-blooded monarch appears, a powerful aura surrounding her. I can't let go of a skilled challenger who also has guts. With a flourish, she extends her hand, energy crackling around her fingers. A contract offer is made. The hero doesn't hesitate. Yes. The contract is sealed. The screen updates, a personal store is created, and all his stats get a +1 bonus. The monarch smiles, a hint of amusement in her eyes. It was fun, pioneer. She vanishes, leaving behind only a lingering energy. I'll see you later. The hero's finger hovers over the screen, a decision about to be made. A list of authorities appears, each with a different rank and description. The iron-blooded monarch's power is among them. A question arises, is the unique authority on the 8th floor different from these? The hero's gaze sharpens, anticipation building. A system message flashes, access denied. The next page is only available on the 10th floor. He can only see 3 authorities for now. The details of that iron-blooded soul authority are displayed, a soul born from monarchs who had no blood and no tears. Proficiency in all weapon-based skills will increase by 2.32 times. All new weapon-based skills will start with a 10% proficiency. The King of Winter authority is also detailed, an authority obtained by those who rule the north. In cold environments, stats will increase temporarily, and you will not feel the cold. The hero contemplates his options, a thoughtful expression on his face. This is a tough decision. No. A defiant refusal echoes as a surge of energy erupts. A blinding flash of power, a decisive counterattack. A strategic purchase, serene mind. An authority to make rational decisions, no matter the situation. A climber's desperate struggle against the unforgiving rock face. His grip slips. A calculated risk. Instead of blind preparation, a focus on survival. The ever-present threat, his floor could be invaded at any moment. He steps forward, a silhouette against the ethereal glow. The 8th floor's trial awaits. Annihilation. The difficulty? Hard. The air crackles with anticipation, a palpable tension hangs heavy in the silence. He stands poised, ready. Then, a chilling vista unfolds before him. A vast, skeletal army stretches to the horizon, a macabre tide of death. What's that? He gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief. A sea of bones, countless and terrifying. Why are there so many of them? The sheer scale of the threat is overwhelming. A wave of dark energy crashes across the desolate landscape, the air itself seems to crackle with an unholy power. Why are there so many? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent scream against the backdrop of a horrifying sight. A sea of skeletal warriors stretches to the horizon, a terrifying army of the dead, their bony forms a chilling testament to some unspeakable horror. Is their tactic overwhelming the enemy with numbers? A single figure stands defiant against this tide of death. Then, shall I start? A chilling question, a prelude to an unimaginable display of power. From his vantage point, he surveys the battlefield, a grim smile playing on his lips as he prepares to unleash hell. With a flick of his wrist, dark energy erupts, a devastating wave of power that obliterates the nearest skeletons. The impact sends a shockwave through the earth, a testament to the raw power unleashed. A blinding flash of light erupts, followed by a deafening roar. The battle has begun. A cataclysmic surge of power erupts from the Necromancer. The earth trembles, a wave of raw magical energy obliterates countless skeletons in an instant, leaving behind only dust and the faint scent of decay. Amidst the carnage, the Necromancer stands, his form silhouetted against the crimson sky, a palpable sense of exhaustion hangs heavy in the air. He is surrounded by the remnants of his skeletal army, their broken bones scattered like fallen leaves. A lone, menacing skeletal warrior emerges from the dust, its glowing red eyes fixed on the Necromancer. A chilling silence descends. The necromancer's hand moves with terrifying speed, a blinding flash of energy slices through the air, reducing the skeletal warrior to splinters. The necromancer's power is undeniable. He breathes heavily, his face etched with weariness. I couldn't even break through the inner wave. The remaining skeletons, sensing weakness, surge forward, a flurry of bone and death. But the necromancer meets their attack with a contemptuous sneer. These skeletons are too weak. His proficiency increases by 0.08. Twice. The necromancer stands amidst the carnage, his face etched with exhaustion. A single drop of sweat traces a path down his temple, a testament to the brutal battle just fought. Another skeleton crumples to dust, a wave of ethereal energy washes over him as his proficiency increases by a mere 0.08%. The battle rages on. Skeletons fall before his might, each one a small victory in a war of attrition. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of bone and magic, the necromancer's power is undeniable. The last of the skeletal horde collapses into dust, leaving only silence and the faint scent of decay. He clenches his fists, his breath ragged. I should forget about increasing my proficiency with this trial. He mutters, his gaze hardening. A sudden sound pierces the silence. Who goes there? A chilling voice echoes across the desolate battlefield. Which bastard dares to wreak havoc in my sacred grounds? Amidst the skeletal remains, a lone figure stands defiant. His gaze sharp, searching for the source of the ominous voice. With a flick of his wrist, dark energy crackles. A sinister power surges, coalescing into a terrifying spell, absorb the dead. The skeletal remains writhe and convulse. Their essence consumed, their power absorbed. The counter reads, 1,750 possessed souls. A final skeletal warrior lunges, but its attack is met with a swift, decisive counter. The necromancer surveys the scene, a hint of weariness in his eyes, yet a grim satisfaction plays on his lips. Skeleton soldiers are so useful. Now, then, I'll leave this area. The necromancer surveys his gruesome battlefield, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Devour them and look for the boss. He launches himself into the heart of the skeletal horde, a blur of motion against the crimson sky. Wind's grace activates. All movement increased by 60%. The necromancer's speed is amplified, a phantom amidst the bones. His fast boots, C+, further enhance his speed, a momentary burst of incredible velocity. A whirlwind of dark energy, he descends upon the skeletal army, absorbing their very essence. The necromancer cuts through the endless ranks of skeletons with terrifying efficiency, each swing of his arm obliterating dozens. A bone-shattering whoosh echoes across the battlefield as he clears a path towards his ultimate target. Over there, a new objective appears on the horizon. The necromancer's gaze sharpens, his pursuit relentless. His eyes fix on a distant structure, a grim determination etched on his face. The final confrontation is near. With a powerful thrust, he propels himself forward, a streak of darkness against the fading light. Across the desolate landscape, a figure streaks towards a colossal fortress, the very air crackles with anticipation. The necromancer, cloaked in ethereal, turquoise flames, emerges. His skeletal face is a mask of grim determination. Zoo. The flames intensify, swirling around his legs, a terrifying power is unleashed. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion, a silent predator closing in. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. Found it. The necromancer's eyes blaze with malevolent energy. For a lowly human to come to my sacred land, you will pay dearly. The necromancer slams his book shut, unleashing a wave of dark energy, a deafening crash echoes across the battlefield. A monstrous roar shakes the very ground, a horrifying creature emerges from the shadows. The battle begins. A clash of titans, a whirlwind of destruction, the fate of the world hangs in the balance. He assesses the situation, eyes narrowed. It's around the same level as the sand golem. The necromancer's laughter echoes, a chilling sound. Ha, do you now understand whose land you stepped onto? A skull-faced monstrosity, wreathed in cyan flames, its eyes burning red, a terrifying visage of power. The protagonist, unimpressed, retorts, "Whatever." He prepares for battle, his sword gleaming. Doubt flickers in his eyes. "If this is all there is, I'm going to be disappointed." His grip tightens on his sword, a surge of power courses through him. The blade hums with energy. The necromancer observes, a mixture of surprise and anger in his voice, "This crazy human bastard." The necromancer unleashes his full power. "This guardian will be enough to rip out that arrogant mouth of yours." A brutal clash. The guardian lunges, claws extended, a swift counterattack follows. The hero activates a skill, instant acceleration. A blur of motion, the guardian is sent flying. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts. The air crackles with power as the protagonist unleashes instant acceleration. A furious blue streak cuts through the summoned guardian, leaving a trail of shattered bone and sparking energy in its wake. The impact sends a shockwave through the ancient ruins, the ground trembles under the force of the blow. The necromancer watches in disbelief as his powerful creation crumbles before him. "What?" he gasps, his voice laced with shock and anger. The protagonist's hand grips the hilt of his sword, the blade gleaming with an otherworldly light, a surge of power courses through his veins. The final blow connects, sending the guardian crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust and debris. The battle is over. Two notifications appear before the protagonist's eyes. Proficiency in instant acceleration has increased by 1.2%. He smiles, a hint of satisfaction playing on his lips. "The undead really do increase my proficiency by a lot." The necromancer, defeated but defiant, snarls, "Where did a monster like you come from?" A sinister chuckle echoes through the ruins as the protagonist's shadow stretches, engulfing him in darkness. A new power is unleashed. The clash echoes across the desolate battlefield, a crimson storm rages behind the combatants. The protagonist, a blur of motion, prepares for the counterattack. His hand becomes a blur as he draws his blade, and in the next instant, he strikes. The guardian roars, a torrent of cyan energy erupting from its grasp, but it's too late. Eek. The sound of pain and defeat. The hero's eyes narrow, a flicker of amusement in their depths. "Ha!" he muses, assessing the situation. His gaze falls upon the necromancer's grimoire, a book of dark power. Come to think of it, this lich can summon any monster at will. A sinister smile spreads across his face. "Then, can't he become my very own proficiency slave?" A predatory grin, sharp and calculating, the plan forms in his mind. The defeated guardian collapses, its power spent. The necromancer's shock is palpable. The protagonist approaches, his intent clear. "Can you summon another guardian?" he asks, a challenge in his voice. The necromancer's fear is evident. "Why are you asking me that?" he stammers, defeated and desperate. The protagonist stands before the defeated necromancer, his voice a low growl. "If you can't cooperate, then let's end this." The necromancer, eyes wide with terror, stammers, "It's possible." "Don't come closer." A monstrous guardian, summoned by dark magic, materializes before them. Its skeletal form is wreathed in ethereal blue flames. The protagonist presses his advantage. "When that guardian dies, can you summon another?" The necromancer, desperate, reveals his weakness. "When a guardian dies, I can summon one a few minutes later." The protagonist smirks. "Then you can summon one right now." The necromancer, defeated and terrified, whimpers, "Why yes." The protagonist's blade flashes. "Do it." He explains his strategy. "They don't stand a chance against you." The necromancer, exhausted, contemplates his options. "Ha! I'm tired, should I just end it now?" A smirk plays on the protagonist's lips. He's exhausted, but far from defeated. "No, this is just the start." The battle is far from over. The necromancer, his face grim, barks orders. "Call all the skeletons that aren't dead yet, and put everything you got into those guardians. Right now." A surge of dark energy, a prelude to the Necromancer's final desperate gambit. Two monstrous guardians materialize, their eyes burning with malevolent energy. The clash begins. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of power. Each strike a testament to the protagonist's skill and the guardian's brutal strength. The ground trembles under the force of their conflict. The Necromancer watches, his face a mask of strained effort. A single, desperate thought echoes in his mind: for how long must I continue doing this? A colossal skeletal guardian rises, its form wreathed in ethereal blue flames. Its power is terrifying. The protagonist meets the final assault head-on. His blade becomes a blur, a streak of light slicing through the darkness. And with a final, earth-shattering blow, the last guardian falls. The dust settles, revealing the protagonist, victorious but weary, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. The earth trembles, a monstrous roar echoes through the desolate landscape. A hulking monstrosity emerges from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent fire. A terrifying behemoth, ready to unleash its fury. But a figure stands defiant, a lone warrior against the encroaching darkness. Eyes blazing with determination, he prepares to meet the challenge head-on. The clash. A whirlwind of blows, a brutal dance of death. With a swift, precise strike, the warrior cleaves through the beast's defenses. The impact sends a shockwave, and the monster's proficiency decreases by 1.2%. The final blow. The creature crumbles into dust. The surge of power is palpable. Necromancy, the unique trait, has increased by 1 rank. A wave of dark energy enveloping the warrior, a chilling aura radiating outwards. His eyes gleam with newfound power. Is my necromancy C rank now? A sinister smile spreads across his face. The power is his. The defeated foe, a monstrous figure, utters a final, hateful curse: crazy, monster, bastard. Demons quiver upon seeing you. I will curse you after my death. His dying words echo in the desolate landscape. As the final vestiges of his power fade into nothingness. A chilling rasp. Then silence. The crack in the Lich's armor expands with each summoned minion, a fatal weakness exploited by the warrior. His final words echo with bitter regret: a wasted opportunity. Eyes blazing with crimson fury, the warrior prepares for the final blow. The Lich's chilling final words, a testament to the warrior's terrifying power. A blinding flash of energy erupts as the warrior unleashes a devastating attack. The impact reverberates through the very ground. The Lich's reign of terror is over. A system notification appears, heralding a momentous achievement: a human who's beyond a demon. Agility increased by 1. The Lich's soul is absorbed. Necromancy proficiency surges by 17.4%. The warrior's mastery over death itself intensifies, a crimson aura enveloping him. The Trial of Towers, 8th floor, conquered. A wave of blue energy erupts, a portal opens, shimmering with arcane power. The 9th floor lobby. A sleek, futuristic space, bathed in cool blue light. The system hums, processing the warrior's victory. Observers watch from the shadows. Restrictions lifted. Access to the skill shop is now available. And Han Sun-yoon, the warrior, surveys his upgraded stats. His power is palpable. He stands in a stark white room, his new sword gleaming, a symbol of his hard-earned triumph. The screen glows, revealing the details of the warrior's new necromancy skill, a dark art with the potential to absorb the power of the dead. A chilling power that grants stat boosts and the chance to acquire new skills with each absorbed soul. A sinister grin spreads across the warrior's face. He muses on the implications, the sheer potential of this newfound ability. A 20% chance of inheriting a skill from each absorbed soul is highlighted, a significant boon for his progression. The warrior, ever vigilant, acknowledges the challenges ahead. The 9th floor awaits, and he knows it won't be easy. He prepares himself. Testing the newly acquired sword, feeling its weight and power in his hand. He's ready to face whatever comes next. But a critical weakness remains: his defense. He needs to bolster his defenses before facing the next floor's horrors. The screen displays the Hunter Dagger skill, now maxed out. Its description is clear: increased cutting force and enhanced dagger techniques. Having mastered the dagger, the warrior seeks a new skill to complement his arsenal. He needs a powerful sword skill to match his newfound strength. A triumphant message appears: the skill store is now open. The path to further power is revealed. The warrior approaches a shimmering, translucent interface, his fingertip tracing its surface. His eyes blazing with determination. A silent assessment, a plan forming in his mind. If there aren't any skills, then I'll have to create one. His voice is a low growl, brimming with resolve. A shower of golden coins rains down as the skill store processes his purchase. The transaction complete. The skill store displays the newly acquired basic swordsmanship E skill. Proficiency 0%. The description details its effects: increased swordsmanship understanding and cutting force. A solid foundation for his plans. But he needs more. To enhance his Hunter Dagger skill, he must predict the compatibility of skills for synthesis. He surveys the available skills, his gaze settling on basic swordsmanship as the most compatible option. The Hunter Dagger and basic swordsmanship skills are selected for synthesis. The process begins. But a warning flashes: the synthesis materials do not match in level. The synthesis will be centralized around the Hunter Dagger skill. The synthesis is almost complete. 75%. With a decisive tap, the warrior initiates the final stage. And a surge of energy fills the screen. A new skill is born. The warrior's eyes widen. Demon Slayer. A powerful new ability has manifested. The details of the new skill are revealed: Demon Slayer, see, a hunter's swordsmanship designed to slice demons. A threefold increase in cutting force and double attack speed against non-humans. A thoughtful expression crosses the warrior's face. My attack speed increases when fighting non-humans, huh? It seems like this skill was created to hunt monsters. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips. As expected, skill synthesis is a good skill. The warrior, eyes narrowed in concentration, begins his analysis. I'll check the skill compatibility and synthesis probability. A low hum of energy crackles around him. His finger points, a surge of power erupting from his very being. The synthesis begins. The screen displays the components: fast recovery, D, resistance to the laws of nature, D, and iron-blooded regeneration, C. The next step reveals the final components: iron-blooded regeneration, C, pain resistance, D, and ashen blood, very happy face. A wave of power washes over him, a grimace twisting his features as the new skill takes hold. The results are in. Skill: Ashen Blood, very happy face, proficiency 0%, description: a transcendent trait developed by a mutant vampire. Effect: the user's regeneration increases proportionally to the user's tenacity. The regeneration increases by threefold when physical damage is inflicted. Up to 40% of the pain is nullified depending on the damage done. It's a scam for instant regeneration to increase by threefold, but for it to also nullify pain? A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, doubt etched onto his face. The lobby has a regeneration effect, so I can't test this out properly. He holds a gleaming blade, ready to test his new power. With a decisive action, he removes the lobby's regeneration effect, paying the price of 50 points. The system confirms the lobby's regeneration effect has been removed. 50 points have been deducted. The warrior grips his blade, a grim determination etched on his face. I've absorbed all the souls, he thinks, so there's no chance of a shield activating. He prepares for the test, a silent intensity building. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he unleashes the Ashen Blood skill. A wave of raw power erupts. A blinding flash of light. The impact sends a shockwave, leaving behind only a trail of destruction. A hand, withered and lifeless, falls to the ground. The power surges, a dark green energy consuming the remains and coalescing into a terrifying display of raw might. The warrior raises his hand, eyes blazing with newfound power. His expression speaks volumes, awe, wonder, and a hint of fear at the immense power he now commands. "It's an amazing ability," he murmurs, a tremor in his voice. Even outside the lobby, the Ashen Blood skill's power is undeniable, a body recovery skill unlike any other. With such potent regeneration and a soul shield. Honestly, he needs nothing more. He's ready to push his limits. He'll use this power until it breaks, because he's come to rely on it, to embrace it. A notification pings, but there's nothing special to see, nothing to delay him. No time to waste, the next trial awaits. With a surge of energy, a portal of pure, ethereal blue energy opens before him. And he steps through, ready for whatever challenges lie ahead. The 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty, hard. The trials theme? Fight. The air crackles with anticipation, a lone figure stands on the precipice of a monumental challenge. A warning flashes across a screen, a stark red triangle screaming danger. Han Sunjun's trial is compromised. An intruder from the Murim world, a dangerous game of infiltration and sabotage has begun. The trial's objective has been twisted, a new threat emerges from the shadows. A monstrous silhouette looms, a clash of titans is imminent. Han Sunjun's eyes blaze with defiance. This is the moment of truth. A voice echoes from the depths of the arena, "You're finally here?" The 9th floor of the Tower of Trials, a monstrous guardian stirs, its very presence shaking the ground. A chilling announcement echoes through the desolate landscape: the trial's goal has been amended. From the shadows, a figure emerges, Beck Sunhak, a commander from the Murim League. His arrival is unexpected, his intentions unclear. A digital command appears, stark against the grim backdrop: "Please kill Beck Sunhak, the Murim World Challenger." An otherworldly challenger? Beck Sunhak, his face etched with a grim determination. The warrior, eyes blazing with defiance, demands, "What's your name?" His voice, a low growl, barely audible above the wind's howl. But the question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge thrown down in the face of impossible odds. Why the sudden inquiry? Beck Sunhak, standing defiantly atop the fallen beast, reveals his position and name. The warrior's eyes narrow. This wasn't a simple trial anymore. "You didn't invade my floor with good intentions," he states, the unspoken threat hanging in the air. "So what's the point of revealing each other's names?" Beck Sunhak, the enigmatic swordsman, scoffs. "It's courtesy among fellow swordsmen, it seems like you're narrow-minded." His words drip with disdain, a clear challenge to the warrior's suspicion. The warrior, momentarily stunned by Beck Sunhak's audacity, can only mutter, "I'm speechless. Why are all the other worldly challenges so weird?" His piercing blue eyes, unwavering and intense, reflect a determination to uncover the truth behind Beck Sunhak's presence. Beck Sunhak, unfazed, calmly replies, "Well, it's fine." But his calm demeanor is shattered in an instant. With a sudden, swift movement, he draws his sword. A flash of steel, a blur of motion, and the clang of metal against metal echoes through the desolate landscape. The attack is ferocious, relentless. A golden glow emanates from the blade, a potent energy thrumming within its length. As Beck Sunhak unleashes a flurry of blindingly fast strikes. Each blow is imbued with raw power, a testament to his mastery of the blade. The air crackles with energy. The warrior counters with equal ferocity, his own blade a whirlwind of motion. A clash of titans unfolds. The skill, Wind's Grace, has been activated. All movement speed has increased by 30%. The warrior unleashes a furious assault. Blades of energy erupt, a whirlwind of motion. A flurry of strikes that pushes Beck Sunhak to his limits. The clash of steel echoes across the battlefield. Beck Sunhak stumbles, his defense faltering, the warrior's new skill is devastatingly effective. Baek Sunhak, surprised by the warrior's power, utters, "There was a skilled person like you in this dimension?" His surprise quickly turns to grudging respect. "I apologize for looking down on you," he admits. The warrior's breath hitches, a barely contained snarl forming on his lips. As Baek Sunhak's words hang heavy in the air, "Stop the noble act." Baek Sunhak reveals his true intentions, "You came here to kill me and take my reward." The tension ratchets up. The warrior and Baek Sunhak stand poised, the unspoken threat of violence palpable between them. "You came here with that intention," Baek Sunhak states, confirming his suspicions. Baek Sunhak's eyes blaze with crimson fury. "So why are you pretending to be polite?" he sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. His disgust is palpable, a wave of revulsion washes over him. "How disgusting!" The words hang heavy in the air, laced with disdain. A close-up on Baek Sunhak's piercing gaze, his purple eye gleaming with malevolent intent. The unspoken threat hangs heavy. A blinding flash. Energy surges, a golden light erupts, the very air crackles with power. Baek Sunhak stands revealed, bathed in golden light, his sword raised high. He is a figure of immense power, radiating an aura of dominance. Darkness swirls, a vortex of shadows consuming the landscape, a chilling prelude to something ominous. And from the heart of the darkness, Baek Sunhak's voice echoes, cold and resolute, "Goodbye, unknown swordsman." His face, etched with grim determination, is framed by the swirling shadows. The battle is far from over. A sudden, violent gust of wind. The warrior is thrown back, a dark energy lashing out. But with a defiant roar, he rises again, his eyes burning with resolve. Due to a unique trait, he endures. The warrior is momentarily blinded. Sword light, Baek Sunhak's technique, has left him vulnerable. A 5-second window of opportunity for Baek Sunhak. He moves with lethal grace, a dark silhouette against the stormy backdrop. A shadowy void, swirling with dark energy, the very air crackles with unseen power. A chilling farewell echoes through the darkness, "Goodbye, unknown swordsman." An ancient warrior, his face etched with the wisdom of ages, raises a radiant blade, its light piercing the gloom. The clash. A blinding flash of light and a shockwave of raw power. The swordsman is momentarily blinded by the sword light technique. 5 seconds of darkness. Panic grips him as his vision is stolen, a wave of vulnerability washes over him. He stumbles, disoriented, his senses reeling, the darkness pressing in. The swordsman's vision blurs, but a system notification flashes across his sight, mana resistance activated. Blindness duration reduced by 2.5 seconds. He grips his blade, a grim smile playing on his lips. Nice. A blinding golden light erupts. Spiritual eyes activated. He can now see attacks that are invisible to the naked eye. His eyes glow with an eerie purple light as he anticipates the next blow. A clash of steel. A deafening clang echoes through the air. The impact sends a shockwave, and the swordsman is sent flying back. Ugh! Agility increased by 2. The swordsman's movements become a blur. A flash of blue energy, a desperate parry. The clash of steel echoes through the desolate landscape. The blinding light of the sword light unique trait fades, vision returns. His opponent, sent sprawling, tumbles down a rocky slope. The old swordsman, battered but defiant, rises to meet his foe once more. The swordsman grits his teeth, activating ashen blood. A near-fatal blow narrowly avoided. "I almost got decapitated," he gasps. The old master's eyes narrow. "How did you know?" he wonders, sensing a hidden power. Instant acceleration engages. Speed amplified. Then, wins grace. All speeds increased by 50%. The final push. May 7th skill stacks activated. A blur of motion. The unknown swordsman, a whirlwind of enhanced speed and agility, unleashes a furious assault. His every move a testament to the power of his newly activated skills. mana resistance, spiritual eyes, ashen blood, instant acceleration, and wind's grace, all working in perfect harmony. His eyes, blazing with newfound power, pierce through the battlefield. A seasoned warrior, his face etched with grim determination, watches the unfolding chaos. Clash. The swords meet in a blinding explosion of energy. A shockwave tearing through the very fabric of the earth. With impossible speed, the unknown swordsman dances around his opponent's attacks. A blur of motion, leaving only afterimages in his wake. A swift, calculated kick sends the elder flying. The impact echoing through the desolate landscape. Clash. Steel screams against steel as the unknown swordsman and the elder warrior trade blows in a flurry of motion. The elder warrior's blade, a blur of golden light, bites deep into the earth with each powerful strike. The swordsman's defense is impenetrable, his movements, a whirlwind of dark energy. But the elder warrior's strength is relentless. He presses his attack, each swing a testament to years of honed skill. A deafening crash as the elder warrior's sword is sent flying. The ground trembles beneath the force of the impact. The unknown swordsman's counterattack is swift and brutal. He unleashes a devastating blow. You are using strange dark sorcery. The elder warrior gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief. The unknown swordsman's response is a quiet, almost bewildered, "I'm a little dumbfounded. I've grown this much, but our stats are the same?" The final blow. A shockwave erupts as the unknown swordsman sends the elder warrior crashing to the earth. Dust and debris explode as the elder warrior unleashes a devastating attack. The ground trembles. His eyes blazing with furious intensity. He will not hold back. The clash of steel echoes across the battlefield, a blinding flash of light. The unknown swordsman is momentarily blinded by the elder warrior's sword-like technique. A tactical disadvantage. But he's not one to give up easily. "Damn it," he growls, activating his mana resistance skill. The duration of his blindness is reduced. A glimmer of hope. As he activates spiritual eyes, the world snaps back into focus. A golden light erupts from his hands, a counterattack is imminent. The unknown swordsman, eyes blazing with defiance, prepares for the counterattack. His body crackles with barely contained power, unleashing a furious flurry of blows. Each strike is faster than the last, a blur of motion. "This is crazy." He gasps, the sheer speed of his own attack overwhelming. The elder warrior's attack is met with a whirlwind of steel. The text clarifies, his attack speed has increased drastically. A blinding flash of light erupts as the swords clash. The force of the impact is immense. Activating the wrought iron pendant's unique effect, Iron's Protection. 10% of all physical damage is absorbed by his skin. The impact reverberates, a shockwave radiating outwards. The raw power of the clash is almost unbearable. But the elder warrior cries out in pain, "AGH." The elder warrior's hand is shattered, the force of the blow exceeding even his expectations. The scene shifts to a close-up. As the unknown swordsman activates pain resistance, further bolstering his defenses against the elder warrior's relentless assault. The elder warrior is left reeling, questioning the effectiveness of his own attack. Was it too much to block that with Iron's Protection? The unknown swordsman grits his teeth, a low groan escaping his lips. Ugh! The sheer force of the elder warrior's attack reverberates through his body. A system notification flashes across the battlefield, blindness from the unique trait swordlight has ended. Vision restored, the unknown swordsman explodes into motion. He launches a counterattack, a whirlwind of steel slicing through the air. A powerful kick sends a shockwave through the earth. He spins, a blur of motion, his momentum carrying him through the air. And he unleashes a devastating blow. The elder warrior is caught completely off guard. His eyes widen in disbelief as the attack connects. A thunderous impact. The ground trembles beneath the force of the collision. The elder warrior is sent flying, crashing into the earth with a deafening crash. The elder warrior unleashes a devastating blow, aiming for the unknown swordsman's throat. A desperate lunge. But the swordsman is faster. He parries the attack with impossible speed, the clash echoing through the battlefield. The force of the impact sends a shockwave through the earth, shattering the very ground beneath their feet. Dust and debris fly, leaving the elder warrior reeling, his face etched with disbelief and pain. His body trembles as the unknown swordsman, eyes blazing with a cold fury, prepares for the final strike. A dark energy crackles around him. A blur of motion, a flash of steel. The swordsman's blade finds its mark with deadly precision. That dark sorcery again. I thought you were a good martial artist, but it seems that you just borrowed all of those techniques from somewhere. The unknown swordsman scoffs, a hint of arrogance in his stance. He is wounded, but victorious. The unique trait that you use is an ability that you obtained from the tower. Skill wins grace has been activated. All speeds have increased by 70%. Current skill stack progress, 7 out of 7. A chilling wind whips around the unknown swordsman as his power surges, a silent testament to his newfound strength. A sneer twists the unknown swordsman's lips, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury. What a hypocrite, he spits, the words laced with venom. The elder warrior, his face etched with worry, counters, "Are you going to use that dark sorcery again?" The unknown swordsman's response is swift and brutal. His blade flashes, a blur of motion, a torrent of energy erupts as he unleashes a devastating attack. The elder warrior barely manages to deflect the blow, his body shuddering from the force of the impact. A blinding flash of light. The clash of steel echoes as the two warriors trade blows in a whirlwind of motion, a furious dance of death. The elder warrior staggers back, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What is that?" he gasps, his voice strained. The unknown swordsman presses his advantage, his eyes burning with icy determination. "Then how about you die to these borrowed skills?" His face contorted in pain, the elder warrior is clearly overwhelmed. A final, desperate lunge. A sickening crunch as bone meets steel. The elder warrior collapses, defeated. The unknown swordsman stands victorious, but wounded. His breathing is ragged, his body trembling with exhaustion, but in his eyes, a new power flickers. The aftermath. Bodies litter the battlefield, a crimson stain spreading across the dust. A lone figure stands amidst the carnage, his silhouette stark against the blood-red sky. His sword, dripping with the lifeblood of his enemies, gleams ominously. "I cut lots of challengers from a diverse range of worlds with this sword," he recalls, his voice a low growl. He continues, his gaze distant, lost in the memories of countless battles. In particular, people from the Earth world were especially weak in every ability. A swirling vortex of golden light, shaped like Earth, appears before him, a potent symbol of his past victories. To the point where they could be called a honeypot. "Challengers from Earth could not touch a strand of my hair," he boasts, a hint of arrogance in his tone. His confidence is unshakable. "On top of that, using my unique trait Sword Light was enough for me to end them in one strike." The scene shifts. A dark, foreboding forest. This time, a voice whispers, laced with uncertainty. "Should not have been any different." The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the swordsman's earlier bravado. A flash of blue light. The swordsman lunges, his blade a blur, a devastating blow lands. The impact sends a shockwave through the forest. The fight is far from over. The elder warrior, a whirlwind of white hair and fury, unleashes a desperate attack. His blade sings a deadly song. But the unknown swordsman stands firm. A grimace of pain crosses the elder warrior's face as he cries out in agony. A blinding flash of light. The clash of steel echoes across the battlefield. The unknown swordsman's sword light technique is unleashed, sending the elder warrior flying. The impact shakes the very ground beneath their feet. The unknown swordsman breathes heavily, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. Phew! He exhales, a mixture of relief and exhaustion. The elder warrior coughs, a ragged breath escaping his lips. His eyes, though filled with defeat, still burn with a fierce intensity. The elder warrior stands, his back to us, a figure shrouded in mystery. But the mask of composure cracks as fury contorts his face. His eyes blaze with barely contained rage. The unknown swordsman unleashes a flurry of attacks. One hit, 2 kills activates, doubling his speed. Lightning sword crackles with power. Single flash and fairy steps enhance his movements, blurring his form as he dances across the battlefield, a whirlwind of steel and lightning. The final blow, amplified by lightning sword, erupts in a blinding flash of light and searing heat. The impact sends a shockwave through the very ground itself. And the unknown swordsman stands triumphant, his blade dripping with the elder warrior's blood. "You dare talk shit about sorcery," he sneers, a chilling smile spreading across his face. The elder warrior, his face a mask of fury, grits his teeth. His stats have plummeted, a brutal 8-point deduction across the board. The system message is stark: key skills are now unavailable. 1 hit, 2 kills and lightning sword chi are forcibly deactivated. The weight of this loss is palpable, his power significantly crippled. But even as the elder warrior reels from this setback, a new message appears. Hope flickers. The cooldown on the unknown swordsman's unique trait, Swordlight, has ended. He activates it, a grim smile playing on his lips. "I'm slowly getting used to this pattern," he muses, his eyes gleaming with cold calculation. And with a surge of power, Spiritual Eyes is activated. The battlefield shifts, revealing new tactical possibilities. The unknown swordsman's voice cuts through the air, sharp and cold: "I will cut you down." The elder warrior roars in defiance, his face contorted in a mask of rage and pain. His eyes burn with a desperate fury. A blinding flash of light. The clash of steel echoes through the arena, a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave through the very ground itself. The fight is far from over. The unknown swordsman stands poised, his blade dripping with the elder warrior's blood, a chilling calm settling over him. Skill 3, Lacerations, activated. The next 3 attacks will be amplified. The swordsman leaps, a blur of motion, his blade singing a deadly song. A flash of blinding light. Sword light unleashed. The elder warrior is momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. A devastating blow. The force of the attack sends shockwaves through the very ground itself. The elder warrior is sent flying, his body a broken projectile. The blinding effect of sword light fades, revealing the aftermath. The swordsman stands, wounded but victorious, over his fallen foe. The battle is over. His sword, dripping with the elder warrior's blood, rests on the cracked earth. Dust and debris fly as the elder warrior crashes to the ground. The unknown swordsman stands victorious, but his breath comes in ragged gasps. The battle has taken its toll. The elder warrior, his face contorted in agony, struggles to rise. A searing pain radiates from his chest. Impossible. He gasps, his voice barely a whisper. Defeat is a bitter pill to swallow. With a final, desperate surge of energy, the elder warrior attempts one last attack. But the unknown swordsman anticipates his move. His blade flashes, a blur of motion. The clash echoes through the desolate landscape. The elder warrior falls, defeated. Silence descends. A blur of motion, a clash of steel, the air crackles with the force of the impact. And Beck Sunhack is sent flying, a crimson stain blooming on his white robes. The dust settles. Beck Sunhack lies defeated, his body still. A triumphant message appears: "Congratulations! You have completed the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials." A faint smile plays on the victor's lips, a grim satisfaction etched into his features. Another message flashes: "You have absorbed the soul of challenger Beck Sunhack. Proficiency has increased by 27%. Crimson energy surges, tendrils of power wrapping around him. A dark, potent energy coalesces in his hand, a crimson orb pulsating with raw power. A piercing gaze, eyes burning with an inner fire, the intensity speaks volumes. A smirk plays on his lips. Not bad, he muses, a hint of self-satisfaction in his tone. The system messages flash across the screen, detailing his victory. A reward is announced. 35,000 points and a new skill, Sixth Sense, C+. An additional 1,000 SP is also granted. The screen confirms his transfer back to the lobby. He considers the new skill, Sixth Sense, slightly better than Beast's Instinct. He decides to examine the details later, a portal opening behind him. A rush of energy as he's transported. The protagonist stands before a swirling, ethereal portal, a question mark hanging in the air. What mysteries lie beyond? A soft gasp escapes his lips, the weight of his recent victory settling in. A system message flashes across the screen. The system is expanding. Administrators can now observe the trials. A familiar echo. Come to think of it, there was a message like that. He muses, a hint of self-awareness dawning. Anyways, most administrators who saw my fight were touched. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. He's proud, but not arrogant. I'm a little proud because, if you look at it in a different way, then it means they acknowledged me. More system messages appear, revealing the opinions of the administrators. Iron-blooded monarch is frowning due to excessive interest in her contractor. She warns him not to be bewitched by the other administrators. The White Crane Swordmaster wants to add an authority to the contractor's exclusive store, a proposition that leaves the protagonist momentarily speechless. A single word hangs in the air, ha! The cliffhanger. The protagonist's eyes widen, a mixture of confusion and disbelief etched on his face. What's happening? He mutters, the question hanging heavy in the air. A system notification blazes across the screen, its stark blue light cutting through the gloom. Administrator Iron-blooded Monarch has a proposition. The offer is unexpected, authority. The protagonist's brow furrows. I can just receive it, he questions, a hint of skepticism in his tone. The system explains, this isn't a true authority, but a gesture of goodwill, a way to curry favor. The protagonist ponders the implications. A shrewd question follows, then will there be other times you'll contact me? The administrator White Crane Swordmaster responds with a chuckle, promising future interactions. The protagonist's expression shifts subtly, a thoughtful consideration replacing the initial surprise. A silent contemplation. Another system message appears, clarifying that this authority is temporary, a mere token. The weight of the situation settles upon him. He weighs the offer, the subtle implications of this favor system. The pieces fall into place, it's a strategic move, a calculated risk. A decision is made. With a newfound resolve, he accepts. Then there's no need for me to hesitate. He reaches out and claims his authority. A faint blue glow emanates from his hand as he accepts the power, a silent thank you hanging in the air. The scene ends. System update, the authority of the White Crane Swordmaster has been granted. A surge of power flows through the system. And simultaneously, Sword Chi Master is added to the contractor's exclusive store's authority category. New power, new possibilities. A warm smile graces the face of the White Crane Swordmaster. A silent message of trust and support. The system expands. A new area opens up. The 10th floor lobby. A wave of cool air washes over him as he steps into the public area. A sigh of relief escapes his lips. But a flicker of suspicion crosses his eyes. The public area. Is this a test? A silent question hangs in the air. Can the administrators see everything that happens here? He speaks directly to the unseen watchers. Are you perhaps still watching? The weight of his words echoes in the silence. The protagonist stands alone, his back to us, in a stark white room. A sense of isolation hangs heavy in the air. A slight cough breaks the silence. He clears his throat, a nervous energy palpable in his posture. A digital interface flickers to life, revealing a list of authorities' powerful abilities available for purchase. The protagonist's eyes widen. His gaze fixated on one in particular, Sword Chi Master. The description details its power, infusing mana into weapons. A low hum of excitement vibrates from the protagonist. He considers the implications, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Just a normal authority, he thinks, but it's quite good? With a tap, he advances to the next page of the authority catalog. The system responds with a satisfying click. More options appear, including bone reconstruction and iron-blooded sword. The possibilities are vast, and the protagonist's eyes gleam with anticipation. The authority catalog displays its wares: Hand of Death, a devastating necromantic ability, and iron-blooded sword, a summonable weapon of immense power. The protagonist's eyes widen. Ha! These abilities are insane, he mutters, awestruck by the sheer power on display. But a harsh reality sets in. He only has 2,000 SP, far short of the cost of the more powerful options. His gaze falls upon Bone Reconstruction and Sword Chi Master, abilities within his budget. A glimmer of determination shines in his eyes. The image of a shimmering, ethereal blade materializes before him, a symbol of the power he can now claim. A difficult choice weighs heavily on his mind. Should he save up for something stronger, or seize this opportunity now? His blue eyes, sharp and focused, reflect the gravity of his decision. The memory of Beck Sunhack, a formidable opponent from the 9th floor, fuels his resolve. The old man I met on the 9th floor was crazy powerful too. To survive, he needs power. Now. His finger hovers over the purchase button, a silent vow forming in his heart. The transaction is complete. 1,500 SP vanishes, replaced by the newly acquired authority, Sword Chi Master, C+. Activation sequence initiated. The energy surges through the protagonist's body. A brilliant blue aura envelopes him as he grips his weapon. The Sword Chi Master authority is online. The familiar 3 lacerations skill feels different. A subtle shift, a new nuance to the power he wields. Instead of a forceful burst of mana, it's as if the energy flows like water, smoothly, effortlessly, a wave of power channeled through the blade. A visualization of this new, fluid power. The mana flows like a river, carving its path through the very fabric of reality. 1 minute passes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. With each passing minute, the mana consumption increases by 2%. The cost of power. For every minute this authority remains active, his mana reserves dwindle. A calculated risk, but one he's willing to take. The Sword Chi Master authority, deactivated. A faint blue glow lingers on the blade, a ghostly echo of its immense power. He grips the deactivated blade, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. Managing his mana will be crucial. Was Sixth Sense the reward for conquering the 9th floor? The question hangs in the air, a seed of anticipation. The system interface flickers to life, revealing the details of his new ability, Sixth Sense, C+. His instincts are heightened, a new tool for judgment. A subtle shift in his posture, a newfound confidence in his eyes. This new ability, useful indeed. He ponders the implications, fingers tracing the cool metal of his weapon. A casual "that's fine" escapes his lips as he turns his attention to the community board. He scans the messages, searching for information on the new public area. The 10th floor's community board buzzes with activity. A cacophony of voices, a mix of excitement and confusion. Foreign languages, heated debates, and the sheer scale of the new public area's impact. He knew it. A ripple of energy, a faint blue glow, the air crackles with unseen power. The protagonist, eyes wide, senses something unusual. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a prickling at the edges of his awareness. A notification appears, a digital message in the void, max level swordsman. Just then in the public area, a random foreigner asked if I wanted to exchange authorities with their admin. You can exchange authorities. The question hangs in the air, a seed of intrigue planted in his mind. A place where countless challengers can be seen, and deals made with admins. How interesting. The words paint a picture of unprecedented opportunity. The decision is swift. Then shall I go and personally check it out? A grin spreads across his face, anticipation building. He stands, tall and confident, his new blade gleaming, ready for whatever awaits him on the 10th floor. A mystical hexagon shimmers at the center of a tranquil park, pulsing with faint blue energy. Two figures approach, their footsteps barely disturbing the serene atmosphere. One of them, a young man with a determined grin, speaks, "So this is the public area." His gaze is sharp, focused. He's here for a purpose, a mission. He continues, "I used to question voucher and asked about some things, so I'm going to get as many benefits as possible in return." With a confident stride, the duo ventures into the depths of the forest. Their journey is far from over. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, a sinister plan unfolds. Three figures emerge, their eyes fixed on the departing pair. One of them, a man with piercing eyes, recognizes the young man. "I think that bastard is a Korean hunter?" "That's right, he's an A-rank Korean hunter. I remember seeing his profile." A chilling smile spreads across his face. A sinister game is afoot. He muses, "It was bothering me that they kept saying they were a powerful hunter nation, but they said it's possible to kill others outside the public area, right?" His eyes blaze with malevolent intent. The hunter is now the hunted. A lone figure walks down a dusty path, the trees casting long shadows, a sinister presence watches from the woods. Suddenly, a searing pain explodes through his body. His vision blurs, a wave of nausea washes over him. He crumples to the ground, the impact jarring the earth, a crimson stain spreads across the dust. Gasping for air, he struggles to his knees. "My body." A chilling laugh echoes through the trees, the antagonist's sinister grin widens. From the shadows, more figures emerge, their eyes gleaming with malice. "Please wait." The protagonist looks up, fear etched on his face. "What are you doing?" The antagonists exchange knowing glances. "I wonder, what are we doing?" The blade whistles through the air, a deadly dance of steel and shadow, a brutal strike lands, sending the protagonist reeling. His eyes widen in terror, a silent scream trapped behind gritted teeth. "Ah, I'm fucked." He thinks, the cold reality of his situation sinking in. He collapses, vulnerable and defeated, as his attackers circle him like vultures. A desperate plea escapes his lips, "Please stop." A nun, her face a mask of righteous fury, steps forward, her voice ringing with defiance. "Will you be able to handle it?" Her threat hangs heavy in the air, a bold challenge to the looming darkness. "If you don't stop right now, I'm going to open the community and I'm going to tell everyone about this." The leader pauses, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, then, a chillingly calm response, "Okay, fine." His hand tightens around his sword, the glint of steel reflecting the grim determination in his eyes. The tension ratchets up. His eyes blaze with a terrifying crimson light, a sinister promise in his gaze. "If you strip." A cruel smile spreads across his face, a chilling display of sadistic glee. "I'll think about it." He sheathes his sword, a smug grin playing on his lips. "All your items, and do as I say, I might even let one of you live." The nun's eyes widen in disbelief, her voice laced with a mixture of fear and confusion. What are you talking about?" A sinister smile stretches across the antagonist's face, his red eyes gleaming with malice. He gestures towards the fallen protagonist, a cruel amusement in his eyes. "I help you?" The antagonist's companion looks on, his expression unreadable, as if assessing the situation. A beat of silence hangs in the air. Then, a sudden movement. The antagonist's hand shoots out, a blur of motion. As the protagonist is thrown to the ground with a bone-jarring thud. Dust and debris fly as the impact reverberates through the forest clearing. The antagonist's companion speaks, his voice dripping with disdain. "What's with that bastard?" Across the cityscape, a new scene unfolds. A voice cuts through the air, sharp and commanding. "Hey, Black Cape." A figure cloaked in darkness stands before a majestic castle, their back to the viewer. A symbol, a gleaming cross within a geometric pattern, is visible on their back. The figure turns, revealing piercing blue eyes that seem to hold the weight of the world. A silent question hangs in the air. As the figure speaks, a single, chilling question. You, talking to me? The black cape stands silhouetted against a muted sky, a figure of mystery and power. A tense standoff unfolds in a sun-dappled forest. Yeah, you, but, a voice cuts through the quiet. A chilling question hangs in the air, you're also Korean? A sinister grin spreads across the face of the antagonist, his eyes blazing with malice. A palpable sense of dread fills the scene. A whirlwind of motion. Crimson explodes as the protagonist is struck, a brutal attack. The force of the blow sends him flying, a fiery trail marking his desperate trajectory. Amidst the chaos, the protagonist's eyes burn with defiance. A silent scream of determination. He grits his teeth, a single thought echoing in his mind, I wanted to walk past quietly, a desperate wish now shattered. A system notification flashes, skill forceful breakthrough has been activated. The effects of mana consumption and ability reduction are negated. The tide begins to turn. The protagonist, battered but unbowed, activates forceful breakthrough. A surge of emerald energy erupts, pushing back the darkness. The paralysis in his body is negated. The very air crackles with raw power. His antagonist watches, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but his sadistic grin remains. A gleaming, futuristic blade materializes in the protagonist's hand, a weapon of unimaginable power. He rises to meet his attackers, defiance blazing in his eyes. You guys started this. The fight is far from over. You guys started this, a chilling declaration hangs in the air, as a figure emerges, weapon drawn. His boots hit the ground, a thunderous impact echoing the gravity of the situation. Activating skill, instant acceleration, a surge of power, a blur of motion. He moves with impossible speed, a blue streak across the battlefield. A desperate cry, two figures are sent sprawling. One falls, lifeless. Lightning speed strikes again, a flurry of blows, a dance of death. An ice shield rises, but it shatters under the relentless assault. The final blow, a silent scream. A blur of motion. The protagonist unleashes a furious assault, his eyes blazing with determination. A shockwave of energy erupts as he connects with his target. Ice shards explode outwards, shattering the air itself. The force of the blow sends tremors through the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Two figures watch in horror, their faces etched with disbelief. Another devastating strike. The air crackles with energy as the protagonist's power surges, sending his opponent sprawling, defeated. The impact echoes through the battlefield. He moves like a phantom, a whirlwind of motion. Each strike precise and deadly. The ground is littered with the remnants of his foes. A desperate plea rings out, a voice choked with fear. But the protagonist shows no mercy. His attack is relentless, unstoppable. A desperate plea echoes across the desolate battlefield. Please, just. Crimson energy explodes. The hero absorbs the fallen foe's spirits, a surge of power courses through his veins. Hyun Mujin, Lee Chanjin, Nam Jinhun, their essence becomes his. Proficiency increased by 64%. The raw power is almost overwhelming. Silence descends upon the aftermath. The bodies of the vanquished lie scattered across the path, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. A survivor approaches, his voice heavy with remorse. I'm sorry. I should have helped, but the fight ended earlier than I expected. A mysterious woman in a nun's habit appears, her expression calm amidst the carnage. It's okay. You can leave now. Don't worry about it. The survivor expresses his gratitude, then, a glimpse of a majestic castle in the distance. A tense exchange between the hero and the survivor. The weight of their shared experience hangs heavy in the air. A quiet confidence in the hero's eyes. Well, I guess you can say that. I was always within the top 10, after all. The survivor bows his head in respect. I see. It's an honor to meet you. I'm alive thanks to you. Thank you so much. The survivor's words ring with heartfelt gratitude, a stark contrast to the grim battlefield behind him. The protagonist, his expression unreadable, simply replies, "It's nothing. You can go now." With a final, curt "well then," the protagonist turns to leave, his silhouette a stark figure against the desolate landscape. The bodies of his fallen foes litter the path. But a flicker of uncertainty crosses his face. A question hangs in the air. The camera pans to reveal the extent of the carnage. Multiple bodies lie scattered, a testament to the protagonist's overwhelming power. The survivor, witnessing this scene, makes a desperate plea, "Please give them to me." The protagonist pauses, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Why?" "Since you saved me, if you give them to me. As a repayment, I'll give you a skill." The protagonist's eyes narrow, intrigued by this unexpected offer. A new power is within reach. A surge of dark energy erupts. The air crackles with power as the protagonist unleashes a devastating spell, consuming the defeated foe's very essence. A guttural scream echoes as the spirit is absorbed. With a final shudder, the remains dissipate into nothingness. The protagonist exhales, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Phew! That's satisfying. The survivor watches, a question forming in his eyes. Is that also a skill? The survivor nods, a hint of excitement in his voice. Then I'll give you a skill as promised. A new skill is acquired. The protagonist's eyes widen in surprise. I didn't expect to get another skill. Witness the birth of power. A surge of purple energy coalesces, forming magnificent wings of pure steel on the protagonist's back. Wings of steel, a skill that grants the power of flight. The survivor explains its use, a grin spreading across his face. The protagonist, a smirk playing on his lips, accepts this newfound ability. He'll test it out soon enough. The protagonist observes the scene from afar, a thoughtful expression on his face. The administrator's drama unfolds before him. Their competitive nature is clear. He notices something else, a hidden motive perhaps. A subtle hint of a hidden agenda. There's more to this than meets the eye. The public regions are divided into 3 distinct zones: the arena, the auction site, and the gambling area. But there's more, something the survivor thinks the protagonist should know. Otherworldly forces have invaded. The currently known invaders are from 3 distinct classes: Ares, Murim, and Kalyan. A knight, clad in dark armor, stands over a fallen foe, a stark display of power. Ares prioritizes chivalry, a noble code of conduct. Murim's warriors are similar, but with a more aggressive edge. The Black Knight hails from Ares, while the White Crane is from Murim. The pieces fall into place. Kalyan, a land of elves, fairies, and human-like beasts. A realm of magic and mystery. The protagonist's eyes widen, taking in this incredible revelation. He's learned all this using his question vouchers, a shrewd investment. A towering citadel looms over the city walls, its stone ramparts hinting at a history as old as time itself. And within its shadow, 2 figures emerge into a bustling public square. Ah, we're finally in the public area, one of them breathes a sigh of relief. A tense exchange unfolds on a quiet road outside the city. One man offers a business card, a subtle gesture in a world of hidden agendas. Revealing the other's true identity, a former team manager from the Hunter Association. You were the team manager of the Challenger managing team in the Hunter Association. Call me whenever you're curious about something. The card reads. A digital message flashes across the screen: you have entered the public area. All status abnormalities will be returned to normal, and fights between challengers will not be possible. The tension visibly eases from the faces of those nearby. As the weight of potential conflict lifts, Ooh, one of them mutters, a hint of surprise in their voice. Plans are made. I'm thinking of making my way to the auction. A casual farewell exchanged between allies. Ah, okay. I have somewhere to be too. As they part ways, a final question hangs in the air: where are you gonna go? A piercing gaze, eyes blazing with icy blue fire, the intensity is palpable. A sinister smile, a predator's grin, full of dark anticipation. He walks through a futuristic public area, sleek and sterile, the air hums with unseen energy. Frustration boils over. Ah, why did this bastard have to lose? For fuck's sake. He's down again. Triumphant laughter echoes. Kahahaha, I got a skill. His eyes widen, taking in the scene. This is an arena. It feels more like a sport betting area. The iron-blooded monarch turns away in disgust, while the white crane swordmaster is thrilled by the atmosphere. A moment of contemplation. Am I supposed to sit there? He settles into a plush red chair, a picture of cool confidence. The arena awaits. The arena system is activating, the spectacle is about to begin. The arena looms before him, a digital interface shimmering into existence, a choice presented: betting or fighting. A finger taps a button, a single word glowing: help. The rules of this deadly game are revealed. The arena is split into two systems, betting and fighting. A shrewd observation: those before him were betting. Choosing fighting means battling other challengers for a reward, a high-stakes gamble. The rules are laid bare: the fight is confirmed only after betting on a reward, a skill, an item, or authority. The stakes are raised. Opponents are matched based on the value of their chosen rewards. Victory in the Colosseum is swift, defeat means a return to the starting point. The arena's true purpose is revealed: the rewards. A glittering array of prizes is displayed. Powerful skills, potent items, and coveted authority, all within reach. A choice must be made. He leans back, a glint in his eye, a plan forming. The hunt for the perfect reward begins. He will choose wisely. Gasps ripple through the crowd. The legendary Catherine Bennett, the Witch of Hellfire, stands before them, a figure of myth made real. Catherine, the sixth-ranked player on the USA server, surveys the arena from her elevated position, a queen surveying her domain. A flicker of annoyance crosses her face. No one dares challenge her. Is it her overwhelming victory record? 17 wins, 0 losses, a testament to her unmatched skill. The truth is revealed: the fight records are public knowledge, stifling the courage of potential opponents. A dismissive smirk plays on Catherine's lips. The administrator's comment stings, but she won't let it show. Her words cut through the silence, a declaration of her superiority. Catherine's decision is swift and final, wasting no more time in this arena of cowards. A cold glint in her eyes. She's leaving, but the message is clear. A notification flashes across the screen: fight request received. Han Sung-yoon, third rank on the Korea server, is the recipient. A reward awaits: the Demon Slayer skill, C. Han Sung-yoon's brow furrows. He's never fought before, yet he's been challenged by a top-ranked player? A smirk plays on Catherine Bennett's lips. How interesting, she thinks, a glint of amusement in her eyes. The fight is confirmed. The system message appears: you are being transported to the Colosseum. A blinding flash of light, then, a sudden shift. The world dissolves into streaks of blue energy. And Han Sung-yoon finds himself in the Grand Colosseum, facing his opponent, Catherine Bennett. The arena is vast, echoing with anticipation. Catherine Bennett speaks, her voice smooth as silk: I like your gallantry, but you should have been more careful while choosing. Han Sung-yoon's expression is unreadable, his eyes fixed on his opponent, the tension is palpable. Catherine Bennett, a fiery whirlwind of power, ignites the Colosseum. The heat radiating from her is almost palpable. A predatory grin spreading across her face as she unleashes her might. Think of this as a learning experience, she sneers, her eyes burning with intensity. The air crackles with energy as Catherine activates Birth of Fire, a devastating authority. A blazing inferno erupts, transforming the Colosseum into a fiery hellscape. She stands amidst the flames, a goddess of destruction. But Han Sung-yoon remains unfazed. A glint in his eye. A silent promise of a counterattack. His hand moves with impossible speed. A golden arc of energy slicing through the flames. The clash of titans has begun. The impact of their powers creates a blinding explosion of light and heat. Catherine Bennett unleashes the full fury of her Birth of Fire authority. A wave of incandescent energy explodes outwards, engulfing Han Sung-yoon in a maelstrom of fire. The sheer heat is almost unbearable. But Sung-yoon, eyes narrowed in fierce determination, refuses to yield. He braces himself against the inferno. A defiant spark in his gaze as he prepares his counterattack. The air crackles with anticipation. It's over, Catherine declares, her voice echoing with absolute confidence. The flames around her surge. But Sung-yoon is not finished. With a roar, he activates his Sword Chi Master authority. A brilliant blue energy surging through his body. A blinding flash. And a devastating counterblow. The clash of energies is earth-shattering. A shockwave rips through the air as Sung-yoon's blade meets Catherine's fiery assault. The outcome hangs in the balance. Catherine's Birth of Fire authority explodes. A maelstrom of incandescent energy engulfs the battlefield. But Sung-yoon stands defiant. His eyes, blazing with resolve, meet the inferno head-on. With a roar, he unleashes the full force of his Sword Chi Master authority. A wave of pure, concentrated energy clashes with Catherine's flames. The impact sends shockwaves through the very air itself. Debris rains down as the two authorities collide in a blinding spectacle of power. Catherine, momentarily stunned, staggers back, a look of disbelief etched on her face. A learning experience, huh? Sung-yoon's smirk is cold, unwavering. I'll be the one to give you that. A tranquil bamboo forest, sunlight filters through the leaves, dappling the ground. A serene landscape, undisturbed, until a ripple of energy shatters the peace. A traditional style house, nestled amongst the trees, a figure emerges from within, radiating power. A steaming cup of tea, a moment of quiet contemplation before the storm. But the calm is broken. A surge of blue energy erupts. The energy coalesces, forming a swirling vortex. A figure sits within, their long white hair flowing. Challenger Han Sung-yoon. The name echoes as he rises, sword in hand. His blade flashes, a blur of motion, cleaving through the water vortex with effortless grace. I didn't expect you to already be so adept with sword chi. A voice speaks, surprised by his skill. A swirling vortex of water, ethereal and powerful, materializes before him. Han Sung-yoon kneels, his back to us, a figure of quiet contemplation. A voice, smooth and calculating, echoes in the air. It was an excellent idea to give him a nice authority. A cunning plan unfolds. The speaker's face remains hidden, but their words reveal a strategic mind at work. And from now on, I need to build up my relationship with this challenger faster than the other challengers. A small, fluffy chick rests in the speaker's hand, a stark contrast to the gravity of their words. A single feather drifts away. Another feather follows, carried by a gentle breeze. Resolve the grudge that I was unable to resolve myself. A declaration of intent, whispered on the wind. A flash of raw power. Sung-yoon's eyes blaze with fierce determination. The ground trembles beneath his feet. A devastating blow erupts. A shockwave of energy rips through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The aftermath of a cataclysmic blow. Dust and debris still rain down. Han Sung-yoon activates his instant acceleration skill. The air crackles with energy. He launches himself forward, a blur of motion, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks. Each strike is a miniature explosion of raw power. The ground trembles under the force of his assault. A whirlwind of energy and destruction. His blade sings a deadly song. The sheer force of his attacks leaves trails of burning energy in their wake. A spectacle of overwhelming might. With a final, earth-shattering blow, the attack culminates in a blinding flash of light. A wave of searing heat engulfs the arena, the very air crackles with energy. His eyes, blazing with determination, fix on his opponent. Oh, he breathes, a silent acknowledgement of the power he's about to unleash. The battle rages. A blur of motion as Sun Yun dashes across the arena floor, his blade a streak of light. His cape billows behind him, but the effect is minimal. The cape's effects are not enough since I don't have Wind's grace, he thinks, his focus unwavering. He grits his teeth, the strain evident on his face, a surge of power building within him. Then, with a roar, he unleashes it. 3 blazing spheres of fire erupt, each a miniature sun. His opponent watches, a smirk playing on her lips. "Humph, how long do you think you can hold on for?" she taunts, her confidence unshaken. Her eyes gleam with malicious intent, a predator sizing up its prey. From the shadows, unseen observers watch. The iron-blooded monarch watches with interest, the white crane swordmaster has high hopes, and the dark devil laughs loudly at the spectacle. The fiery spheres hurtle towards their target, a cataclysmic collision imminent. A wave of searing heat engulfs the battlefield, the very air crackles with the intensity of Han Sunjian's attack. 3 minutes have passed since activating Sword Chi Master. The power is immense, but the cost is steep. Mana consumption increases by 6%. The strain is evident on Sunjian's face. 4 minutes. 8% mana consumption. The relentless assault continues unabated. Sun Yun grits his teeth. This is gonna get a bit tiring if the fight drags on any longer. Victory is within reach, but the price is high. He absorbs Baek Sunhak's spirit, permanently increasing his stats. Stamina +2, agility +1, strength +3, magic power +3, durability +2. And he gains a new skill, Baek Sunhak's Lightning Sword Chi, B. Lightning Sect's Holy Body Divine Skill. When using Sword Chi, the blade will be imbued with lightning. A devastating new weapon. And a look of dawning understanding crosses Sunjian's face. Oh. Lightning Sword Chi. A deadly attack, does that mean I can shoot Sword Chi? You must think you have the time to be distracted. Sunjian's eyes blaze with newfound power. And with a roar, he unleashes the Lightning Sword Chi. Blazing bolts of energy erupt from his blade, tearing across the arena. Each strike a thunderous explosion. The relentless assault continues, a furious storm of lightning, leaving his opponent no chance to react. Within a grand hall, Sun Yun prepares. He focuses, eyes narrowed, a fierce determination etched on his face. Twin blades of fire ignite, extensions of his will, ready to unleash their power. He activates Ashen Blood, the energy surging through his veins, a primal force unleashed. A fiery aura erupts, a whirlwind of incandescent energy consuming him. Doubt flickers in his eyes. "I don't know if it'll work the first time," he mutters, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. But he pushes forward, driven by an indomitable spirit. He'll give it a go for practice. With a powerful thrust, he channels his energy, a brilliant blue light erupts from his blade. Activating Sword Chi Master and Lightning Sword Chi. The hall trembles as he unleashes the full force of his new technique. A blinding flash of blue energy cuts through the air, a devastating display of power. The raw power of the Lightning Sword Chi leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. A wave of raw power erupts. The air crackles with energy. As Han Sun-Yun unleashes the Lightning Sword Chi, the sheer force sends his opponent flying. His adversary, reeling from the impact, roars in defiance. A surge of fiery energy explodes from within. But Sun Yun stands firm, a whirlwind of motion, meeting the fiery onslaught head-on. The clash is earth-shattering. A counterattack, swift and precise. Sun Jian's blade cuts through the flames. The impact echoes, leaving his opponent defeated. Phew, you're unbelievably strong, his opponent gasps, defeated. A single tear rolls down his cheek as he accepts defeat. I lose. Han Sun-yoon sits back, a smirk playing on his lips. The glow of victory still clings to him. A quiet satisfaction in his eyes. I went pretty easy, thinking of it as practice, he muses, but she's pretty strong. His cape is singed, a testament to the battle's intensity. A close-up on his intense, focused gaze. The fight may be over, but his mind is already strategizing. He notes Catherine Bennett's strength, a glint of respect in his eyes. I'll take note of her, he vows silently, already planning for future encounters. His expression shifts. A flicker of disappointment crosses his face. I thought it was a swordsmanship skill, but it's a stabbing one? I was scammed, he mutters. This is just the beginning. The duel has been confirmed. A surge of energy transports our combatants to the Colosseum, the arena of champions, where legends are made and broken. Han Sung-yoon, the Korean powerhouse, faces off against Iwaki Yuji, Japan's 11th ranked player. The clash of titans is about to begin. Yuji, eyes narrowed, speaks, I was looking forward to this fight because you're ranked 3rd in Korea. But his words take a sharp turn. But you look rather homeless. I assume your skills are about that level too. A chilling smile spreads across Sun Jian's face. Yuji, noticing the unsettling grin, questions, why are you smiling? Yuji's opponent calmly replies, I just thought it's funny that we had the same thought. A sinister glint appears in Yuji's eyes. The battle is on. Han Sung-yoon unleashes a furious barrage of attacks. Bastard, he roars, his weapon a blur of motion. Each strike more powerful than the last, a whirlwind of deadly force aimed at his opponent. Iwaki Yuji counters with blinding speed, his own blade a silver flash, a desperate defense against the relentless assault. He manages a parry, but the impact sends a shockwave through his body. Is this what the 11th place in Japan is like? He gasps, a hint of disbelief in his voice. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he realizes the truth. I guess I've gotten insanely stronger, to me. The words hang in the air, heavy with newfound power. With a final, devastating blow, Sun-yoon sends Iwaki flying. The impact echoes through the arena. A scream of pain and defeat ringing out as blood sprays across the Colosseum floor. Ko-hook! A triumphant grin spreads across Iwaki's face as he acknowledges his defeat. The fight is over. The clash of steel echoes through the Colosseum. A flurry of blows, a whirlwind of motion. And Sun Jian's blade finds its mark. The digital display confirms it, you have won. Iwaki Yuji, defeated, tumbles to the ground, but a strange smile plays on his lips. Sun-yoon stands victorious, a smirk dancing on his face. He's earned the title. Master of Duels. And the reward? A significant boost to his stamina. Stamina increased by 2. The system update fades. The scene shifts. Towering karst peaks pierce the clouds, a breathtaking vista in the heart of China. A serene river winds through a bamboo forest, a tranquil scene in stark contrast to the recent battle. A tranquil bamboo forest, sunlight filters through the leaves, illuminating Han Sung-yoon in deep meditation. His eyes snap open, pupils blazing with newfound intensity. A surge of power coursing through his veins. Did you just say that the great elder Baek Sun-hak died? The messenger's words hang heavy in the air. The news of the elder's passing sends ripples of shock through the serene landscape. And reveals a chilling revelation, a place called Earth Dimension has been linked to their world, and Sun-hak attempted a floor invasion. It must be here. Han Sung-jian's journey to the Earth Dimension begins. A dense bamboo forest, shrouded in mist, the air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. Suddenly, a monstrous beast emerges from the shadows. Its eyes burn with primal fury, fangs bared in a terrifying snarl. A lone figure sits atop a rock, seemingly unfazed by the approaching danger. A faint escapes his lips, a sound of quiet contemplation. The beast lunges. A blur of white fur and razor-sharp claws. But the man remains still, a calm amidst the storm. Has it already been 5 years since I took a break from tower climbing? He muses, a hint of weariness in his voice. With a flick of his wrist, he summons a shimmering energy. A single leaf falls to the ground, a silent prelude to the coming conflict. From the earth, a magnificent sword bursts forth. Blazing with an ethereal light, it answers his call. And the beast charges again, its roar echoing through the forest. Han Sun-yoon, a picture of calm amidst the chaos, summons his sword. A fiery energy crackles around the blade. He leaps into action, facing a monstrous beast of unimaginable size. The impact of his attack sends tremors through the earth. A blur of motion. Sun-jian's movements are a whirlwind of steel, each strike precise and deadly. The beast roars, a sound that shakes the very foundations of the forest. Its eyes burn with primal fury. The clash of steel against monstrous hide. A blinding flash of light erupts. Sun-jian's blade finds its mark, piercing the beast's very essence. The creature's eyes widen in disbelief. A devastating blow. The force of the strike sends shockwaves through the air. The monstrous beast is thrown back, its power momentarily broken. Overpowering a mythical creature so easily, a smirk plays on Han Sun-jian's lips, a chilling testament to his terrifying strength. The young master's martial arts are terrifyingly strong, indeed, his power is almost unnatural. His blade, a blur of motion, finds its mark. The impact sends a shockwave through the monstrous beast, a final, decisive blow. A grim smile stretches across his face, the blood of his enemy staining his blade, a chilling victory. A shimmering portal opens, and with a determined stride, he steps through, into the lobby of the 10th floor. He lies on a bed, eyes closed, a sigh escaping his lips, utter exhaustion giving way to blissful rest. Ha! My fatigue is all gone. As expected from the lobby. A smile spreads across his face, a genuine expression of relief. His hand reaches out, a blue screen materializing before him, a new opportunity within reach. His eyes gleam with anticipation, a newfound power is about to be his. I got access to another authority from an unexpected place. The screen displays the details: wings of steel, C+. 1500 SP. The description promises high-speed flight powered by magic. An authority that lets me fly. A grin stretches across his face, pure joy radiating from him. Wings of pure energy sprout from his back, lifting him into the air, a breathtaking ascent into the boundless sky. The sheer exhilaration is palpable. All right. Now, then. Shall I start synthesizing? The process begins. Surging energy crackles as the synthesis starts. And the power builds, coalescing around him. Unique authority skill synthesis activated. The skill synthesis is complete. A new skill has been created. 2 new skills emerge from the synthesis, a blinding light erupts. The power intensifies, culminating in a radiant burst. The final skill materializes, a new power is born. A look of stunned awe washes over his face. After a grueling hour of intense focus, the results are in. The newly synthesized skills are displayed, each a testament to his hard work. Defense counter shield, B rank, a formidable defensive ability, ready to deflect incoming attacks. Movement speed, clandestine shadow step, C+ rank, a blur of motion, allowing for swift and silent maneuvers. An attack speed, chaotic swordfighting play, C+ rank, a whirlwind of deadly strikes, leaving opponents disoriented and vulnerable. He marvels at the power of the B rank defense skill. Activating the counter shield, a crimson energy flares around him. The system confirms the activation. A wave of power surges through him, a palpable sense of newfound strength. His eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and exhilaration. The air crackles with anticipation, a chilling wind whips through the desolate landscape. Before them, a cavern yawns open, promising untold dangers, and perhaps, unimaginable rewards. A mystical circle glows faintly on the cavern floor, pulsating with arcane energy. Team members materialize one by one, summoned by an unseen force, each arrival marked by a surge of blue energy. First, Kim Sung-hoon, the top-ranked contender, steps into the arena, his presence alone commanding respect. Next, Oh Chun-sik, a formidable mage, appears with a calm demeanor, his eyes reflecting the challenge ahead. The third-ranked hunter, a figure of power and grace, stands amidst swirling, ethereal energy. His eyes gleam with determination, a silent promise of the battles to come. A stark digital display announces the rules of engagement, a 30-minute grace period before the boss monster appears. No time to waste. A terse statement confirms the trial's nature, a cooperative challenge. It's one of those cooperation trials. How annoying, a voice mutters, the weight of the task settling in. The scene shifts to a desolate arena. Kim Sung-hoon, the top-ranked hunter, and Oh Chun-sik, the second-ranked, have arrived. Ha! Sung-hoon Hyungnim, you're climbing the tower too, a surprised voice rings out. Oh Chun-sik's eyes widen in realization. Oh, those two are ranked first and second. The implications of this unexpected encounter hit him hard. A close-up on Oh Chun-sik's eye reveals a flash of insight. It seems like they met in a previous trial. The pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place. The tension crackles as the three hunters stand face to face. Kim Sung-hoon lets out a hearty laugh, breaking the silence with a confident, almost taunting sound. A sudden gust of wind whips around them, a palpable sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air. As Oh Chun-sik recognizes a familiar face. Why, you're the guy I met on the 4th floor. The past catches up to them. The third-ranked hunter's face contorts in a ferocious grimace. His finger points directly at the others, a challenge issued with raw power and barely contained fury. The unnamed protagonist arrives, eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and determination. A new trial awaits. Oh Chun-sik points an accusing finger, a silent accusation hanging heavy in the air. The tension is palpable. Kim Sung-hoon's question hangs in the air, a subtle challenge masked by polite inquiry. Have these two met before? Kim Sung-hoon observes, his judgment clear in his eyes. The past is catching up. Oh Chun-sik's confession spills out, a torrent of bitter resentment. A past betrayal is revealed. The unnamed protagonist stands tall, a silent observer amidst the brewing storm. His power is undeniable. A chilling flashback reveals Kim Sung-jin's manipulative tactics. A web of deceit is exposed. A sinister grin stretches across the face of the administrator, clown of deceit. In his hand, a glittering collection of gems and coins, the spoils of his twisted game. A chilling testament to his cunning strategy within the Tower of Trials. A place where the rules are different, where deception reigns supreme. The clown's laughter echoes, a chilling symphony of malice. His amusement is palpable, the deception of his contractor is a delicious victory. His laughter fades, replaced by a chilling close-up of his monstrous grin. The clown's shadow looms large over his contractor, who stands defiant, a cruel smile mirroring the clown's own. Ha ha! The sound cuts through the air, a stark declaration of his triumph. The scene shifts. A young man, his expression stiff with shock, stares into the distance. Looking at his stiff expression, it seems like he's dumbfounded. The narration speaks the truth. His body, bearing the marks of a brutal struggle, speaks volumes. Shall I add a little more to it? A chilling question hangs in the air. As the clown reveals a devastating truth, he ruthlessly killed his own teammates. The accusation hangs heavy, a poisoned dart aimed at the heart of the young man's world. The young man's disbelief is palpable. Hey, man. What the hell are you talking about right now? His voice is a mixture of confusion and outrage. His hand reaches out, a silent plea for understanding in a world turned upside down. The weight of the revelation crushes him. A colossal hammer, glowing with ethereal blue energy, materializes before us, its power palpable, a weapon fit for a god. Oh Chun-sik, the master manipulator, speaks with chilling calm. Instead of 4 disunited people, I'd prefer 3 people with good teamwork. He continues, his voice laced with a threat. The Tower of Trials isn't an easy place. The question hangs heavy in the air. Who's telling the truth? Chun-sik's declaration echoes with finality. The liar will be exterminated on the spot. A tense standoff unfolds. Kim Sung-hoon and the unnamed protagonist watch as Oh Chun-sik makes his move. If things go wrong, he'll face them all at once. With a thunderous crack, Chun-sik slams his hammer to the ground, the impact sending tremors through the very stone beneath their feet. The unnamed protagonist's eyes blaze with defiance, a silent vow to uncover the truth. A moment of uneasy calm descends. Everyone, please relax for a moment. Princess Suti's interrogation begins. A finger points, an accusation hangs heavy in the air. The weight of suspicion pressing down on the unnamed protagonist. Kim Sung-hoon observes, his expression unreadable. He knows something. A crucial detail that could change everything. The nickname system is mentioned, a key to unlocking the truth. The tension ratchets up. If Princess Suti reveals Hunter's real name, the situation could be resolved. But will she? The moment of truth arrives. A name is whispered. Lee Kielman. The revelation hangs in the air, heavy with consequence. A sinister smile spreads across Oh Chun-sik's face. He. His eyes blaze with a dark fire. There's no way to prove his identity. The pressure mounts. Lee Kielman, do you have anything to say? The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a storm brewing on the horizon. Han Sung-yoon clenches his fist, his knuckles white, a silent defiance. He reveals his hunter's license, the cold steel a stark contrast to the fire in his eyes, a calculated move. Han Sung-yoon's name is revealed, a bombshell dropped into the tense silence, the truth laid bare. Oh Chun-sik's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise, quickly masked by a chilling smirk. His face contorts in a grimace, sweat beading on his forehead, the weight of the situation crushing him. The decision is made, swift and brutal, a deadly blow is about to fall. The administrator's mocking laughter echoes in the digital void, a cruel symphony of scorn. And the shadows lengthen, as the darkness closes in. Han Sung-yoon, cornered and revealed, his inner turmoil explodes in a desperate whisper, "Fuck. I'm screwed." Kim Sung-hoon, ever watchful, steps forward. His voice is cold, devoid of emotion. "I'm sorry, but I want to personally take care of this situation." Oh Chun-sik's rage is palpable, a crimson storm brewing within him. His words are a venomous hiss, "I'm really pissed off right now." But Han Sung-yoon stands defiant, his crimson eyes blazing. He grips his sword, a silent promise of resistance. Kim Sung-hoon's mask hides his expression, but his eyes burn with a cold fire. The weight of the situation presses down on him. Oh Chun-sik's response is curt, his tone laced with chilling indifference. "Sure, I'll leave it to you." Sung-hoon's gaze sharpens, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. His inner monologue reveals his disbelief. "What? Only one of them is coming at me?" A cruel smirk spreads across Sung-hoon's face. His voice is a low, dangerous chuckle. "Ha! Stupid bastard. Even though they hate me, there's hope if I kill him." His reasoning is chillingly pragmatic, since it'll be burdensome for just the two of them to pass this 4-man trial by themselves. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape, the moon a silent witness. Han Sung-yoon confronts Sung-hoon, the tension palpable. "You've said some very interesting things. Shouldn't you take responsibility for your words?" Responsibility? I don't know what that is. I only care about survival. A defiant declaration, born from a harsh reality. As dark energy surges around him, coalescing into a mystical grimoire. The air crackles with power. But his opponent isn't intimidated. "You're not the only one who has power," he counters, a steely glint in his eyes. With a fierce roar, he unleashes his own magic, a swirling vortex of energy taking shape in his palm. A vine of the swamp spirit erupts from the ground, ensnaring his foe's feet. The earth trembles. Roots tighten, constricting his movement, but he activates his mana resistance skill. The vines recoil. The swamp spirit's attack is repelled. He's free to counterattack. A blinding flash of green energy as he launches a devastating counteroffensive. The battle rages on. He leaps, his blade a blur, aiming for a decisive strike, a desperate gamble. His sword glows with ethereal power, ready to deliver the final blow. The unnamed protagonist, a blur of motion, counters Kim Sung-hoon's attack. Kim Sung-hoon, eyes wide with surprise, unleashes a wave of swamp spirit magic. Ha! A blinding flash of energy erupts as the two clash. The impact sends shockwaves through the very ground, a devastating blow. Elsewhere, two figures watch the spectacle from afar. It'll be best if we put some distance between us. But I like how I can feel the fight here, Hyung Nim. The unnamed protagonist's counterattack continues, relentless. It's good to be careful, so stop whining. A dismissive retort as one figure grabs the other. Wah, a front row view is so good though, crying face. Die, you bastard. Kim Sung-hoon, his face contorted in rage, prepares another devastating attack. Two orbs of raw power coalesce, ready to unleash chaos. Kim Sung-hoon unleashes a torrent of swamp spirit magic, a swirling vortex of purple energy coalescing into a devastating sphere. The air crackles with arcane power. But the unnamed protagonist anticipates the attack. With a blur of motion, he counters with a barrage of his own, dark energy spheres exploding against the swamp magic. The impact sends shockwaves through the ground. A fierce clash of wills, a brutal dance of power. The unnamed protagonist's blade flashes, a desperate parry against the relentless assault. Kim Sung-hoon staggers back, a pained cry escaping his lips as he's struck. The hunter has become the hunted. His face contorted in a mask of furious rage, Kim Sung-hoon's eyes blaze with a terrifying intensity. He's not finished. Oh Chun-sik observes from afar, a chilling statement hanging in the air. It seems like the hunter has become a prey. The unnamed protagonist, momentarily stunned, senses something amiss, a subtle shift in the air. A surge of energy, a kaleidoscope of vibrant spheres materializing above him. The spheres he launched earlier, returning with a vengeance. He prepares for the counterattack, his eyes narrowed in grim determination. The spheres descend. The spheres that he launched earlier. The swamp magic recoils. A surge of raw energy, a blinding blue light, it's being redirected. The force intensifies, a spiraling vortex of power. The energy intensifies, building to a cataclysmic crescendo. Exploding outwards in a devastating wave of pure energy. Kim Sung-hoon, caught in the backlash of his own spell, recoils in shock. Ha ha! You were showing off. But look at you now, you bastard. His smug expression falters. Confusion etches across his face. Ha? What's that? Sound of a system notification, the unnamed protagonist activates a new skill, Counter Shield. A crimson shield of pure magical energy erupts, a breathtaking display of power. He deflects the remaining energy with ease, absorbing the impact and preparing for a counterattack. The counter shield skill description appears, proficiency 0%. Basic effect: once the skill name is memorized, you are able to summon a red shield made from magic power. Additional effect: 25% of the damage received by the shield will be absorbed and released in one go. The aftermath of the clash hangs heavy in the air, a silence broken only by the ragged breaths of the combatants. Kim Sung-hoon, his face etched with disbelief, stares at the unnamed protagonist, who stands defiant, the counter shield shimmering faintly around them. The spheres he launched earlier. A chilling question hangs in the air. A sudden surge of energy, a blinding flash. And a colossal beam of pure power erupts. The raw energy tears through the very fabric of reality, leaving a trail of shimmering destruction in its wake. He stands amidst the chaos, a figure silhouetted against the blinding light, unscathed. His adversary watches, a sneer twisting his lips. You were showing off, but look at you now, you bastard. Confusion flickers across his face. Ha? What's that? The ground trembles. A system notification blares, skill counter shield has been activated. The Necromancer stands defiant, a crimson shield of pure magical energy flaring to life around him, a breathtaking display of power. A detailed description of the counter shield skill unfolds before our eyes, 0% proficiency, but capable of absorbing and releasing 25% of incoming damage in a single, devastating burst. The shield activates, a radiant crimson barrier against the onslaught, a testament to the Necromancer's growing mastery. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of energy radiating outwards as the shield absorbs the blow. The Necromancer's chilling words echo, "Why are you so surprised? This is just the beginning." His opponent, eyes wide with disbelief, stammers, "What's happening?" He blocked this technique that easily. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of power, the Necromancer's counterattack begins. He moves with terrifying speed, a lethal weapon in his grasp. And the opponent can only watch, a frustrated grunt escaping his lips, tch. A surge of dark energy erupts from the Necromancer's hand, a wave of raw power, crackling with malevolent energy. His opponent, caught in the blast, is sent flying across the desolate landscape, a trail of destruction marks his desperate flight. With a blur of motion, the counter shield activates, deflecting the incoming attack with impossible precision. The Necromancer's power is absolute, his foe is left reeling, utterly outmatched. A blinding flash of light, the impact of the counterattack reverberates through the very ground. Trapped within a shimmering energy cage, the opponent struggles, his desperate pleas echoing in the vast emptiness. "Hunter, no. Do you know who Challenger Han Sun-yoon is?" The question hangs heavy in the air. A chilling uncertainty creeping into the hunter's eyes. "No, I haven't seen a guy like him among the high-ranking hunters." The tension ratchets up. If you don't know him, then it's highly likely that he's an ordinary person, but is that possible? If he's not a high-ranking hunter like us, it'd be difficult. A figure cloaked in shadow, his face obscured by a metallic mask, stands amidst the debris of battle. His very presence speaks of power. The thing that's more surprising. A blinding flash of light. Han Sung-yoon is thrown back, his attack repelled with impossible force. The sheer power is breathtaking. Is that Han Sung-yoon isn't going all out right now? He might be on a similar level to me. That high? Even though his final ranking is 2 places below? It's just an assumption, but if he didn't have any team luck in the cooperation trials until now, it's possible that he was undervalued compared to his skills. A horde of goblins charges, but one stands out, wielding a wicked blade. A lone figure watches from afar, his back to us, the ocean stretching behind him. The weight of the world seems to rest on his shoulders. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts. Han Sung-yoon's blade, a celestial streak, cuts through the air. The impact. A shockwave of raw power rips through the battlefield, leaving the Necromancer's minion reeling, his arm shredded by the force of the blow. A sickening crack echoes as bone meets steel. The Necromancer's minion collapses, defeated but still alive. Dust settles, revealing the extent of the damage. Han Sung-yoon stands, his expression unreadable, power barely contained. The Necromancer observes, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "I'm surprised. He didn't kill his opponent but oppressed him. With a lot of composure at that." Wait. The Necromancer's minion cries out, his body racked with pain, blood staining the stone floor. His desperate plea echoing in the cavernous space. His hand reaches out, a silent testament to his fear. Han Sung-yoon stands over him, an imposing figure. "If you kill me, you might not be able to survive this trial," the minion warns, his voice strained. The Necromancer's minion's desperate gamble. A glimmer of strategy in his eyes. "Think carefully. This trial is made up of the highest 4 rankers." His face contorted in agony, sweat dripping from his brow. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. Han Sun-yoon remains unmoved. Will they give us a trial that's easy enough that you'll pass with having one less person? His piercing blue eyes bore into the wounded man, a silent question hanging in the air. A cold calculation in his gaze. The fate of the Necromancer's minion hangs precariously in the balance. From the shadows, two figures emerge. We won't interfere. Do as you please. The Necromancer's minion, battered and broken, glares at Han Sun-yoon with desperate intensity. His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and something else, a desperate plea for mercy. He clutches at his wounds, blood staining his fingers crimson, a stark reminder of the brutal power Han Sun-yoon wields. But Sun-yoon remains unmoved, his gaze unwavering. He draws his sword, the polished steel gleaming under the grim light, a silent promise of swift justice. The clash. A blinding flash of light and a deafening clang as steel meets steel, the minion's desperate defense shattered in an instant. This bastard, seriously. Sun-jion's voice is a low growl, laced with barely contained fury. His blade sings a deadly song as it dances through the air. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of destruction. The minion is sent flying, a ragdoll tossed aside by an unstoppable force. The blade cuts through the air with terrifying speed, a blue streak of death slicing through the minion's defenses. Leaving him helpless, his body a canvas of crimson against the gray stone. The fight is over. The minion vanishes in a puff of dark smoke, leaving only the lingering scent of ozone and the echo of the battle. And then, a system notification appears, unique trait deceit has been activated. A surge of power. Han Sun-jion's stats momentarily skyrocket by 10 points. The air crackles with energy, a purple aura enveloping him. He unleashes a furious attack, a desperate counter-offensive against the Necromancer's overwhelming power. Damn it! I wanted to hide my last trump card, he growls, his face contorted in grim determination. With a roar that shakes the very ground, Han Sun-yoon screams, "Die, you bastard!" His eyes blaze with righteous fury. His blade, a blur of motion, cuts through the air, a devastating blow aimed at the Necromancer's minion. The impact sends a shockwave, the force of the strike echoing through the battlefield. The Necromancer's minion is caught in the crosshairs, his fate sealed. A cold smirk plays on the lips of the mysterious figure as he watches the unfolding chaos from afar. The battle rages on. But the chains of the Necromancer's magic snap, one by one, under the sheer force of Han Sun-jion's attack. The final chains break with a resounding clang, the purple energy dissipates. Silence. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the faint whisper of the wind. Han Sun-yoon unleashes a furious assault. Purple energy explodes outwards, a maelstrom of power. The sheer force of his attack leaving trails of destruction in its wake. The system notification flashes, skill wins grace activated. All speed increased by 40%. His power surges. Current skill stack progress, April 7th. The final push is near. The ground trembles as another devastating blow connects. The impact sends shockwaves, leaving behind a crater of raw energy. The Necromancer's minion is obliterated. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of Sun-jion's overwhelming power. A tense standoff between Sun-yoon and the Necromancer. Instead of doing this trial as a 3, I know it's a lot more dangerous doing it with trash like you. The Necromancer sneers. Sun-jion's eyes gleam with a cold fire. The battle is far from over. The Necromancer's face contorts in a mask of furious disbelief. "Fuck," he screams, his eyes wide with a terrifying mix of rage and fear. A system notification flashes across the screen, skill counter shield will release the accumulated damage in one go. The weight of Han Sun-jion's previous attacks is about to be unleashed. A blinding flash of light erupts as Han Sun-yoon unleashes the counter shield. The Necromancer is caught in the heart of the explosion. A devastating shockwave rips across the battlefield. The air crackles with raw power as the force of the attack tears through the very fabric of reality. Han Sun-yoon moves like a phantom, his blade a blur of crimson energy. He cuts through the air with terrifying speed. The vampire counts old tailcoat, a dash movement speed plus 8%, magic regeneration plus 10%. When being attacked, the user can temporarily create a bloody shield by consuming stamina or blood. A new addition to Han Sunjun's arsenal. The Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword, B plus reaction speed plus 7%, attack speed plus 10%. A famous sword, one of the treasures passed down in a blood demon cult of Murim. The blade and mana that flows within the user's veins becomes harmonious. A legendary weapon now in his grasp. Han Sun-yoon, clad in his new attire, surveys his spoils. "I'll use these items well," he declares, his voice calm but resolute. Across a desolate, rocky landscape, two figures flee in terror. Han Sun-yoon approaches, his presence a storm gathering on the horizon. Dust settles on the battlefield, the Necromancer lies defeated, his minions scattered. Han Sun-yoon stands victorious, the vampire counts old tailcoat and the Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword his spoils of war. A young man approaches, awestruck. The trio, Han Sun-yoon, his companions in tow, moves towards a looming structure. "Let's get going," Sun-yoon declares, his voice firm. They walk through a narrow chasm, the path ahead shrouded in mist. Emerging into a vast plaza dominated by a colossal statue of a cavalryman. "A statue of a cavalryman? It's huge," one of them observes. The statue's scale dwarfs them. "He won't come alive, right?" A nervous question hangs in the air. Their eyes are drawn upwards, to the ominous tower that looms above. Han Sun-yoon, eyes blazing with determination, stands victorious. The echoes of battle still linger in the air. The defeated Necromancer lies before him, his power broken. A chilling silence descends upon the scene. The Necromancer's mask, a symbol of his dark authority, lies shattered, revealing a face etched with defeat. His gaze falls upon the fallen mask, a grim reminder of the battle just fought. The weight of victory settles upon him. But his resolve remains unshaken. The next trial awaits. A grand, imposing structure rises before them, its architecture hinting at ancient power. The air crackles with unseen energy. Sun-yoon and his companions enter the imposing structure, their steps echoing in the vast halls. The next challenge begins. One of Sun-yoon's companions, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension, whispers, "I think we came to the right place." The vast chamber before them is a breathtaking spectacle of arcane technology and ancient power. A colossal machine hums with energy, its purpose unclear. Bound in chains, a lone figure stands beneath a crescent moon, silhouetted against a crumbling edifice. A palpable sense of dread hangs in the air. There are three more statues that give off a bad feeling, a voice warns, the words echoing the unease. The chains bite into flesh, a stark reminder of the trials ahead. Sun-yoon's eye, sharp and focused, reflects the gravity of the situation. The weight of responsibility bears down. A chilling whisper cuts through the night, probably the Dark Monarch. The words are accompanied by a spectral gust of wind. And before them rises a colossal statue, a monument to a forgotten power. Three figures stand small against its immensity. The grace period is over. The trial of the 10th floor begins. The Dark Royal Order will appear, to stop the resurrection of the Dark Monarch. Sun-yoon, his companions close behind, prepares for the ultimate confrontation. The final trial begins. A chilling wind whips through the desolate, metallic landscape. And there he stands, the Dark Monarch. His eyes glow with malevolent power, a terrifying figure shrouded in shadow and chained in darkness. Heavy chains drag across the ground as the monarch advances, a monstrous presence that fills the arena with dread. Crash! The monarch's brutal force shatters the stone, his power is overwhelming. Sun-yoon and his companions brace themselves, the battle for the fate of the world is about to begin. The monarch leaps, a blur of motion, his attack is swift and merciless. "I was feeling stiff, but shall I warm up?" The monarch's chilling words echo through the arena, a prelude to the carnage to come. The monarch swings his massive warhammer, the wind itself howling in response, the ground trembles under the sheer force of the blow. A tense standoff. Sun Ji-eun's companions exchange worried glances. We need to stop the guards from giving the head that they're carrying on their backs to the monarch. A desperate plan is whispered, a glimmer of hope in the face of overwhelming odds. Sun Ji-eun's eyes burn with icy determination, the spectral image of the dark monarch looming behind him, a chilling reminder of the epic battle to come. A battle plan is hatched. Then we'll each take one of them. The words hang in the air, a grim promise of the fight ahead. A warrior's stance, poised and ready. A surge of energy crackles around a glowing hammer, a weapon of immense power. The ground trembles with the force of an approaching strike. The impact is deafening. A blade, gleaming and sharp, lies embedded in the earth, a symbol of the fierce battle that has already begun. A monstrous figure leaps into action, a terrifying display of power and aggression. The Dark Monarch's forces are relentless. Two shadowy figures clash, their blows echoing through the desolate hall. The battle intensifies. The faces of the three warriors, Sung-yoon, his companion, and their formidable foe, a stark contrast of determination, grim resolve, and chilling malice. It's the head. The ominous words hang in the air, a chilling revelation. And there he stands, a figure shrouded in mystery, his eyes burning with an eerie glow. A tense standoff. A spectral image of a crowned figure materializes behind him, radiating dark energy, a monarch's power, perhaps? A simple plan is hatched, then we'll each take one of them. The air crackles with anticipation. As a powerful warrior, wielding a glowing hammer, prepares for battle. The clash is imminent. A thunderous impact. The ground trembles beneath the force of the blow, sending the armored figure crashing to the ground. The fight is on. A blur of motion. A sword arcs through the air. As warriors clash in a flurry of steel and magic within a grand, desolate hall. The battle for the monarch rages. He'll end this with one strike. Sword chi explodes from the blade. A furious charge. The warrior unleashes his full power. And the hammer falls. A devastating blow connects, sending the warrior flying. The impact echoes through the city. A blur of motion. The head's eyes blaze with determination as he unleashes a furious attack. A whirlwind of steel aimed at his armored foe. The clash echoes with the force of a thunderclap. He moves with impossible speed, a phantom slicing through the air, leaving trails of pure energy in his wake. Sword chi? The very air crackles with power, a testament to the head's overwhelming might. A formidable warrior stands defiant, his gaze unwavering despite the storm of energy surrounding him. But even his resolve is tested by the sheer power of the head's technique. It's not an easy opponent. He thinks, a grim determination etched on his face. A flicker of worry crosses the head's face. I wonder if the others will be okay. He muses, a brief moment of vulnerability in the midst of battle. The hammer warrior charges, a blur of motion and raw power. His hammer connects, sending a shockwave through the air. But it's not enough. The head's power is simply too great. A devastating blow ends the fight. The impact of the final blow sends a shockwave that rips through the very ground itself. The battle rages on. A warrior, axe gleaming, leaps across the shattered plaza. The scene shifts to a throne room. A lone figure sits upon a throne, observing the chaos from afar. A blinding flash. The impact of a devastating blow rocks the very foundations of the city. A whirlwind of destruction, leaving only rubble in its wake. Another warrior falls. The force of the attack sends debris flying, leaving only a stunned silence in its aftermath. With a mighty swing, the hammer-wielding warrior unleashes a furious attack. But it's no match for the head's overwhelming power. The ground cracks under the force of the counterattack. A final, earth-shattering blow. The hammer warrior is defeated. The head's gaze is unwavering, a storm brewing behind those masked eyes. A warrior's hammer, glowing with energy, hurtles towards him. Careless, he is called. But the blow is deflected with contemptuous ease. The head barely moves. A mocking chuckle echoes as the head effortlessly counters. The impact sends a shockwave, and the warrior is sent flying. Another foe approaches, sword drawn, but the head's power is overwhelming. A swift, brutal strike ends the fight before it truly begins. The head stands victorious, a dark figure cloaked in power. "This hat doesn't suit me," he mutters, a hint of annoyance in his tone. But his words are a prelude to a devastating display of power. "The fact that I'm wearing this ridiculous hat," he says, his voice hardening, "means you're going to die." A surge of purple energy erupts, a deadly arrow forming in his hand. A wave of raw power erupts. The very air crackles with energy. A searing purple blast obliterates the sword-wielding warrior. The force of the attack is breathtaking. Multiple shadowy figures are consumed by the head's overwhelming might, each impact echoing with the force of a collapsing star. The warrior with hammer, defiant to the end, is sent flying, a testament to the head's unstoppable power. A dark side slices through the air, a harbinger of doom. But even this attack is met with effortless counterplay. The head's dominance is absolute. A mage, observing from afar, smirks. When you fight a mage, it's standard procedure to fight him in close range. He closes in, his grip tightening around the mage's throat. The final, crushing blow. A wickedly curved scythe, glowing with an ominous pink light, materializes before us, its very presence radiating power. But the mage's words echo, a chilling caveat: this power is only effective against normal mages. The mage, a figure of dark robes and pointed hat, raises his hands defensively, a desperate attempt to counter the looming threat. A blur of motion, a crimson streak across the ground, the head's attack is swift and merciless. The head's eyes gleam with cold determination, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around him. "Oh," he muses, a hint of excitement in his tone. He reveals his inner thoughts: "Since I've only seen weak challengers up until now, seeing these guys makes my blood boil in excitement." His resolve hardens. "I just need to do well." With a burst of speed, he launches himself into the fray. A blinding flash of energy erupts as he strikes. The ground cracks under the force of the blow. He sends his opponent flying, a whirlwind of debris and shattered stone in his wake, leaving only dust and destruction in his path. The clash echoes, a thunderous boom that shakes the very ground. Debris rains down as the head unleashes his fury. His opponent is sent flying, a broken, defeated figure. The impact of the blow is devastating. All movement speed increased by 50%. The head's power surges, a visible shift in his aura. A blur of motion as he closes the distance, a predator stalking its prey. The battle rages on in a grand, imposing city. The head's next target stands defiant, sword raised. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts, the ground cracks under the force of the blow. You are currently stepping on a shadow. Skill Clandestine Shadow Step, C+, has been activated. Strength has temporarily increased by 3. The head's movements become even more fluid, almost ethereal. A dance of death as he weaves through his enemy's attacks with impossible grace. Skill Chaotic Sword Fighting Play, C+, has been activated. Attack speed for swords has been increased by 10%. The head's blade becomes a whirlwind of destruction. A final, decisive strike. The system notification blares. Skill Lightning Sword QI has been activated. A flash of blue energy. Head unleashes the Lightning Sword Chi, a torrent of electrifying power slicing through the air. The impact reverberates with a deafening whoosh as he strikes his foe. A devastating blow. The force of the attack sends shockwaves outwards, shattering the stone mask of his opponent into 1,000 pieces. The masked warrior cries out in pain as the attack continues. Lightning bomb. His eyes glow with a fierce intensity, a terrifying sight. As the lightning sword chi explodes in a blinding flash of light and energy, the raw power is unleashed. A cataclysmic blast of energy rips through the battlefield, leaving behind only destruction in its wake. The ground trembles. A blinding flash of golden light erupts, the raw power of the lightning sword she unleashed. The mage screams as the energy tears through his defenses, his body convulses under the impact. Another foe, clad in heavy golden armor, tries to intervene, but it's no use. Head stands defiant, his eyes burning with power, the lightning sword chi crackles around him. A crimson arc of energy slices through the air, a deadly scythe descends. Two more opponents are sent flying, the force of the attack is overwhelming. Head's blade moves like a phantom, a blur of motion as he cuts down his enemies. From the chaos, a lone figure leaps, a powerful warrior with a deadly weapon. The final clash. A red energy wave explodes outward, the battle reaches its peak. The final blow connects. A crimson shockwave erupts as the lightning sword chi cleaves through the air, shattering the enemy's defenses with a thunderous crack. A guttural scream echoes through the battlefield, pure agony. As the defeated foe collapses, his body ravaged by the attack. The remaining enemies, sensing the tide has turned, make their desperate escape. Oh, they're running away? One of Head's allies observes, a hint of surprise in their voice. Since we destroyed the monarch's head, we won't need to worry about it resurrecting. Let's wrap this up quickly. The pursuit begins, swift and merciless. Head, a blur of motion, closes in on the fleeing remnants, leaving a trail of defeated foes in their wake. The battle is far from over, but victory is within reach. Head, relentless in his pursuit, cuts through the city's desolate landscape. The defeated mage and his remaining forces flee in terror. A sudden, unsettling sound shatters the silence. What could it be? A colossal figure emerges from the dust and debris, its presence shaking the very ground. Head's eyes widen in surprise. He senses a powerful, unknown force. The ground trembles violently. Another warrior is sent flying by an unseen blow. A brutal impact echoes through the city. The battle intensifies. With a blur of motion, a devastating strike cuts down another opponent. The relentless assault continues. And the final blow sends the last of the mage's forces crashing to the ground. Silence. The dust settles, revealing a scene of utter devastation. A blinding flash of light erupts as Head unleashes a devastating blow. The impact reverberates through the very ground, leaving the mage's forces scattered and broken. He stares, breathless, at the source of the attack. The statue from the entrance has come to life. The ground trembles, a powerful shockwave tears through the air. The mage, his face contorted in fear, desperately tries to escape the wrath of the awakened statue. He barely manages to avoid a fatal blow, a sound of frustrated rage echoing from his lips. TSK. Head's pursuit is relentless. A fierce clash of steel against steel, the ground is littered with debris from the battle. The mage, cornered and defeated, utters a desperate plea, "No, it's already too late since we're running." Head's eyes blaze with a fierce determination. His teeth are bared in a snarl, a primal fury consuming him. As he prepares to deliver the final blow, the mage's escape is cut short. He plummets from his mount, his reign of terror finally over. The Head unleashes a furious barrage. Energy crackles, a blinding blue torrent erupting from his weapon. A devastating shockwave tearing through the air. His eyes blaze with righteous fury, a terrifying power unleashed. The mage, caught in the crossfire, is sent sprawling. A blinding flash of light. The Head's attack culminates in a devastating blow, leaving the mage broken and defeated. From the dust and debris, a colossal form rises. A stone giant, crowned in gold, awakens. Its power palpable, a silent promise of untold strength. The Head lunges forward, his fist connecting with the mage's armor in a thunderous impact. The force of the blow sends the mage reeling, his body crumpling under the sheer power. The Head unleashes a devastating blow. A golden energy erupts, shattering the ground. His eyes glow with a terrifying crimson light, a raw power coursing through his veins. A guttural roar escapes his lips, pure, untamed rage. The mage, his face contorted in agony, screams in terror as the power overwhelms him. He manages a weak, desperate laugh, and nice. The head, victorious but seething, exhales, phew dash. The mage, defeated and broken, collapses into the dust. The golden energy coalesces, forming a magnificent crown of spikes. The crown of thorns, a symbol of his hard-won victory, settles upon Head's brow. But the echoes of battle still ring in the air. The ground trembles with the force of the final blow. A blur of motion, a flash of steel, the mage's desperate counterattack is met with brutal efficiency. The impact. A deafening crack reverberates through the shattered remains of the arena. The very air seems to crack under the strain. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones, of power unleashed, of a world bending to the will of the victor. Head stands triumphant, a silhouette against the crimson sky, his power amplified, his rage barely contained. The mage's allies watch in horror. We need to stop it, cries one, the desperation clear in his voice. But is it too late? The final confrontation. A desperate struggle against overwhelming odds, a desperate attempt to halt the unstoppable. A roar shakes the very foundations of reality, a surge of power unlike anything witnessed before. Head raises his hands to the heavens, absorbing the raw energy of the defeated mage, his form shifting, his power growing exponentially. The final confrontation. The mage unleashes a torrent of dark energy. But Head's allies, desperate to save their master, launch a counterattack. Blades flash, a whirlwind of steel against the encroaching darkness. The clash of magic and steel reverberates through the very air, a maelstrom of power threatens to consume everything. Head absorbs the mage's power. His eyes blaze with a terrifying crimson light, his form shifting, growing, more powerful than ever before. The raw power explodes outwards in a devastating shockwave, the very ground trembles beneath the force. Conditions have been met. The system message echoes as Head's transformation reaches its terrifying climax. A colossal figure emerges from the chaos, a titan of darkness. The Dark Monarch is rising. Two figures watch from below, their faces grim. The Dark Monarch's resurrection is complete. Oh no! The mage's desperate attack fails. His power is consumed. A desperate cry pierces the air. We need to stop it. The ground trembles beneath their feet, a cataclysmic force unleashed. Blades clash. A whirlwind of steel and magic erupts, a desperate struggle against overwhelming power. A crown of shadow rises, a silhouette of immense power takes shape against the crimson sky. The darkness coalesces, a monstrous figure emerges, radiating an aura of terrifying might. The battle rages on, a desperate defense against the encroaching darkness. A warrior leaps, his blade a silver streak. But the enemy's power is too great. A devastating blow sends him reeling. The earth cracks, a monstrous eruption of dark energy explodes from the ground. A face of pure rage, eyes burning with infernal fire. The creature roars, a sound that shakes the very foundations of reality. A vortex of destruction, a maelstrom of dark energy threatens to consume everything. The ground trembles, a cataclysmic eruption of crimson energy rips through the battlefield. A maelstrom of chaotic power, the very air crackles with destructive force. Conditions have been met. The Dark Monarch's resurrection begins. Two figures watch from afar, dwarfed by the colossal form emerging from the ruins, a titan of darkness, crowned and armored. The Dark Monarch is rising, and the warriors brace for the ultimate showdown. Oh no! A wave of dread washes over him as the scale of the threat becomes horrifyingly clear. Inviolable, for now. The Dark Monarch's power is absolute, deflecting all attacks. But there's a glimmer of hope, only those stronger than the monarch can inflict true damage. A warrior's voice cuts through the chaos, I've never heard that a monster could use authorities. The sheer disbelief hangs heavy in the air. And then, a flash of incandescent light. A magnificent sword, glowing with an unearthly power, materializes before them. From the shadows, the Dark Monarch rises. His armored fist, tipped with wicked claws, reaches for the heavens. The sword of unimaginable power descends, a fiery comet streaking across the crimson sky. A warrior's hand closes around the hilt, the ancient blade hums with power. The city trembles. A devastating shockwave erupts from the Dark Monarch's attack, sending warriors sprawling as the ground cracks beneath their feet. Whh, screams one, the sound swallowed by the maelstrom of destruction. Another warrior, his face etched with disbelief, curses, "What's with this bullshit ability?" Despair creeps in. "If it's impossible to inflict damage, then we can't do anything," one warrior laments, the weight of their situation crushing them. The Dark Monarch stands, a terrifying silhouette against the ravaged city. His eyes burn with malevolent power. A lone warrior, blade flashing, cuts a swathe through the encroaching darkness. His every move is a desperate dance with death. The Dark Monarch's power, a crushing wave of shadow, slams into him. The impact sends a shockwave. A searing pain explodes across his body. He staggers, but refuses to fall. Another blow. Damn it, he grits his teeth, his resolve unwavering despite the overwhelming odds. The warrior fights on, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. "Since we couldn't finish things, it's gotten so annoying," he growls, unleashing a surge of power. He leaps, a blur of motion, towards the heart of the darkness. A desperate gamble, a last stand against the encroaching shadows. "Wait," a voice cuts through the chaos. "Maybe." The ground trembles. From the depths of the darkness, a colossal figure emerges, clad in obsidian armor, leading an army of shadowy warriors. The tide may be turning. Amidst the chaos of battle, a lone warrior stands defiant, a glimmer of hope amidst the carnage. A tense exchange unfolds. A strategic decision must be made: eliminate the immediate threat first, or risk being overwhelmed by the Dark Monarch's might. The question hangs heavy in the air: can they even hope to defeat him? A cold, calculating gaze. Efficiency is key. Taking out the knights first is the logical approach. A plan begins to form in the mind of the strategist. A possibility emerges from the shadows. Eyes blazing with determination, a warrior reveals a bold strategy, a path to victory, however perilous. The Dark Monarch's terrifying visage fills the panel, a chilling reminder of the immense power they face, a terrifying presence. A close-up on the monarch's armor, hinting at vulnerabilities yet to be exploited. A single, glowing eye pierces through the darkness, a symbol of unwavering resolve. Trust is placed, a leap of faith taken. The plan is set in motion. A lone figure, back to us, stands amidst the ruins of a city consumed by shadow. He wields a massive warhammer, a weapon that speaks of impending destruction. A masked warrior addresses his comrade, his voice tight with urgency: "It'll be hard for us to stall for a while. So don't take too long." The camera sweeps across a ravaged landscape, revealing the imposing silhouette of the Dark Monarch. His malevolent presence looms large, a storm gathering on the horizon. The warriors charge. A flurry of steel clashes against the forces of darkness. A desperate, valiant stand against overwhelming odds. Yes, Hyungnim. Chunseok, muscles rippling, stands ready. His resolve is unshaken, a silent promise etched on his face. "Okay then." The Dark Monarch's chilling laughter echoes across the battlefield: "You guys need to play with me." Chunseok faces a colossal foe, a towering figure clad in obsidian armor. The weight of the battle, the fate of the world, rests on his shoulders. A surge of energy crackles, a celestial hammer materializes. It pulses with raw power, a weapon of unimaginable might. The name echoes across the battlefield: Lightning Bomb. The sky splits open as a blinding flash of light engulfs the scene. The Dark Monarch stands, a colossus of crackling energy, his very presence shaking the earth. His eyes blaze with malevolent power, a chilling aura radiating from his imposing form. The warriors attack, it fails. As expected, his inviolability negates all damage. Chunseok and his allies are thrown back, the impact echoing through the shattered battlefield. The monarch activates a monarch's dignity, his authority solidifies, restricting all movement around him. Trapped within the monarch's domain, Chunseok's allies struggle against the overwhelming pressure. A desperate swing, but the monarch's power is absolute. The hammer falls harmlessly to the ground. The monarch unleashes a devastating counterattack, a crimson wave of energy obliterates everything in its path. A crimson wave of energy erupts. The very air crackles with raw power. The warriors, caught in the blast, are sent sprawling. Debris flies as the ground itself seems to tremble under the dark monarch's might. The monarch's hand glows, a symbol of his mana resistance skill activating. The seal is broken. A surge of power courses through him, the seal, temporarily lifted, unleashes his true potential. Chunseok watches, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe, as the warrior wielding the massive warhammer is revealed. A terrifying display of raw strength. "Ad!" The warrior cries out in pain. The warhammer descends, a blur of motion, a devastating blow. The warrior is sent flying, the impact echoing through the shattered landscape. Chunseok's heart pounds in his chest. Another warrior falls, a desperate cry escaping his lips, Hyungnim. A brutal clash echoes across the battlefield. Blood splatters, painting the scene crimson. Hyungnim, wounded and reeling, is barely standing. His ally rushes to his side, concern etched on his face. "Hyungnim, are you all right?" Hyungnim groans, his breath ragged. Pain contorts his features. A dark shadow looms, a figure cloaked in darkness, wielding a wicked blade. The air crackles with anticipation. A colossal figure emerges from the shadows, a behemoth of a warrior, towering over the battlefield. His presence alone shakes the very ground. The clash of steel against steel, a deafening roar that splits the heavens. The ground trembles under the force of the impact. Hyungnim, despite his injuries, fights with unwavering determination. His eyes burn with a fierce resolve. A swift, calculated movement. He's buying time, waiting for an opening. A blinding flash of light. A devastating blow cuts through the air. The battle rages on, a whirlwind of steel and magic. The fate of the battlefield hangs in the balance. "I'm sorry. I was a little late." The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the chaos that unfolds. A desperate struggle for survival. Hyungnim's ally, wounded and breathless, clings to him. As a blinding flash erupts. Han Sunjiuna Sasai. The cry rings out, a beacon of hope amidst the carnage. A blur of motion, a clash of steel, the fight intensifies. A single tear rolls down a cheek, the weight of the battle, the burden of responsibility, etched onto his face. And from the depths of despair, a surge of power. Strength +4, agility +3, stamina +3, magic power +6, durability +4. His stats have been permanently increased. The system interface flickers to life, a stark blue against the darkening sky. A critical message blazes, skill counter shield will release the accumulated damage in one go. A colossal figure, a knight clad in dark armor, towers above Hyungnim. His massive sword, a gleaming beacon of destruction, is poised to strike. But Hyungnim is ready. The system messages flash again, skill sword chi master has been activated. Skill lightning sword chi has been activated. His hand grips the hilt of his sword, a surge of blue energy crackling around the blade. The power is palpable, a storm brewing within the steel. Unleashed. A wave of pure energy explodes outwards, a blinding flash of blue light that cuts through the darkness. Hyungnim, a blur of motion, rides the wave of his own power, a celestial warrior cutting a swathe through the battlefield. His eyes blazing with determination, a single word escaping his lips, reach. The countershield's energy slams into the colossal knight. A shockwave rips through the air, a cataclysmic explosion of light and force. The impact is devastating. The force of the blow sends tremors through the very ground itself. leaving behind only the echoing silence and the lingering afterglow of an unimaginable power. The final blow lands. A shockwave erupts as the colossal knight crumbles, leaving behind only dust and the echoing roar of victory. Hyungnam stands triumphant, his power surging. Hyungnam's ally, still reeling from the battle, watches with a mixture of awe and relief. As the weight of their shared ordeal settles upon them, a single, pained groan escapes his lips. A surge of energy. The system interface flickers to life, announcing a new skill, Forceful Breakthrough, D. Another skill activates, Mana Resistance, D, bolstering Hyungnam's defenses against magical attacks. And with a final burst of power, all restrictions are lifted. The ground cracks under the sheer force. A blinding green light engulfs Hyungnam as he unleashes a devastating attack. The air crackles with raw energy. A surge of raw power erupts from Hyungnam. Emerald energy crackles around him, a tempest of might unleashed. Proficiency of the Forceful Breakthrough skill, 100%. The system's notification blazes across the screen. His power, it's evolving. Forceful Breakthrough ascends to rank C. The upgrade is complete. And that's not all. Mana Recovery, D, also reaches 100% proficiency. A wave of revitalization washes over him. His mana reserves are replenished. And now, Mana Resistance, D, joins the ranks of his mastered skills, reaching rank C. The Colossal Knight's attacks will no longer hinder him. The final blow. A crimson beam of energy lances forth, piercing the Colossal Knight's armor. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. Dust and debris fly as the knight is vanquished. Hyungnam's ally lies wounded, but alive. Relief washes over him as he witnesses the end of the battle. This is a dangerous situation. Hyungnam's eyes gleam with a predatory intensity. A chilling smile spreads across his face. He's ready for whatever comes next. The feeling of victory washes over Hyungnam, a surge of power coursing through his veins. Is this the fire of ambition, fueling his relentless pursuit of strength? Hyungnam's opponent, Han Sung-yoon, is a force of nature, a monster of unmatched power. A blinding flash of energy erupts as Hyungnam unleashes a devastating attack, the air crackles with raw power. His ally lies wounded, but alive, a testament to their resilience. Despite the brutal battle, a sense of camaraderie prevails. They celebrate Hyungnam's hard-earned victory. Hyungnam, the new top-ranked warrior, his rise to the top is complete. A powerful energy surge, a recharge complete. His counter-shield skill reaches maximum capacity, ready to absorb any incoming attack. Hyungnam, a whirlwind of motion, unleashes a devastating counterattack. His blade sings a deadly song. A crimson energy erupts, a maelstrom of raw power. The very air crackles with anticipation. And with a blinding flash, the attack explodes outwards. If I decrease the scope of the counter-shield's burst and concentrate the energy, its strength will increase exponentially. The words echo in Hyungnam's mind as he refines his technique. Activating the counter-shield skill, he prepares to unleash accumulated damage in one go. The crimson beam cuts through the air, a searing line of destruction. Impact. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the very ground itself. His opponent, Han Sung-yoon, is caught in the epicenter of the blast. His form is shattered, his power broken. A final, devastating blow. The dust settles, revealing the victor. Hyungnam stands triumphant, his eyes blazing with power and resolve. Victory is his. Skill activation sequence initiated. Wind's grace engages. Movement speed explodes. A 70% increase across the board. The final stack is complete. But at a cost. A one-day cooldown on maxed out is applied. Hyungnam, a storm of motion, a whirlwind of power. His eyes burn with the intensity of 1,000 suns. The counter-shield shatters, sending Han Sung-yoon reeling, a brutal display of skill and might. Victory is his. The Dark Monarch falls. The system confirms the defeat. A swirling vortex of energy marks the end of the battle. The air crackles with residual power. Hyungnim's ally watches, a mixture of awe and relief etched on their face. As the chilling words of their contractor echo in the frigid air, to think a challenger with a crazy growth rate like this is my contractor. Deep within the tower, a lone figure navigates treacherous, shadowy corridors. The flickering torchlight dances across his anxious face. A stark contrast to the meticulous planning of others who tread these halls. They take their time, avoiding risks, barely completing a single floor. But Han Sun-yoon is different. A rare individual, even across dimensions. An embodiment of the relentless desire to grow, to push boundaries. His very essence radiates ambition. Yet, time is a cruel mistress. As it passes, other powerful figures begin to take notice of Han Sun-yoon's potential. Their interest growing with each passing moment. A shadow of competition falls upon the scene. A cunning strategist observes, a cold glint in her eyes. She needs to secure Han Sun-yoon's allegiance before anyone else can. A field of fallen swords, a testament to a brutal battle. The clash of steel echoes in the air. A fiery explosion erupts. The victor stands triumphant, silhouetted against the inferno. To achieve her earnest wish, she will stop at nothing. The air crackles with dark energy, a storm of shadows descends. Crumbling stone, a rain of debris, the very ground trembles beneath the impact. A golden crown shatters, the Dark Monarch falls. You have defeated the Dark Monarch. The 10th floor of the Tower of Trials is conquered. A reward appears, a potion to boost skill proficiency, 60,000 points, and 1,000 SP. And an additional 1,000 SP for exceptional performance. Han Sun-yoon, the top contributor to the special task, receives 10,000 SP. And an additional 1,500 SP as a bonus. The additional rewards are great. After all, this trial was that difficult. Han Sun-yoon, breathless, stares into the desolate landscape, his face etched with exhaustion, but a hint of triumph shines in his eyes. He reflects on his victory, a quiet pride settling over him. I had a skill I was able to use for this. I think I got lucky, he muses. Two figures approach, their silhouettes stark against the gray, ruined expanse, one wielding a massive hammer, the other a long, elegant sword. The hammer wielder gestures dramatically, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Let's talk about things in detail after I send you a friend request. We need to heal your wounds, too. A swirling vortex of blue energy opens before Sun-yoon, a portal to another realm, perhaps? A final, cryptic message echoes, we'll see you again. System expansion initiated, a new category appears, dimensional travel. Han Sun-yoon reads the notification, a thoughtful expression on his face. Dimensional travel? The possibilities, and the dangers, flash through his mind. He considers the implications, the allure of exploring other worlds, but the inherent risks are too great. A grim realization dawns on him. More system updates, the administrator's reach expands to Earth. A new contract is offered, but with limitations. Han Sun-yoon processes the information, a flicker of determination in his eyes, an additional contract, terminable at will. A formal contract is presented, a pact between Sun-yoon and the administrator. The terms are clear, the risks understood. He weighs the options, the potential benefits against the potential costs. A subtle shift in his expression hints at a decision made. The contract is signed, a new chapter begins. With a determined sigh, he turns his attention to his spoils from the 10th floor. A shimmering, celestial vial rests on a pedestal, its contents promising untold power. Han Sun-yoon tilts his head back, his throat working as he swallows the potent liquid. A faint blue glow emanates from within. A system notification flashes before his eyes, the digital text stark against the darkness, you have consumed the potion for increasing skill proficiency, B+. Please choose the skill you want to increase your proficiency in. Without hesitation, he chooses Wind's Grace. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, a quiet confidence radiating from his very being. The system confirms his selection. Confirmed. Another notification bursts forth: proficiency of skill wins grace, A, has been increased by 20%. Skill wins grace, A, has reached 100% proficiency. Skill wins grace has increased by 1 rank. The details of his enhanced skill are displayed. Skill wins grace, A, proficiency 0% effect. Upon saying the skill's name, all speeds will increase by 10%. This skill can be stacked up to 7 times. When the maximum number of stacks are reached, 1% of your magic power will be consumed every minute. A quiet "oh" escapes his lips. Han Sungyun's eyes blaze with newfound power. The cooldown is gone. Next is the unveiling of a terrifying power. A crowned figure, eyes blazing with malevolent crimson, emerges from the shadows. And Han Sungyun, his body consumed by dark energy, absorbs the soul of the Dark Monarch. The surge of power is palpable, a transformation is complete. Strength plus 5. Agility plus 4. Stamina plus 4. Magic power plus 7. Durability plus 5. The numbers speak for themselves. This is a monumental power boost. But that's not all. A new skill is acquired, mana management, A. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a mastery of the very essence of magic itself. With this skill, restrictions on mana usage are lifted. Han Sungyun has become a natural prodigy, a true genius of magic. A fact he's still processing. So now I'm a genius who's gifted with magic power, he muses, a hint of disbelief in his tone. He stares at the data, unable to fully grasp the magnitude of his newfound abilities. The sheer scale of his transformation is almost overwhelming. Meanwhile, invitations arrive. The iron-blooded monarch and the white crane swordmaster, powerful figures, beckon him to their territories. A new chapter begins. Han Sungyun stands before a digital interface, his expression unreadable. 2 messages flash across the screen, invitations from the iron-blooded monarch and the crane swordmaster, each beckoning him to their respective territories. A question mark floats above his head, reflecting his inner turmoil. What will he choose? The weight of the decision hangs heavy in the air. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. At the same time, he accepts the invitation, a decision made, and is instantly transported. The message: "You have entered the Iron Blood world," appears on a screen, a stark, icy landscape unfolding before him. The wind howls, carrying the scent of snow and steel. He arrives in a desolate, snowy expanse, numerous swords planted in the ground like grim tombstones. A single, imposing sword stands tall amidst them, its blade gleaming faintly. He walks away from the field of swords, his back to the viewer. A small cabin is visible in the distance, a beacon of warmth in the frigid landscape. A woman, draped in a towel, lets out a triumphant cackle, "Bahava." In a snowy landscape, she addresses a man, as expected, "I knew you would choose me." She continues, a smug grin on her face, "Thanks to you, I won the bet. I'll thank you with grand snacks." The man, his expression unreadable, muses, "I was wondering why they invited me at the same time. So it was for a bet." They walk through a snowy expanse, swords planted in the ground around them. He asks, "Aren't you cold?" She replies, "Nope." She turns to him, a question forming on her lips, "Can I ask you one thing?" Mana management, coincidentally. Do you perhaps know anything about it? A single word hangs in the air, "You got a great skill." Before entering a cabin, she explains, "Before we head into the cabin, I'll briefly tell you about it." With a flourish, she reveals the nature of the skill. With the new magic management skill, try bringing up all the magic power within your body as intensely as you can. A surge of energy, a torrent of blue light. Han Sungyun is overwhelmed. His hands glow, a brilliant beacon in the darkness. The power within him is undeniable. A grimace contorts his face, pain and exertion etched onto his features. The blue energy explodes outward. A raw, untamed force. transforming him into a being of pure, crackling power. His body shimmers, a breathtaking display of raw magical might. A system notification appears. Your mana circuit has been greatly affected by the activation of the mana management skill. The upgrade is complete. He stumbles, the power almost too much to bear, but a fierce determination hardens his gaze. His hands, now blazing with blue energy, are ready for action. He collapses, exhausted but triumphant, a single tear rolls down his cheek. His voice, barely a whisper, "It feels like my physical prowess has increased several-fold." The transformation is complete. A surge of power. Han Sunjion's mana explodes outward, channeling raw energy into a devastating blow. The ground cracks under the force. His opponent recoils, a pained groan escaping her lips. Weakened, she collapses, her cloak falling away, leaving only the aftermath of a fierce battle. A moment of quiet reflection. He sips his tea, a thoughtful expression on his face. While his adversary's words echo in his mind, "That you were a man who did such devious things." "Why, you're mistaken." A nervous stammer, a clear sign of unease. "Why are you flustered, he. A sly smile plays on her lips, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Anyways, when you have the time, try activating your magic skills one by one with mana management." A challenge, a suggestion, an opportunity. A surge of energy, a skill upgrade. Mana management, levels up, boosting his magical prowess. "But why did you call for me?" A question hangs in the air, a hint of suspicion. "You know that when you entered the 11th floor lobby, right?" A reminder, a subtle pressure. "Yes. Because of that, I can come here without the tower." An explanation, a revelation. That's not the reason why interference domain was added. The real motive is so that the administrators can actively nurture their challenger. A twist, a shocking truth. What does that mean? Confusion, uncertainty. It means this. A sudden burst of energy, a display of power. A surge of power floods Han Sunjion's being, a new authority, the iron-blooded sword, is etched into his very soul. His body glows with an ethereal light, a transformation is underway. Sunjion's confusion deepens. "Can you give authorities out like this?" he questions, his voice laced with disbelief. The administrator's response is swift and cold, "Of course not." The administrator leans back, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. "It means I've done enough for the tower to do this." Sunjion's gaze sharpens. He presses further, his voice low and intense. "So why? Why are you helping me so much?" The administrator's gaze softens slightly, a hint of something unreadable in her eyes. "It's because I can see your potential." Sunjion's brow furrows, the word potential hanging heavy in the air. The administrator continues, her voice calm but firm. "Administrators are rewarded by nurturing their challengers, but the motive isn't positive. They're just investing in their challenger because of their own earnest wish, a gamble on potential, perhaps?" Han Sungyun, his gaze unwavering, considers the weight of those words. The scars on his neck, a testament to past battles, seem to throb faintly. Earnest wish? The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as his mind races. A sudden shift. Han Sunyun sits alone, a plate of untouched pastries before him. Discomfort etches itself onto his face. Ugh. The administrator's words cut through the silence. "Let's end our talk here because of someone's impatience. I gave you the authority, too." A chilling laugh follows. Then, a flash of blue light. The administrator's parting words echo, "Then, I'll see you again." A whoosh of wind. He has arrived. A bamboo forest, bathed in sunlight, stretches before him. The air hums with unseen energy. A secluded bamboo forest, the air hangs heavy with the scent of damp earth and rustling leaves. Han Sunyun arrives, his expression a mixture of curiosity and determination. He's here to test a new training method. Mana management. With a focused mind, he begins his practice, twin blades shimmering with energy. The system notifications flash, 3 lacerations and instant acceleration skills are boosted. His proficiency soars. The power surges through him, his movements become a blur of controlled chaos as he unleashes a flurry of strikes. His counter-shield skill also receives a significant upgrade. A protective aura crackles around him. He grips his sword, readying himself for the next phase of training. Nice, I'm going to use Sword Chi too. Sword Chi ignites, a brilliant blue flame erupting from the blade, but something's wrong. The energy sputters, unstable. Why isn't Sword Chi activating through mana management? Han Sung-yoon, his face a mask of grim determination, focuses intently on his sword. He tries again, pushing his mana to its limits, but the 3 lacerations Sword Chi remains elusive. Frustration etches itself onto his features. His brow furrows, eyes narrowed in concentration, this unexpected roadblock throws him off. A flicker of understanding crosses his face. Could it be because Sword Chi is an authority? The question hangs heavy in the air. A digital notification appears, cutting through his internal debate. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster awaits his visit. A new path unfolds? Sung-yoon, with a sigh of resignation, agrees to postpone his training. Yes. I'm going, he mutters, the words barely audible above the rustling bamboo. Observing the administrator's playful nickname, Sun-yoon suspects an old acquaintance. Could it be Baek Sun-hak? The journey leads him through a tranquil bamboo forest, the air thick with anticipation, a sense of foreboding hangs in the air. He arrives at a serene courtyard, bathed in sunlight. A figure sits patiently, waiting. And as Sung-yoon approaches, a soft voice breaks the silence, "You're finally here." A striking woman with silver hair and piercing eyes greets Han Sung-yoon. "Nice to meet you. I'm Administrator White Crane Swordmaster. Her smile is sharp, almost predatory, a challenge veiled in politeness. Sung-yoon stares, speechless for a moment, his surprise is palpable. He recovers quickly, a slight frown tugging at his lips. Forget about an old man, it's a girl. The administrator raises an eyebrow, unimpressed. Is there a problem? Sung-yoon, ever the pragmatist, explains, it's fascinating that I'm seeing an administrator I've communicated with through messages. The administrator chuckles, a light, airy sound. Ah ha ha. I understand. It'll be tiring to talk while standing, so come sit over here. With a graceful gesture, she indicates a nearby seat, a subtle display of power and control. Sung-yoon sits, his expression thoughtful, a quiet observation. The White Crane Swordmaster's gaze is unwavering, her words carrying the weight of hidden knowledge. I watched over you from here. Ever since Baek Sun-hak and you fought a battle to the death on the 9th floor. So you kept watching since you were able to watch my trials. Isn't it a waste to give your authority to a challenger you met once? Absolutely not. You need to accurately understand your worth. The Swordmaster's words carry a subtle shift in tone, a hint of respect now coloring her assessment. Even though the great elder Baek Sun-hak couldn't achieve lightning sword chi. He was once a strong swordsman in Murim. Even though he lost a portion of his strength when entering the tower. Defeating a challenger like him is a great achievement. You don't need to deny it since I, who was contracted with Baek Sun-hak, am saying it. Han Sung-yoon's eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. Wait, then. A bead of sweat trickles down Han Sung-yoon's temple, his eyes, wide with a mixture of apprehension and determination. He's thinking, weighing the risks. But the White Crane Swordmaster's words cut through his worries, a calming balm on his troubled mind. There's no need to dwell on the past. The scene shifts to a tranquil waterfall, a butterfly flitting past, a serene image that belies the gravity of the moment. Sung-yoon's victory, it seems, was more significant than he realized. The Swordmaster continues, her words painting a picture of Sung-yoon's unique standing, an invitation unlike any other. A delicate finger extends, a luminous blue butterfly resting upon it, a symbol of the extraordinary opportunity offered to Sung-yoon. Sun Jian's gaze sharpens, his eyes reflecting the ethereal glow of the butterfly. He's intrigued, but cautious. The swordmaster's voice, soft yet firm, cuts through the silence, a direct offer, no room for misinterpretation. And Sun Yun, ever the pragmatist, asks the crucial question, what's in it for him? The answer hangs in the air, heavy with implication, a path to unimaginable power and prestige. Han Sun Yun, eyes narrowed in thought, sits before the white crane swordmaster. A simple question hangs in the air. What are the benefits of this discipleship? The answer unveils a truth far more profound than he could have imagined. A stark image, a lone figure stands, silhouetted against a deep purple backdrop, the word unique etched into the ground before them. This is no ordinary contract. It grants the disciple unprecedented authority over their master's powers. Sun Jiun's eyes widen, absorbing the implications. The weight of this revelation settles upon Sun Jiun's shoulders. A flashback, a conversation with a mysterious woman, reveals the iron-blooded monarch's oversight, or rather, her lack thereof. Sun Jian's inner monologue, what the hell? But there's a silver lining. The additional contract, it seems, can be terminated at any time. The White Crane Swordmaster's explanation, a choice made out of unwavering resolve, a personal quest. A powerful image of determination. A close-up on a gleaming blade, hinting at the power and potential that awaits Han Sun Yun. The White Crane Swordmaster's words hang in the air, a demand for unwavering strength. Han Sun Yun stands, a silhouette against the ethereal light, the weight of the contract settling upon him. His eyes blaze with an inner fire, a reflection of the potential within. Sun Jian's gaze sharpens, a question forming in his mind, the meaning of earnest wish remains elusive. He ponders the iron-blooded monarch's words, a clue to understanding his destiny. The scene shifts to the swordmaster, her expression unreadable, a silent observer of his internal struggle. Earnest wish. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. His eyes, blazing with an inner fire, reflect the intensity of his thoughts. That same phrase, spoken by the iron-blooded monarch. A simple desire? What could that possibly mean? A flicker of understanding crosses his face, a subtle shift in his expression. A woman with silver hair, her eyes filled with a quiet sorrow. The weight of her past hangs heavy upon her. An administrator's earnest wish, born from past regrets, rooted in memories. He sits beside her, a silent observer to her quiet pain. An authority granted by the tower itself. The revelation hits him like a lightning bolt. Earnest wish is not just a wish, it's power. A shadowy figure, cloaked in mystery, stands before a council of powerful beings, their presence heavy with unspoken power. He plummets into a swirling vortex of ethereal energy, a trial awaits. The silver-haired woman's voice, laced with sorrow, echoes in the silence, a whisper of hope and despair. The protagonist's eyes widen, reflecting the gravity of her words, the power to rewrite history itself. His jaw tightens, a silent affirmation of his resolve, a steely determination etched on his face. Doubt warps into fierce determination as the weight of the past bears down, but the protagonist stands defiant. The silver-haired woman watches, a mixture of apprehension and hope in her eyes, the future hangs in the balance. A single, unwavering gaze, a silent vow to change fate itself. He plunges into the depths, a surge of power erupting around him, the earnest wish takes hold. A spectral blade materializes, radiating an ominous purple glow, a weapon of immense power. A steely gaze pierces through the darkness, the protagonist's eyes burn with an unwavering resolve. Can I perhaps ask you one thing? The silver-haired woman's voice is soft, yet her question carries weight. Yes, of course. The protagonist's response is curt, his focus unwavering. How much do I have to climb in order to make your earnest wish come true? The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge and a price to pay. His jaw tightens, a grim determination sets in. The weight of the task ahead is clear, yet his resolve remains unshaken. A small smile plays on the silver-haired woman's lips. A hint of relief, perhaps, or maybe just a touch of mischief. It would have to be the lobby at the highest floor of the Tower of Trials. The words echo with the gravity of the challenge ahead. The final test awaits. The contract has been achieved. A wave of energy washes over him, a surge of power, a feeling of completion. The silver-haired woman laughs, a sound like wind chimes in a summer breeze. Joy radiates from her, a pure, unadulterated delight. And with a flourish, she hands the protagonist a silken cloth. In the end, I accepted her contract. The words hang in the air, a testament to a deal made. A colossal tower pierces the stormy sky, its peak lost in the swirling clouds. The highest floor. The place where destinies are forged. The very top of this imposing structure, the only path to the admin's earnest wish. A digital screen blazes to life, proclaiming a momentous truth: you have been acknowledged as Administrator White Crane Swordmaster's true disciple. The screen displays a cascade of upgrades. Authority and Murim skills increase by 10%. Mana surges by 3. A double disciple's boon. And agility leaps forward by another 3 points. Han Sun-yoon, a disciple of 2 administrators, stands on the precipice of unimaginable power. A slow, knowing smile spreads across Han Sun-jian's face. I can't let go of this chance where I can get stronger instantly. But there's more, a special present awaits. A glimmer of light, a hint of something extraordinary. A magnificent sword, its golden hilt gleaming, is revealed. The price paid for the earnest wish is steep, but the rewards are beyond measure. The silver-haired woman's words hang in the air, a question mark forming in the protagonist's eyes. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. He's clearly intrigued. A moment of hesitation, then, a quiet denial. The silver-haired woman's head throbs, a slight grimace betraying her discomfort. Yet, her resolve remains unshaken. Her intense gaze speaks volumes, a trust so profound it's almost palpable. But even in her unwavering trust, a crucial detail emerges, a question voucher. The protagonist's expression shifts, a thoughtful consideration of the situation. A system notification flashes across the screen, a stark revelation: all question vouchers have been used. His eyes widen in surprise, the gravity of the situation dawning on him. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy. Just how important is this information? The Murim Alliance elders stand in judgment, their faces etched with a grim determination. A chilling revelation: Beck Sunhak, the man the protagonist killed, held a high position within the Alliance. And now, a dangerous game of cat and mouse begins. Someone is hunting the protagonist in the Murim dimension. Fear grips the protagonist. Is he truly alone against the might of the Murim Alliance? But a twist. The Murim Alliance is in disarray. The battle for the vacant High Elder position has thrown everything into chaos. So, who is after him? The question hangs heavy in the air. The Sword Dragon of the Namgong family. A name that echoes with power. A portal rips open in the heart of Tokyo, Shinjuku, a surge of raw power erupts. Namgong Hyuk, the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon, descends, his presence radiating lethal intent. He is a legend among martial arts fanatics, a force of nature unleashed. A chilling smile spreads across Namgong Hyuk's face, eyes blazing with an unnatural light. He is a genius, they say. But revenge is only the excuse. The real reason he hunts the protagonist is far more unsettling: curiosity. A clash of steel. Blades dance in a whirlwind of motion. The protagonist's allies fall before Namgong Hyuk's overwhelming power. Namgong Hyuk stands amidst the chaos of Shinjuku, a city now his battleground. His presence alone is a storm of lethal intent. One by one, the protagonist's allies are defeated, each fall a testament to Namgong Hyuk's terrifying strength. The ground runs red, a grim warning: facing Namgong Hyuk means a fight for survival. Namgong Hyuk moves with deadly grace, his sword a blur. A crimson storm descends upon his foes. The protagonist arrives at the 11th floor lobby, breathing heavily, a brief respite before the inevitable. He surveys his surroundings, his eyes scanning for any sign of danger, the weight of the coming confrontation heavy on his shoulders. A steely gaze pierces through the shadows, the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. He summarizes the situation: the Murim's psychotic murderer is hunting him. The screen glows, a digital map highlighting his precarious position. A chilling realization dawns: those who invaded his floor first were just the vanguard. A grim determination sets in. He's discovered a harsh truth, yet his resolve remains unshaken. A surge of power erupts, a crimson glow illuminating his form. He needs to level up, and fast. Back on Earth, a new chapter begins. The hero's journey continues. His eyes, burning with icy resolve, reflect the coming storm. The screen glows, illuminating a flurry of missed calls and unread messages, a stark reminder of the danger that lurks just around the corner. Lee Hae-in's face is a mask of urgent concern, her eyes wide with alarm. The weight of responsibility is palpable. He checks his phone, a knot of apprehension tightening in his gut. Did something happen? The question hangs heavy in the air. A digital interface flickers to life, announcing the activation of a powerful new ability, Authority Wings of Steel. Wings of pure energy unfurl from his back, a breathtaking display of newfound power, a silent promise of swift retribution. With a burst of speed, he's a blur of motion, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in his wake, a force of nature unleashed. He arrives at the Hunter Association, the imposing building looming before him, a place where hunters gather, ready to face any threat. Inside, a group of hunters stands ready, their expressions a mix of apprehension and grim determination. "I'm glad it's not a compulsory mobilization," one of them mutters, relief evident in his voice. The conversation turns to the recent events in Japan, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on them. Seeing the footage, it looked really violent. "What's going on in Japan?" one of them asks, concern etched on his face. A sudden, sharp sound pierces the air, a gasp of surprise escapes one of the hunters. What is it? A blur of motion. The protagonist, powered up and ready, descends from the sky, a whirlwind of energy leaving a trail of ice crystals in its wake. Landing with a powerful impact that sends shockwaves through the city streets. Civilians scatter as he cuts through the crowd, his movements precise and deadly. He weaves through the panicked masses, a brief excuse me barely audible above the rising chaos. His eyes, however, remain focused, unwavering. Reaching the Hunter Association building, he bursts through the doors, leaving two startled officials in his wake. The air crackles with anticipation. Inside, a wave of concern washes over the assembled hunters. Whispers of what? Ripple through the room as they stare at the newcomer. But amidst the tension, a familiar face appears, Lee Hae-in. Relief floods her features as she greets him. "It's good to see you again, Han Sunjun SSI. I'm sorry for troubling you inside the tower." Another hunter, equally relieved, adds, "Welcome, Sunjun SSI. The weight of the situation is palpable." Sunyun, ever perceptive, cuts straight to the chase. "So what's wrong? Why did you call me here so urgently?" Hae-in's expression darkens. "Something big happened in Japan just now. If you'd heard about the incident." Her worry is evident. "I was worried that you would fly to Japan alone, so I called you here urgently." Time is of the essence. Lee Hae-in cuts straight to the chase, the gravity of the situation etched on her face. And with a flick of the remote, the screen flickers to life. The bodycam footage plays, a chilling preview of the chaos to come. A dark vortex erupts in the heart of Shinjuku, Tokyo. 7 A-rank hunters, a force to be reckoned with, stand ready. But they are no match for the power unleashed from the gate. The location is pinpointed: Shinjuku, Tokyo. The Japanese Hunter Association, sensing an unprecedented surge of energy, sent their elite team to investigate. Only to be decimated in seconds. A single figure stands amidst the carnage, a grim reaper in human form. The sheer brutality is shocking. Whispers of an otherworldly challenger fill the air, an invasion from another dimension? The revelation hangs heavy in the air. Hae-in's words echo in the silence. As the weight of the situation settles upon the protagonist. The hunters were leaving just as the catastrophe struck. The scene opens in a stark, modern briefing room. Rows of empty chairs stand in silent anticipation, a chilling testament to the gravity of the situation. Lee Hae-in's words hang heavy in the air, each syllable a hammer blow against the protagonist's growing dread. Resources are blocked, help isn't coming. The weight of unspoken horrors settles upon them. Hae-yeon reveals the body cam footage, the only record of a massacre. A hand reaches for the remote, the click a stark counterpoint to the impending doom shown on screen. The screen flickers to life. The footage begins. A whirlwind of steel and blood. Nam Gong-hyuk, a figure of terrifying power, cuts down his foes with brutal efficiency. A storm of violence unfolds. A desperate plea echoes from the screen, a final, choked whisper before the darkness claims another victim. Save me. The camera falls, the image blurring into a vortex of crimson chaos, only to reveal a figure standing amidst the carnage. Nam Gong-hyuk, the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon. His presence is a chilling confirmation of the worst fears. Vengeance has arrived. His cold command cuts through the silence, a declaration of intent as chilling as the massacre itself. Tell them that. The protagonist's eyes widen, the name echoing in his mind. Nam Gong-hyuk. A close-up on Nam Gong-hyuk's face. His expression is grim, his jaw tight. I didn't expect to meet him this quickly. His eyes, sharp and intense, betray a deep unease, a storm brewing beneath a calm surface. Lee Hae-in's hand gently grasps his arm, a silent gesture of support, a subtle touch amidst the growing tension. Hae-yeon speaks, her voice laced with concern. Why do you have such a serious expression? It's not compulsory to go. The scene shifts. Nam Gong-hyuk and Lee Hae-yeon stand together, a brief moment of shared quiet before the storm, a fragile peace. Hyuk offers a small smile, attempting to lighten the mood. Ah, it's been a while since we've seen each other, so shall we go eat something first? The protagonist hesitates, his internal conflict evident, a silent battle raging within. Hae-yeon's eyes, sharp and worried, pierce through his hesitation. You won't go, right? Nam Gong-hyuk's resolve hardens. His voice is firm, his decision made. As per the request from Japan, I will go to Shinjuku in Tokyo. He turns, his silhouette sharp against the muted background, a figure of steely determination. Why do you keep doing such reckless things? Hae-yeon's voice rings out, sharp with worry. Her concern is palpable, the tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife. She continues, her words laced with frustration, you should think about other people's feelings, even if it's just a little. Hyuk's hand rests gently on Hae-yeon's head. A brief moment of tenderness, a silent thank you for worrying. But the quiet gratitude is fleeting. His resolve hardens. The scene shifts, revealing a determined set to his jaw. He's leaving, despite her pleas. Nam Gong-hyuk, his eyes blazing with an inner fire, prepares for departure. His hand reaches out, a gesture of farewell, perhaps. But it's a departure born of duty. A powerful image of his clenched fist speaks volumes. He has a mission, and nothing will stop him. His final words hang heavy in the air, something I need to resolve. Why can't everyone understand the Song of the Sword? A question hangs heavy in the air. A young woman stands poised, a crimson blade crackling with fiery energy in her hand. The very air around her shimmers with power. Young master, isn't this too much for a light spar? A worried voice cuts through the tension. The impact. A sickening kuk echoes as the young master is thrown to the ground. His opponents look on in shock. Sword chi at the age of 13. You've achieved more than I did when I was young. A voice, filled with awe and respect, booms across the training hall. The young master's prowess is undeniable. He stands, a figure of quiet strength, as the master approaches. I greet the sword master. An elder, his face etched with wisdom and years, smiles warmly. His eyes hold a deep understanding. He places a hand on the young master's head, a gesture of both pride and guidance. The setting sun casts a golden glow on the scene. Martial arts are not to harm humans, but are a path for transcendence. A profound truth, spoken with quiet conviction. A gentle hand rests on the young master's head, a moment of quiet wisdom shared between master and student. The crowd roars its approval, but the young master remains unmoved, his expression resolute. Even this monumental achievement is not enough to quell his burning ambition. A shadow of doubt crosses his face, a hint of regret in his eyes. Three-dimensional invasion tickets are used, a gateway to another realm is opened. A figure emerges, bathed in crimson light, a terrifying grin spreading across his face. His blade drips with blood, a chilling declaration of intent. The ground is stained crimson, a dark and ominous foreshadowing. Amidst the fiery wreckage, a figure sits, silhouetted against the inferno. A chilling declaration escapes their lips: I no longer feel satisfied by killing pathetic bastards. Going around near him and killing people isn't allowed either. But this guy called Han Sun-yoon might make this fun for me. A jet plane streaks across the sky, a symbol of escape, or perhaps, a gateway to new challenges. Below, Han Sun-yoon awaits, his arrival marked by a subtle yet powerful footstep. He strides purposefully towards the airport terminal, a figure of quiet intensity, a predator entering its hunting ground. A sleek black car awaits, and a woman in a sharp business suit guides him. This way dash. The car speeds down the highway, a blur of motion, pursued by flashing police lights. The chase is on. Inside a modern building, the woman addresses Han Sun-yoon, Challenger Han Sun-jeon-nim, this way please. He walks through a sleek, modern hallway, a sense of anticipation hangs heavy in the air. The tension ratchets up. And then, a familiar face appears. After seeing you on the 10th floor, we meet each other again. The young master arrives, a figure of quiet intensity amidst the assembled S-rank hunters. I heard from the association that you were here, but you really did come. The words hang in the air, a challenge veiled in polite inquiry. A subtle tension tightening the atmosphere. Although, is this everyone who's gathered in response to Japan's support request? One of the hunters speaks, his voice low but firm. I heard that an additional challenger from America will soon arrive. The young master's eyes narrow. I see. Even 3 S-rank hunters are not enough. The recent monster in Shinjuku was a terrifying display of power. A stark reminder of the overwhelming threat. It'd be great if the challenger from America is strong. A flicker of anticipation crosses his face. He waits, a predator sensing its prey. A subtle shift in his posture betraying his eagerness. Ha! The door hisses open, revealing a striking figure. Han Sun-yoon. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The air crackles with tension as a pointed question cuts through the silence. Do you know each other? A brief, almost curt response follows. Yes, to an extent. We met in the tower for a moment. But a shadow of regret immediately clouds the conversation. I didn't want to meet you like this. The crimson-haired woman presses further, suspicion lacing her tone. Was there another way you wanted to meet? A quiet frustration builds as the man explains. I wanted to meet you in a more normal way. His words are met with a sharp retort. We didn't even meet in a normal way in the first place, so how would we meet normally? A sigh escapes her lips, tinged with exasperation. Well, that's true, but can't you say it in a softer way? You're cold-hearted. The scene shifts, a new figure emerging from the shadows, a helmet gleaming ominously. His voice cuts through the tension, a hint of amusement in his tone. A couple's fight? A lingering question hangs in the air. Why never instead of a simple no? The challengers have assembled, a momentous occasion. A powerful figure emerges, her presence commanding attention. She is Ari Chika, president of the Japan Hunter Association. The revelation shocks those present. Han Sun-jeon's eyes widen in surprise. He underestimated her. A stark assessment, Japan's desperation is laid bare. The president reveals the grim truth: Japan's support is dwindling, the situation far more dire than anticipated. Only 4 applicants worldwide. The weight of this reality crushes the young man. The red-haired woman's concern deepens. The situation is far worse than she imagined. A clenched fist speaks volumes. The gravity of the situation is palpable. A heartfelt address to those who stood by them when others turned their backs. A simple, sincere expression of gratitude. Han Sung-yoon, ever the pragmatist, gently urges the president to rise. This isn't a time for bowing. It's a time for action. Sun Ji-yoon's words cut through the emotion, revealing his cold, calculating nature. He's not here for charity. Ari Chika's eyes widen in surprise. The request is unexpected. Sun Ji-yoon's proposal, double the reward for his support. A cold, hard bargain. The red-haired woman's shock is palpable. Cold-hearted, she thinks, her disbelief evident. A radiant burst of light illuminates the scene, symbolizing growth and ambition. Sun Ji-yoon's true motivations are revealed. He's not here for altruism. This is about power, about the reward and growth that killing Nam Gung-hook will bring. Ari Chika, her expression thoughtful, acknowledges the situation. She understands his perspective, even if she doesn't fully agree. The stakes are higher than ever. A monstrous entity has appeared in Shinjuku. And with lives hanging in the balance, a bold proposition is made: double the reward for success. But despair doesn't reign supreme. A glimmer of hope emerges. Catherine Bennett possesses a power that could turn the tide of this battle. A fiery ability. A fiery explosion erupts. The raw power is breathtaking. Catherine's fire suppression authority is revealed. This isn't just fire, it's strategic power. The details of her ability are laid bare. A touch from a stronger opponent triggers a devastating effect. Reducing stats and sealing skills. A game-changer in this desperate fight. With this newfound advantage, victory seems within reach. But the condition is clear: the enemy must touch the flames. A calculated risk. A clandestine meeting unfolds, shrouded in shadows, the air thick with unspoken plans. The earth trembles, a colossal helicopter descends from the heavens, its rotors churning the air into a furious vortex. It's a thunderous arrival, a behemoth of metal and power, cutting through the sky like a celestial predator. The helicopter lands with a jarring impact, dust and debris erupting in a chaotic cloud. Urgent news arrives. China's top-ranked hunter, Peng Jiamin, has encountered the otherworldly challenger in Shinjuku. Amidst the wreckage of a city, a tense standoff begins, 2 figures locked in a silent, yet charged, confrontation. A grim landscape of shattered vehicles and broken concrete, the stage is set for a clash of worlds. The possibility is confirmed. Challengers from the tower can communicate across dimensions and nations. Peng Jiamin, a figure of imposing strength, steps forward, his presence radiating power and determination. He reveals his identity with a confident smirk. Niramgai, I'm China's Peng Jiamin. Peng Jiamin arrives, but something's amiss. I don't know why insects are coming instead of the guy I told to come. A dismissive wave of his hand. A blur of motion. The word dash explodes across the panel as the unseen challenger attacks with blinding speed. A brutal impact. Peng Jiamin is sent flying, a thunderous crash echoing through the city. The force of the blow leaves him reeling, a pained gasp escaping his lips. He rises, eyes narrowed, a chilling realization dawning. A martial artist, huh? A flicker of something dark in his eyes, a predatory glint of excitement. A close-up on his lips, a cruel smile spreading across his face. The challenger, momentarily stunned, is met with a renewed, ferocious assault. A devastating explosion rocks the city. The impact sends shockwaves through the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A helicopter careens through the stormy sky, its passengers thrown about. Shit! Why is that Chinese hunter acting on his own? One of them shouts, concern etched on their face. This is bad. The situation is critical. the words hanging heavy in the air. A passenger's voice cuts through the chaos. "Miss Catherine, can you land properly even if we fall mid-air?" Catherine, her expression unreadable, responds with a simple, "Pardon? What do you mean?" A sly smile plays on Han Sunjun's lips. "I just had a good idea." His eyes gleam with cunning, a plan forming in his mind. "A leap forward," he says. Catherine, her brow furrowed in thought, reveals a hidden ability. "I do have a skill that negates all damage when you fall." Relief washes over her face. Han Sunjun's plan is taking shape. "Then that's enough," he states, a glint of determination in his eyes. "If this works, we'll be able to inflict a lot of damage to him in one go." His gaze sharpens, focusing on the moment of impact. "In that moment, please activate your authority." With a slight bow, Han Sunjun apologizes for his abrupt request. "Excuse me for my rudeness." Catherine's eyes widen in surprise. Wait. What are you going to do?" The command echoes, a sharp fly, cutting through the air. And with a burst of energy, they launch themselves into the sky. Catherine's skill activates, a shimmering shield of light enveloping them both. Sunjun and his partner, straining under a heavy weight. Seriously, doing whatever he wants. He hasn't changed. But they won't stand idly by. "We can't just watch." The determination in their eyes is unwavering. A breathtaking ascent. Sunjun and his partner soar through the clouds, their movements a blur of motion. "You're seriously not in your right mind." The words hang in the air, a testament to the gravity of the situation. The scene shifts, focusing on the pair's desperate flight. In this situation, who goes and flies without any explanation? The question is rhetorical, the answer painfully obvious. Sunjun's gaze is sharp, focused. It's good that the Chinese hunter is taking up Nam Gong Hyuk's attention. A calculated risk, a necessary distraction. He isn't even listening. The urgency in his voice is palpable. Time is running out. Catherine activates her damage-negating skill, a shimmering blue aura enveloping her as she prepares for the impact, a desperate gamble, but Sunjun's plan hinges on its success. Sunjun takes the lead, his voice a calm counterpoint to the chaos brewing around them. "I'll be going first." The words are barely audible above the wind's roar as he propels himself forward. A blur of motion. Sunjun's form streaks across the sky, a crimson streak against the gray expanse, a calculated risk, a daring maneuver. The ground trembles. A shockwave rips through the air, a deafening whoosh as Sunjun's attack connects, the force of the blow is almost palpable. A blinding flash. Sunjun and Catherine collide with their target, a violent impact sending debris flying, the distraction is complete. A pained grunt escapes the enemy warrior, Koke. The impact of Sunjun's strike leaves him reeling, momentarily stunned. His attack is a whirlwind of motion, a blur of limbs and sharp edges, a brutal display of skill and power. From a safe distance, a sneering voice cuts through the din. "For a guy who can't even put martial chi into his fist, what martial art is that?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge and a taunt. A golden explosion. The ground erupts in a shower of golden light, a powerful energy wave radiating outwards. The enemy's counterattack begins. The enemy's attack is a monstrous force, a colossal figure hurtling towards Catherine, a desperate struggle for survival. The clash of steel echoes across the battlefield. A blinding flash of light erupts as Catherine unleashes a devastating blow. The force of her strike sends shockwaves through the ground. Han Sunjun, ever the strategist, observes from a distance, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A calculating glint in his eyes as he prepares his next move. The air crackles with anticipation. A colossal explosion rocks the earth. Debris rains down from the sky as the full force of Sunjun's attack is unleashed. The impact is catastrophic. The ground trembles, a testament to the sheer power displayed. Shattered stone and twisted metal litter the landscape, a grim reminder of the battle's ferocity. The aftermath of a cataclysmic battle unfolds, dust and debris fill the air, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. A lone figure lies amidst the chaos, their body battered and broken. The weight of defeat is palpable. Han Sung-yoon, his breath ragged, his body screaming in protest, he clutches his injured arm, a grim determination etched on his face. A hand, bruised and bloodied, lies limp on the ground, a stark reminder of the brutal fight that just concluded. Across the ravaged landscape, a figure emerges from the dust. Han Sung-yoon's adversary, his red coat a splash of color against the gray. He stands tall, a sword held loosely at his side. The victor surveys his handiwork with cold satisfaction. The clash of steel echoes once more, as the victor prepares to deliver the final blow. Catherine falls, her body plummeting from the sky. Falling from the sky is something I won't ever do again, she thinks, defeated but resolute. Han Sung-yoon's eyes blaze with a fierce, almost feral intensity. The taste of victory is bittersweet. His adversary approaches, a smirk playing on his lips. "You were looking for me that much," he taunts, his voice dripping with arrogance. A warrior, his clothes torn, stumbles, a pained grunt escapes his lips as he clutches his side. The ground cracks beneath him, a tremor rippling outwards. The impact sends a shockwave. His hand, bloodied and broken, scrapes against the unforgiving stone. A figure in crimson strides into view, katana gleaming, a cold, calculating gaze sweeps across the scene. He moves with lethal grace, a blur of motion. And with a swift, brutal strike, he ends the fight. "Falling from the sky is something I won't ever do again." The warrior's final words hang in the air. His eyes blaze with fury, a chilling question forming on his lips: "Who are you?" A holographic display flickers to life, revealing a new skill upgrade. Pain inflicted on the user will be decreased by 40%. If you manage to barely survive, skill Ashen Blood, BS, proficiency will increase by 20%. The crimson-clad figure stands amidst the rubble, a katana sheathed at their hip, the air crackling with residual energy, a testament to the power just unleashed. The warrior, defeated, his eyes blazing with a mixture of disbelief and defiance. "You were looking for me that much," he gasps, his voice strained. A smirk plays on the lips of the crimson figure. "But now that I'm here, you don't even know who I am." The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken power. The warrior, his breath ragged, struggles to rise, a flicker of recognition crosses his face as he stares at his opponent. "I see, he whispers, his voice barely audible above the wind. The crimson figure's eyes gleam with an almost predatory intensity. "Yeah, I'm Han Sung-yoon." The name itself carries the weight of legend. Dust and debris swirl around them, obscuring the scene in a hazy cloud, a moment of quiet anticipation before the storm. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts, illuminating the scene with an otherworldly glow. Authority Sword Chi Master has been activated. The words appear on a digital display, confirming the activation of a powerful new ability. Han Sung-yoon, now radiating power, wields a glowing blue katana, the blade humming with energy. The warrior watches, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. The warrior, defeated but defiant, mutters his final words: "I was looking forward to who you were." His body collapses, the fight finally over. The warrior, his face contorted in a sneer, unleashes a torrent of scorn. "But to think you were a weak bastard who uses a fake sword chi." A blinding flash. The clash of titans erupts in a maelstrom of motion, leaving only the crimson figure standing amidst the dust and debris. "I'm pissed off." His eyes blaze with barely contained fury. "So what?" Han Sung-yoon, the crimson-clad figure, seizes the initiative. "I need to take initiative and attack now since he doesn't have a weapon." With a flick of his wrist, a golden energy surges forth, materializing into the Authority Sword Chi Master's legendary blade. The city crumbles beneath the force of their clash. A devastating blow that echoes through the shattered cityscape. The ground trembles as the final blow lands. The impact sends a shockwave, leaving only silence in its wake. The warrior's body explodes in a crimson mist, a gruesome testament to Han Sung-yoon's overwhelming power. Han Sung-yoon, panting slightly, activates Ashen Blood, a desperate gamble to survive this brutal encounter. It would have been far too dangerous to face this foe head-on. He assesses the damage. The impact of the drop attack was severe. Shit, he mutters, his face grim. His countershield is shattered in a single blow. At this rate, using the countershield's ability will be impossible. His opponent's eyes widen in disbelief. Is that real sword chi? Han Sun-yoon unleashes a torrent of raw power. Recovery. To think you're relying on witchcraft from the tower. He sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. He activates lightning sword chi, a blinding flash of azure energy erupting from his blade. A devastating blow cleaves the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The city crumbles under the force of the attack. His opponent barely manages a defensive maneuver, a defiant hump escaping her lips before the attack connects. The final blow lands. A blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. The crimson-clad figure, Han Sun-yoon, unleashes a devastating blow. His blade, a blur of motion, cleaves through the air. The warrior's defense shatters like glass under the impact. A shockwave erupts, sending debris flying. The force of the attack is overwhelming, the ground trembles beneath the sheer power unleashed. The warrior is thrown back, defeated, his body crumpling to the earth. But Sunjian's victory is not without cost. A grimace crosses his face, revealing the toll of battle. He activates fire suppression. Fire suppression. The words echo in the aftermath of the clash. The skill's description appears: when used on an opponent, all of the opponent's stats will be decreased by 10 and a portion of their skills will be sealed. But a fiery explosion engulfs the area. The authority failed. A look of disbelief washes over Sunjian's face. He stares, stunned, at the unexpected outcome. As a new voice cuts through the chaos, "Hey, above you!" A wave of raw power erupts. "You insect bastards are ruining my fun." The words cut through the air, laced with lethal intent. The crimson-clad figure, Han Sun-yoon, is airborne, a city skyline a stark backdrop to his descent. Below, two figures watch, their faces etched with grim determination. The air crackles with anticipation. Their instincts scream, this attack is unstoppable. There's no defense against this. A blinding flash of light. The very air vibrates with the force of the blow. Die, you insects. Sunjian's voice booms, a terrifying promise made manifest. The ground trembles. A devastating shockwave rips through the city. A desperate scramble for survival. One figure leaps, another dives for cover, the third barely manages to dodge. As a searing beam of energy obliterates everything in its path. The earth itself seems to crack under the strain. The aftermath, a scene of utter devastation. A crater marks the spot where the attack landed. A hand reaches out, fingers brushing against another, a silent exchange, heavy with unspoken understanding. Think of this teaching as a small gift. A simple statement, yet the weight of its meaning hangs heavy in the air. This is a simple mana injection. A soft glow emanates from their joined hands, a subtle transfer of energy. A surge of power, a burst of light. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw magical force. The connection deepens, a vibrant purple energy swirling between them, a bond forged in the heart of magic itself. This, on the other hand, isn't a simple mana injection as it maintains a feeling of connection. A new technique, a deeper understanding. His eyes widen, a look of dawning realization. How is it? Can you feel the difference? A question hangs in the air, a challenge, an invitation. I felt the first one as a simple mana injection. A thoughtful response, a subtle shift in understanding. A surge of energy courses through Han Sunjian's veins, the second wave feels unlike anything he's ever experienced. A vision floods his mind, the ethereal form of the white crane swordmaster, merging with him, a breathtaking fusion of power. The merging continues, a dance of energy and light, a profound connection forged in the heart of the training. His instructor smiles, a knowing glint in her eyes. Good, now apply that to your sword. The training is complete, but the true test is yet to come. A word of caution follows, however, use it after you leave this place, since you can't be put at a disadvantage due to administrators' interference. The moment arrives. A blinding flash of light erupts, a devastating wave of energy obliterates everything in its path. The aftermath, a scene of utter destruction, a testament to Han Sungyun's newfound power. The air crackles with residual energy. A lone figure remains, barely clinging to life, a stark reminder of the power unleashed. The system logs Han Sungyun's achievement. He has mastered the Earth Dimension's first sword chi. His skills are not manifested through external forces, but through his own understanding and mastery. The Tower of Trials acknowledges his triumph, a message of praise echoes through the digital realm. A system notification flashes across the screen. Due to the increased mana consumption of the Sword Chi Master Authority, the penalty has been removed. Han Sungyun grips his blade, a surge of blue energy crackling around it. The completed sword chi hums with power. The text confirms it. This is the completed sword chi. He stands amidst the ruins of battle, a lone figure against the cityscape. Okay, one of the observers asks, their voice laced with disbelief. Yes, thanks to you, Han Sungyun replies, his tone calm but resolute. A flashback reveals the moment he used an attack of the same level to negate the previous threat. The impact. A shockwave rips through the air. These two are monsters, one of the observers cries out in terror, their eyes wide with fear. The three figures watch from afar, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. While another, unseen figure, watches with a sinister smile. Yes, that's how you're supposed to react. I was about to be disappointed, he chuckles, his voice dripping with malice. The villain's laughter echoes. The more effort you put into a sandcastle, the more fun it is when you destroy it. And with a cruel grin, he unleashes his power, shattering the remains of his opponent into dust. A crimson blur streaks across the sky, a fiery trail blazing in its wake. The impact of his attack sends shockwaves through the very ground itself. The force of the blow is devastating. Han Sungyun, his face a mask of grim determination, stands triumphant. You really are a psychopath, he growls, his voice laced with barely contained fury. He unleashes another wave of power, a torrent of energy that sweeps across the battlefield, scattering his opponents like leaves in a storm. Dust and debris fly as he cuts through the air with his blade. He addresses the remaining figures, his voice strained but resolute. I'm sorry, but can you all stand by in a safe place? If there's a situation where I need to protect you like before, I won't be able to focus. One of the figures, a woman with fiery red hair, responds with a sigh, it's upsetting, but it's true. Another figure, masked and stoic, expresses his frustration. To think that I can't be of help again after the previous trial, damn it. But his resolve hardens. But, he declares, his voice low and determined, when an opportunity arises, we will carry out the plan. A final warning echoes across the ravaged landscape, be careful. Han Sungyun, alone once more, stands ready. The wind whispers through the debris, carrying the weight of unspoken anxieties. A blinding flash erupts across the cityscape. The raw power of the Earth Dimension's sword chi is unleashed. A furious torrent of energy cleaving through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Crimson-clad Sungyun, a whirlwind of motion, dances through the chaos, his blade a blur. Each strike precise, each parry flawless. The impact of his attack sends shockwaves through the very ground itself. Cars are tossed aside like toys, buildings crumble to dust, the city groans under the weight of this epic clash. The battle rages on, a maelstrom of energy against a backdrop of a devastated urban landscape. A testament to the sheer power of the combatants. I understand why he said to stand by. One of the onlookers gasps, witnessing the ferocity of the fight. But he's fighting that monster on equal footing, another exclaims, their voice filled with a mixture of awe and concern. But a shadow of doubt creeps into their hearts. No. I feel like he's slightly lagging behind. At this rate, a grim realization dawns. He's going to die. The chilling prediction hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the ongoing battle.
Han Sung-yoon, crimson-clad and resolute, faces a formidable opponent.
His internal monologue reveals a calculated risk. I thought I would be able to fight against him to a certain extent if my sword chi leveled up.
The clash.
A blinding flash of light as steel meets steel, the air crackles with raw power.
A guttural sound escapes Sung-yoon, cook.
A mysterious observer assesses the situation, her voice calm yet laced with concern. My assumption of Nam Gung-hyuk's swordsmanship skills are A rank. But another voice, grim and laced with disbelief, counters, but my swordsmanship skill is just a C rank.
Forget about skills, he's just...
The camera focuses on Nam Gung-hyuk, his eyes blazing with terrifying intensity. The very air around him seems to writhe with dark energy.
Really freaking strong.
The stark realization dawns on the observer, their voice barely a whisper.
Sung-yoon staggers back, another cook, escaping his lips as he takes a brutal blow. His opponent presses the attack. But Sung-yoon's resolve remains unbroken.
He grits his teeth, the pain evident in his strained expression. Shit.
I used too much stamina to recover.
His breathing is ragged, his eyes reflecting the strain of battle.
He knows he's pushing his limits. If I use any more stamina, it'll affect my combat. A desperate cry rings out, a lifeline in the face of overwhelming odds. Sung-yoon SSI, here.
The crimson-clad figure, Han Sung-yoon, is sent flying. A powerful blow sends him crashing through the cityscape. Dust and debris erupting in a chaotic explosion as he impacts the ground.
The force of the attack is clearly immense.
Sung-yoon, despite his injuries, manages to clutch a small vial.
Nice, he exclaims, a grim determination etched on his face.
He expertly uncorked the vial, his movements precise despite the pain.
Readying himself for whatever comes next. A moment of tense anticipation hangs in the air.
With a grunt, he drinks the potion.
His body convulses slightly as the liquid takes effect. Nam Gung-hyuk, his adversary, watches with a smirk.
I'll drink this well, he chuckles, a chilling confidence in his tone. Meanwhile, the mysterious figures watch in shock and concern.
One of them shouts, "That fucking annoying bastard! I should have poisoned it." Sung-yoon, clutching his chest, grits his teeth.
The potion's effects are clearly painful, but he stands defiant.
Han Sung-yoon, battered but unbowed, clutches his chest. A small amount of stamina has been restored.
A flicker of hope ignites in his eyes. If I do my best, at the end of the battle, I'll be able to win, he thinks, a grim determination setting in. But even as he clings to that hope, a chilling thought surfaces, I might be able to survive. The fragile optimism shatters. His hand flies to his face, a wave of despair washing over him. Ripping those thoughts to shreds, the inner monologue screams. His eyes blaze with a terrifying crimson light, a monstrous grin splitting his face.
That expression is the only thing that gives me pleasure.
The ground trembles, a monstrous impact shakes the very foundations of the city.
Debris rains down as a colossal shockwave rips through the urban landscape.
A brutal clash of titans unfolds before our eyes. He grits his teeth, his face a mask of grim determination.
I don't like this.
Despite the overwhelming odds, a flicker of hope remains. It's as if his eyes still hold onto a fading ember of belief.
And that unwavering resolve ignites a furious counterattack. A blur of motion, a flash of steel.
A sword cleaves through the air,
leaving a trail of incandescent energy in its wake. The impact explodes in a blinding flash of light, a devastating blow. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts.
The shockwave obliterating the surrounding cityscape. Buildings crumble, reduced to dust in the wake of the devastating attack. The ground cracks, a monstrous fissure splitting the earth, a testament to the raw power unleashed. He lies there, battered but alive.
Ugh!
A pained groan escapes his lips. His sword, a gleaming crimson blade, lies beside him, a silent witness to the brutal clash, his body bruised, his clothes torn. Despite his injuries, a flicker of defiance remains in his eyes, a stubborn refusal to yield.
He won't have the strength to move now, but why does he still have that look? The question hangs heavy in the air.
His enemy, a figure cloaked in shadow, unleashes a chilling command: fall into despair.
A furious counterattack.
A golden arc of energy slices through the air. The impact, a deafening roar that shakes the very foundations of the ruined city. His eyes, bloodshot and burning with rage.
He's spent. His stamina is depleted, his recovery hampered, but the fight isn't over.
A grim determination hardens his gaze, he can barely see. His opponent, a blur of motion, is ready to strike, but the protagonist sees a weakness, a chink in the armor. A feral grin spreads across his face, a desperate, final gamble.
With a roar, Sun Yu and another warrior burst onto the scene, reinforcements arrive.
His eyes flash with a chilling resolve, a calculated risk.
A desperate plea, a command to hold back. A final, defiant act, a desperate attempt to buy time.
A guttural sound escapes the villain's lips, a chilling prelude to the carnage to come. His eyes gleam with malicious intent, the words "your comrades" hanging heavy in the air.
The threat is palpable. A cruel smile spreads across his face, revealing sharp teeth in a predatory grin.
His eyes burn with a hellish red fire. The villain's words echo the truth: that's the reason why you were still able to have that look. The protagonist's defiance was a desperate gamble, fueled by the hope of his ally's arrival. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupts.
Sun Yu and another warrior burst onto the scene, ready for battle. Blades clash. Sun Jia's movements are a blur of motion as he engages the enemy with deadly precision.
The air crackles with energy. Catherine, a warrior of incredible power, unleashes a devastating attack, a torrent of fire aimed at the heart of the enemy.
But the villain's counterattack is swift and brutal. A blinding flash of light, and Catherine is sent reeling back. A cry of alarm pierces the air: "Catherine!"
The battle rages on, the fate of the heroes hanging precariously in the balance.
A masked warrior, eyes blazing with fierce determination, charges into the fray.
His blade sings a deadly song.
Lightning crackles as he clashes with his foes.
Sun Yu and Catherine fight back to back, a whirlwind of steel and energy.
The masked warrior unleashes a blinding attack, a furious barrage of blows.
His power surges, a golden aura enveloping him as he deflects a deadly strike.
With a thunderous impact, one of the enemies is sent sprawling, defeated. Catherine, wounded and bleeding, grits her teeth, her eyes burning with defiance. The fight is far from over.
Sun Yu and a mysterious ally arrive, their swords gleaming under the harsh light.
Hope flickers in the desperate battle. A desperate cry escapes Catherine's lips as she unleashes a final, desperate attack. The impact is earth-shattering. A wave of energy explodes outwards. A cruel laugh echoes across the battlefield.
"I can smell your comrades frying, huh?" The villain's words are a chilling prelude to the carnage.
Fury ignites in the eyes of a warrior. "Stop, you perverted bastard!"
The cry rings out, a defiant challenge against overwhelming odds.
The villain's response is a chilling display of sadistic glee. Yes, that's a good expression. His laughter rings out, a symphony of malice. A blur of motion, a desperate attempt to escape the villain's grasp.
The sound of a body impacting the ground. Sun Yu arrives, his eyes narrowed in concentration, a surge of power emanates from his hand as he prepares to unleash his might.
The air crackles with energy. Ice hold.
A wave of freezing power erupts, engulfing the villain in a glacial prison. The ice shards pierce the air, a desperate struggle against the freezing magic.
The battle rages on.
Catherine, wounded but unyielding, stumbles, her ally rushes to her side, ready to provide aid.
The battle continues. A whispered promise. "Let's do the minimum emergency treatment." Even in the midst of chaos, there is a glimmer of hope. A final, desperate strike, the clash of steel against ice. The fate of the battle hangs in the balance. Shattered ice explodes outward, a geyser of frozen fury unleashed by Sun Yu. The villain, caught in the blast, roars in defiance.
But the attack buys precious time.
Sun Yu, a whirlwind of motion, cuts through the air with his blade. The impact. A thunderous crack echoes across the battlefield as the villain is sent sprawling, leaving an opening for the unnamed protagonist, who seizes the moment. A desperate lunge. Sun Yu, using his ice hold, creates a protective sphere, shielding Catherine from the chaos, while he prepares his next move. "That's the best I can do," he mutters, launching another ice projectile. The unnamed protagonist, eyes wide with determination, braces for the next attack. A flashback, a chilling memory. A brutal assault, a desperate struggle. The villain closes in, his eyes burning with malevolent intent. A clash of steel. Ice shards scatter as Sun Yu intervenes, buying more time for the wounded. This is no different to that day 7 years ago. A grim realization dawns on the unnamed protagonist. He collapses, defeated, the weight of the battle crushing him. His anguished confession hangs heavy in the air, "Can't protect anyone." Despair etched onto his face, a grim reflection of his failure. A high-pitched squeak pierces the silence. A single rat, eyes glowing ominously, darts across the desolate landscape. Then another, and another, a tremor in the earth. The ground heaves with the scurrying of countless rats, a wave of squeaks rising to a deafening crescendo. Disaster. The word echoes in the ravaged city. Countless mice, sensing the catastrophe, emerge from the ruins. And with a final, desperate surge, he unleashes his last attack. A blinding flash of light cleaves through the horde. A blinding flash erupts from the unnamed protagonist, a desperate counterattack against the rat horde. The ground cracks under the force. A crimson wave of energy surges, a terrifying display of power unleashed. The air itself vibrates with the sheer intensity. Sun Yu, his eyes blazing with dark energy, stands amidst the chaos. His heart, a pulsating inferno of dark power. A clash of steel. Sun Jia's blade meets his opponent's, sparks flying in a shower of light. The impact echoes. A scornful retort cuts through the air, "You Murim pervert." The words sting, a cruel reminder of his past. Sun Jia's face contorts in a grimace, the weight of his actions heavy on his soul. His eyes, filled with a chilling resolve. A brief moment of defiance, a single word, "No," his opponent's attack is deflected. A sinister chuckle echoes, "You have better reactions this way." A chilling premonition hangs in the air. A final blow. A fiery projectile hurtles towards its target, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Sun Yu unleashes a torrent of dark energy, a furious wave crashing against his opponent. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of raw power. His adversary is sent flying, a blur of motion against the fiery backdrop. A system notification appears. Due to authority fire suppression, the abilities of those who touch the fire will drastically decrease. Sword chi will be sealed for 10 minutes. Another notification: everyone, excluding Nam Gung Hyuk, will be immune to the fire. The unnamed protagonist, battered but defiant, grits his teeth. A searing pain explodes across his body as he's engulfed in flames. Amidst the inferno, a voice rises above the roar: "I'm China's hero, Peng Jiamin." He emerges from the flames, scarred but alive. "I'm still alive, you damned bastard." The battle continues, the ground trembling beneath their feet. "Since Catherine's fire was used, we're going now." Sun Yu, his face contorted in grim determination, prepares for the final assault. Till the very end, these insects. Another system message appears: "You cannot use sword chi. It is sealed due to skill fire suppression." A close-up on a snarling face, eyes blazing with fury, a blade held with a death grip, the firelight reflecting in its deadly edge. The air crackles with power. A storm of spectral blades materializes, a whirlwind of lethal energy. Forceful battle. Sun Yu, bathed in an ethereal glow, raises his sword, defiant against the onslaught. A golden aura surrounds him. He unleashes a furious counterattack, a blinding flash of light and power. The purple energy of the forceful battle domain clashes with his golden chi. Peng Jiamin, amidst the chaos, stands firm, his crimson coat a stark contrast to the purple energy. He watches the clash with cold calculation.
A technological display announces the creation of a 30-meter radius forceful battle fighting domain,
restricting entry to all but Sun Yu and Han Hyuk. The domain shimmers into existence, isolating the combatants. Han Hyuk, a figure of chilling composure, observes the battle from outside the domain, a glint of anticipation in his eyes.
Sun Yu, despite his sealed sword chi, grins, his eyes burning with determination. My sword chi is sealed, but I can use combat chi.
He lunges at Han Hyuk, a blur of motion. What can a blind bastard do? Sun Yu, clad in his sharp red jacket, stands amidst the chaos. His expression is one of grim determination.
A subtle shift in his eyes reveals a newfound power. Spiritual eyes, he thinks, which can see attacks outside my field of vision.
A sudden, blinding flash.
The air crackles with energy as a powerful blow is deflected.
I thought that was it,
he mutters, a hint of disbelief in his voice.
The fight continues.
Sun Yu, agile and precise, dances around his opponent's attacks, a whirlwind of motion in the heart of the battle.
His spiritual eyes granting him preternatural awareness.
Including the wall that's created with a 30-meter radius, I can see all the rocks within this area too, he realizes, his perception expanding.
Another shockwave erupts as he counters another attack.
The ground trembles beneath their feet. A moment of quiet reflection. To think I can see more things after losing my eyesight.
A profound realization dawns on him. I haven't been using spiritual eyes properly until now.
His understanding of his own abilities deepens.
A lingering thought.
It's as if, he trails off, the implications of his newfound power still unfolding.
A surge of power.
Sun Jiu's eyes blaze with newfound energy, a third eye opening in the center of his forehead.
I've opened a third eye.
The system notification appears, confirming his breakthrough. He has unlocked the true spiritual eyes, upgrading the skill to B rank.
Another notification. His sixth sense skill also jumps to B rank, a testament to the brutal battle he just survived.
The fight has honed his skills. His Demon Slayer skill also reaches B rank, a mark of his growing prowess. It has sharpened his senses, making everything clearer.
And his Ashen Blood skill, a testament to his resilience, levels up to B+ rank.
He pushed his body beyond its limits, but he endured.
With a burst of speed, Sun Yu unleashes a devastating attack. The force of his strike is palpable. The clash of steel. Sun Jiu's blade meets his opponent's, sparks flying in a whirlwind of motion. With this, Sun Jiu's eyes glow with crimson fury.
His resolve is unshaken. I can fight on par with Namgung Hyuk, whose abilities have been decreased.
The air crackles with raw power. A purple tempest gathers? As two figures clash in a whirlwind of motion. Blades collide, sparks fly.
The impact reverberates through the shattered cityscape. One combatant cries out, "What is this situation?"
His opponent watches, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. How are his movements improving? And with a chilling precision, he adds, and how is his blade getting sharper? The answer is revealed as a burst of blue light. The skill Clandestine Shadow Step, C+, activates. Movement through shaded areas is amplified, speed increased by 30%. A blur of motion. Instant acceleration engages. He's a phantom, a streak across the ravaged landscape. And then, with a final surge of power, Wind's Grace unleashes its full potential. All speeds increased by 70%. 7 stacks utilized. He's a blue comet, hurtling towards his target. Victory is within his grasp. The system interface flickers to life, displaying the activation of a new skill, Chaotic Swordfighting Play, C+. Attack speed with bladed weapons will be increased by 20%. A blur of motion. The protagonist unleashes a flurry of attacks, his blade a silver streak against the backdrop of a desolate battlefield, a clash of steel echoes as he trades blows with his opponent. Even with his enhanced speed, the fight is evenly matched. His breath comes in ragged gasps, determination etched on his face, the risk is too high. He's running out of stamina. His opponent's weakened abilities will return to normal in 10 minutes, a ticking clock.
His opponent, Namgong-hyuk, stands defiant, a pillar of fire behind him.
He needs to end this fight before the flame buff fades. The only way to turn the tide of this desperate battle is a desperate gamble.
His hand closes around the hilt of an ancient, ornate blade, its power humming with an otherworldly energy, an unexpected variable. With a burst of speed, he closes the distance, the blade trailing a brilliant blue arc.
A desperate strike. The impact.
A shockwave rips through the air, the antagonist's expression twists into a cruel smile.
He laughs, "You made a foolish choice because you're cornered."
The antagonist unleashes a furious attack, his voice a sneer, "You idiot." A fiery fist, a blazing comet hurtling towards its target.
The impact explodes in a maelstrom of fire and force. The protagonist is sent sprawling. The antagonist watches, a cruel smile playing on his lips.
His victory seems assured. But from the depths of despair, the protagonist rises.
Activating the iron-blooded sword, a surge of power erupts.
A crimson blade of pure energy cleaves through the air, a counterattack of breathtaking speed and power.
The tables have turned.
The antagonist is on the defensive, his expression shifting from smug confidence to grim determination.
A desperate clash of wills, a whirlwind of blows. Ko-hook. The sound of impact echoes as the antagonist is struck.
Blood blossoms on his lips, a grim testament to the protagonist's fury.
A blinding flash.
The iron-blooded sword connects, a crimson shockwave erupting from the impact.
The antagonist reels, his face contorted in agony. Damn it, it must have touched my dantian.
He grits his teeth, a grim determination hardening his gaze.
I need to act fast if I want to completely recover later on. The authority fire suppression ends.
The 30-meter radius fighting domain is undone, allowing for external interference. The barrier begins to crack, and the observers outside see their chance.
The barrier's going away.
His opponent, wounded but defiant, mutters, "I was too focused on playing."
He prepares for a final, desperate counterattack. I will end this fight next time.
A surge of dark energy, a crimson shard materializes in his hand.
A portal of pure energy opens, swallowing him whole.
He's trying to escape back to the Murim dimension.
The urgency in the warrior's voice is palpable. A chilling realization dawns on everyone. If Namgong-hyuk isn't stopped here, Earth faces unimaginable catastrophe.
A swirling vortex of blue energy opens, Namgong-hyuk vanishes into its depths.
But his escape is met with fierce resistance. The heroes stand resolute, their faces grim. No time for hesitation.
"Stop him," the cry rings out as a mighty hammer hurtles towards the portal.
A desperate battle erupts around the fading portal.
Blades clash, spells ignite, the ground trembles under the force of their struggle. Namgong-hyuk, his back to us, stands defiant amidst the chaos. A sudden, piercing gaze.
What does he see?
His eyes glow with an unnatural purple light.
A power surges, a sword flame erupts, incinerating everything in its path. A blinding flash.
Energy surges, raw and untamed, a golden tempest erupting from the very ground. A weapon of immense power takes shape, crackling with celestial might. The air crackles with anticipation, the very fabric of reality seems to tear at the seams.
A desperate struggle unfolds.
Three figures are thrown back by a force beyond comprehension, the ground itself shattering under the strain. Her eyes widen, reflecting the chaos, fear and disbelief etched onto her face.
The city crumbles, a cataclysmic explosion rips through the heart of the metropolis, leaving only ruin in its wake.
A deafening roar, the earth trembles as the very foundations of the city are torn apart. And amidst the devastation, a lone figure stands defiant, silhouetted against the fiery inferno. The impact of the attack reverberates. Namgong-hyuk staggers, his counter shield skill destroyed. The absorbed damage can no longer be contained. Sun Yun cries out in pain, his eyes wide with shock. His arm, mangled and bleeding, hangs limply at his side.
But even in agony, his resolve remains unbroken. Don't mind this.
The enemy's still there, he shouts, his voice strained but defiant. Han Sung-yoon, his face a mask of grim determination, his eyes blazing with a fierce light. The battle rages on, fueled by his unwavering spirit. Nam Gong-hyuk's voice echoes, cold and cruel, I could have killed you from the start in one attack.
Do you really want to see this to the end?
Nam Gong-hyuk, his eyes burning with an unnatural purple light, watches from the shadows.
A chilling aura emanates from him, a palpable sense of menace.
Sung-yoon clenches his jaw, frustration etched onto his face.
It's frustrating, but I can't say anything to that. With a final surge of energy, he declares, I'll come back soon.
Nam Gong-hyuk's lips curl into a smirk, his eyes glinting with cold satisfaction.
The battle, for now, is over.
A wave of blue energy erupts behind him as he vanishes, leaving only the lingering scent of ozone. The aftermath is a scene of devastation. Sung-yoon collapses, his body battered and bruised. His allies rush to his side, their faces etched with worry. The young master returns to Murim Dimension. Two figures rush to greet him, their faces etched with worry. But the reunion is cut short. A sudden attack. Blood splatters across the cobblestones as the young master crumples to the ground.
Young master!
Are you all right? One of the figures cries out.
A desperate plea, hurry and call for a physician. The scene shifts, focusing on the young master's grim determination, Han Sung-yoon. No matter what, he vows, a steely glint in his eyes.
Nam Gong-hyuk's face contorted in a terrifying grimace, his eyes blazing with crimson fury. He snarls, a chilling promise echoing in the air, I'll drive you to despair.
A stark contrast, the quiet calm of a Tokyo hospital. The city lights twinkle in the distance, a world away from the brutal battle. A close-up on Han Sung-yoon's eye, a single blue eye reflecting the harsh fluorescent lights above, a flicker of defiance. And a concerned voice breaks the silence, Han Sung-yoon SSI, are you awake? Where am I? The cold, sterile air of the hospital fills his lungs. A wave of nausea washes over him.
He lies on a hospital bed, his body swathed in bandages.
You can't move yet, a voice cautions, the concern palpable.
The word badly heard echoes in the silence, a stark reminder of his brutal ordeal. His eyes, though bandaged, still hold a flicker of defiance. He is battered, but unbroken.
Han Sung-yoon's face is etched with worry. I don't even know what to say.
She whispers, her voice thick with emotion. But then, a surge of power. In response to your huge sacrifice, a voice booms, echoing determination.
A blinding flash. The skill Ashen Blood activates.
A surge of green energy courses through his veins.
Kick. The bandages are ripped away as he rises, stronger than before.
He declares, I'm fine, his voice firm, his eyes burning with resolve. His gaze hardens. Where are the others? He demands, his voice low and dangerous.
The camera focuses on a door labeled Catherine. A new location, a new mystery unfolds. The curtains rip open. A figure emerges, his face etched with worry. Catherine, are you?
He finds Catherine and two other women in a room, their expressions a mix of apprehension and exhaustion. Suddenly, a sharp crack. The protagonist collapses to the floor, pain contorting his features. He's on crutches now, his movements labored.
Ugh, damn my life.
The weight of his injuries is palpable.
A glimmer of hope. He spots Han Sung-yoon. Ah, Han Sung-yoon SSI. Sung-yoon's expression shifts to concern.
What's with your face? He explains his visit to Catherine's room. A relieved sigh escapes his lips.
Ah, I went to Catherine's room and...
Well, seeing as she's full of energy, she seems to be all right. But a shadow falls across his face.
But Kim Sung-hoon SSI wasn't in his place. Do you know where he is? Sung-yoon's brow furrows.
He only saw him briefly that morning.
A grim realization dawns on his face. I only saw him in the morning for a little bit. He's probably in a bad state right now. Lost his right arm, the weight of that loss hangs heavy in the air. A chilling accusation, whispered on the wind. You were here. The sword phantom arrives, a figure cloaked in shadow, his presence radiating menace. Ah, here he comes, the sword phantom is here. The words hang in the air, heavy with foreboding. A tense standoff. What an unbelievable skill, you have a knack for surprising people. The words are laced with grudging admiration. He reveals his injury, a stark reminder of the battle's cost. Well, I'm sure you heard, but my right arm couldn't be saved. A glimpse of the wound, bandaged and still throbbing with a silent pain. A single word, heavy with regret, I'm sorry. His face, a mask of grim determination. If I were stronger, this wouldn't have happened. But despair gives way to resolve. Don't worry yourself. I have a skill to make up for it. A surge of power, a new prosthetic arm, shimmering with icy energy. The sound of Kwang echoes through the air. The unnamed protagonist, a silhouette against the cityscape, speaks, his voice laced with a chilling revelation. Like I was possessed by something, it was like I had tunnel vision. The sword phantom's response is calm, almost reassuring. That's not a bad thing. I'm sure that's what made you strong. But a flicker of doubt crosses the protagonist's face, a moral conflict begins to take shape. The sword phantom's words echo the weight of his own philosophy: the strong should help the weak. At least, that's the ideal I live by. The protagonist's expression shifts, a subtle relief washing over his features, a moment of quiet understanding. The sword phantom, his cybernetic arm glowing faintly, offers a perspective born from experience, that someone strong like you isn't ill-intentioned. I couldn't tell what you were thinking when I first met you in the tower. He extends his hand, a spark igniting, offering a choice. Do you want one too? The protagonist's resolute refusal is immediate. No, I stay away from smoking and drinking. Confusion etched across his face, a question hangs in the air. The echoes of battle still ring in his ears, a profound realization dawns on him. He learns something crucial in the heat of combat. His eyes, sharp and intense, reflect a newfound understanding, a forgotten truth resurfaces. Relief washes over him, a palpable wave of calm amidst the lingering tension, but the scene shifts. A powerful figure, cloaked in ice, speaks with chilling confidence. Someone as strong as you isn't an ill-intentioned psycho. The words hang in the air. A gesture of icy power, a shard of ice forming in his hand. An offer is made. Do you want one too? A quiet refusal. No, I stay away from smoking and drinking. The response is unexpected. Confusion etched across his face. His eyes widen in disbelief. The ice wielder's smirk widens. You're. The revelation is imminent, a moment of truth. A close-up on a man's face, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The smoke curls, a silent testament to his calm demeanor. A stark photograph reveals a powerful assembly. A group of formidable figures, each radiating an aura of authority. The air crackles with unspoken power. The scene shifts. A man sits for an interview, his words carefully chosen, each syllable carrying weight. A woman watches him, her eyes sharp, assessing his every move. A necklace catches the light, a subtle glint of gold. Her gaze lingers on the necklace, a small smile playing on her lips, a secret shared only between them. The intricate design, a symbol of their shared past, a promise whispered in the shadows. A hallway, tense with anticipation. He stands, his back to us, a silent sentinel. She approaches, her confidence unwavering. Behind her, others wait, their expressions unreadable. A dramatic reveal. He turns, a crimson coat flowing around him, a smirk playing on his lips. The air crackles with energy. A subtle detail. He gestures, his eyes gleaming with mischief, a hint of something new, something unexpected. The ice wielder stands in a hospital room, his new crimson coat flowing dramatically.
The ornate sword rests easily in his hand, a symbol of his power, perfectly maintained. He smirks, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Well, since I prevented a calamity from happening, I guess this much service is to be expected. The aftermath of the battle weighs on him. Phew, the 3 days of the return stone were chaotic. I didn't really want to get this famous. His phone buzzes, displaying a video. The video of the battle is already everywhere. It was recorded from the Japan Hunter Association's helicopter. Online comments flood the screen, revealing a shocking truth. There used to be a player-only training center called White Lotus, and he trained there for 7 years. He fights like Sword Phantom Fr. He is really good at fighting. Makes sense to call him Sword Phantom. Is this what Kim Sun-hoon SSI meant by Sword Phantom? A moment of stunned realization. But to think he was the Lightning Emperor. The Lightning Emperor is revealed in all his glory. A powerful aura radiates from him, his eyes blazing with intensity. His legend unfolds, even amongst the 30 Korean S-rank hunters, his nickname was the most powerful. He destroyed gates at a speed other S-rank hunters could not keep up with. The crowd roars its approval. He was basically the hero of Korea. If something happens, you can contact me. It's just scouting, to be honest. You can reach out for any reason, big or small. A simple exchange, a silent agreement. Time's up. The mission is complete. A digital timer flashes, signaling the end of a clandestine operation. Well, I'll go become stronger, so that I can deserve the nickname of Phantom Sword. Returning to the Tower of Trials, a determined declaration. A confident smirk spreads across his face. He's ready. The journey continues. Back to the tower. The destination is clear. The 11th floor lobby. A digital display confirms his arrival. The ascent continues. He collapses, the weight of the battle finally catching up. But even in defeat, his mind races. There's something he learned from his fight with Nam Gong-hyuk. A flash of insight. Stamina, that was the key. A green energy surges, propelling him forward with impossible speed. Ashen Blood, his strongest healing skill, is revealed. But it's useless without enough stamina. His eyes burn with determination. The problem is clear. And the solution? A simple, yet brilliant, idea dawns. He's going shopping. And he's buying everything he needs to solve this problem. The screen displays his purchase, automatic stamina recovery, D. All stamina will be automatically recovered by 0.07% every 180 seconds. The screen blows, a cascade of data scrolling past. A series of transactions complete, each marked by a satisfying 10,000 points spent notification. More points vanish as further upgrades are purchased. The protagonist's power steadily increases. Finally, a significant investment, 20,000 points for excess growth and calling of blood. He grins, a smug look on his face. I've collected enough points to buy all the skills I need and still have leftover. The sheer power at his fingertips is palpable. With a decisive tap, he activates skill synthesis. The interface shifts, presenting a menu of options. He selects his choices carefully. A plan forming in his mind. Sunlight absorption and moonlight absorption combine in a brilliant flash. The energy crackles, resulting in the creation of photosynthesis, C. A new skill, stronger than its components. He examines the details, a satisfied nod confirming its effectiveness. Alright, its rank went up quite a bit, and the two skills pros mixed well together. His eyes gleam with anticipation. Now if I mix calling of blood here, it'll be great. A new skill is being created, a blood-tinted contract, C, capable of extracting HP, stamina, and mana from the blood of a slain foe. The protagonist's face is etched with frustration, the skill's rank didn't improve, and the photosynthesis side effect vanished. Then, a bold decision.
20,000 points are spent to purchase another skill, Calling of Blood, C. He'll combine the two, a calculated gamble with potentially devastating results. The screen glows, a blinding light erupts as the skills merge. The fusion is complete, a new skill is born. The skill's name is revealed, Truthseeker of Blood, B, a significant upgrade. A surge of power, a B-rank skill. He can now extract HP, stamina, and mana from blood, with the added bonus of automatic recovery. The protagonist smiles, a newfound confidence radiating from him, the power is his. And also control blood? What's that? A crimson blade appears, dripping with blood. The blood flows, twisting and turning in the air, taking shape at the protagonist's command. He stands, a figure of power, his newly acquired skill radiating from him. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. He can mold the blood into any form he desires. A thorny sphere materializes, then dissipates into crimson mist. The blood stretches and flows, forming a grotesque, almost lifelike figure. A dark, viscous stream rises from his fingertip, a testament to his newfound control. He explains, a hint of calculation in his eyes, I can even extract blood without directly cutting the skin. But it requires immense pressure, and a significant amount of blood to be used quickly. A smirk plays on the protagonist's lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He knows this is going to be big. He invested extra time refining his Eyes of Truth skill, a crucial upgrade. The system hums with power, a new skill is being forged. And it's complete. Flame Dragon Eye, a powerful new ability, is born. A fiery dragon's eye blazes to life, promising unparalleled insight, granting the power to see through deception and unveil hidden truths. The skill synthesis continues, another ability is taking shape. The Vampire Count's old tailcoat is imbued with power, a bloody shield, summoned at will. And finally, the fast boots, a burst of speed, ready to be unleashed. His eyes blaze with power, a celestial blue fire burning within, the heavenly blood demonic sword hums in his grip, a symphony of raw energy. The sheer destructive force is almost palpable, a city reduced to ashes, a testament to the sword flame's terrifying might. A hidden truth is revealed, only those who master the sword flame can awaken the heavenly blood demonic sword's true power. He grips the hilt tighter, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, he underestimated this blade's potential. With a newfound confidence, he declares, then, let's go. A piercing gaze, eyes burning with icy determination, the protagonist stands, a shadow against the stormy night. The Temple of Verification, a grand, imposing structure looms before him. He enters, a palpable sense of foreboding hanging in the air, and is greeted by a towering figure, radiating power and menace. These trials will continue until your death, the Guardian booms, his voice echoing through the hallowed halls. The protagonist, undeterred, stands firm. He has chosen this path, and he will face whatever comes next. The Guardian scoffs, do you not even know the rules of Ares' 7 trials? The protagonist's response is simple, yet defiant, no. A condescending smirk plays on the Guardian's lips. I don't understand how a stupid explorer like you got here. But the Guardian's arrogance is short-lived. He sighs, oh, well. I'll explain. The trials are simple, prove your body, faith, and mentality. A vision of 3 figures appears, each representing a stage of the test. The first is the body, the last, mentality, is the hardest. The weight of the challenge settles upon the protagonist's shoulders. The Temple of Verification, a place of trials, where shadows dance and destinies are forged. Awaiting our protagonist is a challenge unlike any other. The rules are laid bare, a high priest guards each trial chamber. To proceed, our hero must either convince them or eliminate them. His eyes, twin pools of glacial blue, reflect a steely resolve. The weight of the trials ahead does not deter him, it fuels his determination. A simple choice, yet fraught with consequence. The path forward is clear, the method, flexible. The high priest smiles, a knowing glint in his eyes. He's seen countless challengers come and go, but this one is different. The first trial begins. A mighty warrior, bound and ready to unleash his fury. With a roar that shakes the very foundations of the temple, the high priest explodes into action. The clash of titans is upon us. A whirlwind of blows, a dance of death. The air crackles with energy as the two combatants trade devastating strikes. The impact sends shockwaves. And in the aftermath, a chilling realization dawns on our protagonist. He must be. The high priest's eyes gleam with power, his words echoing with the weight of authority, about the level of a challenger who earned the pioneer title. The battle begins. A clash of titans unfolds as the protagonist and the high priest collide in a flurry of motion. The protagonist's hand moves with terrifying speed, activating the truth seeker of blood skill. A crimson energy surges through his veins, a devastating blow is unleashed. The high priest is sent flying, a pained cry escaping his lips. Cook? The protagonist watches his fallen opponent, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. Damn, this skill's insane. He approaches the defeated high priest, his gaze unwavering, a silent acknowledgement of victory. The screen flashes with data, revealing the results of his actions. You have absorbed the spirit of the priest, Johann. Proficiency has been raised 5.8%. Observers from afar take note. The administrator, priest of 7 gods, is shocked, while the administrator, god-slaying swordsman, nods approvingly. The administrator, fallen world soldier, finds it interesting, and the administrator, seeker of divinity, assures the protagonist that he's doing great. The air crackles with residual power, the aftermath of a monumental clash. A vast hall lies before the victor, stained with the echoes of battle. His eyes, burning with an inner fire, scan the chamber, a smirk plays on his lips as he contemplates his victory. A wave of notifications floods his vision, revealing the reactions of powerful figures to his audacious actions. He is alone, cut off from direct communication. But a glimmer of hope appears, a mysterious item, radiating faint energy. He activates a new skill, Flame Dragon Eye, his gaze piercing the veil of the unseen. A hidden message is revealed. The mirror reflects the high priest's divinity, a power he can wield once to create a divine barrier, but at a cost. The text unfolds, revealing a destiny intertwined with the mirror's power, a path to prove his fate. A thoughtful expression crosses his face, the weight of his newfound power and the uncertain future settle upon him. What the hell does that mean? A one-use protective barrier? Seriously? He moves with a supernatural grace, a silent whisper across the polished floor. I hope there are a lot more of these body verifications. To think an outsider whose name I don't even know would make it here so fast. Johann must be past his days. His reign of terror is over. A figure of undeniable power sits enthroned, a chilling smile playing on her lips. Are you the second trial's priestess? The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge and a threat. Explorer. Her eyes blaze with an intensity that could melt steel. A predator sizing up its prey. I'm the second trial's priestess, Jane. The name is delivered with a venomous grace. A shadowy chamber, the air thick with anticipation, a lone chair sits in the center, bathed in an ethereal glow. Jane, the priestess of the second trial, bursts into action. A whirlwind of motion, her fist a blur as she unleashes a devastating blow. The protagonist counters with a swift strike of his own, a crimson flash against the dark backdrop. The clash of power reverberates through the chamber. His eyes, sharp and intense, pierce through the chaos. Seeing as you use violence, he states, his voice cold and unwavering, this must also be a verification of the body. A surge of dark energy erupts, a tempest of shadows consuming the chamber, the very air crackles with power. With a resounding impact, Jane is thrown back, crashing to the floor, the word correct echoes in the silence. She rises, defiant, her eyes burning with a fierce determination, a dark aura surrounds her, intensifying her already formidable presence. Nice to meet you. The words hang in the air, a chilling calm before the storm. A chair explodes into splinters. A blur of motion. A powerful strike aimed with deadly precision. And the crimson-clad figure watches, a smirk playing on his lips.
Seeing as you use violence, he observes, his voice laced with amusement. His eyes, blazing with an icy intensity, reveal a hidden agenda. This must also be a verification of the body. A dark energy surges, a terrifying power unleashed. And with a resounding crack, the test is complete. Correct. The nun, suspended in midair, is thrown back with brutal force, a display of raw power. She rises, a gleaming blade materializing in her hand, a clash of steel is imminent. The blade sings, a deadly dance of light and shadow, a clash of wills, a battle of titans. A familiar power surges within him, a feeling he hasn't experienced in ages. He activates his authority, Sword Chi Master. Then, he unleashes the lightning Sword Chi skill. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, a devastating arc of pure power. The impact reverberates through the air, a shockwave that shakes the very ground. The nun's eyes widen in disbelief, sheer terror etched across her face. A pained groan escapes her lips, the force of the blow leaves her reeling. She stands, defiant, aura blazing, a holy sword materializes in her hand. The crimson-clad figure observes, intrigued. How, a mere explorer using complete aura? He counters, a smirk playing on his lips. Why wouldn't I be able to use it when you can too? The crimson-clad figure explains, his tone calm yet condescending. That's how we priests get our powers. The nun, eyes blazing with righteous fury, draws her holy blade. A surge of incandescent purple energy erupts from the weapon. A divine aura enveloping her as she prepares for battle. The very air crackles with power. The crimson-clad figure watches, a smirk playing on his lips. It was definitely a lethal injury, he muses, his voice laced with amusement. With a blur of motion, the nun leaps forward, her holy sword a streak of light. The clash of steel echoes through the chamber. As the two blades meet in a shower of sparks. Divine power, what an annoying power, the crimson figure sneers, his own blade deflecting the blow. The battle rages, a whirlwind of steel and energy. Each strike is a testament to their skill and power. From what he heard from the first priest, the crimson figure realizes something crucial. Apparently, I don't need to kill to get through these trials, he thinks, a new strategy forming in his mind. He pauses, considering his options. Is it even possible to change your minds? He questions, a hint of doubt creeping into his usually confident demeanor. The nun's eyes gleam with a chilling intensity. A wicked smile spreads across her lips. I don't know. Maybe if you have some godly persuasion skills, she whispers, a dangerous glint in her eyes. The crimson figure's back is to us, his silhouette stark against the ethereal background. How many of these bodily trials are there, he wonders, a sense of foreboding washing over him. You're truly arrogant. So relaxed. Do you think you've already won? The nun's eyes gleam with a chilling confidence. You can ask questions like that after you've won. A surge of purple energy erupts as she attacks. The crimson-clad figure activates his skill, instant acceleration. His movements become a blur. And a blinding flash of pink light streaks across the scene. A devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave, leaving the nun stunned. He won. What? Why like this? The nun's disbelief is palpable. Now, tell me the process of this verification. Are you going to attempt something? The nun's eyes narrow, suspicion clouding her expression. The administrator's message echoes through the digital void. Fallen world soldier awaits your answer, it proclaims. But the White Crane Swordmaster is taken aback, she's not into this. Ahaha, that's good. The crimson-clad figure's laughter rings out as the nun is slammed into a wall. The iron-blooded monarch agrees with Jane. The administrator's pronouncements continue. The White Crane Swordmaster knew he was a good guy all along. Meanwhile, the seer of divinity watches with curiosity. Why would you ask all that? Who comes here just to do something like that? The crimson-clad figure's gaze pierces the nun's. Do you really think people wouldn't? You're really naive for an explorer.
Just give me the explanation for the trials, she demands. There are now 2 bodily trials left, and the proof of faith begins at the 5th trial and ends at the 6th. The rules are laid bare: body x4, faith x2, and mentality x1. Then there is only one proof of mentality at the end? But before you challenge that one, you better consider giving up. Why? No one has ever passed the 7th trial. The crimson-clad figure and the nun stand poised, a macabre dance of death and defiance. Everyone who entered the trial either went crazy or died bleeding from everywhere. The chilling words hang in the air, a stark warning of the trials to come. A close-up on the crimson-clad figure's eyes, blazing with an ethereal blue fire. The technological display confirms, Shill Flame Dragon Eye has detected no lies. His gaze pierces through deception, revealing the truth. The nun, her face a mask of grim determination, speaks her final words. That's it, my last words. Well, let's just say I haven't had a good fight like this in a while. A hint of a smile plays on her lips, a warrior's acceptance of fate. Her plea to the crimson-clad figure: if there's a way to pass this place without killing you, then tell me. Desperation and a glimmer of hope clash in her eyes. The cold, unwavering response: you can't do that. The weight of the trial's inescapable nature hangs heavy in the air. A chilling question, a test of courage: aren't you afraid to die? The nun's fate hangs precariously in the balance. The nun's eyes widen, a radiant light illuminating her face. A transformation begins, a spiritual awakening. A triumphant smile spreads across her face as she embraces her fate. I'd just be going back to God. Her acceptance is serene, almost joyful. The crimson-clad figure sheathes his sword, the battle concluded. I guess nothing good will come out of stalling this any longer. The decision is made, the trial moves on. A digital readout appears, revealing the results. You've absorbed the spirit of Priestess Jane. Proficiency has risen 8.8%. The nun's sacrifice has yielded unexpected power. Somehow, a wave of nausea washes over him. He feels disgusting. Crimson energy erupts from within, a violent storm threatening to consume him. A blinding light appears before him, a gateway to something else. He stumbles, reaching out. A grand hall, ancient and imposing, reveals itself before him. A figure stands in the shadows, sword at his side. A sword, gleaming with an ethereal light, rests nearby. He grasps it, feeling its power surge through him. The weight of destiny. The figure turns, revealing a powerful warrior. I'm Lucilian, he booms, the future sword of the god of verification. A tense standoff. The weight of the world rests on their shoulders. The crimson-clad figure stands before a stern-faced elder. I will test your martial arts from now on, the elder declares, his voice echoing with authority. Prove that you're worthy of moving on to the next trial. A sword, engulfed in fiery energy, materializes before them. The air crackles with power. As the elder raises the blazing weapon high above his head. The intensity is palpable. The elder's voice booms, "Aura blade." The crimson figure's eyes widen, reflecting the fiery glow. A flicker of doubt crosses his face. It's unstable, but that's definitely sword flame. A confirmation of the legendary technique. The sword flame dances, a whirlwind of incandescent energy. A prelude to the next challenge. Sword flame on the 3rd trial. The crimson figure grips his own blade, a steely glint in his eyes. His resolve hardens. I might have to risk my life from this point on. A clash of steel. A blinding flash of light erupts as the two combatants collide. The force of the impact sends a shockwave. Clash. Steel meets steel in a blinding flurry of motion, a whirlwind of power erupts as the two warriors collide. He senses something strange. A subtle anomaly in the flow of battle. His opponent's physical prowess is immense, but his swordsmanship? Inferior. So why? Why does his attack feel so off? A fiery slash meets a wave of icy energy, the impact shatters the very air around them. The shockwave rips through the battlefield. But it's his own sword chi that's crumbling under the strain. He thought it was an advanced technique, a masterful display of skill. Maybe his opponent is just unbelievably strong, his power beyond comprehension. No. It's not just strength. It's something else entirely. This isn't an advanced skill, it's something far more fundamental. His eyes narrow, a cold resolve hardening his gaze. The mystery deepens. A blinding flash. Energy surges, raw and untamed. A sword, imbued with ethereal blue light, materializes from the chaos. I knew it, a voice whispers, filled with grim determination. The warrior's eyes, blazing with fierce blue energy, reflect the struggle. His thoughts, a stark contrast to the spectacle: no matter how many times I try, my sword chi keeps losing. Clash. A fiery explosion erupts as steel meets steel, the ground cracks under the force of their blows. The hero's crimson blade clashes with his opponent's, a shower of sparks illuminating the chamber. Even if your aura is strong, you cannot destroy this sword, the opponent declares, his voice echoing with power. The flames engulf the scene, revealing a cryptic truth: the only ones who can destroy this are those who can handle that which cannot be seen. His adversary, a towering figure of raw strength, stands defiant, the burning sword held high. A chilling revelation. A moment of quiet reflection. He's weaker than me but uses sword flame, the hero observes, a flicker of frustration in his eyes. A familiar annoyance surfaces. This is like seeing someone who's dumber than me always do better on tests. It's annoying, he mutters, a smirk playing on his lips. That which cannot be seen, he scoffs, his gaze fixed on the glowing blade. My ass. He lunges forward, a furious roar escaping his lips: I'll destroy it no matter what. His fist is a blur, a whirlwind of motion aimed at the heart of the mystical weapon. But the clash is earth-shattering. A shockwave erupts from the point of impact. His resolve hardens. I'll destroy it. An ancient truth is revealed: only those who can handle that which cannot be seen are able to wield a blade that slices through all things. The old warrior's eyes gleam with ancient knowledge. As he demonstrates the terrifying power of the blade, an absolute aura surrounding it. The hero's eyes widen as he finally understands. That is how the blade, possessing an absolute power, is born. With newfound understanding, he attacks again. I'll destroy it. A blinding flash of blue energy. The clash of steel echoes as the protagonist's blade pierces his foe, a fatal blow. The dying man's eyes widen, a flicker of understanding in their depths. I see the difference between sword flame and sword chi. His final words hang heavy in the air. The source of sword flame's power was a revelation that chills the very soul. A will, strong enough to be realized. The very essence of the blade itself shifts, transforming into something more powerful. The protagonist grips his newly empowered weapon, its radiant glow reflecting in his determined eyes, a weapon forged in the crucible of battle. The finality of the moment settles, a crimson stain blooms on the cold stone floor. The defeated warrior's face, contorted in a grimace of pain and defeat, his lifeblood staining his hands. A chilling laugh escapes his lips. Your sword flame is a genuine one, not like mine, unstable, because it was borrowed from the god of verification. His final words, a testament to his defeat. You've really done it. Ha, a strange mix of bitterness and grudging admiration. The protagonist turns away, a question lingering in his mind. Is he happy? A hand, scarred and powerful, twitches with barely contained energy, the raw power of sword flame courses through his veins. His opponent, a grizzled veteran, watches with grim determination. Continue on, just like that, he rasps, his voice strained but resolute. The final blow lands with a sickening crunch. The opponent is defeated, his body crumpling to the ground. A system notification appears, glowing with ethereal light: you have absorbed the spirit of Priest Lucilian. Proficiency has risen 14%. A surge of dark energy erupts from the protagonist, tendrils of shadow snaking around him, his eyes blaze with newfound power.
Another system message, exclusive authority, necromancy's proficiency has reached 100%.
Exclusive authority, necromancy's rank is leveling up. A blinding crimson light erupts. Necromancy, C, transforms into necromancy, B. It's already B rank.
The protagonist's eyes, reflecting the crimson glow, are filled with awe and a hint of chilling determination. The words hang in the air, a silent judgment, you have proven your martial arts. A gruff voice, heavy with exertion, rasps, continue on, just like that. He struggles, muscles straining, a final, desperate push.
A flash of crimson. I'll ease your pain. A swift strike, precise and deadly.
The screen blazes with information, you have absorbed the spirit of Priest Lucilian.
Proficiency has risen 14%.
The power surges.
Dark tendrils writhe, coiling around him, a transformation unfolds.
A digital readout appears, exclusive authority, necromancy's proficiency has reached 100%.
The power explodes. Necromancy, C, rank upgrades, to B. Han Sung-yoon, his expression unreadable, stands amidst the lingering echoes of battle. A question hangs heavy in the air, what new powers has he gained? A system notification appears, revealing a hidden sub-effect of his necromancy, the ability to extract an opponent's authority.
His eyes widen, reflecting the sheer power of this newfound skill.
A B-rank necromancy skill proves incredibly potent.
It's only B rank and it's this good, he muses, already anticipating its future potential. His status screen updates, showcasing a significant boost in his stats. My stats are getting close to 3 digits, he notes with quiet satisfaction.
A series of system messages flash across the screen, detailing the absorption of Priest Johann, Priest Jane, and finally, Priest Lucilian's spirits.
Each absorption grants a substantial increase to his strength, agility, stamina, mana, and durability. A surge of power courses through him. The system notification blazes across the screen, indomitable will, A1, acquired.
A skill embodying unwavering resolve, even in the face of despair.
His foot falls, shattering the remnants of the mirror, a testament to his newfound power. The fragments scatter like a storm of glass, mirroring the chaos within the shattered chamber. He stands amidst the wreckage, his crimson coat a stark contrast to the gray debris, a lone figure of immense power. A hand reaches out, a touch of raw power, testing the limits of his newfound strength. His eyes blaze with an intensity that could melt steel, the power of 3 priests now coursing through his veins. He strides forward, leaving behind the shattered remains of his past, towards an uncertain future.
A silent question hangs in the air, is he truly alone?
Lucilian, wings spread wide, a celestial figure against the darkening sky, his final breath escapes him. The main character stares upward, a mixture of shock and awe in his eyes, the weight of his actions settling upon him.
Unexpected.
That's all he can think, as he witnesses the aftermath of his battle, a profound silence hangs in the air. A surge of energy erupts from the main character, a torrent of blue power, a breathtaking display of newfound strength. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion, his blade flashes, meeting Lucilian's in a clash of titans. The main character presses his attack, his words sharp and cold, the fight is far from over. Lucilian's eyes, burning with an eerie golden light, a chilling finality in his gaze.
I'm a priest in training, Chiran.
The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the power emanating from the newcomer.
Chiran, wings ablaze, prepares for battle.
He declares, I will start the verification of the body according to the principles of verification. A system alert flashes, user has come across a much stronger opponent.
Immediately, another message appears, skill indomitable will is being activated.
The main character's eyes narrow, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge ahead. The sheer power of his opponent is overwhelming. His energy is incomparable to the previous priests. The weight of this statement settles heavily. A shard of light, a weapon of immense power, materializes before him.
Chiran unleashes a blinding attack.
A golden beam of energy erupts from his hand. The clash is earth-shattering. A blinding flash of light and a deafening crashhhh as the two forces collide.
The main character is sent flying, a testament to Chiron's might.
A blinding flash of light erupts as Chiron unleashes a devastating attack. The sheer power of the blow sends shockwaves through the very air,
shattering the ground around him. Debris flies as Chiron's power continues its relentless assault. Chiron, eyes blazing with power, stands triumphant amidst the chaos.
His confidence is palpable, victory is within his grasp.
But the main character is far from defeated.
He counters with a furious burst of speed, his blade a blur.
A desperate attempt to pierce Chiron's defenses before the next devastating light ray attack hits.
That light ray, it gets reflected on the mirror and is a pain to deal with, he thinks, gritting his teeth.
The clash is earth-shattering.
The force of their combined attack sends tremors through the very ground beneath their feet.
As two titans of power collide in a whirlwind of energy and destruction. With a final, desperate lunge, the main character strikes. The impact sends Chiron reeling,
his wings battered, his form faltering. The fight is far from over, but the tide may be turning. The main character is sent flying.
A blinding flash of light explodes from Chiron's blade. Chiron, eyes blazing, prepares his next attack.
His weapon hums with power.
The clash.
Steel meets light in a furious exchange.
A kuk escapes the main character's lips as he takes a blow.
Sword flame, now the default. The main character's blade ignites, a blue inferno. He observes, his expression hardening.
This is it, Chiron's guaranteed win method. Chiron attacks from afar with light rays.
Even if dodged, mirrors reflect the rays from unseen angles. He follows up with a powerful gust of wind from his wings, disrupting balance, then, the counterattack with sword flame.
Another devastating blow sends the main character plummeting.
What a bullshit pattern to deal with, he thinks, gritting his teeth. It's difficult to destroy those mirrors, but he won't give up.
Not yet.
If smaller pieces of the mirrors were to reflect the rays,
it'd be impossible to dodge all of them.
A storm of light, a blizzard of blades, Chiron unleashes his full power.
The administrator, priest of remorse, is shocked.
Dark Demon wonders how the main character will die.
Iron-blooded monarch is annoyed by the delay.
White Crane Swordmaster is excited to see what happens next.
He smirks. How I'm going to die, huh? Well, my administrators.
The main character remains calm amidst the chaos, a chilling confidence in his eyes.
As Chiron prepares for the final blow. It won't be easy this time.
Chiron's eyes blaze with golden light, his wings spread wide.
Try and take it if you can. The final attack descends. A blinding flash.
Lines of incandescent energy crackle across the void, a symphony of raw power unleashed.
The air itself vibrates with anticipation. Chiron's final attack. A deafening roar erupts as blinding light engulfs everything, leaving only the aftermath of destruction in its wake. The impact. A shockwave rips through the very fabric of reality. Charging complete.
A cold, mechanical voice echoes through the battlefield as the main character activates his countermeasure.
Shill's counter shield rises, a crimson barrier of pure energy,
prepared to reflect the absorbed damage.
The moment of truth. Release. The counter shield explodes outward.
The crimson energy surges, a wave of power unleashed. The main character activates the counter shield, a brilliant barrier of light erupting to meet the oncoming attack.
Chiron's final assault slams into the shield.
A deafening crash echoes as the force of the blow reverberates through the very air itself.
Chiron, thrown back by the impact, plummets towards the ground. His descent is a blur of motion, wings tattered and broken.
A pained cough escapes his lips, blood staining his clothes. His eyes widen in disbelief. What's this? He gasps, his voice barely a whisper.
The shock is palpable, he's never seen anything like this before. I didn't see any evidence that you had learned magic, he stammers, his confusion growing. The main character stands, his expression unreadable. The question hangs heavy in the air. Do you perhaps have God's authority? Chiron asks, a hint of desperation in his tone. A calm, almost chilling response, I don't know what God's authority is. The main character's words carry the weight of untold power. Chiron's eyes flicker with a mix of fear and understanding. I see, he murmurs, accepting the reality of the situation. He struggles to breathe, his body battered and bruised. Yet, a strange resolve hardens his gaze. You didn't run from the fight nor did you lose. A celestial glow emanates from within Chiron, a radiant light pushing back the shadows of defeat. He's been through the trials, and he's emerged stronger than ever before. The aftermath of the clash. A system notification blazes across the screen. You have absorbed Priest Chiron's spirit. Proficiency increased by 13%. The raw power surges. But the absorption is far from over. Another message appears, as the spirit is stronger than the user, assessment for the absorption of an authority will begin. The system is working overtime. Analyzing, processing. Assessment complete. The next message is clear and concise, check for Priest Chiron's authorities complete. And then, the final stage, extracting authority from the spirit. A single exclamation point punctuates the screen, mirroring the shock in Han Sungyun's eyes. The system's verdict is delivered, authority, divine power, C+, will be engraved onto Han Sungyun's soul. A golden light envelopes him. A swirling vortex of arcane symbols forming around him. This is it, the moment of transformation. A voiceover explains, divine power is the power the priests here have been using like mana. The mystery deepens. Han Sungyun's eyes widen. He senses something new within him, a strange energy pulsing in his heart. I do feel a kind of energy in my heart. But I can't move it. It's different from mana. The final panel reveals a new message. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster questions why the divine power is in your central dantian. The implications are vast. A system notification flashes across the screen. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch Tawana Batch reports that Han Sungyun's newfound divine power shows no trace of divine origin. Han Sungyun, his expression unreadable, questions the significance of this divine power. A surge of data streams across his vision, detailing the permanent stat boosts from absorbing Chiron's spirit, +4 strength, +3 agility, +3 stamina, +4 mana, +5 durability. A mysterious, dimly lit chamber. A single word echoes, welcome. An ancient figure, shrouded in shadow, speaks of a path of martial arts consumed by madness. A chilling description that leaves Han Sungyun questioning the nature of this power. And the implications of his choice. The old man's words hang heavy in the air, to infinitely grow stronger and one day become the most powerful? Han Sungyun's resolve hardens. A quiet determination settles on his face. I do want to get stronger. Doubt clouds the scene. Is this claim of ultimate power truly justified? But the old woman's unwavering gaze, it speaks volumes. This is no mere boast. Han Sungyun's eyes blaze with newfound power. A surge of energy radiates from within, unleashing a torrent of raw might. A blinding flash of energy cuts through the air. The old man's warning hangs heavy in the air. Don't get too riled up. But the power is intoxicating. This trial isn't about physical strength, it's a test of faith. The stakes are higher than ever before. And Han Sungyun's resolve is put to the ultimate test. He lunges forward, a whirlwind of motion. A blur of speed that defies comprehension. This kind of movement shouldn't be possible. The shock is palpable. Is this the true extent of his newfound power? The mystery deepens. A shadowy assembly watches from the darkness, their eyes fixed on Han Sungyun. The game is afoot. A sea of ancient faces, etched with the wisdom and perhaps the weariness of centuries, surrounds him. Their gaze pierces Han Sungyun, a silent judgment hanging heavy in the air.
His eyes blaze with a terrifying blue light, a stark contrast to the muted purples and grays of his surroundings.
My mind, that she invaded?
Don't get too riled up, he advises, a chilling calm in his voice. But the young man's eyes blaze with defiance.
This trial isn't about physical strength, it's a test of faith.
He lunges, a blur of motion, a clash of wills, a whirlwind of power.
The impact.
A shockwave rips through the air.
Shit!
He cries out, his face contorted in exertion. This kind of movement shouldn't be possible. A gasp escapes his lips, his eyes wide with disbelief.
Is it? A chilling question hangs in the air.
As a coven of ancient figures emerges from the shadows, their faces etched with an unnerving serenity. His eyes widen, a horrifying realization dawning.
My mind, that she's invaded?
From the depths, skeletal hands claw upwards, a terrifying vision of possession. The young man, eyes blazing with newfound power, cries out, "The strength in my body."
He's surrounded, engulfed by shadowy hands and grotesque faces, yet he stands defiant.
Those spectral claws lash out, aiming for his throat, a desperate struggle for survival. But he's faster, stronger. Impossible movements defy the very nature of his physical form. A monstrous face looms, its gaping maw a terrifying abyss, a primal scream echoes through the void. With a burst of energy, he breaks free, a violent expulsion of dark power. The shadowy entity recoils, a chilling whisper escaping its lips.
A taste of something unexpected.
This flavor. He stands before an ancient figure, his sword drawn, ready for anything. The air crackles with anticipation. A single word hangs in the air, pass.
Confusion clouds his features.
Pass.
What do you mean?
The fifth trial awaits. A grueling test of the mind itself.
A trial of metacognition.
Only those with the mental fortitude to confront their deepest selves can proceed. The elder's eyes pierce the young man's soul, sensing a darkness within. A violent will, a hunger for power at any cost.
Even if it means taking a life.
The young man feels it too, a chilling desire to become stronger, no matter the sacrifice.
A darkness the elder can sense in the deepest recesses of his mind.
The elder challenges him, urging him to act on his desires. If you intend to kill me, then hurry on with it. But the young man's resolve is unshaken.
His response, I won't do that. The elder is taken aback. His surprise is palpable.
As the young man reveals his unwavering resolve. There's no need for senseless murder.
A smirk plays on the old woman's lips.
How unexpected, she muses, a glint in her eye. The young man stands firm, his blade at the ready. It would have been fine if I had made you go through the entirety of the trials.
But the old woman cuts him off.
I'll repeat myself, but you've passed.
A gentle hand rests on his shoulder.
Then, goodbye, she whispers, a hint of pride in her voice. He walks away, a thoughtful expression on his face, a silent vow echoing in his heart. A dark corridor stretches before him, the air heavy with anticipation, a sense of foreboding hangs in the air. He grips his sword, his resolve hardening, the weight of his journey settling upon him. Black seeps into the mirror's surface, and soon enough, he finds himself in a void where he can't see anything.
Darkness.
A void where not even a speck of light can pierce.
A whisper in the gloom.
A voice, soft yet chilling, speaks to him.
A sudden burst of energy. Blades of pure light flash across the scene.
His eyes widen, a look of dawning horror.
Not again.
He thinks, a cold dread gripping his heart. A voice cuts through his fear.
Yes, you're right. The truth hits him like a physical blow. You're already in the realm of the mind.
His teeth clench, a silent scream trapped behind gritted jaws.
A revelation unfolds, a seed planted long ago.
Miss Henner's plan is revealed, a subtle manipulation that brought him here.
Henner?
The name echoes in his mind, a figure emerges from the shadows, an old woman with knowing eyes. He questions, his voice barely a breath.
Is she talking about the old priestess? The answer comes, swift and certain, correct.
The realm of the mind unfolds before them, a nightmarish landscape of twisting vines and crimson skies, but there's a hint of reassurance. You don't need to worry too much. A mysterious woman, cloaked in shadows, addresses the young man. Her eyes gleam with an unnerving intensity as she speaks, "I'm guarding your body from the outside." The young man's brow furrows. Doubt clouds his features. That's even more worrying. He questions her, "Oh my, why are you so harsh?" Her response is swift and chilling. A wicked glint appears in her eyes as she says, "Such a rude comment to a lady. I could pierce a hole in your throat if I wished." Are you okay with that? The young man is speechless. His voice barely a whisper, he asks, "May I ask how I'm supposed to prove my faith?" A cruel smile spreads across the woman's face. "Aha, look at you, all polite. Very cute." She decides to explain, "All right, I'll explain. You're in the realm of the mind. You just need to look into your own mind realm. Then the sixth trial will end." The young man is left utterly bewildered. "What do you mean, my own mind realm?" The young man stands, shrouded in shadow, his eyes hidden behind a dark blindfold. A chilling voice echoes, "But no one can look into that. It's like if you were to close your eyes and look into the void." He stands on a precipice, a dark, swirling abyss beneath his feet. His resolve hardens. "I'll pass if I can see the essence of the mind realm where I can't see anything?" A figure emerges from the darkness, the mysterious woman, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "Correct, Heartsuit, well, then." The young man turns, his back to the abyss, a sense of foreboding heavy in the air. "In the name of Aileen and as priestess of the god of verification," she declares, "I'll begin the sixth trial." The ground beneath him cracks, a vortex of dark water opening up. He plunges into the depths. Asterisk splash. Asterisk. A maelstrom of swirling darkness engulfs him. He falls, the world a blur of dark blue and purple. A terrifying descent into the unknown. The pressure intensifies. A gasp escapes his lips, "Yub?" He hits the water with a thud, the impact jarring. He lies there, stunned, the swirling currents tugging at him. The mysterious woman's smirk is chilling. "Are you surprised? I'm sure the pain feels real." She tightens her grip. And adds with a cruel twist, "And you'll have to hurry and find a solution. Otherwise, you'll experience drowning without water." Her eyes gleam with malicious delight. In a flash of blue light, the young man activates his serene mind authority. The ethereal chains binding him crackle and strain, "Huh?" He's fighting back. The system readout explains, due to the serene mind authority, the user will not lose peace of mind, and the restrictions of the mind will be weakened. With newfound clarity, the young man pushes through the suffocating pressure. "All right, that's much better. I can hold my breath as long as I don't panic. Just now, I thought I felt something at my fingertips." A faint blue glow emanates from his hand. "Whoa, you're really determined." A smirk plays on the young man's lips, a glint of defiance in his eyes. He's not just surviving this trial, he's adapting. The mysterious woman watches, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. Even she is impressed. A surge of purple energy crackles, the air thick with power. The young man's resilience is undeniable. The mysterious woman's secret is revealed, she almost killed him, but now, she's intrigued. His body slowly returns, a sign of his growing strength. He moves with newfound power, a blur of motion. The trial's effects are weakening. The mysterious woman's eyes widen in disbelief. He's defying the very rules of this mental landscape. Her shock turns to suspicion. Is he truly human? The young man's eyes blaze with newfound understanding. He realizes the true nature of the trial's time distortion. A revelation dawns. The passage of time within the trial is vastly different from the outside world.
This is dangerous. If I use most of the time I have left in these 7 days, then I might die from the trial failure penalty. He plummets through a vortex of swirling energy, a desperate gamble to escape the trial's deadly grip. His eyes blaze with inner fire, a surge of determination as he focuses on regaining control. He channels his inner strength, activating the serene mind technique, a desperate attempt to regain his bodily awareness, and with it, his skills. The Flame Dragon Eye skill ignites, a fiery eruption of power, a desperate bid for survival. He breaks through the distortion, a vision of crimson chaos unfolds before him. I can see it. This is. A torrent of blood erupts, a terrifying spectacle, a horrifying glimpse into the trial's true nature. He stands defiant amidst the crimson maelstrom, empowered, yet horrified by the revelation. An ocean of blood. No way. The young man's eyes widen, a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror flooding his features. His mind reels. Why is the mind realm suddenly visible? A surge of power erupts. The young man unleashes a blinding energy, wings of pure light erupting from his back. The air crackles with raw power. A silent scream of awe and terror. The mysterious woman watches, a predatory gleam in her eyes. I have something to ask you, she hisses, are you human? Why are there wings of steel on your back? The young man activates his authority, wings of steel. The power surges, a breathtaking display of might. A colossal, ethereal wing sweeps across the panel, a vortex of energy and light, leaving a trail of shimmering destruction in its wake. Through the Flame Dragon Eye, he sought his mind realm, twisted and ominous. A chilling vision, the true nature of the trial revealed. The crimson landscape stretches before him, a world of fractured rock and fiery streaks across the sky. A terrifying panorama. Wings of steel deploy. The young man soars, a celestial silhouette against a crimson sky, the ground far below. A breathtaking display of power. His eyes, burning with the intensity of the flame dragon, pierce the very fabric of reality. A surge of energy, a violent crackle, the very air itself seems to tear apart. From the depths of his mind, a power erupts. A blinding flash. A sword of pure energy materializes in his hand. The clash of steel echoes across dimensions. A devastating blow. The force of the strike sends shockwaves through the very ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He stands defiant, a warrior reborn. His eyes, now blazing with an unearthly light, reflect the chaos he has unleashed. A question hangs heavy in the air, did I do this? The mysterious woman observes, her expression unreadable. Who else, if not you, she whispers, a chilling challenge. The young man, still reeling from his awakening, questions the nature of faith. But does that really prove faith? I don't get how it's related. His confusion is palpable. The mysterious woman, her eyes sharp and assessing, offers a cryptic answer. Proof of faith is the path of acknowledging the self. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. A profound statement that leaves the young man pondering the depths of his own beliefs. He's never truly considered what he believes in, or even what he thinks about very well. The goal of his trial was to face this very question. A spectral mirror appears, reflecting the young man's image. He sees himself, but something feels different. A subtle shift in his posture, a newfound intensity in his gaze. The reflection solidifies, revealing a powerful, almost godlike figure. This is the true potential he's unlocked, forged through the process of believing, thinking, and acting. The mysterious woman observes, her expression unreadable. Without losing your humanity. She reads his mind, understanding his newfound power. That's what I read from your mind. What do you think? Pretty straightforward, huh? But she adds a final, unexpected twist. Being true to your own desires is sometimes the right path to take. With a final flourish, the young man prepares to leave. He's changed, empowered, and ready to face whatever comes next. A powerful burst of light erupts as he steps through a gateway, leaving the mysterious woman behind. Goodbye, explorer. The seventh trial,
a desolate bridge stretches across an abyss of shattered stars. He walks alone, a lone figure in crimson against the purple twilight. A surge of energy, a blinding white light explodes from the depths, shaking the very foundations of this broken world. His eyes blaze with newfound power, a cosmic energy pulses within, a testament to his resilience. He stands triumphant, a silhouette against the cosmic storm. No one has ever passed the seventh trial, until now. The mysterious woman appears, a smirk playing on her lips. Impressive, she whispers, her eyes gleaming with an unnerving intensity. A wave of power erupts from him, shattering the remnants of the bridge, a testament to his newly acquired might. The god of verification takes notice. Challenger Han Sunjiyun's existence has been detected. A wave of power surges, a vortex of purple energy, a violent cough echoes through the void. Han Sungyun, eyes blazing, struggles against an unseen force, his body racked with pain. He grits his teeth, a single word escaping his lips, no. It's different. A colossal cobra, eyes burning like embers, materializes before him, its gaze, a force of nature. The serpent's presence is overwhelming. As if I came across an absolute being that I cannot resist. His body, succumbing to the serpent's power, gives up on survival. All he did was receive its gaze, a chilling realization dawns. The weight of the encounter settles. So this is what a god is. I won't do it. A raw, visceral scream rips through the silence, the face of Han Sungyun, contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. His eyes dart around wildly, reflecting the chaos within. A shattered photograph lies on the floor, a testament to a life lost. Tears stream down his face, a mixture of anguish and defiance, yet, a terrifying grin spreads across his lips. He rises, eyes blazing with a newfound intensity, a weapon materializes in his hand, glowing with an ethereal light. The power surges through him, a wave of raw energy. Any more, he roars, his voice echoing with the fury of a cornered beast. With a guttural cry, RGH, he slams his weapon down, the impact sends tremors through the very ground itself. A system notification flashes, skill Ashen Blood has been activated. All categories of pain inflicted on the user are reduced by 17%. His defiance burns brighter than ever before. I won't do stupid things like getting stepped on helplessly. A primal scream escapes his lips, a testament to his unwavering resolve, his eyes, burning with an icy fire. A final declaration of intent. Any ordeal has a way to break through. A crimson blade flashes, a blur of motion, the air crackles with dark energy. Han Sungyun, eyes blazing with furious determination, stands amidst the swirling chaos. His Ashen Blood skill empowers him, revealing the structure of this nightmarish tower, layer upon layer of trials. His jaw clenched, sweat dripping, Sungyun grits his teeth. The strain is immense. But even a sliver of hope fuels his relentless advance. But if there's even a slight chance, even if it's just 1 centimeter closer, I'll cut it. With a roar, he unleashes a devastating blow. His blade, a streak of incandescent blue, tears through the oppressive darkness. The impact reverberates. A shockwave of pure energy erupts. A mere god. A blinding flash of light erupts. Pure energy, raw power, a cosmic torrent unleashed. A searing blue blade cleaves through the void, leaving a trail of shimmering destruction in its wake. The very fabric of reality seems to tear under its might. Twin bolts of energy, sharp as shards of glass, pierce the darkness, a silent scream of power. Han Sungyun gasps, his face contorted in pain. Ah, this sucks, my consciousness. He stands, back to us, a crimson coat billowing behind him. A magnificent sword rests in his hand, pulsing with an otherworldly glow. A god of verification has taken notice. The god of verification will remember challenger Han Sunjiyun's existence. A faint question escapes his lips. Ha! The void collapses, imploding into nothingness, leaving only silence. Han Sungyun sits alone, the remnants of a shattered bridge crumbling around him, a testament to the trial he just endured. His breath hitches, a single word escaping his lips, the god of verification. The sheer disbelief etched on his face, a moment of profound revelation. Things like gods really exist. A mystical mirror, wreathed in dark tendrils, appears before him, radiating an otherworldly energy. Cautiously, Sun Yun approaches the enigmatic artifact. This is... A spectral figure emerges from the mirror's depths, a mirror image of Sun Yun, but older, more refined, a glimpse into a potential future. A silent exchange, fingers touch across the ethereal divide. Empowered, Sun Ji-yoon's eyes blaze with newfound resolve, a transformation is complete. The process begins. Verification of the mind is beginning. The assimilation of his future self accelerates, slowly but surely. Han Sun Yun is falling. A gaping maw of teeth and shadow consumes him. A verification trial begins. The words "verify that your beliefs won't change, even in the future" flash before his eyes. Sun Ji-yoon's expression hardens. He plummets into an abyss, a stained glass window shattering around him. "Whoa," he cries out, the wind whipping past. A desperate question echoes in the darkness, "Where is it?" Below, a figure with vibrant blue hair watches him fall. Sun Ji-yoon's eyes widen. He spots something, a flash of red in the distance. "Johan from Gate 1. My mirror," whispers the blue-haired figure, his voice laced with a mix of fear and awe as the scene explodes in a burst of energy. A figure emerges, bathed in an ethereal light. Han Sun Yun, but somehow different. He stumbles, disoriented, a look of pure confusion etched across his face. His eyes, wide with disbelief, scanning his surroundings. This place is, he thinks, a tremor in his voice. A bustling city street, snow falling softly. Christmas in Korea. But something is wrong. Very wrong. A crimson streak flashes across the sky. It's him. A duplicate, falling from the heavens. The future me from earlier. "How do I get back?" he cries out in desperation. A flash of steel. A crimson blade slices through the air, leaving a trail of blood. Sun Ji-yoon's eyes widen in horror as he witnesses his own reflection, seemingly attacking himself from the future. The impossible is happening. Johan watches, his face a mask of apprehension. Wait, what is he trying to do? He wonders, fear creeping into his voice. A wave of crimson energy erupts. A deafening roar, screams, coughs, chaos reigns. The impact sends a shockwave through the city, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Chaos reigns. A cataclysmic energy explodes outwards. Sun Yun recoils, eyes wide with disbelief and terror. You crazy," he screams, his voice raw with fear. A chilling message appears, the assimilation rate between Sun Yun and his mirror self increases by 10%. A wave of pain washes over him. Arg. He stumbles, his body racked with agony. The red of his coat contrasts sharply with the encroaching darkness. A searing pain rips through his chest. My chest, it feels like it's being torn into pieces. The source of his torment is revealed, a maelstrom of conflicting emotions, guilt, madness, and rage, consume him. And then, a chilling realization dawns. A voice cuts through the turmoil, "It's you, right?" A shadowy figure emerges from the darkness, eyes burning with malevolence. The one who took my mirror. With a final, desperate surge of power, Sun Yun is consumed by a vortex of dark energy. A wave of dark energy crashes over Sun Yun. His body contorts, screaming in agony as the power surges through him. A vortex of crimson energy consuming him whole. The air crackles with raw power. Sun Ji-yoon's face is a mask of pure, agonizing rage as the dark energy binds him, twisting his features into a grotesque parody of his former self. Arg. Johan lunges, a desperate attempt to break through the suffocating darkness, but his attack is deflected by a force far beyond his comprehension. The impact sends a shockwave. Leaving him reeling as Sun Ji-yoon's mirror image emerges, eyes burning with malevolent power. Mirror. The crimson energy intensifies,
binding Sun Ji-yoon's face, his vision obscured. Ah, damn it. Johan's desperate thoughts echo in the chaos. In the verification of the mind, mental protection is especially important.
What am I supposed to do if serene mind is blocked? A torrent of dark energy erupts from Sun Yoon, tearing through the very fabric of reality,
leaving behind a trail of destruction as a sinister grin spreads across his face. The transformation is complete. A crimson surge erupts, a terrifying power emanating from Sun Ji-yoon's very being. His reflection, once a mere image, now seems to consume him.
The assimilation process accelerates, reaching a terrifying 20%.
The cost is clear, a horrifying mental shock. The system's stark warning flashes, Shi deviation. The consequences are immediate.
A violent cough racks Sun Ji-yoon's body, blood stains his lips as the transformation takes its toll. His eyes widen, a mixture of horror and confusion.
How? Why? The question hangs heavy in the air, a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. Why am I doing something so cruel?
A flicker of his true self fights back, a desperate denial against the monstrous act. I did obsess over strength, but there's no way I would just do that.
The system updates relentlessly, each notification a hammer blow to Sun Ji-yoon's already fractured mind.
Chi deviation status persists, and the penalties are severe. Mana circuit proficiency drops.
Again and again, each percentage point a fresh wave of agony.
Arg. His mana circuit screams in protest, overheating under the strain of the forced transformation.
My mana circuit is overheating too much. The aftermath.
Sun Yoon reels from the assimilation, his body racked with pain. A crimson aura flares around him, a terrifying testament to the power he now wields, yet barely controls. Johan watches, his face a mask of fear and helplessness. The sheer power emanating from Sun Yoon is palpable, a storm brewing within his friend. The scene shifts. A majestic gate looms, etched with ancient symbols. This is Murim, a world steeped in martial arts and ancient secrets.
A figure stands tall, radiating authority.
He commands, call the Murim Alliance leader here now. Then, at the very least, I'll spare everyone here. His gaze is cold, unwavering, a chilling premonition settles over the scene.
He is a force to be reckoned with.
A voice cuts through the tension. Recently, there's been a madman called the Sword Ghost in Murim. Seeing you like this, I feel like you really do deserve to be called the Sword Ghost. The ground trembles as figures approach, a confrontation is imminent. The air crackles with anticipation.
Lee Jin-han, leader of the Murim Alliance, steps forward. Nice to meet you. I'm the Murim Alliance's leader, Lee Jin-han. Sun Ji-yoon's eyes narrow. The question hangs heavy in the air, what is your name? A close-up on Sun Ji-yoon's face.
His eyes burn with an unsettling intensity, a storm of power and darkness. Lee Jin-han, leader of the Murim Alliance, arrives, his presence radiating power. A chilling aura surrounds him. And with a flick of his wrist, he unleashes a devastating energy blast. The ground cracks under the sheer force. The scene shifts to a brutal aftermath. Dozens of bodies litter the ground, a grim testament to Sun Ji-yoon's power. A massacre. A chilling panorama of death. Each fallen warrior a stark reminder of Sun Ji-yoon's ruthlessness. The air hangs heavy with the scent of blood. Lee Jin-han stares at the carnage, his face a mask of disbelief.
I'm dumbfounded.
His voice, though calm, carries the weight of accusation. You killed all the alliance members you said you'd spare.
Are you not ashamed? Sun Ji-yoon's response is a chilling grin, revealing sharp teeth. A predator's smile. As he casually dismisses the accusation.
Sloppy guys are just my combat resources.
Resources that don't let me get tired or hurt. They don't have any more or any less value than that. With a swift, deadly movement, Sun Yoon prepares for battle. The clash is imminent.
A crimson wave engulfs Sun Yoon, his body racked with violent spasms as the assimilation rate jumps to 30%. A guttural cough escapes his lips. A chilling prophecy unfolds before his eyes.
The mirror's reflection, a monstrous reflection of himself, whispers of a terrible curse, born from countless lives extinguished.
The scene shifts to a desolate hall, littered with the corpses of fallen warriors.
Sun Yun stands amidst the carnage, a grim victor. "I, the Pope of all the gods of Ares, will beg for your death," echoes the dying words of his defeated foe. A desperate plea for mercy. A desperate plea ignored. Sun Ji-eun's reflection in the mirror is now almost fully formed, a terrifying reflection of his own power.
"Stop now, you've already killed all the people of the king," a voice cries out, but the monster within Sun Yun is deaf to reason.
A desperate attempt to halt the unstoppable force.
A crazy monster that never loses, the words hang heavy in the air, a grim testament to Sun Ji-eun's terrifying transformation.
Lee Jinhan, lying wounded on the ground, watches in disbelief.
"No way, someone who conquered the Miram dimension coming to a smaller dimension like this," his voice barely a whisper, a testament to his shock and disbelief.
The assimilation continues, relentlessly. The rate surges to 40%, then 50%. A monstrous shadow looms over Sun Yun, a terrifying manifestation of the power he's absorbing. The transformation is complete.
And in the final panel, a horrifying visage is revealed. Sun Ji-eun's eyes glow with malevolent red light, his face contorted in a terrifying grin, tears streaming down his cheeks. "If the assimilation rate keeps increasing, the pleasure from it is no joke," he whispers, a chilling admission of the intoxicating power he now wields. A surge of energy, a blinding flash, pure power unleashed. The raw energy crackles, a furious blue tempest, it strikes with terrifying force. From the heart of the storm, a beam of light pierces the heavens, a weapon of unimaginable might. The beam strikes a colossal structure, a skyscraper piercing the stormy clouds. The impact shakes the very foundations of the city. A massive object hurtles through the air, a metallic behemoth. It plummets towards the ground with devastating speed. He stands defiant, a figure cloaked in shadow.
"Did you think you could get away after having done something as shitty as that?" The name echoes through the storm, a desperate plea. Han Sun Yun.
He stands amidst the chaos, his face etched with sorrow. A fallen comrade lies at his feet. The rain falls in sheets, mirroring the torrent of grief pouring from her eyes.
"Why did you do it?" she whispers, her voice barely audible above the storm.
The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the cold fury radiating from the figure before her.
"For what reason are you willing to kill people in order to get stronger?" Silence. A chilling silence broken only by the relentless drumming of rain. "Reason?"
He scoffs, his voice dripping with disdain.
"Why are you asking me such a useless question?" Crack.
A bolt of lightning illuminates the scene, revealing a figure consumed by raw power. His eyes gleam with manic energy. The storm rages around him, a fitting backdrop for his chilling declaration, "I'm killing others because it's good for my progress." He casually tosses a smoking object to the ground.
"You're aware that I can control lightning, right?" The ground trembles.
A surge of raw power erupts from within him, his eyes blazing with golden fury.
"Then you'd better be prepared to die. Die. You demonic bastard."
A blinding flash of golden lightning erupts from his hand, a terrifying display of power.
The very air crackles with energy.
The villain stands, a crimson figure silhouetted against a stormy sky, two swords held aloft. His words echo with chilling confidence, "Yes, even I shouldn't consider you an easy opponent, if I'm Han Sun Yun, that is." His smile is a predatory grin, a chilling contrast to the storm raging around him. Rain streaks down his face, mirroring the tears of those about to face his wrath. The villain's plan is revealed in a flash of blue light: kill him by splitting him in half.
A blinding flash of crimson energy.
Han Sun Yun is caught in the villain's attack, a searing line of power cleaves through him.
The aftermath is horrifying.
A woman watches in despair, her pleas lost in the storm. "Please. Please."
Another desperate cry pierces the air, a desperate plea for survival. The weight of the moment is crushing.
A voice cuts through the chaos, urging action: "Get it together, Han Sun Yun."
A guttural cry of pain and exertion. Han Sun-yoon fights back, his body strained to its limits. He clings to the edge of a precipice, the dark abyss yawning below. His inner monologue reveals his struggle: if I make one mistake, I'll be eaten up by this bastard's mind. Just 50% synchronization is making me feel like my mind's splitting apart. Han Sun-yoon, battered and bleeding, clings to consciousness. His mind races, he needs a solution, and fast. A chilling digital readout appears. The assimilation rate between Sun-yoon and his mirror self surges to 60%. A brutal cost. His mana circuit proficiency plummets. The villain's attack echoes a thunderous crack as Sun-jiyun's body is ravaged. The assimilation climbs to 70%. Sun-jiyun's grip on reality weakens. He can barely hold on. The mental shock is overwhelming. The lines between agony and pleasure blur. His body writhes in a horrifying paradox. A sinister chuckle escapes the villain. It feels too good. Sun-yoon sinks further into the abyss, his form dissolving into the dark pool, leaving only ripples in the inky blackness. It's you! The villain's voice echoes, a chilling whisper in the darkness. Who took my mirror, huh? The question hangs heavy, laced with barely contained rage. Ah, back then. A flashback reveals a past encounter, a moment of betrayal. The High Priest's mirror, imbued with divinity, is activated. A surge of power, a divine barrier rising. A protective shield against the encroaching corruption. But the cost is steep. Crimson tendrils erupt, a terrifying display of power. The energy surges, raw and untamed. The status abnormality, energy deviation, is undone. A wave of relief washes over the scene. The villain's grasp tightens. A crimson wave of energy erupts as he attempts to consume Sun-yoon. But within Sun-jiyun's eyes, a defiant light ignites. The High Priest's mirror's power surges within him. A deafening roar. Sun-yoon unleashes a counterattack, shattering the villain's hold with raw power. The impact sends a shockwave through the very air. Sun-yoon is thrown back, but he's still fighting. I won't let myself be swallowed. His voice echoes with unwavering resolve. The system notification appears: you have accomplished Mind of Steel. Stamina increased by 1. Above, a city is ravaged by the conflict's destructive energy. The battle's intensity is breathtaking. As another system message flashes, you have proven that your faith has not changed. The verification process concludes. The aftermath is shown, a scene of devastation and lingering energy. Sun-yoon, exhausted but alive, stares at the ruins. Is this where I was all this time, he wonders. The system's verdict is in. Han Sun-jiyun's performance exceeds expectations. The god of verification is pleased and desires a meeting. But this isn't an invitation, it's a summons. A forced summoning to the divine region. Sun-jiyun's eyes widen in shock. A forced summoning to the divine region? The sheer power of this event is palpable. The god of verification has used divine power, temporarily overriding the Tower of Trial's restrictions, silencing the watchful eyes of the administrators. The tower permits this summoning, as long as Han Sun-yoon remains safe. A blinding light engulfs him, a journey to the unknown begins. The pressure is immense. Sun-jiyun's face contorts in agony. A scream rips from his throat as he's pulled into the divine region. The ultimate test awaits. Han Sun-yoon finds himself in a breathtaking expanse of clouds and sky, a celestial realm unlike any he's ever seen. This place is. A blinding flash of light erupts, a celestial explosion of pure energy. And from its heart, a colossal figure emerges, radiating power and majesty. The god of verification has arrived. Sun-yoon plummets, the wind whipping past him as he falls, a terrifying descent into the unknown. He lands with a soft thud, his heart pounding. CHM. Who are you? Why do I feel divine power from you? The god of verification materializes before him, a breathtaking display of cosmic energy. His very presence is overwhelming. You don't need to stare at me like that.
I assume you only see me as a bundle of light anyway, but it is rather strange seeing you in front of me.
Han Sung-yoon, his brow furrowed in thought, stares into the distance. A question hangs heavy in the air. The god of verification's words echo in his mind, divinity copy. I think you call it administrator, the implications are staggering. Sun Ji-yoon's response is immediate and firm, I'm not an administrator. I'm just a challenger.
But the god of verification presses on, revealing a truth that shakes Sun Yoon to his core: you possess a divine power that is solely your own. The revelation hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. A cosmic shift, the god of verification reflects on the changes within the tower during their absence. The implications are clear: the tower's attempts to create artificial divinity copies have failed, a significant plot development. The god of verification's gaze locks onto Sun Yoon, recognition dawning. I get it.
Challenger Han Sun-yoon. You're no normal being.
Sun Ji-yoon's mind races.
He reflects on his actions, the accidental acquisition of divine power after defeating Kairan.
He makes it sound like I've done something amazing, but all I did was just kill Kairan and coincidentally obtain divine power.
The god of verification's final words are a pointed question: do you really not know the answer to that when you've extracted divine power yourself? I thought you removed even the traces of a god because you knew.
A surge of ethereal energy, a blinding light, the very fabric of reality seems to shimmer. Han Sung-yoon, eyes narrowed in thought, a subtle smirk playing on his lips.
He calmly states, I just happened to obtain it.
The god of verification materializes, a radiant figure bathed in golden light, his form crackling with divine power. An undeniable aura of authority surrounds him. The god of verification's voice booms, echoing with celestial resonance: you just happened to perfectly remove the traces of a god from the divine power I bestowed upon my followers? The god of verification continues, his tone shifting to one of revelation: you may not be aware of it, but extracting Haren's divine power was no coincidence. I can sense that there is a clear cause and effect.
Han Sun-yoon's piercing blue eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise, then curiosity. His question hangs in the air, sharp and precise: cause and effect?
The scene shifts to a vast, ethereal landscape. The god of verification, his expression now tinged with regret, speaks: the Tower of Trials has high expectations of a challenger.
Han Sun-yoon, still reeling from the revelation, presses for answers. His voice, tight with urgency, cuts through the air.
Demanding to know the truth behind his newfound power, the cause and effect of this divine gift.
The weight of the explanation hits him hard. A visceral reaction, a wave of nausea.
A glimpse into a terrifying future he never imagined. The god of verification's words hang heavy in the air: when you look into that void, the void also looks back at you.
A chilling warning.
A stark image of Han Sung-yoon consumed by a crimson abyss.
The void is always watching,
waiting for its chance to invade his mind. The god of verification, a figure of immense power, prepares to send Han Sung-yoon back. Han Sung-yoon stands amidst swirling water, a ripple effect spreading from beneath his feet.
His eyes wide, a question hangs in the air: can't we talk any longer?
The god of verification's response appears as digital text, cold and final: it's a shame, but this is where the conversation must end.
I have no choice. The tower is a difficult being to deal with for any god. If you visit the Temple of Verification later, I may be able to answer some of your questions.
A blinding light erupts as the god of verification prepares to depart,
leaving behind only a shimmering, ethereal form.
A final warning echoing in the air: do not trust the other gods, they will now consider you their enemy.
The 11th floor cleared.
Rewards granted: 70,000 points, 3,000 SP, 1,500 SP bonus, and the old mirror of verification, S.
A blue light engulfs Sun-yoon as he's sent back to the lobby. Han Sun-yoon, a figure of imposing presence, stands amidst a stark, cold environment.
A spectral blue energy crackles around his hand, mirroring the ethereal glow of the blade at his side. A chilling whisper echoes, the word God hanging heavy in the air. The very ground seems to tremble under the weight of this divine presence. A celestial being, radiating golden light, floats in the vast expanse of space. The text reveals a profound truth: the extraction of Chiron's divine power was no accident. It was a deliberate act, orchestrated by the tower itself. A chilling revelation unfolds, painting the tower as a manipulative force with a hidden agenda. The imposing structure of the tower looms large, a symbol of power and mystery. Sun Yun realizes the tower's high expectations for him, a mere challenger. A contract, a pact forged with the tower's administrators, allowed him to extract Chiron's divine power. But to what end? Three figures, powerful and enigmatic, stand before Sun Yun. Their presence speaks volumes, hinting at the tower's true intentions. Sun Ji-Yun's eyes blaze with a newfound intensity, his pupils glowing with an otherworldly light. The question hangs heavy in the air: what is the tower's ultimate goal? The answer is whispered in the darkness: administrators. Divinity copies? Divine power. The creation of something real. A shadowy figure looms, its eyes burning with an otherworldly light. A chilling warning echoes: do not trust the other gods. Han Sung-yoon, shoulders slumped, turns away, the weight of the revelation pressing down on him. Frustration boils over. I don't get it at all. This is frustrating, he mutters, his voice barely a whisper. But a spark of defiance ignites within him, a quiet resolve hardening his gaze. He clenches his jaw, a steely glint in his eyes. Even if the gods consider me their enemy, he thinks, they can't do anything to me because of the tower. System expanding. The tower's influence expands, registering Earth as an official climbing dimension. A new era dawns. With this registration comes added protection from dimensional invasions, but challengers from other dimensions will face penalties. And a new reward is unveiled: non-pioneer challengers can now earn a halo. The stakes are raised. The tower administrators appear before Han Sung-yoon. Iron-blooded monarch, one announces, we are relieved to see you again. Another adds, with a sniffle, White Crane Swordmaster. A calm, almost amused expression crosses Han Sung-yoon's face. Divinity copy. I think you call it administrator. Han Sung-yoon's eyes, pools of vibrant blue, reflect a dawning realization. A seed of doubt taking root. Can he truly trust these tower administrators? His expression shifts, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features, replaced by a grim defiance set to his jaw. This is shitty, he mutters. A surge of energy, a brilliant blue light, engulfs him. As words "you have entered the world of iron blood" flash across the screen. He stands, back to us, in a desolate, snow-covered landscape. A graveyard of swords lies behind him. A chilling wind whispers through the frozen wastes as a woman rushes towards him, concern etched on her face. Han Sung-yoon. Are you hurt? Before she can reach him, a blinding flash of blue energy cuts through the air. A sword, wielded with deadly precision, narrowly misses him. The woman gasps. Her eyes blaze with fury, a storm brewing within. The wind howls around her, mirroring the tempest in her soul. A chilling accusation hangs in the air. Han Sung-yoon, his expression hardening, realizes the horrifying truth: he's been manipulated. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, locks onto his unseen enemies. The weight of betrayal settles upon him, heavy and suffocating. A woman's voice, laced with concern, echoes in his mind. He's not alone in this fight, but the odds seem insurmountable. A cruel smile twists her lips, revealing a terrifying secret. The verification of the mind, a sinister power is at play. A crimson blur explodes across the panel, the raw power of a desperate attack. The impact. A shockwave radiates outwards, shattering the frozen ground. And another strike, a dazzling blue arc cleaving the air. Han Sung-yoon, his face a mask of grim determination, fights with a ferocity that belies his injuries. He's bleeding, but his eyes burn with unwavering resolve. He cut his own arm. The horrified whisper echoes in the air. Han Sung-yoon's ally watches in disbelief, shouting, Han Sung-yoon, get it together. You're not in your right mind right now. A chilling revelation dawns. There's a connection, a hidden link between the administrators and the mysterious tower. Crimson energy erupts from Han Sungjun's fingertips, forming a deadly rain of projectiles, a storm of dark power unleashed. His eyes, blazing with an unnatural light, reflect the intensity of his newfound power. The ground trembles beneath the force of his attack, a terrifying display of raw, untamed might. Han Sungjun struggles, his new power overwhelming him. That doesn't make sense, he mutters, a whirlwind of motion and barely contained energy surrounding him. A voice cuts through the chaos. Get a grip, Han Sungjun. The raw power surges, a crimson tide threatening to consume him. His body strains, pushing against the limits of his newfound abilities. But Sungjun's eyes narrow. Telling me to get a grip since earlier? A defiant grin spreads across his face. I totally have it fucking together right now, he roars, a surge of azure energy erupting from his blade. The raw power is channeled, refined, and focused. His posture shifts, a newfound grace replacing the earlier struggle. A nearby figure watches, eyes wide with alarm. Wait, she gasps, the sheer force of his power evident in her terror. A blinding flash of blue light. The air crackles with energy as Sungjun unleashes a devastating blow. The attack cuts through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy in its wake. If you actually put your full power into that dash. A cataclysmic blast of energy rips through the landscape. The sheer force of the attack is breathtaking, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A house is split in two, the ground cracked and scarred by the raw power unleashed. Eyes blazing with furious energy, she stands amidst the devastation, a silent testament to the might of the attack. Han Sungjun, his expression grim, stands poised, a storm brewing within him. As dozens of swords materialize around him, responding to his unspoken command. A whirlwind of steel. He launches them, a deadly volley aimed with deadly precision. Each blade a harbinger of doom, hurtling towards their target with terrifying speed. The air crackles with anticipation. The swords pierce the air, a deadly dance of steel and shadow. A blur of motion as they close in on their target. He moves with terrifying speed. Where are you going? She demands, her voice laced with barely controlled fury. Han Sungjun's eyes blaze with power, a terrifying blue light erupting from within. A surge of energy that precedes a devastating attack. The air crackles with anticipation. The unknown woman, her red cloak billowing, tries to intercept him. But it's too late. A blinding flash of light. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground, leaving the woman reeling, her sword shattered, and her face etched with disbelief. Sungjun, a blur of motion, unleashes a flurry of swords. Each strike is precise, deadly. A whirlwind of steel that cuts through the air with terrifying speed. The swords dance around him, a deadly ballet of destruction. He is a master of his new power. Han Sungjun's eyes, blazing with an icy blue light, reflect the chilling calm that has settled over him. His sanity has returned, but at what cost? Bound and dangling precariously, a desperate plea escapes his lips, "Please untie me." The unknown woman, composed and sipping tea, observes from her throne amidst the ruins of a snow-covered building. A stark contrast to the chaos that has just passed. With a chilling smile, she replies, "I will obviously untie you." But her laughter carries a sinister undertone. The teacup trembles slightly as she continues, "But I'm worried that the next time you visit, my house will evaporate." The scene shifts, revealing the source of her concern. Han Sungjun's eyes glow with an ominous red light, a stark reminder of the abyss within him. The woman's eyes widen slightly. She explains, "The you that I witnessed when you were proving you had it together, showed the remnants of the abyss that hadn't been completely removed yet, and became permanently fixed in your personality. Even with his regained sanity, a chilling truth remains, even if you've become twisted, that's another you of the future. So, your suspicion of the administrators was probably not completely fake either." The unknown woman makes a final, chilling declaration, "I'll make this clear, nobody can read the intentions of the tower. That goes for the administrators as well." With a flourish, she summons a glowing pink sword, a symbol of her power and a harbinger of the uncertain future.
Han Sun-yoon, his sanity flickering like a dying candle, questions the tower's motives.
Then does the tower expect something from me?
There's no way. The unknown woman, a figure of enigmatic power, unleashes a blinding wave of energy,
sending Sun-yoon hurtling through the air. The force of the impact reverberates through the desolate landscape. The tower looms, a monolithic testament to an ancient power, its shadow stretching across the ravaged earth.
From what I know, the tower has never shown its will to a challenger.
Sun-yoon, now free from his bonds, stands defiant before the tower, his expression a mixture of determination and apprehension. So the fact that the tower expects something special from one challenger makes no sense. But the unknown woman's piercing gaze reveals a hidden truth.
But seeing you in doubt must mean you heard something from someone, right?
Sun-yoon sits alone amidst the ruins, his admission hanging heavy in the air.
Yes.
The unknown woman's eyes glow with an unsettling intensity, a silent promise of further revelations.
The enigmatic woman's lips curl into a knowing smile. The god of verification.
She muses, her eyes gleaming with hidden knowledge. Sun-yoon, unwavering, states his allegiance. As I've said before, I, too, am subordinated to the tower.
He presses further, his curiosity burning. As I expected, is there nothing else I can learn about the tower?
The woman pours him a cup of tea.
You're enjoying the tea, she observes, a hint of amusement in her tone.
It's made from the urine of a black dragon, so drink up. It's rare. Sun-yoon's face contorts as he takes a sip. The taste is unexpected. He recalls another revelation from the god of verification, a chilling piece of information. The woman's words hang heavy in the air. Administrators are beings who earn divinity copies through a contract with the tower. She remains cryptic, her gaze intense. Divinity copies.
I can't tell you about that right now. But if it's you, even if you don't want to know, you'll find out. Quite soon hereafter, that is.
The conversation shifts, a new question posed. Then I have one last thing to ask you.
Sun-yoon's curiosity piqued, he inquires, what is it?
Yes. The White Crane Swordmaster's words echo, revealing a profound truth about earnest wishes and the power granted by the administrators. A power available to those who sign contracts with the tower's disciples. Sun-yoon, his eyes narrowed in thought, questions the woman's knowledge of his deepest desires. A subtle shift in her expression hints at a hidden agenda. Fear. A chilling admission from the woman, a stark contrast to her previous composure.
Leaving Sun-yoon utterly perplexed.
The woman's gaze pierces Sun-yoon, her words cutting through his uncertainty. You are currently underestimating yourself, she states, a hint of knowing amusement in her tone. And then, a revelation, and I saw how you were excessively obsessed with your growth.
The woman's eyes gleam with an unsettling intensity as she reveals her prediction. Sun-yoon, driven by his ambition, will inevitably seek the earnest wish trial.
Sun-yoon confesses, I have no choice but to do so, because I have no talent. His eyes, sharp and intense, reflect a deep-seated frustration. A simmering anger barely contained beneath a veneer of forced compliance. But the woman's gaze pierces through his self-doubt. I don't know what you think talent is, but soon, you'll learn just how much you're underestimating yourself.
A dramatic shift in tone. The mystery deepens.
That's because, the 12th floor trial. A surge of energy, a brilliant blue light erupts, engulfing Sun-yoon as he sits in a stark, white-tiled chamber.
The power is palpable. The revelation unfolds, talent.
The attainment of which you cannot change, the gift given by the sky, are separated into 3 aptitudes in the world of hunters.
Skill acquisition, stat increase, trait enlightenment. 3 paths to power, laid bare before him. A majestic, ethereal dragon looms in the background, its presence both awe-inspiring and ominous. These are called the hunter's 3 gifts. Sun-yoon's despair is evident. I wasn't born with any of those.
I couldn't gain a skill, my abilities didn't increase, and I couldn't even enlighten a unique trait. Han Sun-yoon, defeated, kneels amidst broken effigies. A single, simple sword lies discarded nearby. The harsh truth revealed, he lacks the hunter's 3 gifts. A cruel twist of fate for one who aspires to greatness. The iron-blooded monarch's assessment, mistaken. The sword, a symbol of potential, remains. A stark reminder of what could have been. Had he possessed innate talent, his path would have been far different. A life of renown, perhaps even without the tower. The unknown woman's piercing gaze holds a hidden truth. Soon, you'll learn just how much you're underestimating yourself. The 12th floor trial, a battle against a mirrored self. A confrontation not of strength, but of self-awareness. The trial's true nature is unveiled, a fight against a reproduced version of himself. A test of inner strength and resilience. Sun Ji-yoon's resolve shifts. A sigh escapes his lips. What's the use of thinking more about it? He chooses to focus on the present. He sees this trial as an opportunity. A chance to objectively assess his skills and improve his fighting prowess. The path to self-mastery begins. Behold! The skill proficiency increasing potion. A special concoction crafted by the tower itself, designed to boost the skills of the gifted. During the Namgung Hyuk situation, this is one of the rewards I received from the Japanese government, he explains, holding up the shimmering bottle. The skill proficiency increasing potion. 3 potent potions, gleaming under the light. Catherine's generosity adds to his bounty. He drinks. A surge of energy courses through him, the system interface activates. The choice is clear: magic management. A fundamental skill, the foundation upon which all others are built. And with a final selection, his power is amplified. The upgrade is complete. A visual representation of his enhanced magic management skill pulses with light. A 10% increase across the board. The rewards from the 10th floor trial continue to pay off. And there's more to come. The spoils of the 11th floor await. The old mirror of verification, a relic only accessible to those who've passed the god of verification's trials. Its surface shimmering with arcane energy, awaits Sun Ji-yoon's touch. As magic flows into the mirror, the exclusive effect, remaining thoughts, activates. A surge of power. But the acquisition of the skill within is completely random. Sun Yoon stares into the mirror, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension etched on his face. He knew the risks. But the potential rewards were too great to ignore. As I thought. The old mirror's power surges, and a new skill is chosen for him by fate itself. The skill fighting concentration, a plus, a transcendental focus enhancing his battle prowess, is his reward. The raw power of remaining thoughts is channeled, enhancing the skill's proficiency by 11%. With the upgrade complete, Sun Ji-yoon's fighting capabilities reach a new peak. The power is palpable. A smirk plays on Han Sun Ji-yoon's lips as he examines the glowing interface. The results are in. The 12th floor trial begins. The objective: surpass your limits within 48 hours, failure means death. The stakes are clear: defeat a duplicate of yourself, or face oblivion. The reward? The Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown, A+. Sun Yoon steps into the ancient palace, a chilling aura hangs heavy in the air. Ancient pillars crumble as dark energy surges. A guardian, summoned by the god of darkness, rises to meet him. The god of darkness has sensed an intruder, and the battle for survival begins. The challenge is laid bare: understand yourself, truly understand yourself. Sun Ji-yoon's eyes blaze with determination. A copy of the Vampire Council tailcoat, A, materializes. The trial unfolds, revealing a chilling truth: the darkness's power extends beyond mere replication. A spectral figure, a mirror image of Sun Ji-yoon's opponent, emerges, her eyes burning with cold knowledge. And the horrifying implication hangs heavy in the air: this copy knows Sun Ji-yoon's every strategy. Sun Ji-yoon's adversary materializes before him, eyes blazing with crimson fire, a terrifying reflection of his own potential. A stark warning echoes: underestimating one's own abilities can be fatal. As Sun Yoon prepares for battle, drawing his blade with a swift, decisive motion. Yes, let's confirm.
A clash of steel. The fight begins, a blur of motion and flashing blades. The god of darkness, sensing an intruder in the ancient palace, begins to forge a guardian fighter, a powerful entity designed to eliminate the threat. The intruder, however, is about to receive a chilling revelation. A copy of Vampire Council Tailcoat, CA1, materializes before him. A command echoes in his mind: eliminate the other version of himself, the one created by the god of darkness, a dark reflection of his own being. His eyes widen, a mixture of shock and disbelief. God of darkness? Why do I keep getting involved with these gods? The weight of his situation settles upon him, a heavy realization dawns. My clone, or should I say, my replica? He studies his reflection, a chilling similarity striking him. But, it really is eerily similar. Drawing upon the advice of the iron-blooded monarch and the information gleaned from his question voucher, he discovers a crucial limitation: his replica can only copy one item at a time. He stands tall, a grim determination etched on his face. The stage is set, the conflict unavoidable. The Vampire Council Tailcoat, a defensive item, it seems. He moves with lethal grace, a blur of motion as his blade sings through the air. A perfect opportunity to test his clone's limits. Instant acceleration and wind's grace activated. All speeds increased by 70%. He confirms his strategy, a grim smile playing on his lips. Let's begin. The ground cracks under the force of his strike. A shockwave radiates outwards. Fighting concentration activated. His concentration is doubled. Time itself seems to slow around him, a chilling effect of his enhanced focus. He plummets, a crimson streak against the stark gray architecture, but his movements are precise, calculated. A dance of death, a whirlwind of motion. He confirms the effectiveness of fighting concentration. A predatory grin stretches across his face, eyes blazing with fierce determination. As he activates burning sword intent, a searing blue energy erupts, a pillar of raw power that cleaves the very air. The energy surges, a breathtaking display of might, culminating in a blinding flash. The sheer force is almost palpable. The ground trembles, a crimson glow marks the impact zone. And from the dust, a figure emerges, wielding a blade of incandescent crimson. The iron-blooded sword. He observes his handiwork, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Well, that was obvious. His next move is equally predictable. The counter shield. A crimson energy coalesces, forming a protective barrier. The protagonist's eyes, blazing with intensity, reflect the truth of his statement: his clone's actions are completely deterministic. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, a subtle reaction to something unexpected. A crimson glow erupts, coalescing into a blazing sword of pure energy. The air crackles with raw power. The energy intensifies, a maelstrom of destructive potential, a terrifying display of force. The protagonist's clone stands defiant, now wielding two crimson blades, a mirror image of his creator's power. The clash is imminent. His clone's adaptation is complete. Counter shield has been transformed into a weapon, a testament to its adaptability. The protagonist's clone stands before a grand, imposing palace, the air thick with anticipation. The final test begins. He observes his clone's mastery of dual wielding, a technique even he, the original, has never perfected. Transforming the counter shield into a weapon? A risky maneuver. The energy surges, a shield morphs into a crimson blade. His eyes narrow, a flicker of disbelief. He's been thinking about dual wielding, but putting it into practice with his life on the line? The protagonist's clone, a whirlwind of motion. He can't believe what he's seeing. A blur of crimson, two blades dance in a deadly ballet. The impact echoes. Does he think this is practice? The clone's movements are too precise, too deadly. A clash of steel, sparks fly as the blades collide, a whirlwind of attacks. The fight intensifies, a flurry of blows, a desperate struggle for survival. A fierce clash of steel. The air crackles with energy as the battle intensifies. The clone, a whirlwind of motion, effortlessly deflects each blow. "It's slight, but I think I'm losing when it comes to pure skill," he admits, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. With a blur of motion, the clone transforms his counter shield into a deadly weapon. A crimson blade extends, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. The impact. A shockwave erupts as the two blades collide, sending tremors through the very ground itself. The protagonist watches, his eyes wide with disbelief. "How?" he gasps, stunned by his clone's unexpected power. His clone's movements are a blur, a dance of death, a terrifying display of skill and precision. A single thought crosses the protagonist's mind. Perhaps, is it indomitable will? The skill description appears, detailing its effects: increased physical abilities and concentration when facing stronger opponents. A 27% proficiency is displayed. "I hold dominance when it comes to items right now, so indomitable will, which I absorbed from Lucilian, activated for him." The protagonist realizes the source of his clone's newfound strength. The final clash. Crimson and cyan energy collide in a blinding explosion of light and power. The protagonist's mind races, analyzing the data. His clone's physical abilities surpass his own. A detailed analysis of the fighting concentration's skill is revealed. A transcendental concentration that pushes the user to their limits. And can randomly increase concentration, but overuse leads to a proportional rebound. The protagonist's eyes widen in realization. If his clone maxed out fighting concentration, it all makes sense. But a new concern emerges. The clone's exceptional swordsmanship is the real problem. The clone, a whirlwind of motion, wields dual blades with terrifying skill. A blur of crimson steel. The blades dance, a deadly ballet of precision and power. It's being formed through the double swords. A clash of steel. Sparks fly as the clone's attack connects, but it's undeniably his unique style. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of energy tearing through the air. The fight continues. The protagonist's clone, a whirlwind of motion, sends a shockwave through the very stone of the battlefield. His dual blades dance in a blur. There's no doubt about it. The raw power on display is breathtaking. The clash of steel echoes as the clone faces his opponent. Blue Heaven Sword Dragon. The name whispers on the wind, a legend made real. A figure watches from afar, eyes wide with recognition. It's Nam Gong-hyuk's swordsmanship. The style is unmistakable. The clone stands defiant, a master of his craft, two gleaming blades held aloft. His red coat billows around him, a symbol of his power. Memories flash before the observer's eyes. I've only met him once, but I can still clearly remember it. The encounter left an indelible mark. The scene shifts, a fiery trail blazing across the sky, a testament to the devastating power unleashed. The terrifying godliness that helped me understand his arrogance and looking down on skills. It wasn't mere skill or power, but pure technique. A single flame flickers, growing into a pillar of incandescent light. Those techniques made me wonder if, as Nam Gong-hyuk said, they could surpass skills as a whole. The clone stands amidst a desolate landscape, a powerful aura emanating from him. His crimson coat billows slightly in an unseen wind, a testament to his newfound strength. But the observer's gaze, sharp and intense, pierces through the clone's outward confidence. A knowing smirk plays on his lips. The truth is revealed: the clone's mastery of Nam Gong-hyuk's swordsmanship is far greater than anticipated. This is the true talent the iron-blooded monarch spoke of. A potential that even the clone himself underestimated. He turns his back, a figure of quiet power. Suddenly, a warning blares. A powerful opponent has appeared, testing the clone's limits. The system activates indomitable will. And the clone responds with a burst of speed, his blade a blur as he launches into a furious counterattack. The clash of steel echoes through the desolate arena. Despite the odds, a flicker of doubt crosses the clone's face. Is this all he can do? The observer watches, his eyes narrowed.
He questions the clone's growth, the extent of his potential. A silent assessment of the battle unfolding before him. The clone's rage intensifies. The system activates fighting concentration, amplifying the clone's focus tenfold. His senses sharpen, his movements become even more precise. The protagonist's clone stands defiant, a storm brewing in his eyes. His power crackles with barely contained energy. A blinding flash. A surge of raw power explodes from him as he unleashes a devastating attack. The air itself vibrates with the force of the blow. His opponent is sent reeling, barely managing to deflect the assault, a desperate struggle for survival. But the clone presses his advantage, relentless in his pursuit. The clash of steel echoes through the chamber, a whirlwind of motion and power. He stumbles, a grunt escaping his lips. Ugh! The clone's opponent is stunned. How is this the same level as me? His disbelief is palpable. He's a total monster. With a final surge of will, the clone's concentration intensifies. Kiik! His power explodes outward, amplified 15-fold. The ground trembles beneath the clone's might, a surge of energy radiates from his very being. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of crimson and shadow, his opponent barely registers his approach. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, a devastating blow is about to land. The impact reverberates through the very structure of the arena, dust and debris fill the air. Power wings of steel activated. Flying at maximum speed. He's a streak of light, a phantom cutting through the chaos, leaving only a trail of blue energy in his wake. User's concentration increased by 17x. His eyes blaze with unwavering focus, a predator locking onto its prey. Got you! The clone lands, victorious, the ground cracks beneath his feet, a testament to his overwhelming power. A final, explosive burst of energy, the fight is over. The clone, a whirlwind of motion, sends his opponent sprawling with a devastating blow. A fleshy, pulsating mass is hurled across the shattered cityscape. The impact echoing through the ruins. A blinding flash of energy erupts as the attack connects. A guttural sound escapes the opponent's lips, cook. His vision blurs, his body racked with pain. His world dissolving into darkness. My vision, he gasps, his strength failing. With impossible speed, the clone unleashes a devastating kick, shattering the ground beneath his foe. A crimson wave of energy surging from the impact. He grips his newly acquired blade, its power thrumming in his hand. A brilliant light explodes from the blade, a beacon of raw power in the desolate landscape. The clone's eyes blazing with determination. The final blow is imminent. With a roar, the clone cuts down his opponent, a crimson slash cleaving through the air. A beam of pure energy erupting from the blade, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Victory is his. Plummeting through the void, a figure screams silently, a desperate gasp escapes his lips as he realizes his fate. I'm going to die. The words echo in his mind, a chilling premonition, but even as death looms, a flicker of defiance ignites within him. A blinding flash engulfs him, an explosion of raw power, a supernova of energy. From the heart of the cataclysm, a new form emerges. He rises, stronger than before, his very being transformed. With newfound clarity, he confronts his foes, a whirlwind of motion, a dance of death. His blade sings a song of destruction, each strike precise, each blow devastating. The battle is over before it truly begins. His opponent collapses, defeated, a look of utter disbelief etched on his face. A wave of exhaustion washes over him. I feel like shit. The clone stands amidst the ruins of battle, his breath ragged. I really almost died, he gasps, the weight of his near-death experience heavy in the air. His opponent, a figure of immense power, unleashes a torrent of scorn. Fuck you, a mere duplicate. But the clone's eyes burn with a fierce, crimson light, a terrifying grin splitting his face. The fury of a cornered beast. Dares to keep fucking around, he snarls, a surge of power coursing through him. A digital interface flashes into existence, revealing a critical system update. You have entered a concentration state that surpasses limits. As a side effect, you will experience a large mental recoil. A furious descent. The ground rushes up to meet him. A blinding flash of light erupts as he impacts. He grips the glowing blade, its power coursing through him. A surge of energy, a symphony of destruction. The impact sends a shockwave, shattering the very earth, leaving only a crater of devastation. From the dust and debris, a hand emerges. And with it, a power reborn. He rises, his eyes blazing with newfound might. A crimson shockwave erupts. The force of the impact is devastating. The ground cracks under the sheer power unleashed. Crimson energy lances pierce the earth, leaving trails of destruction in their wake. He staggers, a wound burning across his shoulder. But his eyes burn with a fierce, newfound intensity. Another explosion of power. His adversary watches, a cruel smile twisting his lips. How does it taste? He rises, a dark, ethereal energy swirling around him like a shroud. A new power, a new strength. He grips his blade, its energy humming with power, and unleashes a blinding wave of energy. The very air crackles with power. The clash of titans. Two figures, cloaked in crimson, collide in a blinding flash, leaving only a crater of destruction in their wake. He stands, wounded but defiant. Bastard, you're stupidly strong, really. The words hang in the air, a grudging admission from a defeated foe. A triumphant grin spreads across his face, eyes blazing with crimson power. He is wounded, yes, but his defiance burns brighter than ever. A swirling vortex of icy blue energy materializes before her, a spectacle of raw power. A dark liquid spills from a delicate teacup, a stark contrast to the ethereal blue energy. So this has happened again. The sound of shattering porcelain echoes through the room. How awkward. Her expression shifts, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Ha! She can't openly help, but the sight of such overwhelming power, she can't just watch this unfold. A sly smile plays on her lips. She's worried about how the tower will react. The mysterious woman recoils, a ripple of shock spreading through her as a powerful energy erupts around her. The admin's message is blocked, a sinister smile twisting the woman's lips as she anticipates the coming confrontation. With a chilling calmness, she prepares, a subtle shift in her demeanor hinting at a hidden agenda. Please excuse me for wanting to serve at least a cup of tea to my contractor. Han Sung-yoon, the challenger, senses a shift in the air, a palpable tension hangs heavy as he prepares for the next move. His hand becomes a blur as he draws his blade, and in the next instant, he strikes with brutal efficiency. A clash of steel echoes through the desolate arena, sparks fly as the two combatants engage in a furious exchange of blows. The impact of each strike sends shockwaves through the ground, the fight is a whirlwind of motion and power. Han Sung-yoon grits his teeth, a fierce determination etched on his face. Ah, fuck, how dangerous in the middle of battle. A guttural roar erupts from the main character's body. His eyes blaze with furious energy as he screams, "Stop interfering with this body." The command echoes, a raw, untamed power surging within him. His body contorts, a dark, viscous substance erupting from his form. Ack! Again, he cries out in pain and disbelief. The mysterious woman's face is a mask of annoyance. I thought I was done with that annoying future me after the previous trial. I'm so annoyed. With a surge of dark energy, he throws back his head and lets out another furious roar. The ground trembles beneath the force of his rage. The dark energy coalesces into a swirling vortex, a terrifying display of power. His expression hardens. I fought for you because you were about to die, but you're not even thankful. A chilling smile spreads across the mysterious woman's face. You bastard! Why don't you leave my body right now? You piece of shit! The main character unleashes another wave of dark energy, a desperate attempt to reclaim control.
His eyes blaze with furious energy, a storm brewing within. "I don't know," he snarls, the words a barely controlled growl. The mysterious woman's voice echoes, laced with a chilling amusement. "You trained for so long, and even up to the 12th floor of this tower." A cruel smile spreads across the main character's face, a chilling contrast to his previous rage. His eyes glow with a malevolent red. The taunts sting, each word a poisoned dart. "You can't even look at yourself properly. You pathetic bastard." The contempt is palpable. His teeth grind, a low growl rumbling in his chest. The fury threatens to consume him completely. A defiant roar erupts. "So what?" He explodes with dark energy, a raw, untamed power. A brutal clash. His fist connects with the mysterious woman's, a shockwave of dark energy ripping through the air. The battle is joined. The struggle intensifies. A crimson wave surges around them, two figures locked in a desperate, chaotic dance of power. He unleashes another wave of dark energy, a desperate attempt to break free, two fingers raised, a symbol of defiance against his captor. The dark energy surges, pushing back against the mysterious woman's control, a desperate fight for dominance. The mysterious woman, a chilling smile playing on her lips, surveys the scene. Crimson energy surges around her, a stark contrast to the darkness that consumes the battlefield. "Where are you going, you bastard?" The main character unleashes another wave of dark energy, a furious barrage of attacks. Each blast is met with effortless resistance. "Frustrating bastard." The mysterious woman's voice drips with contempt, her amusement palpable. She's toying with him, pushing him to his limits. "Should I teach you something?" Her eyes gleam with a cruel intelligence. The main character's rage intensifies, but he's trapped in a cycle of futile attacks. "If you don't let go of the habit of fully relying on your skills, you can't use the real techniques." Her words cut deeper than any blade. The main character's frustration is almost tangible. "Got that, you idiot?" She delivers a final, cutting remark. The main character's body trembles, his resolve wavering. "You should just stay down for the rest of your life and watch." The mysterious woman turns, her back to him, a picture of cold indifference. "I'll control this body from now on." Her voice echoes, a chilling declaration of dominance. The main character is helpless, his body a puppet on strings. Pathetic. The final word hangs in the air, a testament to the main character's utter defeat. He's trapped, his own body betraying him. A gleaming blade, etched with ancient runes, rests in a bloodied hand. The weight of the world seems to press down on him. A digital interface flickers to life, displaying a message. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch has sent an item. Intrigue fills the air. The description reads, "Product of Black Dragon, be a potion manufactured after specially processing a black dragon's fluids. Upon consumption, your mental power and immunity increase, and your mind clears up." Hope flickers in his eyes. A surge of power, a visceral reaction. His eyes widen, reflecting the inner turmoil. A crimson wave erupts from within, a raw display of untamed energy. The struggle intensifies. He grits his teeth, veins bulging as he fights back against the overwhelming force. His resolve is tested. With a final, desperate lunge, he slams his fist against the interface. "This bastard," again, he growls. He grabs the potion, his hand trembling slightly. The moment of truth. With a desperate gulp, he downs the potion. The effects are immediate. Clash. Steel screams against steel as the two figures collide in a whirlwind of motion. A crimson blur streaks across the battlefield, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The impact. A deafening roar as bone shatters and flesh tears. A primal scream of agony rips through the air. His body buckles under the force of the blow, the very air around him crackles with energy. A raw, untamed power erupts from within. With renewed ferocity, he rises to meet his opponent. A crimson blade dances, a deadly ballet of destruction. His eyes burn with a cold fire, a chilling determination etched upon his face.
A cruel laugh echoes across the battlefield, the enemy rebels in the chaos he has unleashed. A figure emerges, cloaked in shadow and wielding a blade of ethereal blue light. The air crackles with raw power. While elsewhere, a battle rages. The words echo in the mind, while the other me was fighting. A face, bruised but resolute, speaks volumes. I definitely felt it. The weight of the fight, the near-death experience. A profound realization dawns. The feeling of letting go of my tendency to rely on my skills. A shift in perspective, a new path. A spark ignites. If the replica can do it, the determination hardens into steel. So can I. The words are a roar, a defiant challenge to fate itself. The grip tightens on the ancient blade. A surge of energy, a blinding flash. User's concentration increased by 20x. The power unleashed is breathtaking. A transformation unfolds. A torrent of light engulfs the warrior. The acceleration of my thinking, and my lunacy's ego rising up again. A terrifying power, a terrifying resolve. A final form revealed. A ferocious grin, eyes blazing with newfound power. The battle is far from over. A sinister grin spreads across his face, the acceleration of his intact thinking, he can finally feel it. With a blur of motion, he unleashes a devastating blow. The impact sends a shockwave. And he follows through with a swift, precise strike. He needs to throw away all reliance on the skills he's collected until now. To empty everything and adapt. He must transcend his limitations. He lunges forward, a crimson blur against the purple twilight. Get rid of common sense. Due to independent enlightenment, his proficiency in magic management increases by 10%. His eyes blaze with newfound power. He has acquired the achievement of enlightenment. His stamina increases by 1. He pushes further. And finally, he empties himself of all imagery altogether. The final step. He has acquired the achievement of trance. His mana increases by 4. The transformation is complete. The system notification flashes across the screen, Indomitable Will, deactivated. His eyes, burning with an eerie blue light, reflect the immense power he now commands. A surge of raw energy courses through his veins. He leaps into action, a blur of motion. A blur of motion. He explodes into action, a crimson streak against the purple-hued ruins. His blade a flash of icy blue, cleaving through stone with effortless power. The impact sends a shockwave. A devastating display of skill as he clashes with his opponent. Energy crackles in the air. Being able to have those overwhelming sword skills of Namgon Hyuk at my fingertips, a grim satisfaction crosses his face. But a flicker of uncertainty follows. Sure feels strange, he mutters, a hint of unease in his voice. He spins, a whirlwind of motion, his blade tracing elegant arcs of pure energy. The fastest speed using wind's grace and instant acceleration. His eyes blaze with newfound power. A foot falls, shattering the ground. And with a final, explosive burst of speed, he delivers a finishing blow. A crimson flash erupts from the heart of the battlefield. The air crackles with raw power. As the main character unleashes a devastating attack, his movements a blur of motion. The very ground trembles beneath the force of his strike. His blade sings a deadly song, a symphony of destruction. The impact echoes across the desolate landscape, leaving only shattered remnants in its wake. The sheer power is breathtaking. He moves with impossible speed, a phantom dancing through the chaos. His opponent is left reeling. His eyes blazing with newfound mastery. The intensity is palpable. A desperate counterattack. But the main character anticipates every move, deflecting the blow with effortless grace. It's gradually becoming clearer now as the fight with this replica goes on. Now that I'm looking at him, I'm not considering his skills, but his technique, he observes, his mind racing. The battle is a crucible, forging his understanding. I'm starting to understand the principle of the technique itself. Not to mention, at unimaginable speed. The revelation dawns upon him. Clash. A blinding flash of light erupts as steel meets steel, the air crackles with raw power. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground. His eyes blaze with fierce determination. A crimson blur, a whirlwind of motion, he dances through the attack, his movements precise and deadly. As he completes his understanding of the principle, a subtle shift in his stance, a newfound grace in his movements. He can even sense the unnecessary movements in the replica's dual sword skills. This is no mere imitation. It's a deeper understanding, a mastery of the underlying essence. He isn't summoning Nam Gong Hyuk's sword skills into his body. He's focusing on imitating Nam Gong Hyuk's style, but with his own unique spin. The authority iron-blooded sword activates. A surge of power, a crimson blade ablaze, thoughts of distrust can weaken the sword's characteristic flame, which cuts through everything. In that case, he wields the blade with unwavering confidence, his resolve unshaken. I need to focus even more on sword flame strengthening. He focuses his intent, the air crackling with energy, a surge of power erupts from his hand. A blinding flash. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion. A crimson arc cleaves the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. His eyes blaze with fierce determination, a surge of dark energy empowers his attack. Crimson spikes rain down from the heavens, a deadly storm unleashed. He stands defiant amidst the chaos, his blade a beacon of power, the iron-blooded sword sings a deadly song. The impact. A deafening roar as the crimson storm crashes down. Crimson energy crackles, a storm brewing within the ancient ruins, the air itself vibrates with anticipation. Eyes blaze with power, a terrifying crimson glow, the prelude to an unstoppable onslaught. A wave of destruction, a torrent of crimson fury unleashed, the very stones crumble before its might. With the iron-blooded sword, he cuts through the air, a dance of death, swift and precise. The impact explodes in a blinding flash, a devastating crimson supernova. He stands amidst the chaos, the iron-blooded sword dripping with power, his eyes burning with an unwavering resolve. A clash of titans, a whirlwind of steel and energy, the battle rages on. His eyes blaze with crimson fury, veins bulging as raw power surges through him. A surge of emerald energy crackles at his fingertips, a stark contrast to the crimson rage consuming him. Did he parry the attack by instantly spinning the shield into a circle? The question hangs in the air as he grips his crimson blade, unleashing a devastating crimson energy wave. The sheer power of the attack is breathtaking. A blur of motion, a clash of steel, the crimson energy slashes through the air with terrifying speed. His opponent cries out in surprise, "Oh! What the hell is this?" The question echoes the disbelief as the attack intensifies. His rough and aggressive swordsmanship, usually so offensive, has undergone a transformation. Suddenly switching to a mellow sword style where everything is flowing. A graceful dance of death. Mellow sword. Another of Nam Gong Hyuk's skills, perfectly replicated. The sheer audacity. He's not just copying, he's mastering them with terrifying ease. Seriously, it's my talent, but it's annoying as hell. The crimson blades clash. A flurry of strikes, a dance of death. I guess you can't win without enduring the dangers, after all. System alert, counter shield activated. A brilliant blue energy erupts, a protective barrier against the onslaught. A crimson glow intensifies, the mellow sword pulses with raw power. The very air crackles with energy. Eyes blazing, a look of grim determination. He's not just fighting, he's proving a point. Why are you so surprised? Whatever you can do, I can do too. A defiant smirk, a challenge thrown down. A blinding flash of light. A devastating counterattack, a whirlwind of energy. The battle rages on, a blur of motion. The clash of steel echoes through the arena. A blinding clash of energy. The air crackles with power as the two combatants collide.
A furious flurry of blows, each strike a testament to their skill. The hero's blade sings a deadly song. With a roar, he unleashes a devastating counterattack. A shockwave of pure force erupts, shattering the very air around them. He soars through the air, a crimson blur against the darkening sky. As I thought, the replica's sword recharged before mine. In that case, about a little adventure? A sinister grin spreads across his face. He's ready for anything. A brutal kick connects, sending his opponent reeling. The impact echoing through the desolate landscape. He launches himself forward, his blade a streak of crimson light. A crimson shockwave erupts, the air itself crackling with raw power. The main character stands defiant, eyes blazing with an unearthly light. His opponent is sent flying. He plummets through the shattered remains of the battlefield, a testament to the sheer force of the blow. He received that devastating attack with the countersword, transforming the counter-shield. With a surge of energy, he grips the countersword, its power now his own, and unleashes a retaliatory strike. The clash of steel echoes through the ravaged landscape. The countersword, he thought, would shatter under such an impact, but it endures. A replica, if you are me, then now, with the countersword's energy dissipating. Our most lethal attack is fading, but this is an opportunity. A brutal clash. The impact reverberates through the very ground. A blinding flash of energy erupts as the main character unleashes a devastating counterattack. His eyes blaze with fierce determination, a triumphant grin spreads across his battered face. His opponent's voice echoes, a grudging admission, his full power is stupidly strong, huh? The main character's counter sends his foe sprawling, a thunderous keuk punctuates the impact. The ground cracks under the force of the blow, a testament to the raw power unleashed. He rises, a whirlwind of motion, the very stones of the arena crumble beneath his feet. A crimson streak cuts through the air, a crimson blur of unstoppable force. He turns, his back to the chaos, a storm of power brewing within. Then, a final, earth-shattering SHWOM. A blinding flash of light. The air crackles with energy as a devastating blow is countered. The enemy recoils, a look of utter shock etched on his face. His eyes widen in disbelief as he staggers back, a silent scream trapped in his throat. Blood splatters across the crimson-stained floor. The impact echoes through the chamber, a testament to the raw power unleashed. The iron-blooded sword, thought to be destroyed, lies discarded on the ground, a grim reminder of past battles. And the victor's gaze hardens. His jaw tightens, a grim smile playing on his lips as he assesses his opponent's weakness. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. His eyes, blazing with fierce determination, reflect the victory hard-won. The final confrontation looms. He prepares for the ultimate showdown, his power surging. A clash of steel. The two combatants lock blades in a furious exchange, sparks flying as they trade blows. A whirlwind of motion and raw power. The ground trembles beneath their feet. With a final, earth-shattering blow, the victor stands triumphant. The dust settles, revealing the extent of his victory. Ooh! A triumphant smirk spreads across his face, eyes blazing with barely contained power. The echoes of battle still ring in his ears. But the fight is far from over. A monstrous figure lunges, claws extended, a guttural roar tearing through the air. Claws slash, a sickening crack echoes. What the hell is this now? The dust settles, revealing a figure standing tall amidst the chaos. Victory is his. Claws tear through the air, a blur of motion. A monstrous roar echoes as the creature unleashes its fury. The ground trembles beneath its might. A desperate clash. Steel meets claw in a shower of sparks. The hero is sent flying, a crimson streak against the gray rubble. He spits blood, eyes blazing with defiance. A surge of dark energy erupts from within, propelling him forward. The impact. A deafening explosion rocks the battlefield, leaving only dust and debris in its wake. What the hell is with that monster again?
Even his attack patterns have changed.
This is baffling. The hero, battered but unbowed, unleashes a furious counterattack. His blade sings a deadly song, cleaving through stone and air. A whirlwind of steel and power.
The ground trembles beneath the force of his assault.
A blinding flash. The monster's attack is deflected, a shockwave erupting outwards,
leaving only dust and shattered rock in its wake. The hero lands, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with resolve.
Another devastating blow.
The sheer force of the impact sends tremors through the very earth itself.
The monster roars, its form contorted in pain and rage. Green energy crackles from its claws. Gore. The hero prepares for the next onslaught, a crimson shield of energy forming around him. A countershield activates.
The air crackles with power as he prepares to strike again. With a sigh of relief, Fudashi says, "Thank God countershield's cooldown time is over."
He stands defiant, "Whatcha doin'? Come at me."
Grizzled and determined, the hero stands defiant, a crimson blade clutched in his hand.
His eyes burn with a cold fire. A whirlwind of motion erupts. The monster lunges, a terrifying roar echoing through the battlefield. The air crackles with energy. But the hero meets the attack head-on.
A clash of steel and flesh, a blinding flash of light, and a deafening crash. The monster's attack is relentless, a brutal flurry of blows, each impact shaking the very ground beneath their feet.
Yet the hero remains unyielding.
He parries, riposts, and counters with a skill honed through countless battles.
A desperate dance of death unfolds. Body explosion, the monster snarls, a desperate gamble.
But the hero sees through the tactic. A grim determination sets in his eyes.
He knows the cost of this fight. And he's willing to pay it.
The monster's attack is powerful, but the hero's resolve is stronger.
He will not yield. The monster staggers, its movements slowing, a chilling warning echoes, "Once you're all out of stamina, the attacks will stop too."
Its form contorts, a grotesque parody of humanity, a guttural roar rips through the air.
With a blur of motion, a powerful energy wave erupts from the hero's blade.
The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield.
The monster is sent flying.
Despite the brutal exchange, a grim determination hardens the hero's gaze. A cold resolve etched onto his face. "Let's finish this," he growls, a primal fury in his eyes.
The final blow is swift and merciless.
A devastating strike that cleaves the earth itself. The hero stands victorious, his breath ragged but his spirit unbroken.
He prepares for whatever may come next, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. A final, desperate surge of power. The hero's eyes blaze with determination.
As he unleashes a devastating counterattack. Crimson energy erupts, a torrent of raw power.
The monster reels from the blow, its form dissolving into bloody tendrils. A whirlwind of crimson destruction. The hero's attack is relentless.
The ground trembles under the force of the clash, a maelstrom of energy consumes everything.
And in the heart of the chaos, the monster's final moments arrive.
With a final, earth-shattering impact, the monster is vanquished.
The dust settles, leaving the hero standing amidst the carnage.
"Fucking monster, all this raw power even now," he growls, his voice strained but triumphant.
"Regardless, thanks to you dash. Recharge complete." His countershield activates, ready to deflect the absorbed damage.
The hero raises his hand, a crimson orb of energy forming within his palm. Victory is his, but at a heavy cost.
Countershield's accumulated energy is at maximum capacity. The hero's eyes blaze with fierce determination. Die!
His monstrous foe roars, a terrifying sound that shakes the very ground. As a crimson energy sphere forms, pulsating with raw power.
Wounded but unyielding, the hero prepares for the final blow.
Unleashing a devastating counterattack. A searing crimson beam cuts through the air,
obliterating the monster in a flash of light. The impact sends a shockwave that rips through the battlefield, leaving only silence in its wake. A final, desperate gamble. Release. His eyes, twin pools of icy determination, reflect the fading light of the battlefield. The weight of the world rests on his shoulders. The counter shield unleashes its pent-up fury. A blinding wave of energy erupts, reducing the monstrous foe to dust. The hero breathes a sigh of relief, his body screaming in protest, but victory is his. His eyes, wide with pain, reflect the brutal toll of battle, the echoes of the monster's final roar still ringing in his ears. A crimson torrent erupts, a geyser of blood staining the cobblestones. The impact sends a shockwave through the ancient city, the very ground trembles beneath the force of the blow. A dark stain spreads across the stone, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. He clutches his chest, a grimace twisting his features. The pain is intense, but his resolve remains unbroken. I thought I'd treat the rebound as a side effect of fighting concentration. If I didn't have a cheat heal technique like Ashen Blood, I wouldn't even have been able to get here. A weary sigh escapes his lips, a question hangs heavy in the air. When will peace come? Crimson tendrils of energy erupt as the hero collapses. The backlash from fighting concentration is brutal. But even in defeat, his eyes burn with defiance. The spirit of another me? Ha, he mutters, a grim determination etched on his face. A surge of dark energy flows from him. Interesting, a voice seems to whisper from the shadows. The hero receives a message. Ah, sure, he replies, a hint of weariness in his tone. A message of gratitude arrives. Thank you for earlier, it reads. And then, an unexpected addition. I also unintentionally learned something new. A mysterious item appears, a potion labeled Product of Black Dragon, B, promising increased mental power and immunity. A final warning flashes across the screen: if the admin gets too involved, they face sanctions too. A figure stands silhouetted against a wall of shimmering, azure screens, each one displaying a different admin's reaction to his recent exploits. The Wandering Knight, the Vampire Monarch's right hand, the Dragon Slayer, even the hero who died 7 times, all have their eyes on him. Their messages scroll across the screens, a torrent of awe, intrigue, and disbelief, a testament to the hero's incredible power. A single thought echoes in the hero's mind, a question hanging heavy in the air. All these admins were watching me? His face, etched with exhaustion and a hint of dawning realization, the weight of their scrutiny pressing down on him. Some were amazed by his talent and the difficulty level, calling him a monster. Others doubted his claim to the 12th floor. A wave of weary acceptance washes over him, the realization that his actions have drawn the attention of the entire admin system. A wave of digital notifications floods the screen, each one a message from an admin, a chilling reminder of their omnipresent gaze. He stares, bewildered, at the relentless stream of messages, a growing unease twisting in his gut. Why, he whispers, the question hanging heavy in the air. His confusion deepens, a sense of dread washing over him as he grapples with the implications. Of all people, why him? Why now? A flicker of understanding, a chilling realization dawns in his eyes. Perhaps. The pieces fall into place, a sinister truth revealed. The admins have a new tool, a way to reach out, to make demands. And he's their target. His eyes blaze with a newfound understanding, a grim smile spreading across his face. Their actions, once baffling, now make terrifying sense. A sinister plan unfolds before him, a chilling revelation that could change everything. The system expansion benefits not only the admins, but also those who are not under contract. Don't you think that all of you just throwing messages like this at me isn't right? He challenges the very system itself, demanding the authority he desires. A bold move, indeed. The admins react. Dragon Slayer, born after 1,000 years, is offended by the challenger's arrogance. While the fallen heir of the blood demon divine cult scoffs, not a chance. And the fallen world soldier warns of overconfidence. But the hero remains unfazed. Just so you know, it's first come, first serve. I'm only taking 3 people. A flurry of digital messages erupts. As the admins scramble to offer their authority to the contractor's exclusive store. The weight of their decisions hangs heavy in the air. And now, on to the really important thing. A crimson energy erupts, tendrils of power lashing out, consuming the fallen foe. The air crackles with raw power. An enemy with not only the same stats, but also identical skills and authorities. What will be gained by absorbing the spirit of someone like that? The system notification flashes, the spirit of the challenger Han Sun-yoon, Faith, has been absorbed. Proficiency increased by 28%. With a surge of newfound power, he raises his hand, a dark, crimson aura swirling around him. The spirit of the challenger Han Sun-yoon, Faith, perfectly matches the soul composition of the challenger Han Sun-yoon. The authority divine power has met its conditions and is now activated. Attempting to extract divinity. The system interface blazes to life, a vibrant blue against the crimson backdrop. You have absorbed the spirit of the challenger Han Sun-yoon, FAHE. The words sear themselves into his consciousness. A surge of power, raw and untamed, erupts from within. Crimson energy coils and rides, a tempest of raw magical might. His body trembles, strained under the immense influx of power. But he endures, his eyes burning with newfound strength. Proficiency has increased by 26%. The system message continues, detailing the enhancements. Strength, agility, stamina, magic power, and durability all significantly boosted. The numbers flash before his eyes, plus 10 across the board. A permanent upgrade, a testament to his victory. Han Sun-yoon's body lies still, a crimson stain spreading across the stone. His spirit, however, lives on, now a part of the victor. Another system notification appears, this one concerning the acquisition of a new skill. You have acquired the Shield Lightning Sword Chi, CB. The system confirms the merging of skills, the proficiency of the Lightning Sword Chi reaching 100%. A final message, the Shield Lightning Sword QI has been leveled up by one stage. His eyes, once filled with the intensity of battle, now reflect a quiet confidence. The transformation is complete. A smirk plays on his lips, a chilling contrast to the blood staining his attire. His eyes, wide with a dawning realization. Oh! What is it now? He murmurs, a hint of trepidation in his voice. A system notification flashes across the screen, the spirit of the challenger, Han Sun-yoon, is a perfect match. The conditions are met. Divine power activates. The extraction of divinity begins, a blinding light erupts. Extract divinity. His eyes widen, a mixture of awe and disbelief. Success. The rank of divine power increases by 1 level. And with this upgrade, divinity transformation and myth accumulation become possible. Han Sun-yoon stares at the swirling data streams, a mixture of confusion and wonder in his eyes. Divinity, myth, and power coalesce before him, defying all logic. A system notification flashes, divine power, C, has been imprinted onto the user Han Sun-yoon's soul. The implications are staggering. A fallen angel lies broken, its wings tattered, a testament to the power Sun-yoon has just acquired. His eyes blaze with newfound determination. Divine power, will I finally be able to use it? He wonders, a surge of anticipation coursing through him. A radiant light erupts from his chest, a symbol of his awakened power. He ascends, a crimson cape billowing behind him. The 13th floor's waiting room. A digital interface displays a momentous update, system expansion. Global communities, once separated by nationality, are now merged, opening up new possibilities and challenges. The system's update continues, players can now access trials of different difficulty levels, and team compositions will no longer be restricted by nationality. Leaderboards are also unified, creating a truly global competition. Han Sun-yoon, a figure of quiet power, stands poised. His eyes, sharp and intense, fix on a shimmering, holographic interface, a gateway to unimaginable power.
But even as he reaches for it, a shadow of doubt crosses his face. The cost of such power, it weighs heavily on his mind. A breathtaking vista of the cosmos unfolds before him. 3 planets, each a vibrant jewel against the inky blackness of space, and a fourth, a world bathed in an ethereal glow, dominates the scene. This is the scale of the power he now commands. The text confirms his fears: the community will get merged with other dimensions too. A chilling revelation of the true cost of his ascension. His eye, a brilliant sapphire, reflects the vastness of the power he wields, and the weight of the responsibility it entails. The imposing silhouette of a tower, scarred and broken, looms against a stormy sky, a testament to the trials he has endured. Perhaps that was the reason that I climbed the tower, and was the goal I sought as well. His journey, his purpose, crystallizes in this moment of quiet reflection. Han Sung-yoon stands tall, his crimson coat billowing behind him. A powerful silhouette against the muted backdrop. But even his confidence is tinged with a grim awareness. The words hang heavy in the air: at the very least, I'm the strongest of all challengers in the Earth dimension. However, a stark truth is revealed. Ancient dimensions like Ares, Kallian, and Murim existed long ago, leaving Earth as a newcomer. A pale, vulnerable world compared to the might of its predecessors. The weight of this revelation settles upon Sun Ji-yoon's shoulders. Earth, recently registered as an official dimension, is the weakest of them all. A chilling truth, laid bare against the cosmic canvas. Sun Ji-yoon's eyes blaze with a fierce determination. The city below him is engulfed in flames, a reflection of the danger he faces. Unless Earth's overall standard is raised, they are destined to be targeted by other dimensions, just like before. The past casts a long shadow. A memory of past struggles etched onto his face. His gaze is resolute, his resolve unwavering. What he needs is a strength so formidable that no one can break it. A silent vow, born from the ashes of past defeats. His hand rises, a surge of energy crackling around his fingertips. The power within him is undeniable. Han Sung-yoon studies the ancient emperor's ash crown, a powerful artifact promising a charisma boost. Its description hints at a connection to the god of darkness, a chilling detail that doesn't escape his notice. His gaze shifts to the next reward, Shill's stand. A skill that nullifies critical wounds, but at a steep cost. The implications sink in. A skill that can save him from death, once. His eyes widen, a flicker of hope amidst the overwhelming responsibility. But with a week-long cooldown. A significant drawback, yet. He weighs the pros and cons considering its life-saving potential. The cooldown seems a small price to pay. A grim determination sets in. Beyond the rewards, another prize awaits. Authorities ripped from the admins themselves. His choice is made. The sponsor authority is selected, granting him access to the heavenly blood cultivation art. A detailed list of authorities appears on screen, each with a price tag of 3,000 SP. The descriptions hint at immense power. Heavenly blood cultivation art, a technique exclusive to the blood demon cult's descendants, promises to replace magic with internal energy. Hero's blessing, a power granted by the gods, is said to enhance combat senses and luck for those who have served as saviors throughout history. Rapid magic recharge allows for mana replenishment by absorbing energy from nature, but with a risk of damaging magic circuits. Sun-yoon surveys the options. It's pretty cost-effective, considering all 3 of them are C+ grade authorities, he muses. A decision is made. I guess I gotta buy all 3, he declares, a confident smirk playing on his lips. With a flourish, gold coins fly from his hand, a digital transaction completed. The screen confirms, you have purchased the authority, Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art, C+. 3,000 SP will be deducted. The same process repeats for Hero's Blessing and Rapid Magic Recharge. The cost, 9,000 SP, a significant investment. A series of messages pop up, thanking Sung-yoon for his support from various admins, including Fallen Heir of the Blood Demon Cult, Fallen World Soldier, and Dragon Slayer born after 1,000 years. Yeah, Sun-yoon acknowledges,
waving a dismissive hand. I'll keep it in mind, he adds, before focusing on another task. The LBJ Authority's divine power has triggered divinity extraction. Myth transformation and accumulation, possible? An unfamiliar energy settles deep within Sunjian's heart, a sensation unlike anything he's ever felt before. This must be the divine power. A surge of power courses through him. Sun-Yun clenches his fist, feeling the raw energy thrumming beneath his skin. And with a determined exhale, he reaches out, ready to command this newfound might. He stands poised, a master of his destiny, but a flicker of uncertainty crosses his face. The feeling is familiar, just like his practice session in the waiting room. His body glows with an inner light, yet he cannot wield any special powers yet. The transformation is not complete. Meanwhile, a flashback reveals the healing and strengthening skills used by the priests on the 11th floor. A powerful warrior, wielding a blazing sword, stands ready. The stage is set. Han Sun-Yun, a celestial blade shimmering in his hand, stands defiant. His face, a mask of grim determination, reflects the power surging within him, but a shadow of doubt flickers in his eyes. I can't replicate any of them, he mutters, the weight of his newfound abilities pressing down. The scene shifts. A figure cloaked in shadow, eyes blazing with cold fury, speaks. How irritating. I was looking forward to it. Do they even want me to use it? TCH. A moment of internal struggle. The shadowed figure, breathing heavily, fights to regain control. Calm down, calm down. The inner turmoil continues, a battle raging within. That shitty personality is working its way back to the surface again. A digital message appears, an offer he considers, and rejects. No, thank you. Admin White Crane Swordmaster sighs, his words echoing the weight of Han Sunjian's rejection. If that's what you want, so be it. A subtle smirk plays on Han Sunjian's lips, a quiet confidence in his eyes. He declares, his voice firm, rather than divine power, right now. I'll come back soon. The shadowy figure's gaze is intense, a flicker of something akin to frustration in his eyes. He needs to focus on becoming stronger. Han Sunjian's eyes burn with a cold fire, a steely resolve hardening his features. At least until he kills Nam Gong-hyuk. Nam Gong-hyuk will find him again, no matter what, a grim certainty in his tone. A katana rests at his hip, a silent promise of vengeance, a dark glint reflecting the cold light. He shifts his focus. So now, how about checking out the authorities that I ripped off of the admins? The screen displays the Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art, a forbidden technique with a hefty price tag, 3000 SP. Only descendants of the Blood Demon cult can learn it. It replaces magic with internal energy, allowing you to strongly inherit the properties of magic. When entering combat, it enhances your combat senses using all of the body's energy and blood. Han Sunjian's curiosity is piqued. The Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art, the one he's been waiting for. Crimson energy erupts from Han Sun-Yun. His eyes blaze, claws of dark red energy extending from his fingertips. A terrifying transformation grips him as he unleashes the Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art. A surge of power courses through him. This feels as if I'd been reborn as a human made for combat. The raw power is intoxicating. His blood boils with newfound strength. That's right. This is what I need. He raises a hand, a surge of energy crackling around him. Ed. What is this power? The shadowy figure watches, a smirk playing on their lips. Ta-da! The transformation is complete. A ferocious grin spreads across Han Sunjian's face. He's unleashed something terrifying. And the shadowy figure speaks, a hint of amusement in their voice. You rascal. You were having such fun all alone? What the hell is this? Han Sunjian's eyes widen in disbelief as a second personality manifests within him. If nothing else, at least this has never happened before. A flicker of dark humor crosses his face, a strange contrast to the chaos unfolding within. A crimson blade materializes in his hand, crackling with raw power. The air crackles with energy. Die, you fucking pushover. A roar erupts from Sungyun as he unleashes a furious attack. The very air vibrates with the force of his strike. His movements are a blur of crimson and steel, a whirlwind of destruction unleashed upon his unsuspecting foe. But even as he fights, a new weapon materializes, a gleaming golden staff, pulsing with a different kind of energy. A second power surges within him. If I die, you'll die too, you lunatic. The internal struggle intensifies. Sungyun's resolve hardens, his eyes blazing with defiance. You dumb fuck. The other personality's voice cuts through the chaos, cold and dismissive. I'm getting rid of you because I can't have you. A chilling smile spreads across Sungyun's face, a terrifying blend of rage and determination. Damn it, I didn't expect this at all. Sungyun clashes with his own inner demon, the two forces locked in a desperate struggle. What will he do? Crimson energy erupts as Han Sungyun wields two swords, a whirlwind of lethal power. The swords absorb the blood chi, a heavenly blood cultivation art is taking shape. His eyes blaze with a terrifying intensity, the ultimate skill is about to be unleashed. That's right. The power surges, a crimson torrent. A clash of steel. Sparks fly as the swords collide with earth-shattering force. With a roar, Sungyun unleashes a devastating blow. His face contorted in rage, he drives the sword deep. A searing pain. The impact reverberates through his body. He'll overload this damned bastard with blood chi and send him away. A crimson wave erupts as Han Sungyun unleashes a devastating power. The air crackles with energy, a furious roar escapes his lips as he channels his rage. His heavenly blood demonic sword glows, pulsating with raw power. Fuck, he screams, the sound echoing the intensity of his unleashed might. Conditions met. A system notification flashes across the panel, the true powers of the heavenly blood demonic sword have been unlocked. The sword blazes with an even more intense light, its very essence seems to shift and reform, radiating an aura of terrifying power. The transformation is complete. The item's name has changed to True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword. A new blood consumption exclusive slot has been created. Sungyun's eyes widen in surprise, a mixture of awe and apprehension in his gaze. A blood consumption exclusive slot? The implications of this new ability sink in, fueling both his excitement and his unease. With newfound power coursing through his veins, Han Sungyun stands poised, the true heavenly blood demonic sword held high. He is ready. Conditions met. The heavenly blood demonic sword's true power, unleashed. A crimson glow intensifies, radiating from the blade, and ancient power awakens. The item's name changes to True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword, its rank upgraded to A rank. And a new ability is born, the Blood Consumption Exclusive Slot. The new slot materializes, glowing runes appearing on the blade, a terrifying power is now at his command. He grips the True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword, power coursing through his veins, a surge of dark energy. A question lingers, what exactly is this Blood Consumption Exclusive Slot? His eyes blaze with a new power, the Flame Dragon Eye activated. The True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword stats are revealed, increased reaction and attack speed, plus a unique blood absorption ability. A random skill from slain foes will be added to the blade. Behold! The True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword, its crimson blade glowing with an infernal light. Awakened, its dormant abilities revealed. The text speaks of a terrifying new power, blood consumption. Engrave skills onto the sword? The possibilities are endless. And best of all, there's no cost beyond the cooldown. Han Sungyun's eyes gleam with anticipation. A jackpot growth item unlike any other. This sword, it's a game changer. A grizzled warrior, face contorted in disgust, spits out his words, I don't have any good memories with team trials. But a flicker of determination ignites in his eyes, a spark of defiance against the bitter past. The prize for their upcoming trial is revealed, a mysterious skill book, its cover adorned with a single, enigmatic question mark. A glimmer of hope appears,
the reward is an A+ rank skill.
It's a small victory, but it's something.
The mission parameters appear on a series of sleek, futuristic screens. Locate the hidden cleric and the vampire count within the city, and assign team members.
The stakes are high.
For shimmering blue portals materialize in a grand hall, each a gateway to a different part of the mission. One team member groans, so annoying, having to find the cleric or whatnot.
But another, a woman in a striking red coat, cuts him off with a chilling proposal. Can't we just invade the city and kill everyone as they come?
The final member, eyes blazing with power, declares, I have an ability that can annihilate an entire city right now. A determined gaze, eyes narrowed in thought, a plan begins to form. A faint blue energy crackles around his boots, the power surges. A frustrated sigh escapes his lips, the weight of the challenge is clear. Tarkovsky, a formidable figure, smirks, his confidence is unshakable.
Legendary Ninja greets him with a playful smile, old acquaintances meet again.
The Clock Tower Wizard, a wise old man, offers a warm greeting, a sense of camaraderie fills the air.
His eyes widen, a realization dawning, the implications sink in.
The screen displays a list of high-ranking players, each name a legend in its own right.
The Japanese man is among them.
A chilling confirmation, the stakes are higher than ever imagined. The Clock Tower Wizard surveys the scene, his weathered face etched with concern. But this place.
A chilling realization dawns.
The air hangs heavy with the stench of death, a coppery tang fills his nostrils.
I can smell the stink of blood.
The camera pans to reveal a horrifying tableau, a banquet hall, ravaged and stained crimson. Broken plates and shattered goblets litter the floor amongst the corpses of the feast's previous guests. The grizzled warrior, Tarkovsky, the legendary ninja, and the Clock Tower Wizard stand amidst the carnage, their expressions grim. Tarkovsky's eyes narrow, a question forming on his lips.
Is this the banquet hall of vampires? A low growl echoes from the shadows, a monstrous figure emerges from the darkness. Correct. The vampire lord and his monstrous daughter reveal themselves, their eyes burning with malevolent glee.
A sinister smile spreads across the lord's face as he speaks, Kihihi, dessert has come right to my plate.
The battle begins.
A blur of motion as the legendary ninja unleashes a devastating attack, a desperate counter from the vampire lord.
Thank you for the meal.
And another vampire, a young boy with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, lunges forward, his hunger palpable. The legendary ninja, moving with impossible speed, intercepts the young vampire's attack.
A fierce clash of power as the battle rages on. A crimson flash.
The grizzled warrior unleashes a devastating blow, sending a vampire sprawling. The legendary ninja's blades dance in a whirlwind of motion, slicing through the undead with deadly precision. The banquet hall is a chaos of flashing steel and desperate cries. With a blur of motion, Sachio strikes, a silent whisper of death in the heart of the carnage. Tarkovsky observes, his eyes narrowed. I had thought you might be, he muses, but you're really Russia's largest guilds.
A grim determination etched on his face.
The weight of responsibility heavy upon his shoulders.
He reveals his identity. Yes, I'm the head of the Carpe Diem Guild, Andrei Tarkovsky. A powerful blow lands, sending a shockwave through the air. Sachio smiles, a glint in his eye. Ah, I'm an S-rank hunter within the Japanese Hunter Association, Michimo Sachio. Tarkovsky's eyes widen slightly.
Oh, you're even more famous than me.
You're Japan's sole S-ranked hunter.
Sachio chuckles, just call me Sachio.
Ha ha.
Michimo Sachio, the legendary ninja, stands poised, his katana gleaming.
He addresses the grizzled warrior and Tarkovsky. Anyway, you're all ready to fight now, right?
Tarkovsky, head of the Carpe Diem Guild, explains the vampire's heightened senses. Vampires can sense when their friends nearby are killed, so they'll soon rush here in a group.
But Tarkovsky remains calm and confident.
He assures his allies, you don't need to worry about that. I already set up a barrier, so they won't be able to come near here.
The grizzled warrior's impressed reaction, now that shows experience.
A new face emerges, David Taylor, the Clock Tower Wizard, his presence adding another layer of intrigue to the unfolding battle.
David Taylor reveals his identity with quiet humility. I'm David Taylor. He downplays his importance. I'm just a nobody wizard from the clock tower. The grizzled warrior's surprised reaction. Oh, the one that's known as the best of the world's magic towers? David Taylor's self-deprecating humor. Are you a great wizard that's about to retire? But being dragged here to the tower, how unlucky. He finds a silver lining. I think I'm lucky to do this at an old age, if anything.
The grizzled warrior, Tarkovsky, and the legendary ninja stand poised, awaiting the vampire onslaught. A tense silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the faint crackle of Tarkovsky's barrier. Han Sung-yoon, a C-ranked hunter from Korea, steps forward, his identity revealed. A ripple of surprise runs through the assembled heroes. His sharp gaze and confident posture belie his rank. The red coat and dark suit speak of a hidden strength. A chilling warning echoes through the scene. Even weak vampires pose a significant threat to a C-ranked hunter. The stakes are higher than they initially seemed. The vampire lord, a figure of immense power, is shown standing amidst a macabre throne of skulls. His presence alone speaks of overwhelming might and terrifying regeneration. His terrifying power is emphasized. Regeneration makes him incredibly difficult to kill. The heroes face a seemingly insurmountable challenge. The urgency of the situation is highlighted. They must save the hidden clerics to overcome this trial. The battle for survival begins. A blinding flash of light erupts as the heroes combine their powers. A wave of energy washes over them, bolstering their resolve. The city is overrun with vampires. The heroes must find a way to penetrate the enemy's stronghold. The hunters huddle in a dimly lit chamber, the air thick with anticipation. A fire crackles in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on their faces. Tarkovsky, ever vigilant, speaks, his voice low and measured. It'll take too much energy.
Sachio, the legendary ninja, listens intently. A plan is forming, a silent symphony of strategy. First, Sachio will use his stealth skill to gather a small group of vampires. Then, Tarkovsky will create a barrier, isolating them for a swift, coordinated attack. If we're fast, Sung-yoon interjects, his voice sharp and confident, we can beat the 13th floor in 10 days. But a shadow of doubt crosses his face. The pace is ambitious. Too ambitious? Sun Ji-eun's words hang in the air, a subtle shift in the dynamic.
He continues, his tone more serious now. No, if we're that slow, we won't be able to receive the additional pass rewards.
A quiet tension fills the room.
The weight of the potential rewards, and the risk of failure, presses down on them.
Sun Ji-eun's gaze sweeps across the group, his expression hardening.
He speaks, his voice low and firm. Everyone, I think you might be mistaken about something.
Beating this trial like that won't be effective.
The grizzled warrior's eyes narrow, suspicion etched onto his weathered face.
Ho, and what is that method? He demands, his voice a low growl. Tarkovsky, ever the pragmatist, leans forward, a glint in his eye. I'm curious too.
To think there's a more effective method than this one, that everyone agrees with. Michimo Sachio's grin widens, a spark of excitement in his eyes.
Wow, like a challenger of the world ranks #1, do you have your own secret to clearing trials? Sun Ji-eun's expression shifts, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. Ha! Shut the F*** up and what? What did you just say? A flash of blue light.
A magnificent blade materializes in Sun Ji-eun's hand, its energy humming with raw power.
The air crackles with anticipation as he effortlessly wields the weapon, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The sheer power is palpable. With a flick of his wrist, Sun-yoon unleashes a wave of energy, a blue shockwave tearing through the air.
A shimmering portal opens, revealing a terrifying sight, a legion of vampires, their eyes glowing menacingly, poised to attack. Sung-yoon stands defiantly before them, his hand raised in a gesture of challenge.
The final confrontation begins.
The air crackles with anticipation.
Sun Ji-eun's adversaries, a formidable group, stand poised and ready. But Sun Ji-eun's smile is chilling.
He's already summoned his army, a horde of vampires emerging from the shadows.
Them already, he smirks, a glint in his eye. A guttural growl erupts from the vampire ranks. The hunt begins. Confusion reigns among Sun Ji-yoon's opponents. Human?
Where did the humans come from? One of them stammers, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Sun Yoon, unfazed, unleashes a crimson wave of energy.
I don't care about that.
Let's just enjoy this meal, he declares, his voice dripping with dark amusement. The vampires lunge, a flurry of claws and fangs. Fresh blood, they shriek, their hunger palpable.
Panic sets in among the heroes.
Hey, you crazy! Do you want to die? They shout, their fear evident.
Sun Ji-yoon's eyes gleam with malicious intent. Let's begin that STFUAC plan. A predatory grin spreads across his face.
As the battle explodes into a chaotic maelstrom of violence. Blades clash, bodies fly, and the air fills with the screams of the dying. A crimson vortex erupts, swirling with dark energy, the very air crackles with an unholy power. Han Sun-yoon unleashes a wave of dark energy, a shadowy crimson arc slicing through the air.
The grizzled warrior and legendary ninja barely manage to dodge.
The vampires react with alarm. He disappeared, one cries, "Be careful, these humans are using magic."
Meanwhile, the clock tower wizard and Tarkovsky exchange worried glances.
Maintaining stealth for long will be difficult. The clock tower wizard sighs, muttering to himself, "Why is there always a crazy human who wants to throw everything whenever I do a team trial? It truly pisses me off." A grim decision is made. It's best to retreat for now. The grizzled warrior is thrown back by a brutal attack, the ground trembling from the impact. Vampires swarm him.
Han Sun-yoon watches, a smirk playing on his lips.
Oh, do you also have a basic setting of a blood domination ability like Truthseeker of Blood?
A vampire lunges, screeching, "Become a delicious meal, human."
A bloody chaos erupts. The battle is joined.
Crimson energy erupts.
A wave of dark power washes over the battlefield. Han Sun-yoon stands defiant, a malevolent aura surrounding him. He is the eye of the storm, the source of this terrifying display. Tarkovsky watches in disbelief, his words echoing the thoughts of many. Why did he make such a reckless decision? The grizzled warrior's eye widens, reflecting the horror of the situation.
A desperate cry rings out, "Everyone, look over there." The legendary ninja leaps into action, a blur of motion against the crimson tide. As the chilling words appear, Shill Truthseeker of Blood is activated. More crimson spikes descend from the sky, a rain of bloody death.
Han Sun-yoon commands the storm, his power growing exponentially.
Gasps of shock and fear. Blood manipulation. If he can use blood manipulation, isn't he one of us?
What the F*******? The vampire lord's eyes widen in disbelief. His blood runs cold as he witnesses Han Sun-yoon's terrifying power.
A crimson wave erupts from Han Sun-yoon's hand, a terrifying display of blood manipulation.
His smirk speaks volumes. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes a torrent of blood energy.
The impact is devastating. "Kohak!" screams one vampire as he's thrown back. "Cock!" another one explodes in a bloody mess.
The legendary ninja barely manages to dodge the flying debris, his face etched with grim determination.
Damn it!
Han Sun-yoon stands amidst the carnage, a crimson aura surrounding him.
"It's a monster," one of the onlookers gasps.
The grizzled warrior and Tarkovsky exchange a look of dawning horror. They know this is beyond anything they've ever faced.
A strategic retreat is needed. We need to call the council. The clock tower wizard, observing from afar, assesses the situation.
When facing such an overwhelmingly strong enemy, it makes sense to move with a plan, he muses. But even he is troubled. There's no way that such a brutish method should work.
So how? Is it that I'm just weak?
David Taylor, a high-level fighting mage, a veteran of countless battles on the front lines,
wielded his staff, a swirling vortex of energy crackling around him.
His reputation preceded him,
not only was he a formidable warrior, but also a brilliant strategist. His mind, a lightning storm of ideas, always found a path to victory. The Tower of Trials, a monument to ambition and skill. He conquered its floors with ease. Becoming a high-ranked challenger, his name whispered with respect and awe. Even on the 13th floor, his cunning strategy ensured success. A testament to his unparalleled tactical brilliance. There was no better plan. But something unexpected happened. A single word, a chilling whisper. A chilling gaze pierces the darkness, the eyes of an ancient being, filled with a fury that spans centuries. Strategy is key. A master tactician lays out a plan, a whirlwind of coordinated attacks. The plan unfolds, a coordinated assault, a dance of death, but the enemy is far more numerous than anticipated. A devastating blow. The ground cracks under the force of a mighty strike, a triumphant grin spreads across David's face. He's unstoppable. We can clear this trial if we just shut the fuck up and charge. Let's wipe them already. A relentless onslaught begins. A blur of motion. David cuts through his foes like a scythe through wheat, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The carnage continues, a whirlwind of energy and steel, but even David's power seems to be faltering. Doubt creeps in. Is he human? The question hangs heavy in the air as the battle rages on. A strategic council unfolds amidst a brooding twilight. The weight of a looming threat hangs heavy in the air. A suggestion is made: abandon the original plan and focus all efforts on supporting Han Sung-yoon. Agreement is swift, but a sudden interruption shatters the newfound unity. A voice cuts through the tension: wait. The scale of the vampire threat is revealed, a city-sized horde of bloodthirsty creatures. One soldier against this army? Impossible. The sheer number of vampires is overwhelming, a stark contrast to the lone figure standing defiantly against them. A question arises: why did party hunting become so prevalent? A flashback reveals a scene of intense combat. Multiple swords rain down, a deadly storm of steel. The answer is clear: even the strongest warrior needs allies to face overwhelming odds. A grim determination hangs in the air as Sung-yoon and his companions survey the desolate landscape. A chilling premonition of the battle to come. The scene explodes into a whirlwind of motion. Sung-yoon, a blur of motion, wields his twin blades with deadly precision. Each swing a flash of icy light, cleaving through the vampire horde. A vampire lunges, its fangs bared, but Sung-yoon's blade meets its attack with a sickening thwack. A mere human, the vampire snarls, its voice dripping with contempt. Die. It throws a deadly spear. But Sung-yoon is ready. He stands defiant, surrounded by a sea of crimson. His eyes burn with an icy fire, reflecting the chaos around him. A storm of blows erupts as he fights back against the relentless onslaught. The ground trembles. A kack as a vampire is sent flying. The battle rages on. The battle rages. Han Sung-yoon, a whirlwind of motion, throws a devastating blow, sending vampires sprawling. Kak and Kiok ring out as more vampires fall to his relentless assault. Blood sprays across the night sky. A crimson rain against the bruised purple of twilight. Sung-yoon fights with a ferocity born of desperation. His eyes blaze with emerald energy as he unleashes the Ashen Blood skill. Shall Ashen Blood activated, the system announces. A grim smile touches his lips. But if I keep using this method, I have to keep using restoration items. Body explosion is a good skill, but costs a lot of money. He muses, the cost of his power weighing heavily on his mind. The vampires, momentarily stunned by his power, roar in defiance. Hawk, one screeches, how can a mere human? Two powerful vampires advance, their eyes burning with hatred. Interfere with the authority that the god of battle has bestowed upon us. Disciple, one snarls, the word hanging heavy in the air. A wave of fear washes over a nearby group of vampires. What? Disciple, they whisper, their voices laced with disbelief and terror. The realization dawns on them. It's a disciple. The god that protects humans has sent a disciple. The gods are angry that we killed all of the humans of this city. A desperate plea echoes through the night. God of battle,
please bestow your believers with thy salvation.
A disciple of a god? The weight of that revelation settles heavily on Sun Jiun's shoulders. His eyes blaze with defiance. Is it your species' specialty to have decisions as you wish?
The vampire's sneer is cut short, a brutal strike sends him flying.
Weak bastard. Another vampire, enraged, bellows a warning. Look carefully. Sun Jiun's ragged breathing is audible, his strength is waning. The human has grown weary. The vampires, sensing weakness, unleash a terrifying roar. It's now. Attack!
A crimson orb of power materializes in Sun Jiun's hand, a desperate gamble.
What is that?
The question hangs in the air as the orb explodes in a wave of destructive energy. Vampires close in, fangs bared, their eyes burning with unholy hunger.
But Sun Jiun's hand glows with an ominous crimson light. This, he asks, a hint of grim determination in his voice. Crimson orbs coalesce, pulsating with dark energy. Then, with a guttural roar, he unleashes a wave of hellish power. The impact is devastating. A crimson shockwave obliterates the horde,
leaving only scattered remains and the chilling whisper of your comrades.
Using the very life force of his vanquished foes, Sun Jiun's strength and mana are replenished. Recovery complete. A predatory grin spreads across his face.
His eyes gleam with cold fire.
Let's start round 2, he declares, his voice dripping with lethal confidence.
A horde of vampires descends, their fangs bared, a chilling cheek escaping their lips. But they're met with a whirlwind of motion, a blur of crimson and steel as Sun Jiun cuts through them with terrifying efficiency. The battle rages, bodies falling like wheat before his scythe, each strike a testament to Sun Jiun's newfound power.
Observers watch in awe. It almost makes it seem like melee is his specialty, one remarks.
He's not tired, and if anything, he seems to be getting stronger, another agrees.
A decision is made. I'll go and help, one declares, although I believe in safety first. Another chimes in, I, too, want to help Han Sun Jiun. A digital display appears, detailing the results, using all of the retained spirits to supplement stamina. Strength +3, agility +2, stamina +4, magic power +5. Sun Jiun's power surges, a crimson aura enveloping him.
Wow, if you simply compare the scope of growth, it's even better than when I absorbed the replica's spirit.
A sinister smile spreads across his face. And once I kill the vampire count, this trial will be pretty good.
A wave of notifications floods the screen, each one a testament to Han Sun Jiun's growing power.
The sole ruler of the deep sea takes notice. The leader of the traitors is amused. The dark demon trembles before his might.
Even the fallen heir of the blood demon cult sends a shock-filled compliment.
The fallen world's soldier smiles, recognizing his investment's value. Han Sun Jiun smirks, a glint in his eye. Nice. The admins are still getting baited. He knows there's nothing to lose by making a good impression.
The scene shifts. Han Sun Jiun stands amidst the rubble, a figure of imposing power. A defeated foe lies at his feet. A voice cuts through the silence, I thought you went to find the clerics.
Han Sun Jiun's response is calm, yet firm, we apologize.
From now on, we'll follow your opinion, so give us the orders.
The clerics, initially suspicious, now bow to his authority.
One admits, honestly, I was suspicious of your judgment, but that was foolish of me. They understand the effectiveness of his methods now.
The scene ends with Han Sun Jiun surveying his newly loyal followers. Han Sun Jiun, his face etched with grim determination, senses a shift in the air.
A surge of dark energy, a crimson tide engulfing the landscape.
The very ground trembles beneath his feet.
Before him, a once peaceful town is now consumed by a hellish inferno, the flames licking at the ancient stone buildings. The scale of the devastation is breathtaking, a testament to the vampire's terrifying power. His eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features.
The vampire count. Great magic?
The hunters around him murmur in fear, their voices barely audible above the roar of the inferno.
At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we all die. A wave of responsibility washes over Sun Yun.
His gaze hardens.
Hunters that I once admired now seem to be those who I must protect.
A single bead of sweat trickles down his temple. The weight of his new role settles heavily upon him.
To think I have grown to this point already.
With newfound resolve, he issues a command, his voice ringing with authority. Please get away from this place, and find the clerics, bring them here.
The air crackles with tension. Sun Yun, his face etched with grim determination, stands amidst a scene of impending chaos.
An elder cleric, his eyes wide with apprehension, looks on. As a young hunter, his voice laced with disbelief, questions the unfolding events.
The clerics? I thought there was no point to that anymore.
Suddenly, a chilling voice cuts through the air.
I'll be frank. If you're here, I think you'll get in the way of our battle.
A crimson wave erupts, a terrifying display of power. As a powerful vampire reveals himself, his eyes burning with malevolent intent. The sheer force of his presence is palpable. Sun Jiun's burden weighs heavily on him, there is the fact that I can't protect all three of them.
But his resolve is unshaken. But I need to hunt alone to absorb his spirit.
The higher the level of contribution from others, the more likely I'll be unable to absorb the spirit.
The hunters, despite their apprehension, pledge their loyalty. We'll follow your order.
Even though I feel uncomfortable, it's been a while since I was just luggage.
A plan forms. We'll bring the clerics, so wait. The stage is set. And the battle begins. A shockwave of energy rips through the town as the vampire unleashes his fury. The hunters brace themselves.
As the vampire taunts them.
Shall we get started?
A crimson wave erupts, a maelstrom of raw power unleashed. The sheer force of it shakes the very ground.
Sun Yun stands defiant at its epicenter, his eyes blazing with determination.
Skill activation messages flash across the screen, fighting concentration engaged, his concentration boosted by 5k, and the heavenly blood cultivation art activated. His form shifts, his red cloak billowing like the wings of a demonic angel, a surge of dark energy envelopes him. The Truthseer of Blood's skill activates with overwhelming intensity. The power is immense, capable of disrupting any blood-based abilities within its range.
This is it, the ultimate counter to the vampire's dominance. A cataclysmic explosion rocks the landscape.
The very air crackles with energy. In the distance, a Gothic cathedral stands silhouetted against the fiery sky.
The vampire's lair?
Inside, the vampire sits upon his throne, radiating an aura of chilling power. A sinister smirk plays upon his lips. How dare a pathetic human resist against me, he sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. His eyes glow with malevolent fury, a terrifying visage of fangs and shadowed menace. Sun Yun unleashes a furious barrage of attacks. His fists, empowered by an unknown force, crackle with golden energy.
The vampire, amused by this display of defiance, smirks.
I tried to maintain the base of this city in order to use it, he sneers, his words dripping with arrogance.
But his amusement quickly fades.
But I'll turn it all into hell, he roars, a crimson wave of energy erupting from his body.
A cataclysmic power that threatens to consume the entire city. The vampire's eyes blaze with malevolent crimson light.
His power is terrifying, a raw, untamed force.
A wave of destruction that seems unstoppable. The city trembles. The ground cracks. A deafening roar echoes through the streets.
And in the heart of the chaos, Sun Yun stands defiant, ready to face the storm. The vampire's attack explodes outwards, a wave of crimson energy that threatens to consume everything. Sun Yun stares up at the devastation, his eyes wide with disbelief. The scale is way bigger than I expected.
a grim realization dawning on his face. I don't think I'll be able to block this.
But even as doubt flickers, a defiant fire ignites in his eyes. A snarl twists his lips, he will not yield. A clawed hand reaches into a bowl of glistening purple orbs, each one pulsing with an unnatural light. And with a soft pop, one is plucked and offered to a monstrous maw, rows of needle-sharp teeth gleaming in anticipation. The vampire count, Selmir, sits upon his throne, a chilling smile playing upon his lips. The very air around him seems to crackle with dark energy. Servants carry a fresh bowl of the strange fruit, their faces grim, a sacrifice offered to their master.
I don't know when it began. I just fought and fought.
A whirlwind of crimson and steel, a lone warrior battles against impossible odds, surrounded by monstrous foes.
Higher and higher.
Fighting itself had become my life, as it often did for those who would thirst.
When I finally came to my senses, I was standing atop countless corpses. And eventually, my thirst reached the sky. The god of battle has chosen Selmir as a prospective disciple.
A crimson tide washes over his features, eyes blazing with malevolent intensity, the very essence of a predator. The camera pulls back, revealing a sprawling landscape scarred by war, a testament to the vampire's brutal conquest. 3 nations lie in ruins, their fountain of life stained crimson, a chilling display of power.
The final battle looms, the last bastion of humanity trembling before the onslaught, a desperate struggle for survival.
Victory is within his grasp, the path to becoming the vampire king is clear, a moment of triumph. A vision of power, a legion of blades reflecting the ambition of a god, the ultimate prize.
The path to ultimate power is paved with conquest, and the peak awaits.
His eyes burn with an unholy light, a chilling smile spreading across his lips. The king of vampires is crowned. A terrifying visage, fangs bared in a predatory grin, the reign of terror begins.
A sudden interruption, a frantic messenger bursts into the throne room. Count! There's trouble.
Your forces are being murdered.
No, massacred, by a human.
A surge of furious disbelief. His eyes blaze with incandescent rage. 3 figures struggle to carry a massive, ornate mirror through a shadowy hall, towards a throne room. A monstrous shadow creature descends from the darkness, wings slicing through the air.
What is this?
A whirlwind of energy and violence erupts. The clash of steel against impossible odds. Meanwhile, a skeletal figure sits upon a throne, his red eyes burning with cold fury.
Which nation sent these bastards?
They just suddenly appeared. Those are not grapes, Count.
Suddenly. My precious forces were suddenly massacred? How does that make sense?
Those useless bastards.
How does it make sense that they suddenly plopped into the middle of the city, avoiding all of those eyes? A face contorted by rage.
Crimson eyes blaze, fangs bared in a snarl, the very essence of furious power. Count, his face a mask of barely controlled fury, struggles against the grip of his own dark emotions.
Count, please calm down.
2 figures, consumed by a monstrous transformation, their eyes burning with unholy light. The words hang heavy in the air, I just need to perfectly conquer this city, to be acknowledged as a true disciple. His hair erupts in a storm of dark energy, a terrifying display of raw power.
He messed everything up. Contempt drips from every syllable. How dare he, a mere pathetic human? A city consumed by fire, a landscape of destruction.
The chilling words echo, I tried to maintain the base of this city in order to use it.
A promise whispered on the wind, a vow of vengeance. But I'll turn it all into hell.
A terrifying visage, eyes burning with infernal light, a hand reaching out, claws extended.
The prelude to annihilation.
The ground trembles, a cataclysmic eruption of power. A maelstrom of crimson energy, a storm of destruction unleashed. A crimson wave erupts, a terrifying spectacle of raw power, the very air crackles with energy.
A strangled cry pierces the chaos, a desperate gasp for breath. Eyes widen in disbelief. The scale of the attack is far beyond anything anticipated. A chilling realization dawns, there's no hope of blocking this. A sinister laugh echoes, a sound born of pure, unadulterated malice. His eyes blaze with malevolent glee. He's on the move, a blur of motion across the ravaged landscape, a desperate race against time. His resolve hardens. The city can wait. His comrades need him. He will save them. Over there. A desperate cry cuts through the chaos, a desperate attempt to save his comrades. The ground trembles, a cataclysmic explosion rocks the very foundations of the city. A crimson tide washes over the battlefield, one of the heroes falls, struck down by a devastating blow. A monstrous hand, crackling with dark energy, rises from the dust, a terrifying presence looms. Eyes blazing with furious intent, a figure emerges from the shadows, the villain unleashes his full power. A crimson vortex of destruction opens up, threatening to consume everything, a desperate struggle for survival. The protective barrier shatters, the heroes are exposed, vulnerable, and facing certain doom. A blinding flash of light, the villain's attack intensifies, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. With a final, desperate surge of power, the villain unleashes a devastating attack, the fate of the heroes hangs in the balance. A guttural roar echoes across the battlefield. Utter fury contorts his face, eyes blazing with a desperate intensity. Just a bit more power. He strains, muscles bulging, pushing his body to the absolute limit. A crimson wave erupts. The ground trembles as a cataclysmic force unleashes itself, sending him hurtling through the air, a crimson comet streaking across the ravaged landscape. The impact. A deafening crash as he slams into the earth. Dust and debris explode outwards, leaving a crater where he once stood. The very ground seems to weep blood. He lies broken, defeated, amidst the ruins of a once proud fortress. A desperate cry pierces the silence. Han Sunjun SSI, are you okay? His eyes flicker open, a faint smile playing on his lips as he sees his comrades, battered but alive, in the distance. How are you all? We're all okay. Thanks to you taking the brunt of the attack up front. I thought we were going to die for a second. The aftermath of the battle hangs heavy in the air, a collective sigh of relief escapes the battered group. From the distance, a figure watches, his eyes burning with a cold fury. A thunderous crash. The ground trembles as the villain unleashes his full power. Surprising. To think they survived that attack. So it was no coincidence that they were able to massacre my kin? The villain's rage boils over, his eyes blazing with an inferno of hatred. One naive, weak-bodied person and those three standing perfectly fine must be the main members. Crimson energy erupts from the villain, a terrifying display of power. His hand a blur as he wields a blade of pure, incandescent rage. The air crackles with anticipation. The blade itself seems to writhe with malevolent energy, a weapon of pure destruction. His voice, a venomous hiss, cuts through the air, insect-like human bastards. A chilling promise follows, I'll rip you to shreds. The protagonist's party stares, fear etched on their faces. One of them speaks, his voice strained but resolute, everyone step back. The protagonist steps forward, his expression grim but determined. He declares, I'll face him myself. His party hesitates, then one speaks again, then, we'll step back for a bit, so if you need us, call us. The villain's response is a terrifying display of fangs, a silent promise of unrelenting vengeance, I will not let you go. The villain unleashes a devastating attack. A crimson wave of energy explodes outwards. The ground cracks, and the protagonist's allies are sent flying. They're barely escaping with their lives. The villain, a monstrous figure with piercing red eyes, looms over the battered landscape. His sneer is chilling. Alone, the protagonist stands defiant, his back to the villain's wrath. He's ready to face whatever comes next. The villain's eyes widen in surprise. I think something just went. That human who had been stuck. The villain's voice drips with disbelief. The protagonist is shrouded in a strange, ethereal energy. When? The question hangs in the air, heavy with dread. The villain's expression shifts. A chilling smile spreads across his face. Have you heard of the term, "be careful what you wish for"? The protagonist, his eyes blazing with determination, vows revenge. I'll return all the words you said as you said them. The villain unleashes a furious attack, a crimson tempest of power. Crazy human bastard. His words are a venomous hiss as he strikes, two blades flashing. How dare you act like some cool warrior? But the protagonist's counterattack is a blinding flash of light, a furious riposte. He's on the offensive now, eyes blazing with newfound power. I'll rip you to shreds. The battle's aftermath. The protagonist's allies watch from a distance, their faces etched with shock and awe. As the villain lies defeated, the air crackles with residual energy. One of the allies speaks, his voice laced with disbelief. You killed the vampire count, so is there a need for that? The protagonist's gaze is distant, thoughtful. Doesn't something seem strange? The 13th floor trial concludes, but the victory message hasn't appeared. A chilling silence hangs in the air. Suddenly, the protagonist's skill, Flame Dragon Eye, activates. A surge of power courses through them. The system reveals a horrifying truth: Selnir, the vampire count, possesses regenerative abilities. His body, shattered, is already reforming. The party members react with disbelief and horror. That's so absurd, one exclaims. The city lies in ruins. A suggestion is made to join the battle, but the protagonist refuses. The stakes are too high. He needs to finish this himself. With steely resolve, he declares, I'll block the vampire count. Find holy relics and bring them to me. The protagonist's determination is absolute. He needs to kill the boss himself, no matter the cost. The party members reluctantly agree. One of them, an expert explorer, vows to find the relics. Exploring is my expertise, he says, I'll do my best. With a final, earth-shattering impact, the vampire count is obliterated. A crimson explosion fills the panel, leaving only a lingering cloud of dark red mist. Selnir, the vampire count, rises, his eyes burning with crimson fury. His power is palpable, a dark aura crackles around him. His muscled torso, a testament to unnatural strength, is revealed as he prepares for the final confrontation. His gaze locks onto his opponent, the intensity of his glare promising a brutal end. How dare you do that to me? Selnir roars, his voice echoing with rage and disbelief. The protagonist observes, the recovery skill and blood domination skills he has are definitely higher in efficiency than the ones I have. A blinding flash. The protagonist activates a new skill, Flame Dragon Eye. The world erupts in fiery chaos. The vampire count is thrown back, his body scorched and smoking. But the count is far from defeated. But when it comes to combatability, I'm much more superior, he sneers, his defiance unwavering. Rat-like bastard. A final, desperate strike from Selnir is met with a counterattack. The ground trembles as the two titans clash in a final, earth-shattering blow. The vampire count unleashes a torrent of crimson energy, a maelstrom of dark power swirling around him. A terrifying display of raw magical might. But our hero stands firm, his blade a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The clash of steel against arcane energy echoes across the ravaged battlefield. A flurry of strikes, a dance of death between man and monster. With a roar, the protagonist unleashes a devastating counterattack, a crimson wave of his own erupting from his blade. The sheer force of the blow sends shockwaves through the very ground itself. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he cuts through the count's defenses. A final, decisive strike. The impact explodes in a blinding flash of light and energy, a cataclysmic eruption that shakes the very foundations of reality, leaving only silence in its wake. Selnir, the vampire count, unleashes a torrent of crimson energy. His words echo with chilling confidence, I'm one step higher than you in blood manipulation. But the protagonist is ready. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of power. The vampire count's eyes widen in disbelief as the attack lands.
His power, once absolute, is now met with a force that defies his very essence.
A smirk plays on the protagonist's lips. Yup, I acknowledge that. He's not just fighting, he's learning, adapting, evolving in the face of overwhelming power.
The battle rages on, a brutal dance of life and death.
The protagonist's words cut through the chaos. Thanks to you, I learned an application skill. A deafening roar erupts as the vampire count unleashes his final, desperate attack.
The very air crackles with dark energy.
The impact. A shockwave rips through the battlefield, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Selnir's face contorts in agony,
his fangs bared in a silent scream.
The final blow.
A crimson explosion consumes the vampire count.
The battle is over. But even in defeat, the count's resilience is terrifying.
I cut him more thinly than last time, but he's still regenerating. The unnamed protagonist stands amidst the carnage, a crimson stain blooming across his red coat. His eyes, sharp and intense, fix on the fallen vampire count.
A faint glow emanates from the tip of his finger. A lingering echo of the devastating blow he just landed.
The vampire count lies broken, his body a canvas of crimson on the icy ground. A single word escapes the protagonist's lips: no way.
Doubt gnaws at him. What if this victory is a cruel illusion? What if, in this trial, it's actually impossible to kill the vampire count without a cleric?
His eyes widen, reflecting the grim reality of the situation.
Sweat beads on his brow, a stark contrast to the cold determination etched on his face.
To kill him without a cleric.
The weight of the impossible hangs heavy in the air. The city lies in ruins, a testament to the brutal battle.
A chilling thought crosses his mind: if the city is in this state, it would be even weirder for a cleric to have survived. A violent crimson energy erupts from the vampire count's body. A wave of destruction washes over the battlefield, shattering the frozen ground and sending debris flying.
The power is immense. The raw power of regeneration.
The vampire count's body is reforming, his eyes blazing with renewed fury.
He's not defeated, he's merely recharging.
The protagonist turns, his back to the monstrous regeneration, a grim expression on his face. He grips his sword, the weight of the situation heavy in his hands.
This is so annoying. A crimson shockwave erupts, shattering the very ground beneath their feet.
The air crackles with raw power, a monstrous figure emerges from the chaos.
Its eyes burn like hellfire, a terrifying grin splits its face. He stands defiant, a crimson blade drawn. This is so annoying.
He mutters, his frustration palpable.
Did you think you could kill me? Not a chance. A chilling laugh echoes.
Curious, the monster hisses, its predatory gaze unwavering.
The question hangs heavy in the air.
A chilling grin spreads across the monster's face. His eyes, blazing with unnatural light, fix on his opponent.
I'm curious.
The monster's voice is a low growl, laced with cruel amusement.
How many times do I need to slaughter you before you really die?
The unnamed protagonist stands defiant, his body battered but his spirit unbroken.
He is I, Selnir.
A flicker of doubt crosses the monster's features.
Is he starting to feel fear? But that doubt is quickly extinguished. Don't look down on me. I am the man who will become the vampire king. With a roar, the monster unleashes a wave of dark energy, a terrifying display of power.
The third attack. A crimson arc of energy streaks across the battlefield.
The protagonist braces himself, eyes locked on the approaching energy. His expression is one of grim determination. The impact. A deafening KKUK echoes as the monster's attack connects.
Despite the brutal blow, the protagonist remains standing.
Don't think you're winning just because you're inflicting pain on me.
The monster unleashes a fourth attack. A crimson wave erupts from its hands.
It's useless, kaha.
You're not a real warrior, the monster jeers, its confidence unwavering.
You have no way to kill me.
A fifth strike follows, a brutal slash of energy tearing through the air.
As long as you're human, you will not be able to escape the physical laws. You will soon tire and collapse.
The monster's words are a chilling prediction.
Sixth attack.
The relentless assault continues. The hero, battered but unbowed, endures.
Were you really that legendary warrior?
The monster's voice drips with a hint of doubt.
Seventh attack.
The hero's movements are blurring, his stamina pushed to its limits.
How is it that you're using mana like this and not tiring? The monster's surprise is palpable. Eighth and final attack. The monster's final blow is met with a defiant counter.
A system message flashes, you have received the achievement Artist of the Battlefield.
The monster lunges.
Its claws tear through the air, a terrifying display of raw power.
A desperate cry rings out, let's escape for now. But escape is impossible against such overwhelming might. The monster's retreat is a blur of motion, a monstrous shadow fleeing into the night.
But our hero stands defiant, a chilling calm settling over his features.
I told you, he says, his voice a low growl.
He draws a blade of impossible blue, a weapon that hums with ancient power, a power he now commands.
With a flick of his wrist, the hero unleashes the blade's might.
His eyes, blazing with cold fury, lock onto his prey. The monster's fear is palpable, its single, visible eye reflects the hero's terrifying resolve.
You crazy!
It whispers, its voice laced with dread.
Stop! I'll negotiate, the monster pleads, its voice cracking with desperation.
But the hero remains unmoved.
The hero's response is swift and brutal.
Ninth, he states, his voice devoid of emotion. I'll do anything you want, the monster cries, its pleas growing more frantic with each passing moment.
But it's too late.
Chunks of the monster's body explode outwards, a crimson spray against the dark void.
11th.
The monster, broken and defeated, begs for an end to its suffering.
Just kill me. I can't live like this.
But the protagonist shows no mercy, his voice cold and hard. You're not a warrior, you're just a rotten devilish murderer.
A terrifying close-up of the monster's gaping maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The protagonist activates a skill, Shell Amplified Pain COJ activated. A wave of energy erupts from his blade. The monster cries out in agony, stop. I give up.
Even in defeat, the monster clings to a desperate hope, I will pledge everything to you.
The protagonist's response is swift and brutal. Can you just shut up and die? How many times are you gonna regenerate?
A chilling smile spreads across the protagonist's face.
Aha! The final confrontation.
A swift blow shatters the monster's defenses, leaving him vulnerable. His body racked with pain, the monster collapses, a defeated beast, reduced to whimpers. There's a glimmer of hope, a chance for escape, but at a terrible cost.
If you cooperate, I'll grant you the blessing of death. The offer hangs heavy in the air. Despair, a desperate plea for mercy. What must I do? The hero activates his ultimate defense, Shell Counter Shield activated. The energy crackles, transforming into the counter scarecrow. A devastating counterattack unfolds.
The ground trembles, a crimson cross erupts from the earth, sealing the monster's fate.
This is the end.
A crimson eye, burning with malevolent intensity, stares out from the shadows. The air crackles with unspoken menace. Until I tell you to stop, hit it, a voice commands, cold and devoid of emotion.
The protagonist, his face etched with grim determination, hesitates. Why the delay?
The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent challenge. His knuckles whiten as he grips his weapon.
Hit it! The command echoes, a brutal ultimatum. The scene explodes into motion. A blur of motion.
A crimson energy erupts as the protagonist unleashes a devastating blow.
The impact sends a shockwave. The monster recoils, its form contorted in agony. The series of events that happen today, from the beginning to the end, all of it, it groans, its voice filled with disbelief and despair. I can't understand them. There were no signs for this crazy human to suddenly appear and annihilate the strongest force in history, the vampires. The monster continues, its words laced with confusion and terror. The protagonist stands, his expression unreadable, as the monster struggles. No matter how I think of it, something strange, the monster mutters, its power waning. A final, desperate strike. The red energy explodes once more, ending the threat. Perhaps, the monster whispers, its life fading. A trial of the gods? The very air crackles with otherworldly energy. A colossal figure emerges from the heart of the crimson storm, a monstrous silhouette against the apocalyptic backdrop. He stands defiant, a human amidst the chaos, a human with a power that shouldn't exist. In the first place, a human having a blood domination ability was strange. The words echo in his mind, a chilling reminder of his unique burden. The vampires grew lax. Now, discipline is enforced with brutal efficiency. Because we vampires became lax, they wanted to tighten discipline. The truth cuts like a blade. This is it. The moment of reckoning. This must be the savior of the vampires who wanted to train us to be more on guard. A blinding light erupts, a beacon of hope and destruction. The monster attacks. A devastating blow aimed at the heart of the human, but wait. Shield counter shield can now counter the accumulated damage. A brilliant blue shield materializes, deflecting the attack. The tide turns. Okay, enough. A calm declaration precedes a surge of power. He stands, transformed. The power of the gods flows through him, a terrifying aura radiating from his very being. A predator's gaze, cold and calculating. The hunter has become the hunted. The final judgment. It's now time to die. The end is nigh. The monster lunges, a terrifying shadow looming over its prey. Savior? As if, it sneers, its red eyes burning with malice. But our hero isn't finished. A surge of power erupts from within. A crimson wave of energy explodes outward. If you live, no matter how many times I kill you. The monster's attack is met with a defiant counterforce. He's unleashed something new. A blinding flash of light. The hero's counterattack is a furious whirlwind of motion. A crimson blade, crackling with energy, appears in his hand. This is no ordinary weapon. The clash is earth-shattering. The energy of the counterattack intensifies. A cataclysmic explosion obliterates everything in its path. The skill counter shield has unleashed all absorbed damage at once. The aftermath is a scene of utter devastation. Victory is his. The monster, eyes blazing, unleashes a final, terrifying roar. I can just vaporize you so not a piece of meat remains. A wet, guttural sound escapes the monster's throat. I can finally die. Then, a blinding flash. A crimson beam of energy erupts, obliterating the creature in an instant, leaving only scattered dust and the lingering scent of ozone. The hero stands amidst the wreckage, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. I succeeded in killing him. But a sinister smile spreads across his lips, a chilling premonition of what's to come. He reveals a dark secret. Then, I can now absorb the blood that Cell near has spilled. The crimson blade drinks deep, a macabre feast, the power of the true heavenly blood demonic sword unleashed. A wave of annihilation explodes outwards from the point of impact. The ground cracks, the air itself vibrates with the sheer force of the blow. The system notifications flash, the vampire count cell near is absorbed, boosting the sword's rank to A and engraving a new skill, Strengthen Blood, C+. The newly engraved skill is added to the blood consumption's exclusive slot. Strengthen Blood, C+. By absorbing the blood of vampire count cell near, you can strengthen the blood within the blood domination domain. Using mana further enhances durability and control. With a whoosh, another skill activates. The true heavenly blood demonic sword's power surges, now enhanced by strengthened blood, C+. A surge of dark energy erupts from his hand, a terrifying power, raw and untamed. His eyes widen, a mixture of awe and dawning horror. Vampire Count, a blood domination skill greater than his. Crimson tendrils writhe and twist, forming into a storm of razor-sharp blades, a terrifying spectacle of power. He stands amidst the carnage, a chilling realization dawning on him. This is, as if I become the Vampire King. A crimson storm rages as countless blood-red swords materialize, swirling around the victor. Each blade crackles with raw power. He stands amidst the tempest, a figure of terrifying might. Not bad, he murmurs, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. A surge of data floods his mind, the Vampire Count's essence absorbed, his strength, agility, stamina, magic, and durability permanently enhanced. A crimson light erupts from his chest, a symbol of his newfound power. The transformation is complete. The system message confirms it, divinity extraction. The conditions for divine power have been met. The process begins. His eyes widen, a flicker of recognition in their depths. He's seen this before. Divinity extraction succeeded. A golden light explodes outwards, bathing him in its radiant glow. His divine power has risen in rank. Accumulating myths will rapidly increase his class level. He stands amidst the ruins, a silhouette against the fiery sky. A new power surges within him, but the cost remains unknown. I didn't know back then. He thinks, a shadow of doubt crossing his face. A swirling vortex of golden energy, potent and divine. The Vampire Lord observes, a knowing glint in his eyes. He speaks of divinity, a power not found in ordinary vampires. A figure emerges, wings of shadow and light, a being of immense power. The protagonist groans, the newfound power causing a splitting headache. Everything related to divine power pops up, it's a damn headache, he mutters. A system notification flashes, absorbing cell near spirit, acquiring the charisma skill. Another system message, since you're absorbing a spirit stronger than the user, the authority extraction's adjudication will begin. The protagonist's back is to us, muscles bulging, a newfound strength evident. He questions the system's judgment, muttering about biased standards. His face, a mixture of confusion and apprehension. Are these judgments biased? But it's not as if I don't have any idea. Adjudication success. The system confirms cell near spirit possesses authority. And begins extracting that authority. The authority, Harvest of Faith, is engraved into Han Sungyun's soul. Harvest of Faith. What does that even mean? Han Sungyun, his eyes narrowed in thought, stands amidst the chaos. He's using his newfound power to protect the people. More people survived than anyone expected. A young man with sharp fangs grins, a triumphant glint in his eyes. An elder, holding a glowing blue crystal, reassures the crowd, don't worry, the Vampire Count has been eradicated. Gasps of awe ripple through the crowd. To think he defeated the Vampire Count alone. The hero has come. The gods have not forsaken us. The people rejoice, their faces alight with hope. A priest thanks Han Sungyun for his intervention, calling him a representative of the great god. The system detects a surge in faith directed towards Han Sungyun. A wave of pure devotion washing over him from the grateful masses. The people. Han Sungyun, the newly crowned hero, stands bathed in golden light, a testament to the faith placed in him. His eyes, sharp and piercing, reflect the weight of that faith, a question forming on his lips, are they sending their faith to me? A contemplative pause, then, a realization dawns. Even faith born of delusion still counts as faith. Sungyun's gaze hardens, a steely resolve settling in his eyes, a plan forming in his mind. He needs to use this opportunity wisely, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. With a surge of power, the charisma skill activates. The golden aura intensifies. A magnificent sword materializes in his hand, its ornate hilt gleaming. His presence grows stronger,
influencing those around him, a wave of power emanating from him.
The crowd roars its approval, their faith bolstering Sun Ji-yoon's power. But he didn't lie, his words were true, even if the source of the faith was unexpected. Authority, harvest of faith, and divine power activate. A surge of golden energy erupts, calculating the myth based on the believer's faith. The power intensifies. Below, a crowd looks up in awe, their faith fueling Sun Ji-yoon's power. Myth, one whispers. The system confirms, myth eradicator of vampires complete. Sun Ji-yoon's eyes blaze with newfound power. A wave of golden light erupts, bathing the crowd in its radiant glow. The villagers cheer, their faces alight with hope and joy, their faith, a tangible force. System update, authority, harvest of faith activated. Nearby faith surges towards him, boosting his power exponentially. Then, divine power activates as well. The system calculates the impact of this surge of faith, comparing it to the actual myths. A figure stands tall, bathed in golden light, a question mark hanging in the air, myth. System update, myth eradicator of vampires complete. His eyes, blazing with newfound power, a look of grim determination sets upon his face. A surge of energy, a powerful aura radiating outwards. System update, myth eradicator of vampires activated. The impossible recovery effect now adheres to divine attacks. The effect exorcism will now adhere to divine attaches. A wave of golden energy washes over the protagonist, cloaking him in an aura of power. A blinding flash of light. The sheer force of the power unleashed is almost overwhelming. Because I ended the vampire count's cycle of infinite recovery, I earned the effect recovery impossible. And because I massacred the vampires of the city, I gained the effect exorcism? The sheer scale of the carnage is hinted at, a dark shadow looming over the city. Interesting. A smirk plays on the protagonist's lips, a chilling confidence settles over him. Now I finally know what myth accumulation is actually like. His eyes gleam with newfound understanding and power. A complex diagram unfolds, revealing the intricate relationship between divine power, myths, and the harvest of faith. New authorities are created within authorities. Seeing how the divine power, which I didn't use until now, is steadily being output. A surge of energy emanates from his body, a tangible manifestation of his newfound strength. It seems that when I activate myths, the divine power which has taken place in my heart is consumed. The golden light intensifies, consuming him. There are not enough fables and faith for the base. The accumulated faith will be reserved for the next myth. A sense of both triumph and limitation hangs in the air. A golden aura envelopes the protagonist, a wave of power washing over him. The system message confirms, authority harvest of faith deactivated. Below, a crowd prostrates themselves before him, their faith harvested, the floor is complete. Triumphant smiles light up the faces of the protagonist and his companion as they celebrate their success, a shared moment of victory. An older man, his face etched with regret, addresses the protagonist. I thought you were an immature fool, but I overlooked your abilities. Accept my apology? His hand outstretched in a gesture of reconciliation. The protagonist accepts the apology, a handshake sealing their newfound understanding. Of course. A sudden system alert flashes across the screen. The god of battle has realized that his prospective disciple has died. A tremor runs through the ground, a new challenge emerges from the shadows. A chilling message appears on a screen: the god of battle has sensed your existence, and his divine power is bearing animosity. The protagonist stumbles, pain etched across his face. Ha! What's wrong? His eyes widen in terror. The god of battle? A wave of fiery destruction engulfs a crowd, screams fill the air. The ground cracks, a cataclysmic tremor. HEOK. A searing inferno consumes everything, another victim falls. Amidst the chaos, a message blazes: you have entered the divine domain. The protagonist gasps, what is this situation? The divine domain's trials reach a fever pitch. A fiery chasm opens, swallowing those who fail.
The screams echo as the ground trembles beneath their feet. But from the chaos, a figure emerges. Eyes blazing with crimson fury, he rises, a terrifying grin splitting his face. While others, less fortunate, struggle against the inferno. A grizzled old man, barely clinging to life, groans in pain. A swirling vortex of energy tears open the very fabric of reality, a gateway to what lies beyond. A figure watches from afar, a glint of ice in their eyes as they observe the unfolding events. The victor of the trials, his gaze locked on a single figure, the British wizard Adjusi. British wizard Adjusi, he breathes, a chilling whisper. The old wizard extends a hand, a weary smile on his face. Let's shake hands once more. But this reunion is far from peaceful. A swift kick sends the old man flying, a brutal display of power. The old wizard crashes to the ground, his body battered and broken. He's quite unsophisticated, he gasps, his voice barely a whisper. The British wizard Adjusi, a whirlwind of arcane energy, unleashes a devastating blast. His methods may be unorthodox, but undeniably effective. The impact rocks the very ground beneath the feet of the protagonist and their allies. Fiery explosions erupt around them. Amidst the chaos, a voice cuts through the roar, "Stand aside." The protagonist explodes into motion, a blur of crimson and determination. He's not just fighting, he's carving a path through the inferno. And with a thunderous crack, activates his counter shield. The ground shatters under the force of the impact. A wave of concussive force rips through the battlefield, a fiery maelstrom consuming everything in its path. Leaving only destruction and the silhouette of a lone figure standing defiant. A moment of quiet reflection. A lone figure observes the aftermath, a question hanging heavy in the air, whether he's a soldier or not, I don't know. But in this heartless world, if a hero still exists, wouldn't he look like that? The protagonist stands defiant, a crimson inferno swirling around him. His eyes burn with an unearthly light, a testament to the power he wields. His allies, battered but alive, look to him for salvation. A desperate plea escapes his lips, a silent prayer for their safe return. The British wizard Adjusi, defeated but not broken, is enveloped in a blinding flash of light. As flames of battle begin to subside, revealing the devastation wrought by the clash of titans. Earth's hero, the onlookers cry, their voices a mixture of awe and relief. But the victory is short-lived. The protagonist struggles, his power waning. I can't maintain this for long, he shouts, urging his companions to escape across the bridge. A grim realization dawns on his face. His hope for a peaceful resolution has been shattered. I wasted time, he mutters, his eyes burning with a renewed intensity. He needs to reach the portal, but what awaits him there? The god of battle is disgusted by a mortal possessing divinity. A chilling premonition. The ground trembles as a dark energy surges forth. A horrifying aftermath. The British wizard Adjusi and his subordinate writhe in agony, their minds shattered by the protagonist's overwhelming power. My head, they groan, their bodies convulsing. The world explodes in a maelstrom of dark energy, a cataclysmic finale to an epic battle. The protagonist's struggle continues. A destructive force tearing through everything in its path. The fate of the world hangs in the balance. His ragged breath hitches, a crimson stain blooming across his chest, the weight of battle etched onto every line of his face. A pyre of bodies marks the battlefield, a testament to the protagonist's brutal victory. Flames lick at the scorched earth, a grim backdrop to his triumph. He stands amidst the carnage, a silhouette against the inferno, his red coat, torn and stained, speaks of a battle fought with savage intensity. A cruel smirk plays on his lips, a chilling contrast to the devastation around him. Crossed the line, he whispers, a dangerous glint in his eyes. The god of battle's voice booms, echoing across the ravaged landscape, you're the one who crossed the line just now. His eyes blaze with defiance, a storm brewing within. As long as I have the tower's protection, he snarls, if you interfere with me any further, you'll be in trouble, won't you? A celestial gateway opens, swirling with ethereal energy. He steps through, leaving behind the ashes of his victory. His eyes blaze with a fierce, defiant light, a chilling resolve hardening his features.
So that even the gods won't be able to treat me recklessly.
The words are a vow, a promise etched in blood and grit.
System expanding. Items specific to the floor added to the contractor's exclusive store. A halo-strengthening item appears, along with several wonder drugs. The spoils of victory, instantly available. A swirling vortex of blue energy opens before him, a gateway to the unknown. He stands, bruised but unbroken, a grim determination etched onto his face, the weight of his actions settling upon him. A space created by the tower, a place of quiet contemplation, or perhaps, a prelude to something far more sinister. A sigh escapes his lips. It's useless to get emotionally charged from something that I don't know is even real. His eyes narrow, a flicker of icy resolve. The god of battle, right? To think I have a bad relationship with the god of all people. A warning flashes across the screen, do not trust the other gods. They will now consider you their enemy. The god of battle's wrath is unleashed, a terrifying display of power. A chilling realization dawns on him. So this was what would happen in the end, huh? Let's stop thinking about stuff that I have no control over. And just do what I can. A quiet resolve steals his gaze. A surge of energy. A crystalline shard materializes in his hand, glowing with an ethereal light. The energy flows, weaving itself into the fabric of his crimson coat. Transformation. His attire shimmers, imbued with power. A new strength courses through him. The contractor's exclusive store. A digital interface flickers to life, displaying available upgrades. 11,500 SP. A purchase is made. Authority, Path of the Blademaster, C5, acquired. 10,000 SP deducted. Among those who fall under the contradiction of getting stronger to survive and living to get stronger, this is an authority that those who use swords occasionally get. You can develop an independent skill in regard to swords, and it becomes easier to manifest independent enlightenment. It's been a while, Sun Yoon. A woman with silver hair, dressed in elegant white robes, sits calmly, a sword resting across her lap. Her expression is one of amused anticipation. She reveals that Sun Jian's enemy is the child of the Namgon clan. The air crackles with tension. Sun Yoon confirms this grim truth, his face a mask of grim determination. The weight of his new enemy settles heavily upon him. The woman explains that Sun Jian's purchase of authority, Path of the Blademaster, C5, was influenced by Namgong Hyuk's actions. A subtle smile plays on her lips. She declares that his decision was a wise one. Her eyes sparkle with genuine admiration as she praises Sun Jian's exceptional talent, a genius, she proclaims. She marvels at his instinctive mastery of swordsmanship, surpassing mere imitation. The assessment continues. On the 12th floor, Sun Jian's talent blazed forth, his understanding of sword intent already surpassing expectations. A raw power evident in his every move. He deflects an unseen blow with effortless grace, a burst of energy erupting from his hand. Sun Yoon humbly deflects the praise, I'm just a little good at copying. But the mysterious woman sees more. A serene bamboo forest forms the backdrop as she reveals a profound truth. Sun Jian's skill, even in imitation, already surpasses many masters. Grandmaster level, in fact. A breathtaking revelation before the imposing gates of a hidden sect. The air crackles with unspoken potential. Sun Yoon is stunned. To that degree. The mysterious woman smiles, her words carrying the weight of authority. You made a good decision with the authority you chose this time. Everything you learn and realize will be skill certified by the tower. A serene smile blossoms on her face, a promise of knowledge and power. But with a condition. I'll teach you everything, she says, her eyes sparkling with mischief, but I have a condition. The tension ratchets up. What could it be? A single word hangs in the air, stark and resolute, all right. Sun Jian's decision echoes in his eyes, a quiet storm brewing beneath the surface. His gaze is unwavering as he states, I'll become your student.
The mysterious woman's expression softens slightly, a hint of genuine concern in her voice as she assures him, Sung-yoon, I'm not trying to coerce you into anything.
Sun Ji-yoon's resolve hardens. He cuts her off, his hand raised in a gesture of finality. No, I will become your student. His decision made, a weight lifts from his shoulders. The path ahead is uncertain, but he's ready to walk it.
The mysterious woman's lips curve into a knowing smile.
If that's what you want, I won't refuse.
She adds, with a hint of warning, but don't regret it later on.
Sun Ji-yoon's eyes narrow.
A challenge flickers in his gaze.
Are you planning on treating me so roughly I'll regret it later?
The mysterious woman chuckles, a playful glint in her eyes.
Like with a whip. And no. A master is usually something you only have once in your life.
When it comes to Murim, so I'm telling you not to regret it. Sung-yoon stands firm, his expression unreadable. He contemplates her words, the weight of his decision settling upon him.
If you're worried about that, then I definitely won't regret it. Who in Murim would I even follow as a master?
According to procedure, the mysterious woman will introduce herself before Sung-yoon performs his bow. Revealing her identity, the 17th Lord of the Baek swordsmanship clan, the strongest Murim fighter of the previous generation. The air crackles with anticipation as Baek Seolwa, the mysterious woman, stands before Sung-yoon, her presence commanding respect. Her name, Baek Seolwa, is finally revealed, confirming her status as Sun Ji-yoon's new master.
Sun Ji-yoon's eyes widen, the strongest Murim fighter? His new master's reputation precedes her.
He bows deeply before his formidable new teacher, the weight of his decision settling upon him. A new chapter begins.
A lecture on the fundamentals of martial arts, divided into mental and bodily arts, unfolds before Sung-yoon.
The intricacies of internal energy and swordsmanship are explained.
Sung-yoon, a thoughtful expression on his face, poses a question to his instructor. Is there no problem even if I have a different mental art I already learned?
Baek Seolwa, her eyes narrowed in thought, considers his words.
A sudden shift in the atmosphere, a palpable tension building as Baek Seolwa's response hangs heavy in the air. What did you just say?
Her eyes blaze with intensity, a storm brewing within.
You have a mental art, you know.
The scene shifts. Sung-yoon, seated calmly, explains his previous training.
After listening to your explanation, I think I know something that's similar to a mental art. Baek Seolwa's expression is one of disbelief, a mixture of surprise and suspicion. Similar?
Perhaps.
The question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. Did he learn this from the iron-blooded monarch? Did you learn aura training from that woman, iron-blooded monarch? Sun Ji-yoon's response is immediate and firm. Aura training? Is that another world's concept of mental arts? No, not that. Sun Ji-yoon's gaze hardens, suspicion clouding his features. She's not someone who would break a promise like this. I can't trust her. Let me properly check. A surge of energy, a sudden, unexpected power. When did this happen?
No, before that, a subtle shift, a hidden awakening within Sun Ji-yoon's core. Baek Seolwa's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and apprehension in their depths as she examines Sun Ji-yoon's body.
Her fingers trace the faint lines of energy pulsing beneath his skin. A hesitant question hangs in the air, a polite inquiry masking a deeper concern. The weight of unspoken knowledge presses down. When?
The question hangs in the air, a silent scream of urgency. A hand rests on a powerful, pulsating torso. No, before that, a desperate plea, a whispered warning before a clash of wills.
A moment of breathless stillness. The aftermath of a struggle. Excuse me, master. Shush. Be quiet for a moment.
A command, sharp and silencing, a hand gently, yet firmly, stills a rising tide of questions. Eyes widen, a dawning realization, a subtle shift in the balance of power.
Ha!
Confusion etched on her face, a mystery unfolds. But there are no traces of you having learned any mental arts when I get rid of the pure magic power.
A question, laced with suspicion, a hidden truth begins to surface. That Heavenly Blood cultivation art is actually an authority that was sponsored by an admin called Fallen Heir of the something or other from the 12th floor. A revelation, shocking and unexpected, the pieces of the puzzle begin to fall into place. The master's voice cuts through the air, a chilling revelation: there are 3 people ahead of you. His gaze is sharp, his words laced with the weight of hidden knowledge. And he continues, explaining the nature of his enhanced senses, and I've used it often since my combat senses are enhanced when Heavenly Blood cultivation art is activated. The apprentice, however, remains unconvinced. That's an authority, not a mental art. The words hang in the air, a challenge to the master's claim. The master sighs, a hint of weariness in his tone. Of course, it seems that the mental art that you learned in your lifetime has mixed with the authority, but you can't consider that a mental art. A moment of awkward closeness, a blush creeps onto the apprentice's cheeks. Gosh. The apprentice, flustered, tries to break the tension. Can we get out of this awkward position for now? A sudden movement. The apprentice recoils, a sharp ask, escaping their lips as they stumble back. A wave of apology washes over them. I apologize. I was so surprised that I checked it crudely. The master's response is calm, almost dismissive. It's fine. But a shadow of discontent flickers in the master's eyes. A quiet, almost whispered admission, but I don't like it. A close-up on the master's hand, gripping his sword with steely determination, the dark energy swirling around him speaks volumes. The apprentice, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension, watches his master's every move, a bead of sweat trickles down his temple. The bamboo forest provides a serene backdrop to their intense exchange, but the air crackles with unspoken tension. The apprentice's inner turmoil is palpable, his thoughts echo in the quiet of the forest. I think I need to adjust my assessment of White Cranesword Master. Now that I think of it, it might be better that you didn't learn a mental art. The master's words hang heavy in the air, a subtle shift in the dynamic between them. The apprentice's confusion deepens. You can accumulate magic power even without learning a mental art, and if you learn multiple mental arts through authorities, you can use them interchangeably. Is that okay? The master's response is calm, almost dismissive. It's fine because my martial arts don't rely too heavily on mental arts. But a lingering concern clouds the master's expression. However, what happened just now is because mental arts are important when it comes to the master-student relationship. The master's instruction is firm, yet laced with a hint of weariness. First, I'll teach you swordsmanship, so try to copy me. The master and apprentice stand amidst a bamboo forest, a mystical blue energy swirling between them. A surge of pink energy erupts as the apprentice draws her sword. With a blur of motion, she executes a dazzling sword technique. The master observes, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I've only seen her being gentle, so I didn't know, but she really is a martial artist. She was super combative earlier too. He prepares to demonstrate a fundamental move. I will now show you the first basic move of my sword arts, White Sword Flashing Sea. The apprentice's blade sings, a vibrant pink energy trailing in its wake. A breathtaking display of skill unfolds before the master's eyes. The master's blue eye reflects the intensity of the moment. The master's words hang in the air, a challenge and a promise. He speaks of the White Sword Flashing Sea, a technique of breathtaking speed. And the apprentice, eyes narrowed in concentration, prepares to witness its power firsthand. The glint of steel, a prelude to the storm. The master's demonstration ends. A beat of silence, then, a quiet question. The apprentice's confidence is unwavering. He believes he can replicate this incredible feat. The air crackles with anticipation. He begins, mirroring the master's stance, a slow, deliberate draw of the blade. Then, a blur of motion. The sword sings, a vibrant arc of energy slicing through the bamboo forest. The speed is astonishing. A brilliant flash of light, a devastating strike. The impact echoes through the trees. The apprentice's eyes blaze with a newfound power. He has done it. A triumphant question hangs in the air, a testament to his skill and determination. The apprentice, brimming with newfound confidence, turns to his master. I tried my best to copy it, did I get it right? The master's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. A look of utter disbelief quickly replacing it. This makes no sense. A voiceover explains, there have been geniuses in every generation. These people have an innate ability to absorb information and can achieve much bigger accomplishments than other people. Geniuses show the peak of ability by understanding, judging, and absorbing others. However, a genius can only demonstrate their true ability after some practice. But the apprentice, uncertain, questions himself, is this correct? The master's jaw drops. What in the... To see white sword flashing sea just once and copy it? Sun Yun and the apprentice stand amidst a bamboo forest, a serene backdrop to their intense conversation. The apprentice's mastery of the White Sword 7 techniques is revealed. It's a martial art far surpassing the Blue Heaven sword forms used by Namgong Hyuk. A flash of golden light. The apprentice demonstrates the White Sword flashing sea technique, a breathtaking display of skill. Sun Yun explains that the two basic moves, Blue Shining Sword and Blue Heaven Rain Sword, are part of the Blue Heaven sword forms. The apprentice's quick understanding is highlighted. The White Sword 7 techniques are described as a complex martial art, using difficult principles that consider space itself. It's far more advanced than the Blue Heaven sword forms. Sun Yun is astonished. The apprentice copied the White Sword flashing sea technique perfectly after only seeing it once. The apprentice's nonchalant response, principles of fast and slow don't mean much to me. A testament to his unparalleled talent. Sun Jian's final assessment, you are a genius of a kind I've never seen before. The apprentice's ability to grasp skills by seeing their essence, rather than through experience or judgment, is emphasized. The apprentice, a picture of calm confidence, stands amidst a bamboo forest. And the master's words hang heavy in the air. Even if you say that, I don't really understand what you mean. One day, the apprentice replies, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. It means that you can learn the majority of martial arts in one day. An ancient tome, filled with arcane diagrams and symbols, floats into view. Normally, martial arts are understood and recreated by having a book as the basis for each one. But the apprentice's method is different. He doesn't need the book's analysis, he just needs to watch and copy. A burst of energy. The apprentice demonstrates his mastery. However, I will let you know how to use magic power. Bodily arts, fist techniques, weightless body techniques, and even grappling techniques, a whirlwind of motion unfolds before the master's astonished eyes. And the most useful thing out of all of that? The White Sword 7 techniques. A flash of blinding light erupts as the apprentice unleashes the White Sword flashing sea. The White Sword flashing sea. A torrent of impossible speed, a flurry of impossible cuts. Space itself bends to the apprentice's will. The White Sword piercing sky follows, a precise stab designed to shatter any defense. And finally, the White Sword folded emptiness, a defensive maneuver that warps the very air around him. The master watches, speechless. His apprentice's mastery is breathtaking. A wave of pure joy washes over him. The apprentice stands, a picture of calm confidence. His red coat billows slightly in the breeze. I've learned a lot thanks to you, master. The apprentice's words are humble, yet carry the weight of his newfound power. Ahem, what a relief that you think so. The master's voice is shaky, a mixture of pride and disbelief. A burst of unrestrained joy erupts from the master. He's overcome with pride and happiness. The apprentice bows respectfully. His departure is swift and silent. Ah, already? You can stay a bit longer. Master. The apprentice's voice, barely a whisper, carries the weight of accomplishment and respect. A radiant glow envelopes the apprentice, a joyous expression blossoms on their face, reflecting pure, unadulterated delight. A slight cough breaks the silence, a new scene unfolds. Oh okay, you have strength too, Sun Yun. If you devote yourself as much as you're talented, you'll quickly improve.
The master's words, though laced with gentle encouragement, hint at a higher standard yet to be reached. A shimmering portal of energy opens before Sungyun. A digital display announces, "You have entered the 14th floor waiting room." The portal pulses with ethereal blue flames, beckoning him forward. Sungyun steps through, his back to us, a thoughtful expression on his face. He reflects on his progress. "I've learned a lot. Although it's a shame that I couldn't learn all 7 skills of the White Sword 7 techniques at my current level." A chilling image flashes, a skull impaled by crimson blades, a symbol of the challenges that lie ahead. Demon Slayer, 8+. The Demon Slayer skill, although it's a swordsmanship technique, isn't well developed with thus far. Sungyun assesses his current abilities. It's now too lacking for Namgon Hyuk's Blue Heaven sword forms or Master's White Sword 7 techniques. He acknowledges the significant gap between his current skills and those of the Masters. The system hums to life, activating the iron-blooded sword and fighting concentration skills. A surge of power courses through the apprentice. A whirlwind of motion. Twin blades dance in a blur, a crimson tempest unleashed. The apprentice's movements are precise, each cut a testament to his mastery. Blue Heaven sword forms and White Sword 7 blade techniques combine in a breathtaking display. A symphony of steel, honed to perfection. But even this refined technique needs further refinement. A path to true mastery remains. The apprentice's face is etched with determination, his gaze unwavering. He seeks guidance from the master, a quiet understanding passing between them. A silent conversation of shared purpose. The master's wisdom guides the apprentice's path. Countless cuts fill the air, a storm of precision. Each strike is a testament to the apprentice's skill, honed through rigorous training. A mind focused, a body moving with the grace of a seasoned warrior. The path to mastery is long, but the apprentice presses on. The apprentice's eyes widen, his body crackling with energy. The authority path of the Blade Master has fully awakened. A surge of power courses through him as the Shill First Mixed Sword, CAJ, activates. A new skill, ready to be unleashed. The details of the skill unfold before him, a sword art combining White and Blue Heaven sword techniques, a power multiplier for dual blade mastery. Oh! A satisfied smirk plays on the apprentice's lips. A skill really manifested. But a flicker of doubt crosses his face. There are revisions, he notes, and they seem lackluster. It's time to try something new. His gaze falls upon the 13th floor trials reward, a mysterious book in his inventory. The random shill book, C+ a chance to obtain a higher ranked shill. Let's try using it. There's nothing to lose. With a flash of light and mystical energy, the book is opened, and a new power is revealed. The random shill book has granted him a B+ ranked shill. The authority hero's blessing activates, boosting his luck. The system screen blazes to life, announcing the activation of the Blood Spirit Demon Sword, B+ shill. A secret sword art, only for the heir of the Blood Demon cult. A bit more power. The apprentice's unique authority, Shill Synthesis, activates. The first mixed sword shill begins to synthesize, taking center stage. Hero's blessing activates strongly, a surge of luck empowering the apprentice. Shill synthesis complete. A new shill manifests. The first mixed demon sword, CJ, shill materializes. A wave of incandescent energy explodes outwards. He stands, back to us, a figure silhouetted against a brilliant blue energy surge. The 14th floor trial awaits. The trial begins. Underwater warfare, difficulty, hard. 7 days to hunt all lake monsters. Failure means death. The stakes are clear: succeed and gain the boots of the wind spirit, plus, fail, and face oblivion. A warning flashes across the screen. A formidable foe awaits. And the apprentice's eyes blaze with icy determination. The shill indomitable will activates. A desolate landscape, littered with the corpses of monstrous creatures. A lone figure stands amidst the carnage. Namgung Hyuk, a formidable opponent, surveys his work. He seems surprised the apprentice has arrived. A chilling smile spreads across Nam Gong-hyuk's face. His eyes gleam with malicious intent.
The apprentice grins, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He activates the instant acceleration shield.
Simultaneously, fighting concentration and wind's grace shills engage. His speed increases by 70%.
The shield stack is almost full. 7/7.
And with a blur of motion, the apprentice draws his first mixed demon sword, CJ. The exclusive effect of his fast boots enhances his speed. The apprentice unleashes a torrent of energy, a blinding flash that obliterates everything in its path, leaving only the echoing devastation and the chilling silence of a battlefield transformed. A chilling grin spreads across his face, a predator's smile, sharp and cruel.
Instant acceleration, fighting concentration, wind's grace, all activated.
His speed increases by 70%. The exclusive effect of his fast boots kicks in, boosting his speed even further.
A blur of motion. He vanishes in a flash of blue energy.
A ferocious strike. The air crackles with power. A collision of immense forces.
The impact sends out shockwaves. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of a devastating clash.
Sword flame.
The opponent is stunned. How are you using sword flame? A blinding flash of light.
Sword energy erupts, a furious torrent of power unleashed. The protagonist, a whirlwind of motion, strikes with impossible speed. Why are you surprised already? He sneers, a hint of arrogance in his voice.
His opponent, momentarily stunned, can only watch as the attack intensifies. A blue streak of pure energy, a devastating blow.
The air crackles with power. The protagonist's blade sings a deadly song, a symphony of destruction.
Each swing a blur of motion, leaving trails of icy energy in its wake.
His foe staggers, barely able to defend against the relentless assault. A desperate parry, but it's too late. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield.
The protagonist's power is overwhelming, a whirlwind of motion and might, leaving his opponent broken and defeated. The dust settles, revealing the victor.
A fierce battle rages, leaving the protagonist wounded but defiant. His eyes burn with a cold fury.
A blinding flash of energy erupts.
The air crackles with power.
A devastating blow is unleashed, a torrent of blue energy obliterating everything in its path.
The ground trembles as the force of the attack reverberates outwards.
Debris flies.
Amidst the chaos, the protagonist stands, his power surging.
He grips his weapon, a golden light emanating from its surface.
A confident smirk plays on his lips. What do you think? He asks, his voice echoing with newfound strength. His opponent, a figure in crimson, is thrown back, defeated.
The battle is over.
He surveys the battlefield, a grim satisfaction etched on his face.
How's my newly made S-rank swordsmanship skill?
The ground trembles. Jagged shards of ice, imbued with raw power, pierce the earth where his enemies once stood. A chilling silence descends. The skill's description unfolds. First mixed demon sword, S, proficiency, 0%. A demon sword art developed by combining several absolute divine arts.
Basic effect, continuous damage until death. Detailed effect, output of all swordsmanship will increase by 3x, and the exclusive effect dual consecutive hits will randomly activate.
The dual consecutive hits ability is revealed, 2 more attacks at the same time as the sword's original attack, and at the exact same power. A sinister smile spreads across the villain's face. This is already OP, but on top of that. He gestures towards the protagonist's cheek, a cruel glint in his eyes.
That scar on your cheek will bother you until you die. The protagonist's eyes blaze with fury.
A fresh wound bleeds on his cheek. A surge of purple energy, crackling with raw power, erupts between 2 fingers.
The aftermath of a brutal clash.
Blood stains the ground, a grim testament to the ferocity of the fight. This much bleeding, a voice gasps, filled with disbelief. Eyes blazing with barely contained fury, the protagonist focuses that same purple energy, a mirror of the power he just unleashed.
A blur of motion.
He vanishes in a flash of blue energy, a torrent of power unleashed.
A wave of water erupts as he strikes with devastating force. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. Blades clash in a flurry of light and energy. The protagonist fights with a desperate, almost reckless abandon.
A whirlwind of steel and fury, pushing back against impossible odds. The villain observes, a smirk playing on his lips. What you're using right now, the swordsmanship technique, the Chingon, it's definitely Miram.
A question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Why did you hide your martial arts before? The protagonist's answer is simple, yet revealing: I didn't hide them. Back then I was actually scared I might die.
His voice is low, a confession of past fear. So I learned all day yesterday.
The villain's eyes narrow, suspicion etched onto his face.
He sneers, you're still as rude as ever.
A blur of motion.
The protagonist attacks with blinding speed. The villain scoffs, seeing as how you're saying such crazy nonsense like learning martial arts in one day.
A fiery burst erupts as the protagonist unleashes a devastating blow.
The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the water.
Believe me or not, but someone told me that I'm a genius. He lunges forward, a whirlwind of motion.
The clash of steel echoes across the water as the two warriors lock blades in a final, desperate confrontation. The clash echoes across the water, a ripple spreading from the epicenter of their conflict. The protagonist and villain locked in a deadly dance.
Ah, and I can do something like this too.
The protagonist grins, a spark of defiance in his eyes.
A flurry of motion.
Blades clash, water sprays, and the fight intensifies. The power of the Namgon clan's swordsmanship unleashed.
A blinding flash, a thunderous impact.
The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the water.
The villain's eye widens in disbelief. This, swordsmanship? Rage contorts the villain's face, a snarl twisting his lips.
His teeth grit, a low growl rumbling in his chest.
You bastard! How dare you steal the Namgon clan's swordsmanship without knowing your place?
The villain's fury is palpable, a dark aura swirling around him as he prepares for a counterattack.
Then you should have made it harder to copy.
The protagonist's smirk widens, his confidence unwavering.
A self-assured smile plays on the protagonist's lips. He met the challenge, and he prevailed.
It's your fault for making the swordsmanship sloppy.
The villain's sneering words echo across the battlefield.
His eyes blazing with furious intensity. The weight of his defeat settles heavily upon him.
A blinding flash. The clash of steel rings out as the protagonist counters with a devastating blow. The air crackles with energy. A torrent of motion, a whirlwind of blades. The villain is sent sprawling. Ugh, incredible.
The villain gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stares at the protagonist's skill. His swordsmanship, Shingon technique, and even his irregular movements.
The protagonist's mastery is undeniable. But you probably wouldn't even dream about it.
The villain spits, his pride wounded but his resolve unbroken.
About the fact that you're giving me a high-class lesson right now.
The protagonist's words cut deeper than any blade.
A final, desperate lunge.
Water splashes as the villain makes one last attempt.
But it's too late. The protagonist's victory is complete.
He smiles, a chilling glint in his eyes. A surge of purple energy erupts, a tempest of power unleashed. From the heart of the storm, a hand reaches out, a hand that commands the very fabric of reality. And from that hand, a legion of spectral blades materializes, shimmering with ethereal light. The protagonist stands defiant, a lone warrior amidst a maelstrom of power. Forceful battle, the text proclaims, as he raises his sword, a beacon of defiance against the storm. His eyes, blazing with determination, reflect the purple tempest.
He is ready.
With a blur of motion, the protagonist cuts through the spectral blades, a whirlwind of steel and energy. Each strike precise, each parry a testament to his mastery. The clash echoes through the battlefield. The text reveals the truth: due to a unique trait, a 30-meter fighting domain has been established, excluding all but the protagonist and his opponent. A hexagonal barrier of energy shimmers into existence, sealing the arena of battle. The villain, eyes burning with hatred, snarls, "I got you, you motherfasterous cur." A crimson spray erupts as the villain recoils, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. The protagonist's attack, swift and brutal, leaves him reeling. His face, contorted in pain and disbelief. The protagonist, a blur of motion, raises his weapon, a wickedly sharp blade imbued with a malevolent energy. Do you know what people on Earth call situations like this? A disaster you called upon yourself, the protagonist sneers, his voice dripping with cold satisfaction. The villain's eyes burn with fury, his lips curling into a sinister smile. He's cornered, but not broken. A clash of steel. The protagonist's blade meets the villain's, sparks flying as the two titans collide in a whirlwind of power. A brutal dance of death unfolds, each strike carrying the weight of 1,000 battles. The protagonist lunges, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. Using witchcraft even after learning martial arts, he roars, his voice echoing across the battlefield. A blinding flash of light. The air crackles with energy as the final blow is struck. A blinding flash of purple energy. The protagonist's attack cuts through the air, connecting with the villain with brutal force. A crimson gash blossoms across the villain's chest. The impact sends a shockwave, rippling outwards as the villain reels from the blow. His grip loosens on his sword. Cook. The villain coughs up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief and fury. He tumbles, his body crashing to the ground. A defeated heap. The dust settles. But even in defeat, the villain's eyes burn with a cold, unrelenting rage. Damn it! A purple energy surges, crackling with raw power, the air itself vibrates with anticipation. The protagonist, a blur of motion, unleashes a devastating blow. The impact echoes, sending the villain reeling. A shockwave rips through the battlefield. He's sent flying, a projectile hurled across the ravaged landscape. A whirlwind of destruction in his wake. The attack continues, relentless and unforgiving, a furious barrage of strikes. Each blow connects with bone-jarring impact, the ground trembles under the force. A colossal vortex of energy erupts, swallowing the villain whole. The aftermath of battle, a dark, still lake reflects the bruised sky. The protagonist lands gracefully, sword dripping, a sigh escaping his lips, phew. The villain, once a towering figure, is now a broken husk, barely clinging to existence. Even from afar, the weight of his defeat is palpable. Even Neuron's genius is in such a state. His face, a mask of pain and disbelief. A silent scream trapped behind clenched teeth. The raw power unleashed tears the villain's very being apart. A guttural roar echoes across the desolate landscape. The protagonist's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and dawning understanding. What the? Did he suddenly go crazy? A chilling laugh cuts through the silence. Interesting. The villain, now twisted and unhinged, reveals a terrifying new power. I don't know how you did it, but you learned martial arts and got strong in such a short period of time. It's so much fun. A crystalline shard, pulsing with ethereal energy, rests in the palm of a warrior. Even the tower's witchcraft pales in comparison. His opponent acknowledges the power, a flicker of something akin to respect in his eyes. But the battle is far from over. A flash of crimson, a blur of motion. A deadly strike aimed at the heart. Blades clash in a shower of sparks. The impact sends a shockwave through the air. A crimson streak explodes outwards, leaving the warrior reeling, a pained gasp escaping his lips. From the wound, a surge of dark energy erupts, a terrifying power unlike anything seen before. A blinding purple light engulfs the battlefield. A new item appears, Floor Invading Penalty Relief Stone, A. When consumed, it invalidates the lowered stats and skill limitations from the floor invading penalty. The ground trembles, a shockwave rips through the battlefield. Dust and debris fly as the protagonist stumbles, a sinister purple energy surges from the defeated villain. His eyes glow with malevolent power. "Aren't you curious?" he whispers, a chilling smile playing on his lips. And with a guttural roar, the transformation is complete. A terrifying, purple dragon of pure energy erupts from the villain's body, its power is palpable. The dragon coils, its eyes burning with dark energy. About why I'm called the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon? The protagonist, battered but defiant, stares up at the monstrous creature. "Fuck," he grits out, his face a mask of grim determination. The wind howls, a tempestuous prelude to the chaos about to unfold. As a figure plummets from the sky, the ground rushing up to meet them. A chilling question hangs in the air, "Aren't you curious?" Eyes blaze with furious intensity, a storm brewing within. A surge of raw power erupts, a dragon of violet energy taking shape. The energy crackles and rides, a breathtaking spectacle of arcane might. And from this maelstrom, a question is posed, about why I'm called the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon? A scoff. "Fuck." His laughter echoes, a cruel counterpoint to the raw power unleashed moments before. The Blue Heaven Sword Dragon's blade crackles with power, a violet energy swirling around it. A wave of energy explodes outwards. "It's an honor," the antagonist sneers, completely unfazed. The dragon's eyes blaze with defiance. He will not be intimidated. A blinding flash. The dragon unleashes the full fury of his attack. The force of the blow is devastating. A shockwave rips across the landscape. A serene garden, a place of quiet contemplation. Two figures sit in silence, the tension palpable. But the calm is shattered. A surge of blue energy erupts. Sword chi is a technique that adds properties that interfere with the laws of the sword itself, a voice explains, while sword flame is a stage where you can add another one of those properties. A glowing blue blade, imbued with immense power. Strengthened sword chi, the next stage of power. An ultimate essence, allowing flexible utilization of surrounding magic power as well. The Blue Heaven Sword Dragon unleashes a wave of violet energy. A furious, swirling vortex of power. The attack explodes outwards, a breathtaking display of raw power. A dragon of violet energy takes shape, its teeth bared in a silent roar. To think he'd master strengthened sword chi so quickly. He didn't know it would be this strong when he heard the explanation. This is a crazy skill. The sword's reach rapidly extends, making it difficult to approach. And its strong yet flexible movements are truly irregular and threatening. The sword dragon's power surges, a breathtaking spectacle of purple energy. A living, breathing dragon coiled around the blade, its scales shimmering with arcane might. With a roar that shakes the very heavens, the dragon unleashes its fury. A blinding flash of light erupts as the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon strikes with devastating force. The impact echoing through the battlefield. The antagonist watches, his eyes wide with disbelief. The clash of steel reverberates, a storm of energy unleashed as the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon dances across the battlefield. A whirlwind of power leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The antagonist's jaw drops. "I thought he'd be just a bit stronger than the vampire count." That was a foolish assumption indeed. His eyes narrow, a newfound respect dawning. A radiant glow envelopes the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon. Sword enlightenment. But I feel like Muram's masters get to skip a few growth stages throughout their enlightenment. The antagonist observes, a mixture of awe and resentment in his eyes. "OP bastards." A clash of steel. The Blue Heaven Sword Dragon's attack is a blur of motion, a devastating blow that sends debris flying. Where did your earlier ease go? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the antagonist's previous confidence. His expression hardens. The Blue Heaven Sword Dragon grips his blade, a glint of cold steel reflecting the grim determination in his eyes.
I should have finished this with full power as soon as I started, damn it. Regret gnaws at the antagonist, his earlier arrogance replaced by a bitter taste of defeat. But his resolve is far from broken. A predatory grin spreads across his face. I was going to get a lesson, and now things are going to be annoying. The ground trembles. A crimson aura erupts around the antagonist as he unleashes a new power. Authority, heavenly blood cultivation art activated. A furious counterattack. The clash of their blades echoes through the battlefield, a symphony of destruction. The ground trembles beneath the impact, a shockwave rips through the earth, pulverizing stone into dust. The antagonist's eyes glow with malevolent energy.
Prepare yourself, he sneers, his voice dripping with menace.
His power surges, a crimson aura enveloping him as he declares, I'm going full force. Blue Heaven Sword Dragon smiles, a calm confidence in his eyes. Do your best.
A clash of titans.
Their hands meet in a blinding burst of energy.
A furious exchange of blows, each strike shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. Blue Heaven Sword Dragon unleashes a torrent of energy, a purple tempest of raw power,
sending the antagonist crashing into a cliff face. The impact echoes across the landscape.
The antagonist, battered but unbowed, prepares for another assault. White Sword, Fold Emptiness. The antagonist unleashes White Sword, Fold Emptiness. A swirling vortex of energy erupts, threatening to consume the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon. Where did you learn such skills?
The antagonist's eyes gleam with cold determination. His expression is one of unwavering confidence. But the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon remains unfazed.
All of these struggles are useless in front of strengthened sword chi.
With a roar, the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon activates fighting concentration. His power surges, amplified 20-fold. The clash of their powers creates a blinding flash, a shockwave rips through the air. The antagonist is sent flying backwards, his body a blur against the dark sky. The impact echoes through the desolate landscape.
The Blue Heaven Sword Dragon moves with terrifying speed, a phantom in the shadows.
He's behind the antagonist. Nice, I got behind him. Now. The clash of titans begins. A blinding flash of light erupts as the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon unleashes a devastating attack.
A torrent of raw power, a purple tempest unleashed upon the antagonist. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the very ground.
The antagonist is sent sprawling, crashing into the earth with a bone-jarring keuk. His pained expression speaks volumes, my intestines are a mess. But even in defeat, a glint of defiance remains in his eyes. A final, desperate surge of energy. The antagonist, fueled by adrenaline and spite, makes one last, desperate attempt to turn the tide, a whirlwind of steel and fury. But the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon's focus is unwavering. With a final, precise strike, victory is secured. The antagonist is defeated. The antagonist unleashes a furious final attack, a surge of dark energy erupting from his body. But Blue Heaven Sword Dragon is ready.
Did his sword chi adjust to White Sword Fold Emptiness? The question hangs in the air, a moment of intense focus before the storm.
And then, he activates his ultimate technique. Chill Ashen Blood.
The very air crackles with power.
A blinding flash.
The clash of steel echoes across the battlefield, a brutal exchange of blows.
A devastating kick sends the antagonist sprawling. The dragon's power is overwhelming. The final blow. A torrent of energy explodes outwards, shattering the earth, leaving a crater in its wake.
The force of the impact is breathtaking. And the antagonist is left defeated, his body broken, his spirit crushed. The dust settles, leaving only the victor standing, the Blue Heaven Sword Dragon, weary but triumphant.
The final clash. A furious exchange of blows, a whirlwind of steel. The antagonist, driven by a desperate fury, unleashes a devastating attack.
He's sent flying, crashing into the rocky terrain. A pained groan escapes his lips, blood gushes from a grievous wound. The crimson stain spreads across the stone, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity.
But Blue Heaven's sword dragon is relentless.
With a surge of power, he counters.
A final, defiant strike.
Die, the antagonist screams, his eyes blazing with hatred. His fangs bared in a feral snarl, a last, desperate attempt to claim victory.
A blinding flash of purple energy erupts.
The air crackles with raw power.
The impact is earth-shattering. A shockwave rips through the landscape. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the cataclysmic blow. A blinding flash of purple energy erupts. The antagonist unleashes his ultimate attack.
The ground cracks and crumbles under the sheer force.
Debris rains down as a shockwave tears through the landscape.
A river of crimson flows amidst the shattered stones, the aftermath of a devastating clash. Blue Heaven's sword dragon stands, battered but defiant, his sword dripping with the antagonist's blood.
He stares down at his fallen foe. You withstood that?
Gasping for breath, the dragon struggles to maintain his stance, exhaustion etched onto his face. His mighty blade lies broken in the water, a testament to the ferocity of the battle, but his spirit remains unbroken. The antagonist, though defeated, speaks with chilling composure. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest. I truly didn't think you'd be able to fight this evenly with me.
But even in defeat, the antagonist's power is not fully extinguished.
A surge of purple energy rises behind him.
A final, desperate act of defiance. But those struggles are over now, too. Blue Heaven's sword dragon, with a final surge of strength, raises his sword high, bathed in an ethereal purple light.
Victory is his.
After all this effort to reach this height, the antagonist's fury boils over. A crimson flash. The Blue Heaven sword dragon unleashes a devastating counterattack. You think I'll die that easily for you?
His desperate roar echoes as he channels his remaining strength
into a final, explosive surge of power.
The clash of wills shakes the very foundations of the battlefield. System notification: Shill counter shield has released all absorbed damage at once.
The impact sends a shockwave
that obliterates everything in its path. The antagonist is thrown back, his body racked with pain.
A blinding flash of light engulfs him. The antagonist, defeated, crashes to the ground.
His reign of terror is over.
The antagonist lunges, a desperate attack fueled by hatred.
His weapon, a crimson blade, flashes towards Blue Heaven's sword dragon.
Yes, that's the look of defeat. The antagonist's eyes widen in disbelief as the inevitable arrives.
A ferocious snarl escapes the antagonist's lips as he unleashes his final blow, a desperate gamble in the face of certain doom.
The impact. A shockwave of energy rips through the air.
Blue Heaven's sword dragon staggers, blood spraying from a grievous wound. But even in defeat, his eyes burn with defiance. A flicker of determination remains. The system notification appears: Shill last stand activated. A surge of energy courses through Blue Heaven's sword dragon's body,
nullifying his critical wounds.
His senses sharpen, amplified beyond their normal limits. The effects of all other shills are perfected. This power comes at a cost, however.
This shill has a cooldown period of 1 week.
Blue Heaven's sword dragon breathes heavily, his body still ravaged but his spirit unbroken. He is wounded, but he lives. Last stand: an additional reward I received for the 12th floor trial. The situation where I received a fatal injury was reversed.
I didn't think it would actually nullify it like this. Hebiak. A crimson blade flashes, a desperate counterattack.
The 12th floor had one more reward. Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown, /Ghost Magic, B+, activated. While equipped, your mind will slowly be contaminated.
Authority Serene Mind strongly activated. Let's use everything we can.
He rises, the crown of a fallen emperor upon his brow, a terrifying power coursing through his veins.
Ancient Emperor's Ash Crown, /Charisma plus 30%. An ash crown used as an ancestral rite by the ancient emperor who worshipped the god of darkness.
Upon wearing it, your mind will become unstable, and the item's durability will quickly be reduced each minute. In return, you are able to activate ghost magic, B+, which is built into the crown, freely. As long as the item is not destroyed, when the item is not equipped, the durability will slowly increase.
I command servants. The blue heaven sword dragon, wounded but defiant, stands amidst his servants, eyes blazing with grim determination.
His enemies advance, a chilling command echoing through the battlefield: crush him. The ground trembles as monstrous claws descend, a terrifying display of necromantic power.
But the dragon, fueled by the ancient emperor's ash crown, dodges with impossible speed, narrowly escaping the crushing blow.
A venomous hiss escapes his lips as he spits out, "You bastard, from an evil sect to necromancy." His eyes burn with furious energy, a chilling smile twisting his lips. "You can never beat me with witchcraft like this." A surge of dark purple energy erupts from him, taking the form of a wicked, crackling blade.
The clash of magic and steel. A deafening kick echoes as the dragon unleashes a devastating counterattack, sending his foes reeling.
His face, scarred but resolute, reflects the ferocity of his struggle.
A final, desperate strike.
The dragon's hand becomes a blur as he delivers a blow that shatters the very air around him.
A sneer twists blue heaven sword dragon's lips, his eyes blazing with furious determination.
Critically wounded, he's not backing down.
Let's see if you can revive again.
A surge of dark energy erupts from him, a terrifying necromantic power unleashed.
The very air crackles with unholy energy.
A torrent of shadowy tendrils lashes out, a horrifying display of resurrected power.
The impact.
A bone-jarring crash as the necromantic assault connects.
His opponent is thrown back.
A chilling cackle echoes across the battlefield.
My body.
Blue heaven sword dragon's opponent recoils, fear etched on his face.
What are you doing to me?
A cold, unwavering gaze meets his terror.
I told you.
The necromantic energy surges, reshaping his body, his very essence. A horrifying transformation unfolds. A splash of dark water as he falls to his knees, his body contorting in agony. His eyes, blazing with malevolent purple fire, lock onto his prey, a grotesque transformation complete, the necromantic energies coursing through his veins. A chilling declaration hangs in the air: "Would you bother you until you died?" The ground trembles as a monstrous roar erupts, a wave of dark energy explodes outward, obliterating everything in its path.
So he can't even perform the basic moves? How could such an incompetent fool be born into the prestigious Namgong clan? Does he truly possess my blood?
The boy sits alone, small and insignificant, amidst the towering figures of his parents. Their words, sharp as daggers, pierce the air.
A palpable tension hangs heavy in the air.
His young shoulders slump under the weight of their scorn. He whispers, barely audible, "I just..." A single leaf falls, then another, and another, swirling around him like whispers of forgotten magic. As the boy's eyes glow with an unnatural light.
"Enjoy conversing with my sword."
He moves, a blur of motion, defying expectations. Before he even learns any fixed moves, he's forging his own path with the blade. A testament to his innate talent.
A true genius.
A young boy gazes up at a towering figure, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. A fateful meeting that would shape his destiny. Taken in by his grandfather, the contemporary Sword Supreme, his life takes a new path.
Under his tutelage, an explosive transformation begins.
A rapid, unprecedented growth in skill and power.
A desperate cry pierces the air: "Father!" Young Namgong confronts danger head-on. A traditional building, the scene of a confrontation, stands before him. He's dealing with blood cult infiltrators.
The clash of steel echoes through the courtyard, a brutal fight concludes with a fallen foe.
He surveys the scene, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. "Look, father." His father's pride is evident. "Your son has gotten this strong now.
But the young swordsman's resolve hardens. Get rid of these ugly things immediately. Why are you so worked up over the slaughter these days? Devote yourself to cultivating your heart a bit more. If you're not trying to become a monster, that is. A wave of grief washes over him, a silent scream trapped behind clenched teeth. The impact sends a shockwave, a bone-jarring blow. His body is thrown back, a brutal display of raw power. The ancient emperor's ash crown, CAJ, is destroyed. Its durability has been completely consumed. The crown shatters, releasing a surge of blinding light. Creatures of the deep, their forms writhing in the churning water, a maelstrom of chaos unleashed. Young Namgong, battered but defiant, his eyes blazing with a fierce resolve. Still alive, despite the brutal onslaught. He clings to life, his body a testament to the battle's ferocity. Han Sung-yoon, his enemy, lies defeated, but even in death, his words carry a chilling weight. Hurry up and end it. Namgong sits beside the still form of his fallen foe, the silence broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the rocks. A grim reflection in his eyes. Isn't it fascinating? Sun Jian's voice echoes in his mind, a cruel twist of fate. A chilling revelation, two beings from different dimensions, locked in a desperate struggle. A battle of unimaginable intensity. The fighting was insanely difficult and painful. The clash of steel, a whirlwind of motion, a final, desperate exchange between two warriors from worlds apart. The clash of titans. Young Namgong and Han Sung-yoon, face to face, a silent promise of death hanging in the air. Han Sung-yoon, his eyes blazing with a fierce, almost manic energy, reveals a chilling truth, that this felt fun. Even in death's shadow, his words carry a strange weight. If we had been friends, we would have exchanged accomplishments and had fun, he muses, a hint of regret in his final breath. The aftermath. Young Namgong sits, exhausted but alive, beside the fallen body of his opponent. Blood stains the ground, a grim testament to their brutal duel. A guttural roar escapes Han Sung-yoon's lips, even in death, his rage echoing. Pushover bastard. The camera focuses on Han Sung-yoon's face, a mask of furious agony. His final moments are filled with bitter resentment. Young Namgong, his face etched with the weariness of battle, reflects on the fallen warrior's words. The weight of his victory settles heavily upon him. A chilling revelation dawns on him. Han Sung-yoon's final words hint at a deeper truth, a secret about the tower and his own journey. The scene shifts. Young Namgong stands before three colossal figures, their presence radiating an aura of immense power. He has arrived at a pivotal moment in his quest. It wasn't just to enjoy murdering you. After gaining divinity, I became enemies with a certain god, and even felt threats to my own life. The weight of his confession hangs heavy in the air. Young Namgong stares, his eyes burning with a newfound understanding. The chosen ones inevitably have to deal with divinity. And the moment they do, they have to face gods in various forms. His final words echo. You, too, will soon have to deal with divinity. But if you climb the tower with that foolish mentality, you will not be able to prevent the gods from destroying your earth. A blinding flash. The very fabric of reality seems to tear apart as celestial fire rains down. The impact sends shockwaves across the planet, a cataclysmic event unfolds before young Namgong's horrified eyes. No. A crimson energy surges from his hand, a terrifying power unleashed. Those who destroyed the foundation of his life will pay the ultimate price. The very air crackles with anticipation as he vows vengeance. His words hang heavy in the silence. With a roar, he unleashes a devastating attack. The Truthseeker of Blood ability activates, a torrent of crimson energy engulfing his foe. A scream of agony echoes, the raw power of the attack leaves its mark. The foundation for a new myth is laid. Divine power surges within him. The power of faith and the results of his trials culminate in a blinding flash. A new myth is born. A blinding light erupts, heralding a momentous shift in power. The very fabric of reality seems to tremble. as the raw energy surges, leaving trails of incandescent light in its wake. From the heart of this celestial maelstrom, a figure emerges, bathed in golden light.
Young Namgon, transformed.
The system notifications flash. Namgon Hyua's spirit is absorbed, his proficiency skyrocketing by 47%.
His necromancy skill reaches 100%, ascending to a new rank.
The power surges, a testament to his newfound mastery, necromancy. A chilling question arises: when challengers of the other world die, their corpses always disappear. Do they not disappear when the floor-invading penalty has been removed, then? The true heavenly blood demonic sword glows, its blood consumption effect activated. Namgon Hyua's blood is absorbed, boosting the sword's value to 174/71/400. The sword's power intensifies, a crimson glow enveloping the blade. A new inscription appears, a mark of Namgon Hyua's strength. The absorption continues, etching Namgon Hyua's essence onto the blade, strengthening it further. A system notification blazes across the screen, detailing a new upgrade: enhanced skill, strengthening apprehensions. Added to blood consumption exclusive slot.
Young Namgon's lips curl into a subtle, self-satisfied smirk, a quiet pride in his accomplishment.
His back is to us, but the scars marring his powerful physique speak volumes, a testament to the battles he's endured.
He muses aloud, I guess I have to go shopping on Earth.
A hint of amusement flickers in his eyes as he considers his next move.
Another system message appears: Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch requests sponsorship for her contractor. The need for new equipment is clearly stated.
The administrator White Crane Swordmaster chimes in, suggesting the contractor's fighting style is better suited to martial artist robes than anything else. Young Namgong's face is etched with a mixture of determination and anticipation, his gaze sharp, his jaw clenched. A vast, snowy expanse unfolds before him, a chilling wind whipping through the air, a graveyard of discarded swords lies scattered across the frozen ground. He walks towards a massive, imposing structure, his steps deliberate and purposeful, a sense of quiet resolve hangs in the air. A close-up on young Namgong's face reveals a look of awe, a single word escapes his lips: wow. A lone figure, muscular and bare-chested, walks away from a quaint, snow-dusted village. The imposing silhouette of a colossal, crimson structure looms in the background. He pauses, turning back towards the village, a thoughtful expression on his face. Inside, a regal woman with striking pink hair smiles, her voice echoing with a subtle hint of amusement.
Good work, Han Sun-yoon. It's been a while.
She gestures towards something unseen, her words carrying a playful tone. This is to celebrate crossing a big mountain, think of it as a present. A glimmer of anticipation lights up Han Sun-yoon's eyes as a beautiful, crimson amulet is presented to him.
Didn't you say you'd give me armor before?
The woman's smile widens. Once you put a bit of magic power into the necklace, the armor will naturally be equipped. Equip it for the first time outside of the tower. Just in case. Han Sun-yoon accepts the gift with a nod, his gratitude evident.
Thank you. I'll use it well.
A tranquil bamboo forest, the air hangs heavy with the scent of damp earth and green leaves. Sun-yoon arrives, his presence immediately commanding attention. He greets his master. But his master, a young woman with striking silver hair, is less than thrilled. I thought you'd come to me first, but to think you'd go to that woman first. I'm disappointed, she huffs.
Sun-yoon tries to appease her, but she remains unconvinced.
Don't be angry, master. She pleads, her words barely audible above the rustling bamboo.
Instead of dwelling on the past, Sun-yoon has a proposition.
Instead of that woman, he begins, a glint in his eye.
He requests permission to perform a simple act of service.
I would like permission to do one thing for you. He asks, his voice low and intense.
A beat of silence hangs in the air.
I want to do your hair. The unexpected request hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the previous tension. A blush creeps onto her cheeks as she processes his words.
Her eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and something else? Sun-yoon's concern grows.
What, Have you never heard the expression, get medicine from a pharmacist and your hair done at a hairdresser? He asks, a hint of worry in his tone. He feels uneasy. Plus, you don't even have the tools, he adds, his brow furrowing. A glint of steel. Sun Ji-eun's blade flashes, a warning held in the sharp line of her gaze. You'll get hurt if you move, so stay still. The command is crisp, leaving no room for argument. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts. Sun Ji-eun's master is thrown back, his eyes wide with shock. Wait. Leaves swirl, carried on a powerful gust of wind, the aftermath of a potent energy blast. A tranquil garden, the scene of the recent upheaval. The air hangs heavy with the lingering scent of magic. Sun Ji-eun's master, eyes narrowed in concentration, examines a small, ornate mirror. His expression is one of intense focus. A smirk plays on his lips as he assesses his reflection. You're quite talented, huh, master? He admires his newly styled hair, a hint of self-satisfaction in his gaze. I like it. Sun Ji-eun's face softens, a relieved smile breaking through her earlier intensity. That's a relief. A shared chuckle fills the air. The master gestures towards a nearby tower. Sun Yoon, this is the item that will make it easy to wear the martial artist robes that I mentioned earlier. Put them on outside of the tower. He begins to change, revealing a powerful physique. The anticipation builds. A young woman, her face alight with mischief, waves goodbye. Then, good luck, she calls out, her voice echoing with a playful lilt. The man watches her go, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Something about her farewell feels off. What's up with her? This feels fishy. He stands in a stark, metallic chamber, the air humming with unseen energy. A series of glowing panels shimmer before him, each a portal to a new challenge. His eyes narrow, understanding dawning. I was wondering why the administrators were trying so hard to be nice to me. The truth hits him like a physical blow. It was all a calculated scheme. It was so they could commission me for their quests. His hand reaches out, a touch activating a new quest. So let's think about it slowly. The system interface flickers, revealing two new divine powers, Indomitable and Reverse. Indomitable grants full power regardless of the user's state, while Reverse amplifies buffs based on the user's disadvantage in battle. A powerful combination for a skilled warrior. Sun Yoon reflects on his previous abilities. His exorcism skills, obtained from the Eradicator of Vampires myth, were limited in scope. But his new battle-tested warrior ability is far more versatile, applicable to any combat situation. His necromancy skill, enhanced by the new myth, has reached A rank. The details are impressive, the death god's qualities are enlightened. A surge of power. Sun Yoon activates his divine power authority, but there's no immediate change. A subtle shift, a quiet hum of potential energy. The power is there, waiting to be unleashed. Sun Ji-eun's eyes gleam with newfound power. A hint of a smile plays on his lips. He is ready. He muses on the implications of his new abilities, a thoughtful expression on his face. The god of death. He admits his uncertainty, but remains resolute. I have no idea, but time will solve it. A celestial blade, shimmering with ethereal energy, hangs suspended in the void. The burrowing heaven sword, a weapon of immense power, its stats laid bare: cutting ability plus 10%, charisma plus 10%, attack speed plus 10%, magic management plus 10%. A demon-slaying instrument, designed to obliterate the most formidable foes. Its unique abilities detailed: when magic is injected, the burrowing heaven effect activates, granting absolute destruction. The more difficult the target, the faster it evolves, but the more magic it consumes. And then, the sword sense, a passive ability that enhances the wielder's growth, not limited to items alone. Sun Yoon stares at the sword, a surge of power coursing through him. These items are crazy OP, he marvels, the sheer power of his new weapon sinking in. The additional rewards are a testament to his victory over Nam Gong Hyuk, a far stronger opponent than anticipated.
The system message flashes, unification with the sword achieved. Burrowing Heaven's sword sense activated.
Sun Yun, now fully bonded with his new weapon, prepares to absorb a sword skill.
The selection is made.
And the sword sense skill, a powerful new ability, is fully absorbed.
One use remains.
Sun Ji-Yun's eyes widen, reflecting the ethereal glow of the Burrowing Heaven sword. A look of pure wonder washes over him. A slow, predatory grin spreads across his face. He's feeling the power surge through him.
The process is shown, sword sense absorbing sword sense. A complex diagram unfolds, revealing the mechanics of this incredible feat. The result?
His skill capacity has increased. So where I originally could only learn 2 skills, I can now learn 3, he exclaims, a triumphant laugh escaping his lips. A system message flashes across the screen. Burrowing Heaven Sword, a +S exclusive effect sword sense has activated. You can absorb a sword category item's exclusive effect as a skill.
The absorption is complete.
Shill Burrowing Heaven, a +, has been fully absorbed.
The system confirms.
The power of the Burrowing Heaven sword sense is now fully integrated, but it's been used up.
Sun Yun stands, a new aura surrounding him.
He's mastered the Burrowing Heaven sword skill, and now he can use it even without the sword itself. Another system message: due to absorbing Challenger Nam Gong Hyuk's ghost, your abilities have increased permanently. His stats are boosted significantly.
Strength +4, agility +4, stamina +6, magic power +7, durability +4.
The numbers speak for themselves.
Sun Yun is stronger than ever. The skill absorption failed, a setback for Sun Yun?
He approaches a futuristic interface, his touch confident despite the previous failure. A message arrives, a concerned voice breaking through the digital hum.
Gosh! I should at least contact you when you return to the tower. Even if not officially partners, a bond remains.
A thoughtful pause, a flicker of guilt crosses his face. He remembers someone's worry, a promise to connect soon.
His fingers dance across the screen, a flurry of commands, a new message appears.
Sun Ji-Yun's eyes widen, a sudden jolt of alarm, a chilling update.
Bakri Manhwa, from the 9th floor, delivers grave news: another challenger from another world has appeared, and they're causing chaos.
The message continues, painting a grim picture: a massacre in London, a challenger from Ares, an invasion. A wave of fiery destruction engulfs the screen, a horrifying vision of London ablaze. The scale of the attack is catastrophic. The words hang heavy: you will not be able to prevent the gods from destroying your earth. A face contorted by rage and pain, blood splatters across a horrifying visage, eyes wide with a primal terror.
A guttural roar, a scream of pure agony rips through the silence. The raw intensity is palpable. Damn it! Sun Ji-Yun's frustration explodes, a silent scream of helplessness.
His eyes blaze with furious energy, a storm of righteous anger brewing within. The air crackles with arcane energy, a tempest of raw power brewing on the horizon. London's iconic clock tower looms, a silent witness to the unfolding chaos. Bolts of ethereal energy strike the ground, shaking the very foundations of the city. The city trembles, buildings crumble under the strain of this otherworldly assault. From the heart of the storm, monstrous, armored creatures emerge, their eyes burning with an unnatural light. They burst forth, a legion of terrifying beasts, their roars echoing through the shattered streets. The assault intensifies, more and more of these creatures pour from the rift in the sky. A desperate struggle, a lone figure fights back against the overwhelming tide of monstrous power. He is thrown back, battered but unbowed, his resolve unwavering in the face of certain death. Claws of shadow and ice tear through flesh and stone.
A monstrous creature, born from another dimension, unleashes its fury.
The aftermath, a city in chaos, the London crisis unfolding on screens across the globe.
Yesterday's nightmare, replayed in horrifying detail.
A briefing unfolds, revealing the chilling truth: it began with a black sphere, a gateway to another world, appearing in the London sky.
And within that sphere, otherworldly beings lay dormant, until now.
Their sudden emergence, a terrifying invasion.
The sphere expands, a growing threat, a second wave of destruction looms. And the desperate plea for help goes out, only the Korean hunters can prevent another massacre. A tense meeting. The question hangs heavy in the air: why are the Korean hunters involved? A past decision, a blocked discharge of hunters during the Shinjuku crisis, a mystery unfolds. The question is posed, sharp and direct: what is the reason behind the Korean Hunter Association's sudden involvement? The answer remains shrouded in mystery, for now. A figure in a sharp suit addresses a room, his words carrying a chilling implication. It's all about the money. The Shinjuku crisis elevated Korea's standing, creating lucrative opportunities for the Hunter Association. A group listens intently, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and intrigue. The weight of the situation hangs heavy in the air. A familiar figure, his hairstyle subtly different, leans against a wall, a sword at his side. Is that Han Sun-yoon? A woman's voice cuts through the silence, a single name spoken with a hint of recognition and perhaps a touch of apprehension: Han Sun-yoon SSI. Her eyes widen, a silent question hanging in the air. The reunion is unexpected, the circumstances even more so. Han Sun-yoon stands before a woman, a brief exchange hinting at a shared history and a recent separation. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A curt response, a subtle nod of acknowledgement. The past is acknowledged, but the focus remains firmly on the present. Please properly treat me like a partner from now on. The words hang in the air, a declaration of a new dynamic. Ah, it's inside. Inside? But your battle gear. A beat of silence, then a subtle shift in the conversation. Okay, for those who are going to volunteer for the London crisis, please board this plane. We hope for many volunteers. The call to action echoes through the sterile hall. A surge of motion. Hunters, clad in various armors and robes, rush towards the aircraft, a wave of power and determination. Sun-yoon and his associate stand apart, observing the scene. His expression is unreadable, yet a quiet intensity emanates from him. A hand rests on his arm, a silent question hanging between them, a subtle touch, yet heavy with unspoken meaning. No need for that this time. The words are clipped, decisive. The tension dissipates, replaced by a sense of purpose. With a powerful gust of wind, the doors burst open. Sun-yoon and his partner step forward, ready for action, their weapons gleaming. This blade was upgraded while climbing the tower. The weapon hums with latent power, a testament to their journey. Awaiting them on the tarmac, a fleet of black cars and a silent, watchful group of figures, the stage is set. The air crackles with arcane energy as Sun-yoon stands within a complex magical circle. His associate watches intently, a hint of awe in her eyes. He's mastered it. A triumphant grin spreads across Sun-yoon's face. Now, he possesses the power of teleportation. His associate, a picture of focused determination, reveals a newly acquired permit. The official seal confirms her words. The city sprawls before them, a concrete jungle teeming with life. Teleportation? The shock is palpable. A surge of blue energy engulfs Sun-yoon. The system message confirms, teleport initiated. The world blurs into streaks of light and color. He's moving faster than the eye can follow. With a crackle of energy, Sun-yoon arrives in London. But he's not alone. Strange, glowing orbs materialize around him. The orbs pulse with power, a silent threat. A sense of unease hangs heavy in the air. From the orbs, monstrous creatures emerge. The battle begins. The battle for the magic tower is joined. 7 mages stand ready, their spells crackling with power as the magic organisms advance. The second wave of the invasion begins. A chilling announcement echoes across the battlefield. And a leader's voice cuts through the chaos: defend the magic tower. A monstrous, spectral wolf erupts from the portal, its jaws snapping with terrifying force. The ground trembles. Sun-yoon's associate urges him to focus on sealing the portal. Newbie, you just focus on the portal. The fate of the tower hangs in the balance. A desperate warning: if an alien substance enters the portal, we don't know what might happen.
Sun Ji-yoon's associate, eyes wide with fear, prepares for the worst.
He grips his staff, a desperate defense against the encroaching horror.
A spectral energy explodes from the portal, a terrifying surge of power.
Another monstrous creature bursts forth. The attack is relentless. A desperate struggle for survival.
The fate of the magic tower hangs precariously in the balance.
A mystical portal shimmers, its energy pulsing with arcane power. A monstrous creature bursts forth.
Its claws slash, a keike, echoing through the air as Sun Yoon parries the blow with his staff. The impact sends a shockwave, a pained ACK, escapes the creature as it recoils. Sun Ji-yoon's associate is thrown back, fear etched on their face, a question mark hangs in the air as they struggle to their feet. In the aftermath of the attack, two figures emerge from the shadows, their movements swift and silent.
A desperate plea for help, a single exclamation point punctuating the silence as Sun Ji-yoon's associate collapses. The newcomers stand tall, their resolve unwavering. The magic organisms, one of them questions, their gaze sharp and assessing. Sun Ji-yoon's associate bows his head, shame evident in his posture. I apologize. My barrier preparations were unsatisfactory, he confesses.
It's okay.
Luckily, nothing happened. A reassuring response cuts through the tension. The newcomers join the defense, their swords gleaming. We'll help as well. When did the new raid begin?
The urgency in their voices is palpable. A wave of gratitude washes over Sun Ji-yoon's associate, their words, a testament to the gravity of the situation.
But time is of the essence.
The command is clear: leave this place to the experts.
A new recruit, barely more than a boy, receives his orders.
Guide them below, the veteran barks, his voice sharp and urgent. With a sharp yes sir, the young guide leads the way, his footsteps echoing in the cavernous space.
Down a winding staircase, deeper into the heart of the conflict.
Above, a precarious bridge spans the chasm, a lifeline for those fleeing the chaos below.
A desperate race against time.
Massive, ornate doors swing open, revealing a scene of opulent grandeur. A grand hall, where a council of powerful figures awaits. The air crackles with anticipation.
Sun Ji-yoon's gaze hardens. This time, the numbers are far greater. Many more hunters have answered the call.
But the air crackles with tension.
A palpable unease hangs heavy in the ornate hall.
The British Magic Tower's inner sanctum.
Three figures sit in judgment, their expressions grim. The British Magic Tower sure is haughty, huh? Everyone outside is suffering.
A voice whispers, laced with bitter resentment.
Meanwhile, the higher-ups remain indifferent, engaging in empty talk. It's a familiar scene, a disheartening echo of power's detachment.
A sudden shift in the atmosphere. The leader's eyes widen in surprise.
My goodness.
A gasp escapes his lips, a mixture of shock and awe.
Sun Yoon and his allies are spotted amongst the crowd.
Their presence sends ripples of surprise through the room.
I never thought I'd meet you like this.
The leader's voice is filled with a mix of disbelief and reverence.
It's an honor to see you again. Han Sun Ji-yoon Nim. A tense exchange unfolds in an opulent hall.
A young woman with striking golden eyes looks on, her expression unreadable.
As a man with piercing blue eyes asks, "Do you know him?"
The scene shifts. A dark, ominous sphere dominates the center of a courtyard, surrounded by mages pouring their magic into it, a desperate attempt to contain something powerful.
This is no ordinary barrier, it's a high-ranking construct that has withstood the combined might of hundreds of mages. And yet,
the man from the previous scene sits regally on a throne, a long sword resting beside him. His composure speaks volumes. The implication hangs heavy in the air: he nearly destroyed this formidable barrier when it was much smaller.
The question is, why couldn't he do it now?
An old, weathered mage speaks, his voice laced with a mix of awe and suspicion. His words carry the weight of untold secrets. The council murmurs, their expressions a mixture of shock and intrigue.
Who is this man, capable of such power? The tension ratchets up.
A young man speaks, his voice sharp and inquisitive.
He knows something.
A revelation: the man in question is a Korean challenger who participated in a previous trial in Japan.
The implications are staggering.
The young man with piercing blue eyes, his gaze intense, contemplates the sheer might of the mysterious figure. Meanwhile, the old mage, his face etched with determination, sits before a council, his unwavering loyalty to his country palpable. His gaze sweeps across the assembled members, a silent question hanging in the air.
Can they devise a plan to counter this formidable threat?
A bold declaration erupts from the old mage's lips: "I'll destroy that black sphere."
The young man, now seated regally, observes the unfolding drama with a hint of skepticism.
A gasp escapes the old mage's lips as the weight of his promise sinks in.
Doubt ripples through the council. Will that be possible?
Whispers spread amongst the council members.
Is the old mage being too hasty? Is this a reckless gamble?
But the old mage stands firm, a glint of resolve in his eyes.
He has a condition.
A demand that leaves the council speechless: "If you give the entirety of the rewards of everyone gathered here to me, I'll destroy it for you." A young man with piercing blue eyes, his expression hardened with suspicion, stares down a group of men, their sneering faces a picture of arrogant disbelief.
What kind of nonsense?
Just who do you think we are? They jeer, their voices dripping with contempt. Fists clench, the air crackles with barely suppressed fury. The old mage, his face etched with grim determination, speaks, something like that: "I'd need to discuss with the people in charge.
But time is running out."
"I can wait," he continues, "but with the current state of things, while you're meeting with them, London may cease to exist."
A cataclysmic blast.
The very ground trembles as a wave of raw energy erupts from the black sphere, tearing through the city.
Cars are tossed aside like toys, buildings crumble into dust.
The young man's resolve hardens. "In the worst-case scenario, I'll move even without rewards, but I should still take what I can get." Through a grand window, the old mage witnesses the unfolding devastation, his face a mask of grim acceptance.
He makes his decision. Okay. I'll make it happen, no matter how. A guttural roar escapes the old mage's lips, a promise of power unleashed.
The old mage's voice booms, echoing through the opulent hall: "Destroy the damned sphere." But the young man with blue eyes counters, a hint of defiance in his tone: "This isn't something you can decide on so easily." A smirk plays on his lips as he holds a glowing amulet, a glint of steel in his eyes.
The amulet pulses with power, a surge of energy emanating from it.
With a sudden burst of light, the amulet's power intensifies. He stands, transformed, a newfound confidence radiating from him. A magnificent, ice-blue blade materializes in his hand, shimmering with ethereal energy.
The clash.
A blinding flash of light and energy as he unleashes a devastating attack. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the city, shattering stone and glass.
Sunjiun SSI.
A hush falls over the assembled crowd.
Tension hangs heavy in the air, thick with anticipation.
A young woman watches, worry etched on her face, her heart pounding in her chest.
But Sun Yoon? His expression is one of steely resolve, eyes blazing with an inner fire.
He speaks, his voice a low rumble: "I'll be back soon." With a powerful leap, he launches himself into the night sky, a blur of motion against the cityscape.
The boots of the wind spirit activate. The exclusive effect, Path of Wind, empowers his every move. A blue trail streaks behind him as he moves with impossible speed.
He cuts through the air like a phantom, a breathtaking display of power and grace.
A blinding flash of energy erupts.
The force of his attack is devastating, shattering the very fabric of reality itself.
The impact reverberates, shockwaves ripple outwards. Heek! The onlookers gasp, stunned into silence.
He's almost there already.
Is that really the speed of a human? The boots of the wind spirit activate.
A surge of energy erupts, a torrent of wind and power, leaving Sung Yoon poised above a swirling vortex of energy. Which sure is annoyingly big," he observes, his voice calm despite the immense power before him. The sphere of dark energy looms, a monstrous threat to the city below. Buildings crumble under its influence. But Sung Yoon moves with terrifying speed. A blur of motion, a phantom of vengeance unleashed. He draws his sword, its crimson blade gleaming with an ominous light. The air crackles with anticipation. A skill interface appears, revealing the Burrowing Heavens skill. Proficiency, 0%. Basic effect, infuse absolute destruction into your body or weapon. Additional effect, destroy magic power itself. Shall we look for the rat? The question hangs in the air, a chilling promise of swift retribution. Sung Yoon unleashes a devastating dual elemental attack. Crimson and cerulean energy collide, forming a maelstrom of pure destruction. The Burrowing Heavens skill is activated. Limitations to what can be destroyed have disappeared. The sphere is obliterated in a blinding flash of light. The threat is neutralized. For now. Sung Ji-eun's face contorts in a grimace of furious concentration, the veins on his forehead bulging as he channels his power. A surge of energy erupts from him, a blinding torrent of azure and violet light. The raw power of the Burrowing Heavens skill unleashed. The dark sphere is engulfed, shattered into a million fragments by the sheer force of the attack. A blinding flash, and then, silence. Okay, then. A new skill is revealed, Burrowing Heavens, A+. Basic effect, infuse your body or weapon with absolute destruction through magic power. Additional effect, destroy the magic power itself. The more magic power consumed, the harder it is to destroy. The question hangs in the air, shall we look for the rat? But there's no time for hesitation, a surge of power erupts. Burrowing Heavens. Activated. 2 beams of energy, one blue, one red, explode from his hands. The power is overwhelming, the very air crackles with energy. His face contorts in concentration. A blinding flash. The force of the attack is immense. The impact sends out shockwaves, a devastating explosion rocks the very foundations of reality. Purple energy surges, a chaotic maelstrom of power, the aftermath of the Burrowing Heavens. The Necromancer unleashes the Burrowing Heavens skill. A cataclysmic eruption of purple energy rips through the very fabric of reality. A power capable of destroying magic itself. Twin blades clash, a furious dance of destruction. The Necromancer's power surges. This is a skill of immense power. The Necromancer grips his weapon, the energy crackling around him. A surge of raw magical might. He stands defiant, a storm of purple energy swirling around him. The very air crackles with anticipation. The attack culminates in a devastating blow. A beam of pure energy pierces the heavens. A storm of magical energy rains down upon the city below. The earth cracks open. A chasm of purple energy erupts, swallowing everything in its path. Revealing a landscape of jagged, dark peaks, a nightmarish terrain of shadows and crackling energy. Above, a swirling vortex of purple clouds, a breathtaking, terrifying spectacle. He descends, a dark figure against the purple sky, sword drawn, ready for anything. The Necromancer enters the magic domain nothingness. A digital interface appears, confirming his arrival. A beam of light descends, illuminating the dark abyss. And he falls, the only figure in this desolate realm. Magic domain, he wonders. His eyes glow with newfound power. Determination etched on his face. The system message flashes, skill spiritual eyes activated. The Necromancer stands defiant, 2 blades drawn, facing a terrifying legion of monstrous beings. Their gaping maws threaten to swallow him whole. But his eyes burn with unwavering resolve. He's activated the spiritual eye skill, and the true nature of this horrifying domain is revealed. A chilling warning materializes before him: beings other than the domain owner will suffer dire consequences.
Their senses will be sealed, and all abilities will be weakened. The Necromancer lunges forward, a blur of motion. The clash of steel against monstrous flesh echoes. A brutal impact sends a shockwave through the air. Blood splatters as he fights back with terrifying power. He takes a heavy blow, staggering back, but his eyes remain fixed on his foes. His determination is unshaken. A vision so powerful, it manifests as physical force. The very fabric of the domain seems to bend to his will. With a final, earth-shattering blow, the Necromancer unleashes a devastating attack. And the domain's power begins to crumble. The Serene Mind Authority is activated. The effects of the Nothingness domain are disabled. Mana resistance is recovered, sealed skills are released, and the penalty on abilities is lifted. A blinding light erupts from the Necromancer's hand, a raw, untamed power that threatens to consume everything. The monstrous creatures of the Nothingness domain, their eyes glowing menacingly, close in for the kill. But the Necromancer stands defiant. Two swords flash, a whirlwind of steel slicing through the darkness. A blur of motion as he dances through the fray, each strike precise and deadly. The clothes that White Crane Swordmaster gave me can be recovered through magic power. Pretty useful. A smirk plays on his lips as he assesses his newly repaired attire. He moves with renewed power, the energy crackling around him like a storm, a breathtaking display of skill and might. A shadowy figure watches from the periphery, their eyes narrowed in observation. Enough to break through the magic domain in a minor dimension like this. The voice is cold, calculating, laced with an unnerving confidence. The Necromancer leaps, a streak of darkness against the night sky, a swift, decisive strike aimed at his unseen adversary. But even this attack is anticipated. However, this too is a situation that I had foreseen. A chilling chuckle echoes in the void. A blur of motion. The Necromancer, a whirlwind of dark energy and steel, clashes with a shadowy figure. A desperate lunge, a desperate dodge. The fight is a chaotic ballet of power. And with a sudden burst of speed, the Necromancer activates his ultimate ability, Myth, Battle-Tested Warrior. Indomitable and reverse effects empower his divinity. The power surges through him. A raw display of might. The ground trembles beneath the force of his attack. Divinity, gasps an unseen observer. A hidden enemy, cloaked in shadow, reveals himself. There should be no gods within a mere minor dimension, he bellows, his voice echoing with fury. Crimson energy erupts from the Necromancer's hand. A terrifying power, a counterattack of immense scale. His eyes burn with determination. And with a word, I invisible, the enemy attempts to vanish, but the Necromancer's power is too great. The crimson energy explodes, engulfing everything in its path. A surge of crimson energy erupts, raw power radiating from the Necromancer's hand. Unleashing a torrent of dark magic. A whirlwind of shadowy figures assaults him, their attacks a blur of motion. The Necromancer meets the onslaught head-on, his movements a dance of death amidst the chaos. Each strike a precise counter to the enemy's relentless assault. The air crackles with energy. The Necromancer's opponent, a cloaked figure, speaks, even if you're a god's disciple, since you've entered a mage's domain yourself. That one's fake too. The real one's hiding somewhere. The Necromancer's enemy unleashes a swarm of grotesque, winged creatures. You cannot escape death. Self-destructing spirits march. The creatures charge, a suicidal wave of destruction. The creatures explode in a fiery maelstrom. But the Necromancer activates his counter shield. The impact reverberates, a counterattack launched. The Necromancer, a whirlwind of motion, attacks with a crimson blade. His movements are a blur. A flurry of strikes, each one precise and deadly, aimed at the shadowy figures that swarm around him. The air crackles with energy. He anticipates their next move, eyes narrowed in focus, a grim determination etched on his face. Is he thinking of prolonging this battle? A question flashes through his mind as he parries another attack. The space within the magical sphere may be large, but it's still limited. He needs to end this quickly. This method is brutal, but effective. He prepares for a devastating counterattack. With a roar, he unleashes the full power of his enchanted blade. A wave of crimson energy erupts. Counter shield activates. All absorbed damage is unleashed in a single, cataclysmic blast. True Heavenly Blood Demonic Sword and First Mixed Demon Sword skills enhance the attack. The impact is earth-shattering. The force of the blow obliterates his enemies, leaving only dust and debris in its wake. A cataclysmic eruption of power. Crimson energy explodes outwards, obliterating everything in its path. The raw force of the blast tearing through the very fabric of reality. The shockwave reverberates, leaving behind only a smoking crater. A silent testament to the Necromancer's overwhelming might. A dark, ominous presence looms over a snow-covered town. Ancient, Gothic architecture is silhouetted against the purple sky. A chilling wind whispers secrets of forgotten magic. The Necromancer stands defiantly, his dark robes billowing in the wind. Before him, a defeated sorcerer coughs weakly. His once powerful aura now flickering like a dying ember. K-Kiak. He gasps, his voice barely a whisper. The sorcerer's eyes widen in disbelief. How is there a monster like you in this minor dimension? He stammers, his words laced with fear. The Necromancer's gaze is cold and unwavering. Destroy the black sphere immediately. Release the nothingness space, he commands, his voice echoing with power. The Necromancer's eyes gleam with dark power. His skill, Truth Seeker of Blood, activates. A surge of energy courses through him, amplified pain, his second skill, is unleashed. A deafening scream rips through the air, the sorcerer's agony is palpable. The sorcerer crumples to the ground, defeated. His body convulses violently. As the Necromancer issues a chilling command, release it. The sorcerer, defiant even in defeat, spits out a curse. How dare you do this to me, the one who will become the future empire's great mage? But his desperate struggle is futile, a final, agonizing shriek escapes his lips. The Necromancer turns away, his task complete. Leaving the fallen sorcerer to writhe in pain. Wait. His pleas are ignored. The sorcerer's desperate cries echo in the silence. Damn it! I can't release it. I can't. The defeated sorcerer gasps, a desperate plea escaping his lips. It's not something I can release. Really? But the Necromancer's gaze is unwavering, his eyes burning with an icy resolve. Shill, his loyal flame dragon, confirms, Flame Dragon Eye senses the target is not lying. The command is swift and brutal. Explain which dimension you come from, your name, and why you came to Earth. A desperate attempt at negotiation. See, can I make you an offer before that? Is swiftly cut short. Shut up and answer my question. The sorcerer, Sandal, reveals his origin. I am from Ares, and my name is Sandal. His confession continues. The reason I came to this minor dimension, Earth, was to gain faith. The Necromancer's expression hardens. What do you mean by that? Sandal's labored breaths paint a picture of agony. His body trembles under the Necromancer's foot. Divine power surges. The Necromancer, bathed in ethereal light, stands triumphant before a cheering crowd. The text reveals a profound secret: faith fuels his power, accumulating within his heart circle. This newfound knowledge allows him to reach the sixth circle. Sandal, the fallen adversary, appears, a single, chilling question hanging in the air. If you want to earn faith, don't you need to save people? The Necromancer's chilling response: fear towards an absolute being is also a type of faith. I judged that it would be faster to plant fear in people's hearts through genocide. A cosmic vista unfolds, revealing the vastness of space. The text explains that divine power with traces of other gods cannot help Sandal raise his class as a mage. So, he came to Earth, a minor dimension where he judged there would be no god. Sandal's fury ignites. So, to summarize, you committed mass genocide to develop your abilities? Sandel's cold confirmation, something like that. A brutal clash. Sandel unleashes a furious attack, a whirlwind of steel and rage. You crazy bastard. The impact reverberates. A devastating blow sends Sandel crashing to the ground. The necromancer's eyes gleam with unsettling knowledge. He speaks, his voice a low, chilling whisper, revealing a truth that sends shivers down Sandel's spine. The defeated warrior gasps, his body racked with pain and disbelief. Sandel's eyes blaze with a furious blue energy. The power within him surges, a terrifying display of raw might. The necromancer's flame dragon eye activates, its fiery gaze piercing Sandel's defenses. A chilling assessment, the target is lying. Sandel's secret is out. He knows of the god of verification and the god of battle. His deception is shattered. The necromancer's grip tightens. Yeah, I get it, he says, his voice laced with cold understanding. The more important the information, the less inclined one is to speak. The necromancer's torture technique activates, a sinister glow enveloping Sandel. A more natural method of torture is now available, increasing its effectiveness by 10%. Sandel screams in agony as the torture intensifies. His body contorts, a horrifying testament to the necromancer's power. The necromancer unleashes a brutal attack, a swift, decisive blow that leaves Sandel broken and defeated. Let's see how long you can last, he sneers. A chilling close-up on the necromancer's face. His eyes glow with an unnatural light, a predatory gleam promising untold horrors. The ground cracks open beneath him, a gaping maw of shadow swallowing the light. The power he wields is terrifying. Sandel, broken and bleeding, begs for mercy. Stop healing me. The necromancer's smirk widens. Thanks to Sandel, I gathered a lot of info. Divinity, magic, the god of verification, and the god of battle. The secrets of the gods are his to command. A majestic palace looms in the distance, the Ares dimension revealed in all its glory. More secrets await. The necromancer muses, has it been around 7 hours since I've entered the sphere? Sandel lies defeated, his body ravaged by the necromancer's torturous methods. The long session has taken its toll. But the necromancer's resolve remains unshaken. Still, I understand what divinity is now. A radiant figure emerges, a symbol of power and enlightenment. The path to godhood is revealed, but it's not as simple as it seems. A radiant figure, bathed in golden light, stands revealed, the very essence of power emanating from its core. Within its heart, swirling orbs of energy pulse with celestial might, pure magic, the purest form of power imaginable. The necromancer, his back to us, stands silhouetted against a blinding aura, a sword rests at his side, gleaming with untold potential. This divine energy, exquisitely sensitive to will, surpasses even the most skilled mage, a power beyond measure. A shadow falls across his face, doubt clouds his eyes. Sword chi doesn't work. He mutters, the weight of his frustration palpable. A golden light blossoms within his chest, a surge of power, a path to unimaginable strength. The answer lies in faith, whether through worship or fear, unwavering belief is the key to unlocking this divine power. A crimson monolith, etched with ancient runes, dominates the scene, a beacon of power, a testament to forgotten knowledge. A flash of light. The necromancer unleashes a devastating attack. The dying words of his victim echo in the air, the oracle said I can never reveal this. A priest, servant of the god of battle, found me and revealed the truth about that oracle. It was through that oracle that I discovered ancient texts on divinity. The necromancer examines a golden artifact, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, a personal connection to the god of battle. A vision of a god, radiant and powerful, fills the panel. A stark warning, they will now consider you their enemy. The necromancer's face is etched with confusion. I don't know why a god I once saw through a message now considers me their enemy. But the hostility the god of battle holds towards me is definitely influencing Earth as well. A chilling realization.
A surge of dark energy erupts from the Necromancer, a terrifying power unleashed. Two pillars of fire erupt from the Necromancer's hands, scorching the earth, a city reduced to ashes in his wake. The ground cracks and crumbles, consumed by the inferno, a landscape of devastation. His eyes blaze with cold fury.
The god of battle is now completely my enemy.
A grim determination sets upon his face, a steely resolve hardening his features. He stands amidst a blizzard of ice shards, a newly acquired blade gleaming in his hand, the spirit of the challenger, Sandal, absorbed. A system notification flashes, proficiency has risen by 4.4%. The true heavenly blood demonic sword's exclusive effect, blood consumption, has activated.
The sword's rank has grown from A rank to A plus rank, its power amplified. By absorbing Sandal's blood, a new skill has been engraved into the blood consumption's exclusive slot, a terrifying enhancement.
He grips the sword, his voice low and resolute. If I want to fight a god, no, if I want to even struggle against one. The sword pulses with crimson energy, a wave of power emanating from the blade, the ground beneath him cracks under the sheer force.
A chilling declaration hangs in the air. The Necromancer's eyes burn with a newfound intensity.
His gaze, sharp and unwavering, speaks volumes.
The power he now wields is palpable, a storm brewing within. A grand chandelier illuminates the opulent room,
where a young man lounges on a plush sofa, sipping from a delicate teacup. He exudes an air of relaxed confidence. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he waits, a message is about to arrive. The subspace pouch, a treasure of immense value, is revealed. A small, animated figure earnestly warns, treat it carefully. From the pouch, he retrieves his spoils, a skill-enhancing potion, a physical ability booster, and a mysterious skill book.
The loot is impressive.
A truly incredible haul. Yet, a hint of dissatisfaction crosses his face.
It's not quite enough. But for Britain? It's a different story. Their losses are far from total.
They've gained something significant.
A massive, ominous shadow looms over London, visible through the window. The city is changing.
The young man contemplates the implications.
A thought crosses his mind, should he have claimed ownership of this newfound power?
The aftermath of the raid unfolds, a chaotic scene of shattered metal and desperate figures clinging to precarious heights. Hunter Han Sun-yoon, his gaze fixed on the ID card, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. The weight of his achievement settles upon him, A-rank hunter, a dream realized, yet tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction.
Becoming an A-rank hunter was a dream, but why not S-rank?
He sits in a lavish room, the opulence a stark contrast to his contemplative mood. His frustration boils over.
You narrow-minded hunter association.
With a sharp movement, he slams his fist on the table, the sound echoing in the silent room.
The aftermath of the raid brings unexpected consequences.
The British Hunter Association requests a press conference, inquiring about his plans to naturalize in Britain, and offering various tempting incentives. But Korea also extends its hand, offering tax cuts, employment benefits, and other enticements, a tempting array of offers to sway his decision. Yet, amidst the allure of wealth and power, a shift occurs within him. He looks out at the sprawling cityscape, a new perspective dawning.
But now,
I don't think of Earth's money or honor as things that are that important. No matter how much he gains, it all becomes meaningless if Earth is destroyed, a chilling realization dawns on the protagonist. His gaze drifts to the cosmos, a new purpose forming in his mind.
Development.
That's what he truly seeks. He sits, a lone figure on a couch suspended above the earth, a vision of power and solitude. Even a god's absolute power pales in comparison to what he envisions, a power to defy even the divine. His eyes blaze with determination, a fierce resolve hardening his features, to stop them, no matter the cost. An old man's desperate words echo in his mind, divine power is the purest form of magic, a dangerous secret revealed. A surge of crimson energy erupts from within him, a transformation begins. He sits in a meditative pose, the energy swirling around him, a breathtaking display of power. A surge of crimson energy erupts from within him, as if his very being is a crucible of power.
As expected,
He focuses, his brow furrowed in concentration. Although it's possible to refine my magic power to an extent,
but a limit is reached.
The raw energy crackles, threatening to overwhelm him. It's impossible to refine it until it becomes divine power. A hint of frustration crosses his face. If it weren't for the authority hero's blessing, I wouldn't have even been able to get the feel of it like right now.
Golden light flares, bathing him in its warmth.
He sits in a meditative pose, the energy swirling around him like a protective aura. Luckily, I already have divine power, so there's no need to be greatly disappointed, but... His eyes snap open, blazing with newfound intensity. Although I slightly did it in the nothingness domain,
a challenge remains.
The golden light intensifies, yet it fails to manifest into the desired form. No matter how many apprehensions I poured into the divine power, I couldn't generate sword chi or magic. He sighs, a weight settling on his shoulders. The scene shifts to a grand hall, opulent and imposing. A stark contrast to the previous scene's ethereal glow. The words faith and belief appear, hanging heavy in the air.
Doubt clouds his mind.
He looks towards a group of figures in white robes, their faces obscured by shadows.
Does it move through will with that alone?
A lingering shadow of doubt crosses his face, the weight of his newfound power settling heavily on his shoulders. He pulls his hood over his head, concealing his eyes, a silent act of self-imposed isolation. But beneath the shadows, a steely resolve hardens his gaze, his eyes blazing with an inner fire. He speaks, his voice a low murmur, barely audible, a quiet determination echoing in his words, "I'll find out after climbing the tower." The 15th floor of the Tower of Trials.
Difficulty, hard. The theme is battle.
A chilling announcement echoes through the desolate chamber. A cryptic message flashes across a screen: "We hope for a satisfying result after your asceticism, the anticipation is palpable." A sudden, violent gust of wind whips through the arena, the air crackles with raw energy. From the shadows, monstrous figures emerge, their eyes burning with malevolent intent.
The battle begins.
A guttural roar echoes through the chamber, the voice of a fanatic, consumed by hatred.
Kill all of those evil sect bastards who reject our god of darkness.
A grizzled mercenary watches the scene unfold, his expression one of weary disgust.
Years of experience haven't dulled his revulsion. I feel annoyed.
Even after years of experience as mercenaries, I'll never get used to this sight. They all look more like the evil sect.
Why did Lady Raynell take on a commission like this?
A blur of motion, a warrior lunges forward, his weapon a deadly extension of his rage. The clash of steel on steel rings out, a brutal symphony of violence. A roar of fury erupts as a blow lands.
You dumb brat!
The impact sends a shockwave, the force of the blow is almost palpable.
He's dragged to his feet, disoriented but defiant. Ha!
The mercenary's voice cuts through the chaos.
It's already been a long time since the battle announcement was made, and you're still sleeping?
He looks up, confusion giving way to dawning realization. What's this, right from the start?
Is he an orc or a human? The mercenary's gaze sharpens, his curiosity piqued.
What's with your unique clothes? The mercenary's voice cuts through the chaos, the holy war's about to begin.
Where are your weapons?
A question that hangs heavy in the air as the hooded figure's eyes snap open, revealing a piercing blue gaze.
Holy war?
His mind races, piecing together fragments of a reality he doesn't understand.
Are they in the midst of a religious conflict? The ground trembles. A deafening roar erupts.
A grim trial awaits: succeed in the holy war within 17 days, or face death.
The stakes are impossibly high.
As the enemy closes in, a tide of crimson-clad soldiers surging forward.
Their numbers are overwhelming.
Their leader's voice booms across the battlefield: there seem to be several thousand enemy soldiers. And the chilling threat hangs in the air: if we win this holy war, you will all receive honor.
Support Lady Raynell at all costs. A whirlwind of chaos. Lady Raynell, a blur of motion atop her steed, cuts through the heart of the enemy ranks. Her aura crackles with power. Meanwhile, a mercenary captain, his grin a chilling display of confidence, addresses his troops. "Yeah, the commander of our mercenaries, Lady Raynell, is an aura user," he boasts, his words echoing with grim determination. His eyes, sharp and calculating, betray a hint of concern. The weight of the battle, the uncertainty of the situation, it's all reflected in that intense gaze. A predatory smile spreads across his face, a chilling contrast to the grim battle raging around him. The thrill of the fight, the anticipation of victory, it's all there, in that cruel grin. The cry rings out across the battlefield, "The evil sect bastards have come. Everyone, prepare for battle." A warrior leaps from a wooden structure, axes in hand, a furious roar escaping his lips. The clash of steel, the screams of the dying, the battle has begun. Muscles tense, faces grim, the soldiers prepare for the onslaught. The weight of expectation, the fear of death, it hangs heavy in the air. It's judgment time for those religious fanatics who worship the god of battle. The words hang in the air, a declaration of war. The unnamed protagonist, eyes narrowed, observes the unfolding chaos. A silent assessment, a careful calculation. What will he do? Amidst the storm of battle, a chilling realization dawns. Okay, so in this situation, he thinks, his mind racing to adapt to the unexpected. A mercenary, his voice laced with a hint of dark humor, reveals his allegiance. "I'm a part of the mercenaries hired by some annoying bastards who serve the god of darkness." The scene explodes with the stark contrast of two opposing forces, the god of darkness versus the god of battle. The mercenary continues, a grim determination hardening his features, "And I'm currently fighting on the side of the god of battle." A close-up on the mercenary's face. His eyes blaze with an unexpected intensity. A predatory grin spreads across his lips as he declares, "I'm suddenly brimming with drive." Lady Raynell, a figure of power and ambition, is introduced. The text reveals her unwavering desire for power. Raynell had a strong desire for the sword. She was the commander of a mid-ranking mercenary corps. She, who didn't come from any noble background, only had the battlefield as a place for growth. Raynell, astride her warhorse, leads the charge. The ground trembles beneath the hooves of her mount as she cuts a path through the enemy ranks. A whirlwind of steel and determination. A fierce clash of blades. Raynell's sword sings a deadly song as she engages in a desperate struggle for survival and dominance. Having traveled through countless battlefields, she's faced death countless times. And forged her power in the crucible of war. A radiant blade, a symbol of her skill, an aura only official knights can achieve. But her unorthodox path leaves her vulnerable. A self-taught aura user, she lacks the formal training of the knights. No other choice. She must continue to walk the razor's edge, honing her skills in the fires of battle. A blur of motion. Her blade sings a deadly song as she cuts through the air. A whirlwind of steel and fury, leaving a trail of fallen foes in her wake. Even her mount is caught in the storm of battle. The clash of steel echoes across the battlefield, a relentless onslaught against a seemingly endless tide of enemies. She cuts them down, one by one, but the enemy numbers are staggering. Thousands, she estimates, her breath catching in her throat. The battlefield is a gruesome spectacle. 700 corpses litter the ground, a testament to the Dark Priest's power. But these aren't the only horrors unleashed. Grotesque, snarling creatures, summoned by the priests, advance. And Lady Raynell, a whirlwind of motion, cuts through them. A golden light trails her every move as she decimates the horde. Her allies, overwhelmed, cry out for support, but she's already a blur of motion, a one-woman army. The ground trembles beneath her might, a devastating blow sends shockwaves through the battlefield. She's thrown back, but her resolve remains unbroken, a single tear streaks her face, a testament to her unwavering determination. A colossal figure rises from the dust, a siege golem, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. More golems emerge from the shadows, their arrival sending a wave of terror through the remaining soldiers. Lady Raynell is surrounded, isolated. The situation is dire. A battle rages. Two figures clash, their expressions etched with grim determination. One of them lets out a roar of disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, a wave of crimson-clad soldiers surges forward. A terrifying, coordinated assault. Lady Raynell stands alone, facing the onslaught. The ground trembles under their relentless advance. She fights with the ferocity of a cornered lioness, but even her strength is failing. I can barely even lift my arms now. A crimson-clad soldier unleashes a devastating energy blast. The air crackles with power. Lady Raynell braces for the inevitable. So this is how I die, in vain. I never even got to reach the peak. Despair washes over her as she reflects on her journey. What an idiot, if I knew this would happen. Tears stream down her face, her eyes reflecting a profound regret. I never would have participated in this holy war. A blinding flash of light. The crimson tide is annihilated in a cataclysmic explosion. A whirlwind of energy erupts as Lady Raynell, battered but defiant, faces her final stand against a relentless tide of enemies. Her breath comes in ragged gasps. The sheer force of the attack throws her back, her body a blur against the chaotic backdrop of the battlefield. Her eyes widen, a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror reflected in their depths. Is this the end? Suddenly, a figure emerges from the chaos, a lone warrior, his blade crackling with ethereal energy. I'll block them for a while, he declares, his voice calm amidst the storm. He stands firm, a bulwark against the onslaught. A strategic retreat is advised while he holds the line. Lady Raynell, watching from a distance, is struck by his composure. How is he able to speak so calmly in a battlefield of madness? Doubt gnaws at her, a chilling question forming in her mind. Am I dreaming right now? The warrior's blade becomes a blur, a whirlwind of blue energy slicing through the enemy ranks. The impact sends shockwaves, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A technique of terrifying power is unleashed. Lady Raynell's eyes widen further as she witnesses the display of raw power. Aura flame. A whirlwind of steel. Blades clash, a symphony of destruction as the unnamed warrior cuts through the enemy ranks. Each strike a flash of pure power. Panic erupts amongst the enemy soldiers, their coordinated attack crumbles under the sheer force of his assault. Everyone, be careful, a desperate cry rings out. The warrior's movements are a blur, a deadly dance of precision and might. This bastard is dangerous, the enemy commander roars, his voice laced with fear. A crimson wave explodes outwards. The unnamed warrior unleashes a devastating new technique, the aura flame, a torrent of fiery energy that incinerates everything in its path, leaving behind only ash and the stunned silence of the survivors. Lady Raynell watches, her eyes wide with disbelief, from a safe distance. Power, flexibility, and sensitivity all in one. It's as if I'm staring at art. The sheer elegance of the aura flame leaves Raynell breathless. Beautiful. The word escapes her lips, a whisper of awe and terror. The raw power she witnessed shakes her to her core. A blur of motion. A figure cuts through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering energy. The impact echoes, a thunderous krurk, as armored figures are sent sprawling. Panic grips the battlefield. Who's this bastard? One soldier cries out. Another shouts a warning, everyone, be careful. This bastard is dangerous. A crimson flash. A devastating attack rips through the ranks, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The attacker, a whirlwind of power and grace, dances through the fray. Each strike is precise, brutal, and breathtakingly elegant. From a distance, a witness watches, mesmerized. Power, flexibility, and sensitivity all in one. It's as if I'm staring at art. Her eyes widen, a mixture of awe and fear. The sheer skill on display is almost overwhelming. A single word escapes her lips, barely a whisper, be beautiful. A wave of dark energy erupts, a terrifying display of raw power.
A crimson storm erupts, raw power unleashed in a chaotic dance of energy.
Free fights are my specialty, the attacker declares, a chilling confidence in their voice. Their dark eyes gleam with power. I can endlessly refill my stamina and magic power with spirit absorption and blood absorption while I fight.
A chilling admission, since my necromancy proficiency rises by 0.0001% per person, it's not that fun, but
the battlefield is a whirlwind of motion. Bodies are thrown aside like ragdolls, a brutal ballet of death unfolds.
You have absorbed 000 skill. The messages flash, a grim tally of the attacker's grim harvest.
It's quite beneficial when it comes to skill absorption, which is based on probability, they muse, a hint of amusement in their tone.
A triumphant grin spreads across their face.
The power surges, a wave of blue energy. A final, devastating blow.
The ground trembles as the attacker unleashes a final, earth-shattering attack, leaving behind only destruction and the chilling silence of a battlefield swept clean.
Kayak. A wave of blue energy explodes across the battlefield.
The unidentified attacker cuts through the ranks of soldiers with terrifying speed.
Retreat, screams a commander, but it's too late.
Don't face that crazy monster head-on by yourself.
A desperate order rings out. Put the siege golems up front.
Massive stone golems, eyes glowing menacingly red, lumber into the fray.
But even these behemoths are no match for the attacker's power.
A clash of steel, a shockwave of force. The White Sword 7 techniques are unleashed.
A whirlwind of blue energy surrounds the attacker. And with a final, earth-shattering blow.
White Sword piercing sky.
The golem is shattered, reduced to rubble. The impact sends a shockwave that ripples across the battlefield. The ground trembles. A wave of energy, a blinding flash of light, the ground cracks under the sheer force of the blow. The soldiers stare, mouths agape. He destroyed that huge golem in one go. Is he really human? A female soldier, clad in shining armor, stands defiant, but even she is visibly shaken. Again.
Her eyes, wide with disbelief.
I didn't see it wrong.
A close-up on her eye, reflecting the impossible power.
Space itself. That's not even in the territory of sword techniques anymore.
A rain of debris falls as another devastating attack obliterates a squad of soldiers, the ground trembles. A soldier's horrified expression, he defeated the siege golem that was summoned using the essence of magic in one blow.
Another soldier, aghast, whispers, "No way. I've never even heard of this."
The final blow, a thunderous impact as the last of the enemy falls. A high priest surveys his army, a grim determination etched on his face.
His words hang heavy in the air, that person?
He dismisses their concerns with a wave of his hand.
Don't make such a fuss. There is only one enemy. The battle priest Mobir is called into action. A roar erupts from the ranks. As the ghost cult prepares their secret weapon, a group debuff, a force capable of temporarily binding even a dragon. A crimson energy blooms, a terrifying ritual unfolding before our eyes. The power is almost palpable. And with the ritual complete, the priest's confidence soars. If we just capture that bastard, victory in this holy war is near. But then, a blur of motion. A flash of steel. A whirlwind of destruction. The attacker cuts through the enemy ranks with terrifying ease. Bodies are thrown aside like ragdolls. The power is overwhelming, the carnage breathtaking. The tide has turned. And the attacker continues their relentless assault.
A wave of dark energy erupts, the air crackling with raw power.
Poof.
The attacker moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion slicing through the battlefield. Soldiers and golems fall before him like wheat before a scythe. Terror grips the high priest and his followers, their eyes wide with disbelief as the unthinkable unfolds before them. Panic spreads like wildfire among the remaining forces, their desperate cries echoing across the ravaged landscape. The attacker pauses, his gaze sweeping across the scene.
Is there a priest here?
He vanishes in a flash of motion, leaving only the echoes of destruction, a silent predator hunting its prey. The high priest, caught completely off guard, is grabbed by the attacker, a crushing grip tightening around his throat. The high priest struggles, his face contorted in agony. I didn't even see him. A crimson wave explodes outwards, a devastating blow that leaves the high priest reeling, the ground trembles under the sheer force. The attacker stands amidst the carnage, his power absolute and terrifying, a storm of destruction unleashed upon the world. A crimson wave erupts, a torrent of raw power unleashed. Each drop a miniature explosion of energy, a deadly rain descending upon the battlefield. Soldiers and golems alike are caught in the maelstrom. Cock! Ki-ok! The screams are cut short. What the? Panic grips the remaining forces. What are you all getting hit by? The attacker reveals his technique. Openly using blood manipulation will cause some annoying things to happen. So I came up with this idea. Using tiny blood beads as claymore mines. A chilling smirk plays on his lips as he unleashes another wave of crimson destruction. The impact of the blood beads is devastating. Eek! A soldier falls, his lifeblood staining the ground. Father Mobir has died. Despair sets in. We need to call the bishop. We can't face a monster like this. The remaining soldiers break and flee. All forces, our retreat. The hero stands alone, his powerful sword gleaming, a palpable aura of power surrounding him. The weight of his recent victories settles upon his shoulders. An Orcish soldier approaches, his words a hesitant offer of a private barack. A simple, secluded space for rest. The hero, weary from battle, accepts the offer, his gaze distant and thoughtful. The orc, showing unexpected respect, apologizes for his earlier hostility. A brief moment of unexpected camaraderie in the aftermath of a brutal conflict. With a final farewell, the orc departs, leaving the hero to his well-deserved rest. A lavish barack, a reward for unmatched valor, the Orcish soldier's apology hangs heavy in the air. After defeating more than 1,000 enemies in one battle, everyone began to treat me carefully, and they upgraded my barack right away. He walks through a shadowed forest, the weight of his victory settling upon him. A sudden glow erupts, a mid-battle message reappearing before his eyes. The message that popped up mid-battle earlier: you have ended many lives and harvested their souls. Your talent as a death god is slowly beginning to be formed. The death god's qualities: a power revealed, necromancy, a detailed effects, 7, the death god's qualities are enlightened. A rank for necromancy are beginning to grow their roots. Death god. What the god of death is. What exactly that means. A surge of power. His eyes blaze with newfound might. A torrent of energy erupts, a celestial blade materializing in his grasp. The air crackles with raw power, a devastating blow is unleashed. His opponent is sent flying, a scream echoing through the chamber. The impact reverberates, shaking the very foundations. With a swift, brutal strike, he sends his foe crashing to the ground. A cloud of dust obscures the scene. He stands over his fallen opponent, his expression grim. As expected, an astute attack, she gasps. But who is this unexpected foe? Raynal? What are you doing here? The question hangs in the air, a silent scream of disbelief and confusion. It's a good thing you had no killing intent. You almost died just now. A stark reminder of the danger just barely averted. A moment of stunned silence. Her eyes, wide with a mixture of shock and suspicion, betray her inner turmoil. Is it the culture of this place to deliver your thanks like a thief? The accusation stings, sharp and unexpected. You're not a mercenary, right? The question hangs heavy, laced with doubt and suspicion. His jaw tightens, a shadow of worry crossing his features. This is troublesome. Someone who already has suspicions won't believe me even if I say I'm a mercenary. Did I act out too much on the battlefield? Self-doubt gnaws at him. I could feel it just from the godly presence you displayed earlier.
That's not something a mercenary can do. The revelation hits him like a ton of bricks. Just what is your identity? The question is a low growl, a demand for answers. Her eyes, narrowed and intense, reflect a growing suspicion and a simmering anger. The attacker's confession hangs heavy in the air. I'm the proxy that the god of darkness has sent. Rionel's eyes widen, reflecting the gravity of the situation. A sharp retort cuts through the tension. Bullshit. God's apostle? He shrugs, a nonchalant air about him. This is annoying, but let's just make something up for now. Suspicion etched on her face, Raynell questions him, why you're the apostle. The ground trembles as Raynell unleashes her power. Crash. The attacker's words ring out, laced with false piety. This lowly being has committed a great offense to the apostle. He pauses, a sly smirk playing on his lips. Wait, well, there's no need to apologize like that. A final request, whispered with a hint of desperation, please keep it a secret for now. It would be bad if my power got exposed to a spy. A clandestine meeting unfolds, shrouded in shadows and secrets. The air crackles with unspoken tension as a deceptive smile plays on the lips of the unidentified attacker. Raynell, ever vigilant, questions the exchange. Her brow furrows, suspicion clouding her usually bright eyes. But, is it okay to tell me such precious information? The unidentified attacker's response is smooth, disarming. Ah, it's fine. Since true comrades can recognize each other. His smile widens, a chilling glint in his eyes. A predator's confidence, barely concealed. Rionel's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning. The weight of his words hits her, a cold dread creeping into her heart. Comrades. A lone figure stands upon a rocky outcrop, a sword held high. Below, a sea of faces looks up, a silent testament to his power. The words, the special assignment, path of conductor echo above him. Amidst the chaos, a voice cuts through the din. I was wondering how I'd lead them, so this is great. A sense of grim determination settles over the scene. He stands before her, their hands clasped. A moment of uneasy alliance, a fragile truce in the face of overwhelming odds. But a subtle shift in his expression reveals a hidden agenda. A predatory glint in his eyes speaks volumes. This trial will be easier than expected. He thinks, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Han Sunjun's stats are displayed, ruler, with all abilities in triple digits. He surveys his surroundings, a subtle air of satisfaction. A quiet nice escapes his lips, a barely perceptible smirk playing on his face. The aftermath of battle. Explosions of energy still linger in the air. He absorbed multiple skills during the fight. The screen flashes with notifications, you have absorbed 000 shill. A thoughtful pause. Should he organize them? More screens pop up, listing newly acquired skills, Serene Mind, Burning Sword Intent, Wings of Steel, Iron-Blooded Sword, Divine Power, Heavenly Blood Cultivation Art, Hero's Blessing, Rapid Magic Recharge. And a new shill list appears, showcasing newly obtained skills, Charisma, Alchemy, Battle Cry, Fighting Spirit Rise, Glutton, Casting Continuation, Wolf Steps, Dignity Increase, Rapid Reaction. Han Sun-Yun considers his gains, a thoughtful expression on his face. There's a lot I've absorbed, he muses. But not many I can use right now. The solution is clear, skill synthesis. Han Sun-Yun stands before a shimmering, ethereal curtain, arms outstretched, a silent command given, the air crackles with anticipation. The system interface blazes to life, announcing the activation of the skill synthesis authority. A surge of power is palpable. A wave of energy washes over him, a moment of intense focus, then. A system message confirms, his luck has been drastically amplified. Sun Ji-Eun's eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips, the power coursing through him is exhilarating. A blinding flash erupts from his body, a surge of energy that shakes the very foundations of his being. From the heart of the light, a golden figure emerges, radiating power, a divine presence. 3 new skills manifest, Absolute Charm, Dark Wolf Steps, and Steel Consumption, each a testament to his newfound power.
Sun Ji-eun's expression is one of revelation. He understands the process, the synthesis of skills. A crimson blade pierces the fallen foe. Han Sung-yoon stands over his vanquished opponent, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. 3 crimson runes glow, pulsating with power, strengthen blood, strengthening apprehensions, and soul ego infuse. The power surges, a wave of energy washing over him. With a flick of his wrist, he activates soul ego infuse. The rune flares, bathing the scene in an intense, otherworldly light. The power flows, a tangible energy, a new skill, ready to be unleashed. So after using it, the skill itself will disappear. He smiles, a glint of triumph in his eyes. I like that. Since I'll be able to use blood consumption at this trial. His gaze sharpens, anticipation building. The soul ego infused skill activates. 2 swords, one gleaming silver, the other a dark, ominous red, materialize before him. The air crackles with energy. Han Sung-yoon stands, a figure of quiet confidence, 2 swords at his side, one a sleek, blue blade, the other a crimson-hued masterpiece. A stark choice presented before him: which weapon will receive the soul ego infusion? His expression is one of intense focus, a storm brewing behind those piercing blue eyes. Soul ego infuse is like implanting a character that will help me into an item. The words echo in his mind, the weight of the decision heavy upon him. He reaches out, a hand outstretched towards the fiery glow of the crimson blade. The system confirms his choice, the true heavenly blood demonic sword. The soul ego infusion begins. A surge of power, a torrent of fiery energy erupts as the infusion takes hold. A searing pain flashes across his face, a grimace twisting his features as he endures the process. Ugh! The energy coalesces, a blinding light consuming him, then, silence. A crimson tempest erupts. The true heavenly blood demonic sword crackles with raw power. As the soul ego of the 7th blood demon, Dam Chun-woo, is unleashed. The text blazes: soul ego the 7th blood demon Dam Chun-woo has entered true heavenly blood demonic sword, A sinister chuckle echoes. It was a long, humiliating, and tormenting time. Ha 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 ha. Worship me. Admire me. Applaud me. The blood demon's arrogance explodes from the page. The sword screams into action. A furious red slash cuts through the air. This blood demon, Dam Chun-woo, has returned. The words ring out, a declaration of power. A single word hangs heavy in the air. This. Han Sung-ji-eun's eyes blaze with a terrifying new light. A single bead of sweat traces a path down his cheek. A chilling laugh escapes his lips. Some crazy bastard has entered the heavenly blood demonic sword. Ha ha. Elsewhere, a dark figure unleashes a torrent of purple energy. Skeletal remains crumble under the force of his power. A horrifying figure emerges from the shadows, a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and bone, its skeletal face contorted in a silent scream. The creature's form shifts and writhes, a testament to the dark art of corpse mixing, a macabre display of power. Witness the awe-inspiring spectacle. Han Sung-ji-eun's power, amplified by the bound soul ego of Dam Chun-woo, is on full display. The onlookers gasp in stunned silence. But even amidst this terrifying display of power, a chilling realization dawns. Is that the slaughterer? The whispers confirm the grim truth. This is no ordinary battlefield, this is the domain of a legend. Fear grips the onlookers. Let's move, this feels ominous. They murmur, sensing the impending doom. But Han Sung-yoon remains unmoved, his resolve unshaken. He refuses to be intimidated. Under the silent, watchful moon, Han Sung-yoon stands alone, his sword gleaming, a stark contrast to the darkness that surrounds him. A sudden eruption of rage. You bastard! Are you ridiculing me? The suppressed fury finally explodes. A bead of sweat trickles down Han Sung-ji-eun's temple, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. The slaughterer''s voice booms, echoing with disdain, "TSK. There were countless people desperate for the opportunity to speak with me, even once, at the blood demon cult. But this arrogant mortal dares to ignore him? The slaughterer''s amusement is palpable, a dismissive chuckle hangs in the air. Gosh, he does babble on well by himself. Han Sun-yoon, unfazed, simply states, I'm not boring, I just dislike useless conversation. The scene shifts. A dark forest looms, shrouded in an eerie blue light. The slaughterer appears, his silhouette stark against the gloom.
Oh? Are you finally planning on conversing with me?
He continues, his voice laced with a hint of surprise, I don't have surveillance around me anymore. The slaughterer''s crimson eyes blaze, his words dripping with incredulity, how absurd.
Do you not know how to use telepathy? I thought you had similar origins to mine. Han Sunjion's eyes narrow, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Telepathy. I don't know about that. A chilling question hangs in the air. Perhaps, were you also a challenger in your lifetime?
The slaughterer scoffs, his words dripping with disdain, ha.
Are you kidding?
He continues, his voice laced with a chilling certainty, there was no one who didn't know blood demon Dam Chun-woo.
The question hangs heavy in the air. Han Sunjion's gaze drops, his expression unreadable.
So, what floor did you reach? His voice, barely a whisper, reveals a startling truth, my final floor was the 41st.
The slaughterer''s eyes widen in disbelief.
The 41st floor.
The implications are staggering. A calculating glint enters his eyes.
If Han Sunjion's claim is true, he possesses invaluable information, a significant advantage. His thoughts race, a sudden realization dawns.
Ha! Wait. If he went to the 41st floor. Han Sunjion's piercing blue eyes meet the reader's gaze. A silent challenge, a hint of defiance.
The slaughterer presses further, his tone sharp, so why didn't you come back to life through the admin? The scene shifts to a dark, ominous ground, a swirling vortex of dark energy forming beneath the slaughterer''s feet, a chilling premonition.
The slaughterer''s question hangs heavy in the air, are you telling me to live as a dog of the tower? Han Sunjion's defiant response echoes the turmoil within him, I can't do that. After disgustingly reviving, what would I even do?
The scene shifts, revealing Han Sun-yoon standing amidst a dark forest, his back to us.
A chilling observation, yes. Snobbiness rules his mind.
The slaughterer''s voice cuts through the silence, a condescending tone laced with power, I understand you were incredible in your lifetime, but... His eyes blaze with icy determination, a stark contrast to the previous panel. The truth is revealed, right now, you're simply a soul ego within my sword. With a sharp clang, Han Sun-yoon draws his sword, the cold steel reflecting the grim reality of his situation.
The slaughterer''s warning, don't forget that. A cataclysmic explosion erupts. The raw power is breathtaking, a testament to Han Sunjion's defiance. The ground trembles.
As the dust settles, revealing Han Sun-yoon standing defiant amidst the devastation. A cold smirk plays on his lips.
Oomph, I know. You think I wouldn't know that?
His eyes, burning with an unwavering resolve, reflect the power he wields.
The final declaration, I can definitely.
The slaughterer''s voice echoes, a condescending offer, I will support you in battles, so don't worry.
But Sunjion's mind races, is this a power play? He's more tenacious than expected.
The slaughterer''s assessment hangs in the air, a subtle shift in his demeanor.
A surge of crimson energy. Even in death, the slaughterer''s power is undeniable. A spectral array of blades materializes, a terrifying display of his former might.
And with a chilling calm, he declares, whatever you want, I can make it happen.
A blinding flash. Raw power erupts, a furious torrent of energy unleashed.
The force of the blast is immense, a shockwave rips through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake.
Sun-yoon, amidst the chaos, stands defiant. His eyes burn with determination, a fierce counterattack is forming. A single, piercing gaze.
The intensity is palpable, the silent scream of defiance echoes in the aftermath of the explosion. Amidst the ravaged landscape, Sun-yoon stands tall, his power surging. He's gained a powerful, if unexpected, ally. But the nature of this support remains unclear.
That must be an expression for things like tools. Sun Ji-yoon's suspicion is evident. He senses something is amiss.
A desolate landscape, scarred by time and battle, the remnants of a forgotten war litter the ground. The slaughterer, a specter of power, stands amidst the ruins, a swirling vortex of energy surrounds him, a testament to his immense might. Even in death, his power is overwhelming, the sword in his grasp hums with barely contained energy, threatening to shatter his already fragile form. A crimson blade, etched with ancient runes, glows ominously, a sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. The slaughterer's final words echo, a cryptic message, a promise of future involvement. Sung-yoon, his back turned, stands silhouetted against the stormy sky, the red glow of the slaughterer's sword still lingers in his hand. A sudden interruption, a voice cuts through the night silence. Sung-yoon, now facing the newcomer, his expression is one of surprise and cautious assessment. A new threat emerges from the shadows.
An urgent warning, the ghost cult's elite forces are launching a surprise attack.
Sun Ji-yoon's eyes gleam with a cold, calculating light, a hint of amusement plays on his lips. Han Sung-yoon, a smirk playing on his lips, surveys the scene. As expected of the Tower of Trials, he muses, never a dull moment.
A woman, her voice laced with urgency, addresses Sung-yoon.
Please tell me more about these elite troops.
Sun Ji-yoon's resolve hardens. I will enter the holy war immediately.
He strides forward, his companion close behind, into the shadowy depths of the forest. A sudden, violent clash erupts. The impact sends a shockwave through the trees.
A desperate cry rings out, "Protect the priests!" Chaos reigns. The enemies are brutally efficient, silencing the priests and disrupting the sacred magic. KKOK, a priest screams in agony. Sung-yoon curses, "Damn it." Sun Ji-yoon's eyes blaze with fury. Evil sect bastards, a surprise night attack, how cheap.
Despite the overwhelming odds, Sung-yoon remains calm, assessing the situation.
Compared to before, there are many fewer, maybe 100 at most. But their power is unlike anything he's faced before.
A chilling realization dawns on him.
Above all, these enemies are wielding authorities radiating with divine power, a sloppy display, even by their standards.
The battle rages.
Ha ha ha.
Die, die, screams a powerful foe, unleashing a flurry of blows.
Another strike connects, sending a shockwave through the air. Hurry and die, you insect-like bastards. Sun Ji-yoon's companion fights valiantly, blades flashing, but the enemy's power is overwhelming. A desperate cry escapes her lips as she's thrown back. An authority, that's strong.
Fear grips her, a chilling realization dawning.
A sudden impact.
Sung-yoon appears, his voice calm yet firm. "Miss Raynell, can I ask you for a favor?" He approaches, his companion looking on with a mixture of hope and apprehension. No matter how strong the enemies, no matter how dire the situation,
Sun Ji-yoon's resolve remains unshaken.
The battle continues. A plea echoes across the battlefield, a desperate whisper amidst the chaos, "Please believe in me."
Sun Ji-yoon's gaze, unwavering, meets Raynell's fear.
His response, a quiet promise, "I believe in you too, Miss Raynell." Raynell's eyes, wide with terror, reflect the overwhelming power of their enemy, a chilling premonition of what's to come. The command rings out, sharp and clear: maintain the battle line and protect the priests.
Sun Ji-yoon's resolve hardens.
He knows the stakes, we need the priests to complete this holy war.
Raynell's gritted teeth, a silent vow forming: "I will make sure to protect them."
With a burst of speed, a blue streak of motion, she launches herself into the fray, a fierce determination etched on her face. Sung-yoon, a confident glint in his eyes, offers a casual promise: "If we survive and see each other later, I'll buy you a drink."
Raynell smiles, accepting the offer.
That sounds great.
Let's create some anecdotes to talk about while drinking.
A predatory grin spreads across Sun Ji-yoon's face, his eyes blazing with an unnatural blue light.
He activates his new skill, Dark Wolf Steps. The ground trembles beneath his feet.
A burst of purple energy propels him forward. His mobility increases by 40%, leaving no trace of his movement.
A sudden whoosh. Someone senses the shift in the air.
And a sinister figure watches, a cruel smile playing on his lips as Sun Ji-yoon's attack unfolds.
A brutal clash.
A violent impact sends shockwaves through the air.
A blur of motion. Sun Yoon unleashes Dark Wolf's steps, a whirlwind of attacks. Each strike precise, each impact echoing with the force of a collapsing star. Blood splatters across the enemy's face, a testament to the ferocity of the assault.
His eyes widen in disbelief.
As Sun Ji-yoon's dark form looms above, a predator in the night. You!
A battle cry pierces the night. Everyone, defend your positions, the commander roars, his voice strained with urgency. His battle axe screams through the air, a desperate defense against the relentless onslaught.
The enemy advances relentlessly, a tide of purple cloaks, even the healers in the rear are not safe.
Blades flash, a whirlwind of steel, the defenders struggle to hold the line.
A clash of steel.
Sparks fly as two warriors collide in a brutal exchange. The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield.
The fight is fierce, desperate, every blow carries the weight of survival.
Amidst the chaos, a voice cuts through the din, stay calm and maintain the battle line.
But even the steeliest resolve begins to crack, a grim realization dawns on the commander's face. If they collapse, it's all over. Blades clash.
A desperate struggle for survival unfolds amidst a storm of steel.
A warrior screams in agony as a brutal blow finds its mark. His adversary, a figure of chilling ruthlessness, unleashes a torrent of violence. Another warrior charges, eyes blazing with fury. His attack is swift, a blur of motion. But the impact is deafening. Keuk. The sound echoes through the battlefield as the warrior is sent sprawling.
His face, contorted in pain and disbelief, sweat beads on his brow, reflecting the grim reality of the situation.
A flash of light.
A warrior streaks across the battlefield, a shining blade arcing through the air. Her movements are a whirlwind of grace and power, a deadly dance of precision and might.
The battle rages on. A warrior watches from the sidelines, his expression unreadable. Rain. A desperate cry echoes across the battlefield.
As a blinding flash of light cuts through the chaos. The clash of steel, the roar of battle, it's a maelstrom of violence. Rain stands amidst the carnage, her expression grim but resolute. This much just tickles, she sneers, a chilling display of defiance.
A moment of exhaustion, a brief respite before the storm breaks again. But Rain's resolve is unshaken.
Maintain formation, she commands, her voice ringing with authority. Her troops, battered but not broken, obey instantly. The ground trembles under the weight of the oncoming assault.
Everyone fall back other than the tankers. A strategic retreat, buying precious time. Tankers fall into defense formation. A shield wall forms, a bulwark against the tide of enemies.
The archers unleash a volley of arrows, a deadly rain of projectiles, a hail of destruction.
Short-range dealers protect the healers. A coordinated defense, a desperate gamble for survival.
The commander's hand falls limp, a wave of data washes over the battlefield.
System update, object of admiration activated. The strongest mercenary, Rain LACIR, takes command. Rain LACIR arrives, a whirlwind of steel and grace amidst the chaos. Allied morale surges, their formations holding firm. A wall of shields rises, a desperate defense against the relentless onslaught.
The enemy advances, their chilling words echoing across the field, insect-like things, even if you struggle.
It will be us, the Battle Ghost Cult, that will receive the honor of the Holy War.
The Battle Ghost Cult attacks with brutal efficiency, a flurry of spears and blades. Arrows fly, a deadly hail, soldiers fall, the ground stained crimson.
A desperate struggle, a soldier screams as he's struck down. The enemy commander bellows, "Kill that bitch in the middle first." The commander, wounded and barely standing, triggers a system update. A wave of brutal force crashes against the Allied lines. The impact sends a shockwave.
"Commander, we won't last long at this rate," cries a soldier, his voice filled with desperation.
"Let us fight too," shouts another, defiance burning in their eyes. Raynel Acir, newly in command, bellows, "No. Maintain formation. Our goal is to protect the priests."
Her voice rings with steely resolve. Her gaze is unwavering, her determination a beacon in the storm. "If we have faith and defend our position," she whispers, a hint of grim hope in her tone,
"that person will come."
a quiet confidence, a belief in a savior, settles over her face.
A blur of motion.
Twin blades dance in a whirlwind of steel, a figure emerges from the chaos, slicing through the enemy ranks with terrifying speed. Dust and debris obscure the scene, only the glint of steel remains visible. The system updates effect is revealed, your basic steps are improved efficiently. When this skill is activated, all forms of mobility are increased by 40%, and all traces disappear. When walking in a dark place, increase in mobility doubles.
W what? W when did he?
The soldiers stare in disbelief as the savior's speed defies comprehension. Eyes blazing with power, the mysterious savior stands defiant. His very presence radiates an aura of untamed might.
A whirlwind of motion. Blades flash, a furious dance of steel as he cuts through the enemy ranks. The air crackles with energy.
A blur of motion, a symphony of clashing steel, the mysterious savior's skill is unmatched, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake.
Raynel Acir watches, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. Victory is within reach.
Crimson energy surges, binding the enemy soldiers with chains of pure power.
A chilling display of dominance.
"Damn it," one of the bound soldiers groans, his despair palpable.
The tide has turned.
The mysterious savior stands tall, a look of cold determination on his face.
How absurd.
He thinks, his voice a low growl. He grips his sword, its ornate hilt gleaming. To use him in this method, not in battle, a chilling revelation. A crimson energy crackles along the mysterious savior's face, eyes blazing with power.
Well, how do you annihilate your enemies so mercilessly?
The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge. If he were from the Murim dimension, he'd be an incredible fighter, a voice whispers.
What a shame.
The savior's hand grips a sword, its blade a river of incandescent red energy.
What is this yarn strand made of magic power?
A faint red line shoots from the savior's eye, a silent communication.
Ah. And the words echo in the savior's mind, so this is the telepathy you were talking about? He explains, a faint red trail still emanating from his eye, it's just controlling magic power to deliver your voice, no?
The hilt of a magnificent sword, adorned with a golden, snarling beast, glows with an inner light.
Why you? The question hangs heavy in the air. Did you learn how to use telepathy in such a short time?
The savior stands amidst the ruins, his sword held casually at his side.
Isn't this something anyone can do if they know how to use magic power?
A dismissive wave of his hand cuts through the air. With that logic, half the martial artists who grew up in Murim are idiots.
Humph. Well.
A crimson blade, pulsating with dark energy, dominates the panel. The words above it proclaim, of course, the person I call my soul must be a talented genius.
A closer look reveals intricate, demonic carvings along the blade's length. A maniacal laugh echoes, ahahaha.
The scene shifts. The mysterious savior yawns, a hint of boredom in his posture.
Drowsiness is overcoming me once again. I will recover my power for a bit.
He stands before a dilapidated structure, the remnants of a siege perhaps. I'll call you later if I need you. A figure approaches, sword at his hip. The air crackles with anticipation. And a voice cuts through the silence, "Please follow me."
The messenger's words carry weight, the archbishop is calling you.
The mysterious savior arrives at a grand hall, where the archbishop awaits.
Slaughterer, thank you for coming.
Please sit comfortably. He is surrounded by figures cloaked in shadows, their faces hidden, a palpable sense of power fills the room. There's no need to call me something as grandiose as Slaughterer. Just call me Unknown. A mysterious figure, shrouded in shadow, speaks with unnerving calm.
Cook, a name without a name, how interesting.
The Archbishop eyes the newcomer, a flicker of something unreadable in his gaze. I'm sure the God of Darkness will also like someone like you. The Archbishop's words carry a weight of expectation, a subtle hint of something more than mere politeness.
Thank you for saying so.
Unknown's reply is brief, his tone betraying nothing of his inner thoughts. The air crackles with unspoken tension.
Unknown, you know that I called you here right now to discuss remuneration, right?
The Archbishop cuts to the chase, his voice sharp and businesslike. I heard it briefly from the assistant priest on the way here. Unknown's response is almost casual, yet it hints at a network of information beyond the Archbishop's immediate control.
Nice, then I'll get straight to the point.
Please let me know how much you're thinking of for compensation. The Archbishop leans forward, his eyes glinting with shrewd calculation.
Then I'll ask you in reverse. A subtle shift in the dynamic, Unknown is taking the lead. How much are you thinking of giving me?
The question hangs in the air, a challenge veiled in polite inquiry.
The question hangs heavy in the air.
Unknown's eyes blaze with an inner light, a silent power radiating from him. The skill description unfolds, revealing the power of absolute charm, a captivating ability that bends the will of any intelligent creature. But there's a catch, it won't work on those who already harbor hostility.
The mysterious savior activates absolute charm, and the effect is immediate. Archbishop Hainiu, the target, is now under the influence of fear.
Terror grips the Archbishop. His eyes widen, his face contorted in a mask of pure dread, the weight of his fear is palpable. A desperate plea escapes his lips, Ephraim. The Archbishop, his voice trembling, makes a desperate offer, a relic of immense power, offered as a bribe to the mysterious savior. The prize? A relic of the highest ranking from the Darkness holy cult, a treasure beyond measure. His face is a portrait of anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks, the Archbishop's resolve is shattered. But the deal isn't sealed yet. His underlings protest, their voices filled with outrage, we can never give relics to outsiders. The mysterious savior silences them with a single word, shut up. Tears stream down the Archbishop's face, a torrent of despair, his anguish is palpable, a raw display of terror. The mysterious savior stands tall, a figure of unwavering confidence. This war, he is the person who will lead us to victory. The words ring with authority, a promise whispered on the wind. His hand, a subtle movement, hints at the immense power he wields. The Archbishop recoils, his eyes wide with a newfound horror.
For a moment, I felt it from that man's eyes. An astonishing amount of violent energy.
He speaks in gasps, his voice barely a whisper. He mistook it for looking into a dragon's eyes, the sheer power is almost incomprehensible.
A dragon's eye, blazing with infernal fury, a terrifying glimpse into the abyss. The ground trembles beneath his feet, a cataclysmic power unleashed. With this man's power, the Archbishop, surrounded by his guards, presents two ornate boxes. A relic is a miraculous item with the power of God inside of it, the Darkness holy cult's highest-ranking relic. Please use it well. The mysterious savior accepts the relic, his expression unchanged. The weight of the world, and its salvation, rests in his hands. A sacred relic, glowing faintly, changes hands, a silent transaction in the shadows. The mysterious savior's eyes blaze with power, a brilliant blue fire igniting within them. Flame Dragon Eye activated. The seal of offering, a dark emblem of immense power, is revealed. Its description speaks of a ritual, a sacrifice, an offering. The ember-swallowing night veil, a relic of terrifying power, is unveiled. Its description speaks of a god, a primordial flame, and a terrifying power of revival. A gasp escapes the lips of the onlookers. SS rank items? The sheer power is almost palpable.
The mysterious savior stands, a figure of immense power, radiating an aura of dominance. The archbishop and his guards are utterly cowed. He sees the truth, hidden from others, a grim realization dawns. He won't be able to remove the items from the 15th floor. A chilling smile plays on his lips, a subtle shift in his demeanor. He is not unhappy, he sees opportunity. There's no such thing as coincidence in the Tower of Trials. The acquisition of 2 SS rank items means something significant is about to happen. A piercing gaze, eyes blazing with an icy blue fire, the mysterious savior's face, a mask of cold determination. A smirk plays on his lips. How fun! He muses, a glint in his eyes. The gleam of gold and crimson, a glimpse of power barely contained beneath his cloak. He holds the seal of offering in one hand, a dark, shimmering veil in the other, 2 SS rank items, now his. The archbishop's voice trembles, unknown, the holy war has just begun. Please display as much power as the compensation you've received. The savior stands tall, unyielding. I'm saying this just in case, but if you run away, the god of darkness will punish you. The archbishop's warning hangs heavy in the air. His words echo the savior's thoughts. How could a mere human receive mere relics and run away? A confident smirk returns. He turns, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Then I'll take my leave. The archbishop, utterly defeated, can only stammer, "Oh, okay." Alone, the archbishop's despair is palpable. My relics. Ugh. The archbishop's face is a mask of despair, tears streaming down his cheeks, his shoulders tremble with the weight of his failure. Meanwhile, under the starlit sky, a figure walks away with a confident smirk, a melody seems to follow him. The mysterious savior pauses, a hint of amusement in his eyes, he's been addressed. Raynell approaches, her voice bright and curious. Did you have a good private meeting with the archbishop? He nods curtly, a subtle acknowledgement. Yes, thanks to you. Raynell's eyes widen, a playful curiosity turning into something more. She asks, were you perhaps waiting for me? He hesitates, then speaks, a touch of awkwardness in his tone. To be honest, I wanted to buy you a drink like I said before. And adds, with a serious expression, and I have something to ask of you. His gaze is intense, questioning. Something to ask. Raynell drains a massive tankard in one go, the liquid dripping down her chin. A look of pure astonishment washes over the mysterious savior's face as he watches her. Wow! The savior exclaims, his eyes wide with disbelief. He takes a sip of his own drink. It tastes pretty good, he muses, completely unfazed. But is this really strong liquor? He wonders, still not feeling any effects. Any alcohol that could make me drunk would probably be more like a deadly poison, Raynell explains, her face pale. Ugh! Raynell groans, collapsing onto the table. Her body isn't on the level of a human's anymore. The scene shifts to a dimly lit tavern, barrels stacked high in the background. How aren't you getting drunk? Raynell asks, bewildered. Gosh! Raynell stares at her empty tankard, a look of dawning horror in her eyes. Raynell casually sips her drink, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. I'm drinking a lot because I like the flavor, she explains, her voice smooth as silk. But there's a hidden depth to her words. A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with meaning. What favor did she mention earlier? The anticipation is palpable as her companion leans forward, curiosity etched on his face. What kind of favor, he asks, his voice laced with intrigue. Her cheeks flush, a blush creeping up her neck. A sudden shift in her demeanor, the playful facade cracks, revealing a vulnerability beneath. The scene shifts. A desperate plea echoes through the air. A man, surrounded by heavily armored knights, is on his knees, his face etched with fear. What can we eat if you take everything? He cries out, his voice trembling with desperation. A swift, brutal blow. The knight's boot connects with the man's ribs, sending him sprawling. You lowly thing. The words are cold, devoid of empathy. A young girl screams, "Father," as she witnesses the brutal attack. The scene is filled with raw emotion, fear, and helplessness.
Raynell, fueled by a righteous fury, confronts the knight. "Why are you hitting my dad?"
"Being a knight is all that matters," she shouts, her voice ringing with indignation. The mysterious savior intervenes, his voice a low growl.
"Raynell, stop."
But his words are cut short.
The knight retorts, "You brat, you must be crazy."
The tension ratchets up, the air thick with unspoken threats.
"Cook."
The sound of choked sobs cuts through the silence. Rionel's face, contorted in grief and rage, is a testament to the pain she carries.
A pain born from the injustice she witnessed.
"If you don't like it, you should become a knight too," a cruel voice echoes in her mind, fueling her burning resentment. The knight who dared to mock her suffering. His face, a mask of smug cruelty, is etched in her memory. A cold fury begins to consume her.
"Beggar bastards. How annoying."
His dismissive words, laced with contempt, only ignite the inferno within her. The ground trembles beneath her feet. As the weight of her sorrow and fury explodes outward, the scene shifts, revealing the aftermath of her wrath. A fallen knight, his armor shattered. A hand reaches out, a desperate plea for guidance.
"Become my teacher."
The words are a raw cry for strength, a desperate attempt to harness the storm raging within. A storm that threatens to consume her, but also holds the potential for unimaginable power.
The intensity of her gaze is unwavering.
"Teach." The single word hangs heavy in the air, a silent promise of vengeance and a desperate hope for redemption. Elsewhere, oblivious to the turmoil, a figure casually enjoys a drink. The contrast is stark, highlighting the indifference of the world to Rionel's suffering. Dust motes dance in the dim light, a broken wooden post, scarred by a recent, brutal impact. A shadowed figure, his voice a low murmur, "I was wondering what the favor would be."
But the favor is deemed insignificant, a mere personal request unrelated to the special assignment.
For Raynell has already provided everything he desired. The knight stands victorious, her sword dripping, a testament to her power. The mysterious savior, his gaze fixed on a map, dismisses further involvement with Raynell, focusing on a character created within the tower's world.
Would be a waste of time.
His piercing blue eyes, sharp and calculating, reflect a cold determination.
A lingering question hangs in the air. What could this mysterious favor possibly be? But the request is surprisingly mundane, a personal matter unrelated to the main mission.
The mission's object of admiration, has been achieved.
Rionell's prize is obtained, a triumphant victory is declared.
A decision weighs heavily on his mind. Should he continue focusing on a character from the tower's world? He sits alone, lost in thought, a quiet sigh escapes his lips. It would be a waste of precious time, he concludes. His resolve hardens. A firm refusal. Rest is advised, but the battle rages on within him. The unnamed protagonist, his gaze fixed on the horizon, stands resolute. A storm brews within his eyes, mirroring the tempestuous sea before him. A woman's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and demanding, "Must grow at all costs." A heavy footfall echoes, the ground trembles beneath an unseen force.
The earth explodes outward in a violent eruption.
A shockwave rips through the air.
And the woman is sent sprawling, defeated.
The protagonist watches, his expression unreadable.
He remains silent, his jaw clenched, a storm of internal conflict raging within.
A desperate plea, "I beg of you." The woman's voice cracks, her desperation palpable.
"Please, I need you to do me this favor."
She lies prostrate, defeated, her plea hanging heavy in the air.
"Well, a little more fun won't hurt."
The clash of steel echoes through the night, a warrior stands defiant, her blade gleaming under the moonlight.
A hearty laugh cuts through the air.
He approaches her, a playful glint in his eyes. "No need to be so serious," he says.
"Pushing too hard will make you stiff and inflexible."
That applies to everything, not just swordsmanship. Her eyes widen slightly, a hint of vulnerability in her gaze.
Raynell, what you need now isn't real battle experience. You need to strengthen your mana network. How about some aura training?
A surge of energy, raw and untamed, erupts from the unnamed protagonist's hands.
The sheer power blasting Raynell skyward. The force is breathtaking. Raynell's eyes widen, reflecting the blue energy.
As the unnamed protagonist's demonstration begins.
This is, she gasps. He's showing her the path of magic.
It's a personalized technique, tailored to her unique style.
He's showing me the path of magic. It's as if he's telling me to follow him.
The unnamed protagonist explains, it's fundamentally the same as your method, but there's a subtle difference, a refinement. The energy pulses, a breathtaking display of power and precision.
Leaving Raynell awestruck. He's amazing, she whispers. The unnamed protagonist reveals the secret. This is the customized mana circulation method, made by analyzing your mana utilization habits. His gaze is intense, focused, and unwavering.
A surge of blue energy crackles around the protagonist's arm, a mesmerizing display of controlled power. He instructs, practice aura training every single day using this method. The protagonist stands in a grand hall, a confident smirk playing on his lips.
Finally, he breathes, it's time to settle the bill. A dark, shadowy form plummets from above, a heavy thud echoes as it hits the floor.
Revealing a strange, teal creature, eyes wide with surprise.
The impact sends a shockwave through the room.
The creature is tossed aside with a swift, powerful movement. As the protagonist surveys his spoils, a bag overflowing with items, the rewards from the British Hunter Association for killing Saindal. The rewards I got from the British Hunter Association for killing Saindal. A chaotic jumble of weapons, potions, and strange artifacts spills across a table.
A treasure trove of magical items.
He stares at the bounty, a hint of disbelief in his eyes.
That's a lot.
Despite the impressive haul, a shadow of indifference crosses his face.
Right, even if there are a lot, none of these junk items are of any great use to me.
A table overflowing with weapons, potions, and arcane artifacts, a treasure trove worthy of a king.
The last of the 3 skills obtained during the trial, revealed.
Dark Wolf Steps, A, an absolute charm, B+, impressive additions to his arsenal, but the final skill is
Steel Consumption, B+. It's time to unleash its power.
The system activates, a surge of energy courses through him.
A monstrous transformation begins, teeth and claws erupt from his body.
The raw power is overwhelming, a guttural roar escapes his lips.
The transformation intensifies, a wave of dark energy explodes outward.
He's changed, his eyes gleam with newfound power. Steel Consumption, B+, proficiency 0%.
Basic effect, consuming steel improves physical constitution. Additional effect, consuming an item randomly increases stats. The machine just suddenly came flying at me. That was scary.
First, a glimpse of the weapon that will change everything, a steel cloud cane, gleaming with an unnatural light.
Then, a terrifying transformation.
The protagonist's body begins to shift, morphing into something powerful and monstrous.
The steel cloud cane is consumed.
A surge of energy courses through the protagonist's veins.
A rapid absorption, complete in seconds. Mana increased by 1.
His eyes flash with newfound power.
A subtle shift in his expression reveals a dawning understanding.
A raw, untamed energy thrums beneath his skin.
The transformation is complete. It's increasing stats this quickly? Then let's try it one more time.
The ground trembles as another wave of power erupts, shattering the very earth around him.
The celestial steel jewel is consumed, a countdown begins. Absorption complete.
A surge of power courses through the body, a wave of improvement washes over him.
A violent cough erupts. 0.8% of the turbid chi stored within is released. A dark stain appears on his palm. What's this now, he wonders.
He feels lighter, a noticeable change in his physical state.
Is this the improvement in physical constitution? The results are astonishing, far beyond expectations. A sinister grin spreads beneath his mask, a primal power is unleashed. Never in his life did he think he'd devour items so deliciously, the power is intoxicating. The remnants of the jewel shatter, the absorption process is complete. Having consumed over 8 steel items, his item absorbing state ends. A countdown timer appears, 1 hour 19 minutes and 47 seconds until complete absorption. The protagonist, surrounded by a treasure trove of items, mutters, "So I can only consume 8 items at once, huh?" A collection of weapons and artifacts lies scattered before him, a hammer, a rapier, ancient tomes, and more. His expression shifts to one of mild disappointment. But then, a determined glint returns to his eyes. Compared to the growth speed from using steel consumption, this can't even be considered a flaw. A surge of energy courses through him, the system notification flashes, steel consumption has been deactivated. His enhanced armor, now gleaming with newfound power, is subtly different, a testament to the transformation. His gaze sharpens, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. I've been curious about this since earlier. A detailed description of the Seal of Offering, SS, appears, a black seal bestowed upon the Pope who gave up everything for the God of Darkness. Its temporary nature is highlighted. He considers the implications. By engraving this SS class item on my body, there's a chance it'll still be mine even after I leave the 15th floor. A flicker of hesitation crosses his face, but resolve quickly follows. Still, the thought of engraving it on my body bothers me a little, but it's worth testing it out. With a determined grip, he raises the Seal of Offering, preparing to make his choice. The unnamed protagonist, his expression a mixture of resolve and quiet contemplation, extends a hand. A dark, obsidian Seal of Offering rests in his palm, pulsing with barely contained power. A surge of energy. The exclusive offering effect activates, the Seal of Offering, CSJ, engraving itself onto the back of his hand. The item is absorbed, dissolving completely into the seal. A silent transformation unfolds, leaving behind only a dark, viscous residue that spreads across his skin. A faint dB echoes as the transformation intensifies. The air crackles with arcane energy. A brilliant purple light erupts from his hand, a surge of power. And then, silence. A single, sharp croak punctuates the stillness. The dust settles, revealing a powerful, dark wolf's head etched into his skin. The seal is permanent. The seal on the back of his hand will never dissipate. A new power has been awakened. A surge of energy, a blinding flash of light. The air crackles with raw power. And the protagonist stares, wide-eyed, at the aftermath. "Oh," he whispers, a question hanging in the air. "The Seal of Offering, activated?" His expression shifts to one of dawning comprehension. "The administrators," he gasps, the weight of his actions settling upon him. Across dimensions, the administrators react. Dragon Slayer, Fallen World Soldier, Seer of Divinity, their voices echo with disbelief and outrage. How could he dare use the seal? The energy dissipates, leaving behind an unsettling silence, a void where vibrant power once surged. But on his hand, a mark remains. A wolf's head, etched into his skin. They've been quiet this whole time, but as soon as I engraved the seal, the messages exploded, he muses, a hint of unease in his tone. The administrators continue their furious debate. Ruler of the heavens dismisses it as ridiculous, priest of 7 gods is shocked, hero of the Black Archipelago urges a retrieval of the seal. The situation is spiraling out of control. Don't tell me this was an unusable item, he thinks, a growing suspicion clouding his mind. The administrator's reactions are strange. A subtle shift in expression. A smirk plays on his lips. As if, he thinks, a glint of understanding in his eyes. A confession hangs heavy in the air. The unnamed protagonist's eyes, sharp and intense, reveal a truth: the tower gave me something it never should have. A surge of energy. Data streams flash across the screen, a torrent of forbidden knowledge unleashed.
The protagonist stands before a wall of shimmering, ethereal screens, each displaying fragments of power. The weight of his actions settles upon him. An alarm blares. We have detected a leak of unauthorized information. The administrators are on high alert. Administrator messages are temporarily blocked. A single word echoes in his mind. Relic. His fist clenches. The protagonist's inner monologue reveals a dawning realization: the secret hidden here might be bigger than I thought. A surge of forbidden power courses through him, a gift from the tower itself. He raises his hand, a defiant gesture against the unseen forces that watch him, a silent challenge to the administrators. A system alert blares, the exclusive effect offering activated. The air crackles with energy, a new power, a dangerous game. The ancient altar of a forgotten god looms before him, its power palpable, a place of sacrifice and unknown consequences. Dust motes dance in the ethereal light, the weight of his decision pressing down. His eyes, pools of cerulean, reflect the enormity of the choice before him: to offer his talent, skill, or treasure to a god. The question hangs heavy in the air: offer it to a god. The risk is immense. Doubt gnaws at him. There's no telling if they might become enemies. What's the point of making an offering if it leads to conflict? But his resolve hardens. Regardless, he'll have to see for himself what it's all about. A swirling vortex of energy opens before him, promising both power and peril. The path forward is chosen. He grips the ornate staff, its power thrumming with barely contained energy. A digital interface flickers to life, the words stark against the blue glow: you have chosen to offer treasure to a god. The choice is his. Let's try offering the shittiest item here, he mutters, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The decision made, the system awaits. The small enchantress staff, a seemingly insignificant trinket, is selected. The system confirms the choice. A new prompt appears: please select the god to whom you wish to offer this item. The weight of the decision settles upon him. A moment of contemplation, a flicker of doubt crosses his face. What will the consequences be? His eyes narrow, a question forming on his lips: what's wrong with this? The system sputters. Error. A harsh, digital declaration. No god's traces were found in your divine power. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. A spectral figure, cloaked in shadow and power, materializes amidst a chilling graveyard of skulls. The protagonist stands before a grand altar, a gleaming sword resting upon it, bathed in ethereal light. An offering awaits. A strange device, intricate and ancient, hums with arcane energy. And suddenly, a brilliant light engulfs him. The enchantress staff materializes, a surge of power coursing through his veins. A celestial glow emanates from his chest, divine power, absorbed into his very being. His eyes widen, a mixture of awe and confusion. What is this now? Making an offering to himself, a bold, unprecedented act. He's baffled, yet a strange certainty settles within him. A surge of power courses through him. The enchantress staff hums with divine energy. But the unnamed protagonist is still unsure how to fully wield this newfound might. A thoughtful frown creases his brow. He knows, however, that with each new myth he unravels, his power will only grow stronger. The potential is limitless. For now, he focuses on gathering this divine energy, little by little, a cautious approach to such immense power. Revealing the enchantress staff, a relic of immense power, now firmly in his grasp. He clutches the staff close, a silent vow forming in his heart. This power will not be wasted. The moon hangs heavy in the night sky, a silent witness to his newfound strength, a promise of battles to come. And the time to unleash it will surely arrive. The tower wouldn't have given him this for nothing. The clash of steel. A whirlwind of blades and desperate cries fills the air, the battle rages on. And victory is hard won. Days bleed into nights, but the protagonist's army prevails. The allied mercenaries and priests gain confidence. Run away! It's the slaughterer! The desperate cries echo through the battlefield, a chilling testament to the Necromancer's folly. They summoned a demon, and now they pay the price. Our protagonist surveys the scene, a grim smile playing on his lips. To be honest, he muses, they're all still kinda risky except for me. A whirlwind of steel. His blade dances, a blur of motion, each strike precise, each parry flawless. He cuts through the chaos with terrifying grace. The red glow intensifies, a trail of destruction in its wake. The force of his strike sends shockwaves through the battlefield. He sheathes his sword, a question forming in his mind, was I worrying for nothing? His confidence grows with each passing moment, the trial, it seems, will end smoothly. Suddenly, a shout pierces the air, what's wrong with the sky? Look! The ground trembles, a terrifying crimson energy erupts from the heavens above, heralded by a deafening roar. The battle's fury fades, leaving only the echo of crackling energy, a lingering scent of burnt flesh in the air. He stands amidst the wreckage, his breath ragged, eyes scanning the decimated battlefield. A single question hangs heavy in the silence. A blinding flash. The ground trembles violently, and unearthly energy erupts from the depths. His eyes widen, a cold dread gripping his heart. This sensation, it's unlike anything he's ever felt. A wave of nausea washes over him, his body trembling uncontrollably. No way. This power. The air crackles with anticipation. A booming voice echoes, the authority divine punishment is descending. A pillar of incandescent light pierces the heavens, a celestial judgment descends. The light intensifies, a blinding beacon of divine wrath, the very fabric of reality seems to warp and twist. A crimson tempest descends. From the heavens, an unimaginable power erupts, engulfing the battlefield. A wave of raw energy that leaves even seasoned warriors frozen in terror. This is dangerous, one soldier gasps, his eyes wide with fear. The ground trembles. A monstrous hand, radiating an infernal glow, bursts forth from the heart of the storm. And a warrior, defiant amidst the chaos, unleashes a counterattack. Counter-shield, superscale, he roars, his magic surging to meet the oncoming threat. A blinding flash. The clash of titanic forces reverberates across the land. A shockwave of unimaginable power rips through the very fabric of reality itself. The earth splits asunder. A cataclysmic fissure opens, swallowing everything in its path, leaving behind only a trail of destruction and the lingering echo of a power beyond comprehension. A cataclysmic blast rips through the air, the very fabric of reality seeming to tear apart, leaving behind a maelstrom of crimson chaos. Amidst the devastation, a lone figure stands defiant, the unnamed protagonist, two swords held high, a grim determination etched on his face. His eyes, blazing with an unearthly light, reflect the intensity of the battle just fought. The sheer power he wielded is palpable. The ground trembles as the aftershocks of the divine attack continue to rock the landscape, bodies litter the battlefield, a testament to the sheer destructive force unleashed. A harsh tch escapes his lips as he struggles to maintain his stance, the weight of the battle clearly taking its toll. He collapses, his armor bearing the scars of a brutal fight, but his eyes still hold that unwavering resolve. Feathers, remnants of a celestial being's might, drift down like snow, a silent testament to the epic clash. And from the heavens, a figure descends, wings of immense power unfurling, a chilling presence that fills the ravaged landscape. The newcomer speaks, his voice echoing with an ancient power, oh, the dogs that serve the god of darkness. A celestial being, wings outstretched, a serene smile playing on his lips, holds a golden orb. He seems benevolent. But the smile is a mask. I have good news for you. A crimson beam erupts, a harbinger of divine wrath. The being ascends, wings ablaze, a terrifying power radiating from him. The merciful god of battle, revealed. But his mercy is twisted. The merciful god of battle has decided to bring divine punishment upon you personally. A face of pure malevolence fills the panel. A chilling grin, eyes burning with infernal light, this is the true face of the god. Our protagonist, battered but defiant, stands his ground. Two swords held high, a familiar sensation returns.
a grim determination etched on his face. He will not yield. A digital readout appears. The god of battle has expended considerable divine power to cast an incomplete descent. While in the state of descent, the god cannot make proper use of his myths or authorities. Descending into the entraining apostle Jiran Nevia, he cannot use his divine power completely. The god descends, his power diminished, yet still terrifying. The final confrontation begins. Han Sunjiyun's eyes blaze with defiance, a storm brewing within. The Tower of Trials makes its judgment, unwavering and absolute. The trial will not be interrupted. But Sun Yun scoffs, "Can't you at least ask for my opinion before making judgments like that?" A grim smile spreads across his face, a predator's grin. The god of battle descends, wings spread wide, a terrifying spectacle. Sun Yun stands ready, sword drawn, facing the ultimate challenge. "So I can kill the cheeky dog myself today." The god of battle unleashes his fury. Die! His eyes burn with righteous anger. While Sun Yun braces himself, a chilling declaration echoes, "While you regret daring to challenge the position of a god." Sun Jiyun's resolve hardens, a desperate gamble. "If I don't draw out my full force straight away, this will be dangerous." The clash is imminent, a thunderous roar erupts. The crimson energy surges, a wave of power washing over Han Sun-yun, his eyes blaze with fierce determination as he activates his heavenly blood cultivation art. He grips his sword, a regal weapon gleaming with an inner fire, the very air crackles with anticipation. His gaze is unwavering, a cold fire burning in his crimson eyes. "Good," he whispers, a chilling promise. With terrifying speed, he closes the distance. At this rate, he'll end this quickly. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of steel, Han Sun-yun unleashes a devastating attack. The impact explodes in a shower of sparks, the force of the blow is immense. A deafening crash as the attack connects, the ground trembles under the sheer power. The clash. A devastating blow erupts as Sun-yun unleashes the full force of his heavenly blood cultivation art. A crimson torrent of energy explodes from his fist, a searing beam of power. The raw energy intensifies, forming a radiant spear of destruction. And with a thunderous roar, it pierces the very fabric of reality. The impact. The ground trembles, a shockwave rips through the battlefield. Sun Yun staggers, blood trickling from his lips, but his eyes burn with fierce determination. The aftermath, silence descends upon the shattered landscape.